hope, generally to see if should Mousesports progress and keep on winning games. And they've generally been doing quite well with Chris J's leadership. I mean, to be honest, if you would have asked me,
be honest, Dan,
like ages ago, if I could see that Chris J being the in-game leader and the guy that could help to turn the team around with the additions that they made, I wouldn't have been able to honestly say, be confident. I wouldn't have been confident, let's just put it that way. But he's done an amazing job. He's really fit into the role effectively with the team so far. And right now, it's one of the most exciting teams for me to watch because there's just a lot of individual skill. They work really well together. They, from a strategical sense, they're really putting their game together as well. They're just really exciting right now.
Indeed, they are. And a man like Rops is a favorite with pros and ex-pros alike. He is going to be one to focus on in this tournament in general. And yeah, I think for those of you who will be in GoTV, it's hard, just like it's hard not to pick Snaxon versus Pro, I think it's hard not to pick Oscar. But you've got to go with Rops on Mousesports, or at least I have to. It's
a great map for him. It's a great map for a lurker type player, and that tends to be where you'll see him. So if you are a lurker, or if you like to play by yourself, Rops is a great person to learn from. But as you say, that's another cool thing about the team, right? Oscar was forever a drifter, wasn't he? He was just drifting around for ages. We knew that he was an amazing player,
like a piece of wood in a canal.
Exactly, just like we were wondering where he would find his place, and again, very unpredictably, he's found his place on Mousesports, and he's so motivated with the team. And
Second time around.
Working, no, exactly, yeah, because how long was he even in the lineup for the first time? It was a very short period, wasn't it? And then he was just like, no, this is not working for me, and then he kind of just drifted on again.
Going over to North, Cobblestone used to be a good map for Rubino when he was on the team. His entries, and he just caused carnage on the B bomb site, but of course he has come and gone, chose to make his own exit. And they have AZ now, so I think AZ will be one to look out for on the T side for North. But I think Rops, again, pros do marvel about his decision-making in general, especially for a 17-year-old, so definitely be one to keep an eye on both sides of the map. And it's Mousesports starting on the T side, perhaps headed over towards that B-bomb site.
Yeah, this defense with USPs for North is going to be interesting. It's all about the first shot, stopping them from gaining ground. That's exactly what's happening. Cajun B is just setting down 2 players immediately as Magis gets free reign to work from the chicken coop. That's a good bit of damage put in there by him, and he's still in position, causing distraction. You can see that Dennis, one of the 2 remaining players from Mousesports, is occupied by looking for Magic's peek. It will be actually Oscar, though, who manages to get the pop, and maybe he can do some more here as he peeks out, but AZ will get the denial, leaving just Dennis. But MSL 1 HP. Dennis has so many opportunities here, and there you go. Manages to find the shot, and that's one of those pistol rounds where it's just who knows which way that one's going. Just frags back and forth.
That's almost every pistol round, really.
I suppose so, yeah. Even if it's like a 2v5, it's pistol round, so it's all about the headshots. Ooh, we've got double scout games. We've got double scouts on North.
Well, let's see what they can do. But double scout on Cobblestone is quite the challenge, I think. But let's see if they have something in mind. Not the most open map to with which to hold angles. Prius still observing the ting. CT's mostly over towards that B-bomb site, so we'll see what AZ can do. He's over towards the B-bomb site at the moment, and Cajun B with the scout is A, and Cajun B over towards B. Magic's closing the distance, blind but still gets the kill, traded. Not terrible for Mousesports, so it does go from interesting to bad as the second kill comes in for the CTs. 3 versus 2, they've got advantages now. Lowell trying to clean things up. He needs help from his teammate Chris J, who's only on the Tech 9, so they need to gamble themselves. That's a great classic headshot from Cajun B, leaving Chris J alone. Short range versus long range. UMP can help for sure. He has time on the clock as well, but that bomb is exposed.
This is so weird, isn't it? You got two scouts on a retake here, and right now Chris J, he's actually found himself a pretty decent position here by the stairs. How do North do this one? Do they actually just abandon the scouts, just like run with the Deagle and the USP to get close? They're trying to get the pickoffs here, and they've used quite a lot of time in doing so. Hasn't worked out too well for them. Chris J's gotten some good tags. Flash in there to maybe lighten the load, get one player down. There it is. Very patient stuff here from Chris J. Oh, gets the dink there through the wall. Oh, the hold here coming in from AZ, but Chris J with just a few bursts through the smoke will do the job. A close one though. Double scout. It's a double scout on the CZs. That force buy was pretty effective.
It was indeed, but does not yield a round for the CTs. An early scare for mousesports, but maybe that will make them more aware in the rounds to come. Time will tell. They look focused for the time being, but do they look confident? I'll leave that down to you to decide. USP round for North. So really not much to get out of this round. We can focus on the anti-eco strategy of mousesports. See a nice Molotov towards the bottom of the stairs. Chris J making his way in, continuing with only a Tech 9 in this round. And what is going on? USPs. How do they get 3 kills with only USPs on an anti-eco? For mousesports, that's crazy.
And now the opportunity with the UMP, but does some good work with the Molotov as well as the AK-47 to really eliminate any possibilities. But additional damage done from Config with that USP, and all of a sudden, Oscar is a headshot away, so is Dennis, and now it's just one more good connection from Config, and he's playing headshot angles here. He will actually dive down onto the bomb. Oh, he's actually good on the flick, but the aim punch is too much. And that was another... That is insane, because the whole point about the force buy, like beating the force buy, it's like, oh, thank God. We lost a bunch of players against force buy. It's okay, we can make the money back on the next round. Well, forget that. They lost 4 players. Again. The money... It sucks, James. It absolutely sucks.
Both teams on the buy. Oscar and Config on AWP. Chris J has decided to pick up a weapon. I'm curious about the Tech 9 only approach there, but they managed to survive. They've put the rounds behind them. It's still early days, and they've started off well, ultimately, with the 3-0 at least. Grenades for North, but the grenades are limited. Config and AZ towards the A bomb site, where mousesports are clearing house at present. Clearing some space, but even though the bomb is in tow, it doesn't mean they're necessarily committed, and indeed, as they clear that area out, they start to back away and put numbers towards the B bomb site. So you can see this on different maps, just pushing the CTs back as far as is reasonable to try to deny them information. They want them to be deep into both bomb sites, but the CTs aren't going to do that. Magic's and Cajun B pushing towards B, but now starting to fall back after not seeing anybody there. That timing may work out badly for them.
It's going to be interesting to see if Chris can get the opener. It's actually Oscar goes to the peak. Oh, the spray continuation is great from Magis. Gets himself a cheeky double. And now it's just 3 players for mousesports to try to remedy this situation with 35 seconds left to play with. And it's not going to be an easy one. And Dennis might be the central feature there as he comes in with an opener from the A side of the map. And that's going to create some space. You can see the rest of mousesports will dart their way back away from B into the middle position. But perhaps Dennis couldn't hold on for long enough.
Config with a nice tag, but not a frag. Man advantage for North at present. Moving around, but Ropsy has his back to MSL. MSL holding things down. 10 seconds on the clock. Won't be enough for mousesports. North win the first buy round of the match. Both these teams at 1-1. Tournament life not on the line, but nobody wants to go 1 for 2.
Ooh, already a tactical timeout from mousesports. That's very early for such a thing.
Yeah, if it works for you, do it. Why not?
What do you think they're talking about?
If they have their computers at home connected to get Dragon Lore drops, since it's Cobblestone. Or, I mean, in fairness, right, every round has been a struggle for them so far. Even the anti-eco rounds, even when there's only USPs, it's been a struggle. And that's... When do you see a struggle against 5 USPs? We've seen rounds 1, but very rarely. I can count maybe less than 3 that I remember witnessing, where pure USPs have won against a full buy. That is very nutty indeed, and Chris J had a look towards this angle initially, but didn't quite clear out the close area. But I suppose Oscar was crouch peeking for a longer range towards the B plateau area. Either way, it works out for North. That's what's important if you are a fan of the North team. MSL, Major, Cajun B will be headed towards the drop and the B bomb site. Dennis moving in quickly, but not really yielding any results.
Yeah, the fast explosive play has, well, perhaps it's backfired on them. They're getting quite crushed at the moment. Rox gets himself a double there. Some extra money, extra damage, but it's an extra round for North, and they now move to 3 in this map. As you say, I mean, it's at the moment, despite the start due to the pistol round and the initial 3 rounds conceded by North, everything really has been a struggle for Mousesports. North, despite it's one of those situations, isn't it, where despite one team sort of being on the back foot or, you know, losing the initial rounds, they do actually look like the stronger team somehow, because they are able to take these unfavorable situations so very far, or much further than they should be able to do so, which can only fill them with confidence, especially now that they have an eco to play against, and I'm sure that feels nice after the struggles of the early portions of this map so far.
Birds and pistols. Not much else going on in this particular round. See what Mousesports can do with what little they have. No grenades for the Mousesports team. They can try to use the numbers game to plant the bomb. There is a Deagle in play on Rops. That's more or less it. I don't expect the same results with the Glocks as we saw with the USPs in the previous round. So it's target practice for Cajun. The clay pigeons are being launched into the air and they're being bursted one by one.
North team really focused right now. Very confident from them. That's, you know, one of the interesting things you see with these, you know, player cameras, you know, getting better and better quality, bigger pictures and so on. You get to see more of the actual reactions, the responses from the players. And you can often tell, you know, even if a player's in a losing position or if they're losing rounds or, you know, if he's losing situations, just the demeanor can really tell you a lot. And have to hold the fort there. Config, what on earth are you doing here? Oh, he's got the smoke tricks, hasn't he? But they look to be fairly aware of that. So a couple bullets in there and Config will have to hightail it out of there. But honestly, that's a big risk, and he will get away scot-free. And here's Mousesports up A-long.
Config makes it work, but he's going to get traded, so perhaps he didn't make it work after all. AZ caught in isolation, but they were running through to smoke the T's. Somehow that works out for them. The flash definitely would have helped there. Rob's coming in for the flank as well. Here's one player rotating, and he can cut off 2 CTs unbeknownst to him. Magic's not expecting a T to be there. MSL now isolated on the A site. Players to the front, players to the back. MSL down. Shallow grey for him, leaving Cajun B alone towards the B bomb site. Mousesports, a 4-man take of the A bomb site has been successful, and they should be back to winning ways. Cajun B, he wants to be the princess. He wants to be Zelda. But who will be his link dad?
I have no idea, James. But what I can say is that this is an interesting situation, because if he, you know, is able to carry this all forwards, and, you know, North can, you know, with the after their round loss here, they can actually easily afford a buy. Even if he was to lose the AWP, I think they can get a definite buy-in. So Mousesports, their work has not been done just yet. They really need to break the money of North to steal away the momentum and really steal away some of the confidence as well that I think is very evident on the North players. They definitely have a bounce in their step here today, and steely look to their eyes. I think Magic just always looks focused though. And he's quite an emotional player as well. You'll see him, you know, of course, you know, when he's winning rounds, he'll be screaming and shouting.
Steely blue eyes, almost matching his shirt. Magisk. CT's on the buy once again. The second AWP. Config and Cajun B, both with the snipers. Config going for a forward position towards A. Mousesports taking their initial control. The game has evolved since the T's would send one man up plateau. The stairs changed that. One man at plateau trying to get a pick towards Coop or wherever the CTs may be. Stairs adding a different dynamic to things. And there's Magic spotting some players isolated. Nice duel from him, wins it, gets out of there. Early advantage for his side. And we may see a slow round thanks to that. AZ's in a danger position, and he and Config are starting to back off now. Maybe with a read that Mousebots might see what they can do towards A, and they're not wrong.
Yeah, it's really cool to see North taking risks early on in some of these rounds. And you can see the advantages put them in. Also, it makes Mousebots a little bit more readable as to what they would likely do. Okay, now they're down to 4 players. Ooh, Config quite close there. Whiffing some shots through the smoke, and we'll see Mousebots starting to gravitate towards the A-long position, perhaps relying on Chris J to be the guy to get the opener here and allow his team, cue his team into the bomb site. There's smoke for the doors. Here goes AZ though. Nice flash coming in from the CTs. Only good for one though, but MSL will burst out the doors, but it's not going too well. It's great recovery here from Mousebots.
Dennis will be able to get the bomb down. KGB can't do anything about it. Magic's behind the smoke waiting for it to dissipate at the moment. KGB holding angles for the meantime. Will they commit to this? 2 versus 2. Don't have a kit. Perhaps there's one on the site somewhere. Perhaps there's one around the site. Rops with an off angle will be difficult to deal with. Dennis, can they work together? Dennis being the bait, but Dennis has been eaten alive, leaving Rops alone. If they push him, he's got a shadow advantage. He will hear the footsteps being made. He knows they jumped up, but he can't quite land the shots. KGB delivering one straight to the dome, and North will tie the score up once again. Close game so far.
And it is indeed the bomb plant is so necessary for Mousebots to be in a position to make sure that they can get every grenades into the following rounds. Obviously, this round, you know, they would have been good just about anyway, but in some of the future rounds, it can really make the difference when you're on a half buy later on. A few extra grenades, those bomb plants really do add up. I love this, just seeing the AWP duel there, and
that's what virtual reality looks like before you put on the headset. Or some of them anyway.
And KJB looks pretty good here so far today as well, and we know that he's a pretty scary player when he's actually on his game. And as far as, you know, Mousebots, how Mousebots interpret this from in a strategy perspective, it's going to be difficult against North if they are hitting like this. Config obviously providing presence on the A side of the map with the AWP as well. How much can he get? There's one. Spots the second one. Good information for the team now. The rotation will start to come in. AZ goes down. Oh, that's a very, very, very painful miss for Config.
MSL moving into a forward position. Little choice for him. It's maybe the best option they have. Flashes in from the back. Not quite going to flash him, but the duel will go the way of Mousebots anyway. But that's a great Molotov sailing over the roof before Dennis even gets to that angle. Really nice. Have not seen it thrown from there before. Lovely stuff from Mousebots, and just attention to detail there. Maybe saving them a duel. Who knows if they would have won it or lost it, but it helped them win the round for sure.
And going around a piece there. Where does that leave? North, you can see it leaves them in a pretty horrible spot at the moment. KGB would be able to drop a weapon, and so would Magic's as well. So they would be able to actually, you know, force up a buy in the next round, but only if they survive with all their players here, with Magic and KGB. And another great thing there as well is that if they do so, they'll survive with an AWP too, because obviously that's not something they can rebuy. So North still with another chance to try to crush Mousebots here and take momentum away, but it's actually now Mousebots who are in the driving seat, and again, I think for both teams it's so incredibly crucial to have a strong T side, because we know that North have a really good T side, and they have some of the best anti-force buys and anti-eco drills in the business on this map, so they're a very formidable opponent, and Mousebots can be assured that North are likely going to get a good chunk of rounds on that second half, so they're going to make the most of this, and so they'll be happy now to be back in the driving seat.
Timeout from North. But who is doing the talking? I don't see much chatter there. Maybe a mere moment is required. Back and forth the rounds go. Lydia force buy from the CT side. Seems that way. 3 rifles so far. We'll see if anything's on the floor. There's an MP9 on the floor. Was it? No, it's a UMP, sorry. So we'll see what there is for MSL. There's a UMP for him also. And again, Cobblestone is one of the more difficult maps for the CTs to have some aggression in, to take what an area which you would traditionally expect with the T's. But enough about that. Oscar going full pug mode, getting a nice shot there onto AZ. There's one more CT to find, looking for a flank, but Rops is creeping. MSL taking massive damage and will get finished off by the Molotov, so this round may already be over. 5 versus 2, surely they've got to run away.
Yeah, what a great call to just go for a really fast mid-rush there and just blow up the timing of North. And it's something that you can throw in, every once in a while, but you can't really, that's obviously not a reliable opener. Generally, you want to open with defaults, which, that's what Mousesports have been doing. But it's also good to see. I mean, we had a great from the shout-outs to the production there to actually put up that the comparison between Cajun.B and Oscar at the start, because I think that's actually very relevant as well, just generally speaking, is Oscar's performance, because Mousesports are a team that will try to play around Oscar and enable him as he dies actually with the AWP. Because he's a very explosive player. He can be incredibly good aggressively, but sometimes he just has his off day or his off game, and that can really hurt Mousesports. And at the moment, again, we did see a great entry from him, but otherwise he's been fairly quiet so far for Mousesports.
On the subject of hurting, North tried to keep the AWP out of the hands of the guys. I'm not sure if they were successful or not in the end there, but presence of mind is always good, but it did cost him that extra weapon. Cajun.B still alive. Cajun.B spent a lot of time on his own at the end of rounds holding on to this AWP, and he still has it now. Flashbangs flying in, another fast round from Mousesports, but Cajun.B's there. He's around the statue, he's got support from MSL. Cajun.B's gone, so is the AWP, but the USPs are almost like Deagles, it seems, in this match, doing more damage, but now the 1 versus 3, too much to ask. 7-4 for Mousesports, perhaps they'll start to pull away now.
Yeah, looking like they've left that inertia and are starting to make their way forwards indeed. Really very cool to see if there's going to be any mix-ups here from North on the CT side. Again, I really feel like North are a team where they don't really need more than 5 rounds on the CT side. It's very workable. Obviously, you would love to have as many as you can get, but that's going to be a scoreline they can work very effectively from should they not have a very crazy disaster on their second half. But get Dennis opening up things towards A-Long here for Mousesports. And another fast situation. We can see that since the timeout, the pace has been very high here from the Mousesports side, just darting straight into the A side of the map. But this round, it's not really quite paying off as it was previously, but they're committed. The bomb is down in middle.
Magix has been heard. Sorry, Rox has been heard by Magix jumping in. So this is looking like a more difficult round. All the headshots now coming from North to Mousesports, but it's Oscar left alone. And perhaps he can show us something spectacular. It does not look like his position has been detected at all. There's one CT spotted straight in the face of MSL. Surely he won't expect another player, or will he? Bouncing it off into that corner. He was correct. There goes AZ. 2 more to find. He's got 55 seconds. Cajun.B though, he's on the flank. They know where the bomb was, and the bomb is still there.
Oscar, we've seen him do this sort of thing before, but how do you predict where these 2 remaining players are? I just can't get my head around it. Oscar, he has a lot of time though to try to make his life somewhat easier. He can try to fake perhaps even going towards the other side, or even just do that entirely. Oh, he's going to get caught though, runs into danger. That's the wrong guess, and it's very, very hard there. Oscar, honestly, getting those 2 kills in the way that he did was impressive in of itself, but it's going to be the round there for North, and a good defense of the A side of the map. And now the question is, do Mousesports keep this really fast pace that seems to be, or has been in the last few rounds, the answer to their initial problems?
Yeah, it seems they just wanted to bully North if they could, Mousesports. And they're still on the buy, they've got a full buy, as you can see on your screens. Not much money in the hole for either team, so in the last 3 rounds, this is going to be a big one to see who takes the lead going forward. A great 2K from MSL, he can back off now, spotted the bomb as well. So Mousesports are somewhat committed to this position, especially with 2 of these 3 players going down. Anticipating a bomb pickup, the grenade will fly through. The bomb will be thrown away. CTs may not know this, but Chris J, his fate is sealed to the point that he is stuck in this position. And the CTs will wait for him. But perhaps his presence can run distraction while Mousesports make inroads elsewhere.
It is interesting. Just again, we saw a very, very fast opening. That seems to be the approach here. And speaking of approach, that's a good way for Oscar to approach the B bomb site. However, Oscar needs to get everything done by himself. Misses the shot, and even had he hit it, he would be a dead man, and that is indeed what he was. So new round, new chance perhaps, but it is North with 6 rounds on their CT side, and they do look quite formidable already. And as you mentioned previously, in the last round, the money for both teams was very low. So that was a very critical round for to be won, as it will likely convert into another round here going into the dying rounds of the first half. Oh, I had a taser.
Yeah, perhaps bought by accident. Can be off-putting that you press 3 and it comes out before the knife does. Config, tagged, but well, now he's dead. Mousesports again at a fast pace, charging towards the A bomb site, maybe out of necessity this time because of these pistols. The lack of bits and bobs on this by low of AWP, traded though by KGB. Oscar can't get anything done in response, leaving Rops alone with the M4. Sorry, no, Dennis there as well with 7 HP. Didn't see that on the HUD, but Dennis won't last too longer than my words. 7 apiece. And Mousesports will be back on the bye, but perhaps the momentum is back with North.
Yeah, I think this is quite a scary scoreline for the Mousesports side right now, because North, up to 7 rounds, getting a lot of comfort. They're going to have ample opportunity to run their game plan on the second half. Mousesports can still win the half though. Yeah, both teams with a full buy, and I'm liking the double off here from North between Config and KGB. It's been pretty good, and that's a really solid tag. It feels pretty horrible in Dennis's position to go down to 12 points of health at the beginning of the round. AZ is alone, deep on the A-long position. And here comes Dennis. AZ alone, very, very alone. How well can he play this alone? Going for some spray here, and that will give away his position as he will get wrapped. This is very scary for AZ. There is nowhere to run and nowhere to hide for AZ. They absolutely must know he's there. Config is coming in, but he can't make it in time. Great use of the Molotov to deny any support.
Yeah, and that makes life awkward for Config. He's chosen to stand his ground. He came to try and rescue his teammate. He might have a shadow advantage, looking at the shadows coming off the sidewall there. He might have a slight warning. He really needs to focus on his front. There's a shadow. There's a shot onto Dennis. And now he's the bait for MSL to clean up yet more. He also has shadow advantages. Great positioning by these CTs, and it will allow them to crush the round so far. Rops in a 1 versus 4 and 40 seconds. He's got an AK. There's no flank this time. There's still one player in the B bomb site, despite the bomb being here. Can just serve to hold down the drop area for the time being. Does Rops wait for the smoke to disappear? He may have no choice. He'll really hope there isn't another one coming, and he'd be right. No smokes left on these players. Really checking all these edges. Now you can see the thought process of Rops, but not for long. 4 players, too much to ask. It's North to take the thin lead into the second half.
Yeah, they're definitely convincing me much more so far in this map against Mousesports. And Mousesports couldn't quite get anything going. They were able to get a lot of rounds, of course, but I feel as though they had a lot more opportunities. And all that is just down to how precise we've seen KGB. Again, like setups like this, where they're able to play the baits there. They were able to slow down Mousesports a bit to get into these positions, which is really remarkable. Because that's half the battle as the CTs. Once you have the information, you've got to get into the positions that will optimally deal with the impending attack. And do you have time to do that? That's always a question mark. But North created time there, and that was then to their success. As we move now into the second pistol round in the second half. Mousesports desperately need this pistol round really to get a good start going. Well, there you go. That works. Dennis takes on KGB straight away. And that's good for a quick man advantage.
Yeah, but pistol rounds being what they are, things can quickly turn the other way. Rops ends up facing 2 players, can't kill 1. Config's in support to make it 3. Oscar and Dennis are in, they're facing 4 people on the A site. It's been cut in half, but MSL will cut those numbers in half as well. 3 on 2 now. Mousesports have Chris J flanking Config, and Oscar tries to run distraction. He's got a range advantage, but doesn't have the headshot. Config now running away, maybe looking for Chris J. looking for a flank, but Chris J did flank, but from a different direction. So now it's almost random. Config's picked up a USP. Might simply be about who spots who first. If Config throws a grenade, it gives his position away, but he doesn't know where Chris J is. So he's sacrificed some info, but he will hear that bullet. Now he knows he's safe to run towards B.
This is great because, at the very least, at this point now, Config's done enough just to get the bomb plant. That's extra money for the team. That means that they can at least get AKs on the third round at the second half, or they can force by next round with Tech Knights and nades. So just that's great already, but he can still win the round as well. Chris J is in a lot of trouble, has no idea where Config could possibly be. Where does he look? It's all about timing. It's all about connecting that shot. Config giving his position away, not connecting as he should in that spot. The smoke goes down to pressure the bomb. Config very paranoid right now that the defuse could be coming in on the smoke, but now he knows he's standing right there. Will he pull the knife out? That's the question. Oh, this is getting quite dodgy, but will eventually do it with the USP. That's such a save.
I'm surprised Chris didn't commit in the first place because he had a kit, the smoke's down. He has a lot of cover from the statue, but he can't, maybe he doesn't know if the smoke is covering him or not. Of course, it's not a guarantee. He will defuse the bomb, especially when he hears so many bullets being fired. He's going to have some extra time with the reload in, but there we go. He chose to fight, and it just about didn't work out for him. Very close stuff. Finally bringing the pistol down a little bit, and that is a release of tension for North, but there's a lot of Counter-Strike to be played. And the CTs, for the most part, they've invested. Chris J's got 950 in the bank and Oscar saving for AWP, so he has not invested much.
Wow. They use a lot of Molotovs there, just carpeting the entire drop zone. Encroaching upon B. MSR now the run and the gun, and oh dear, this is awkward. This looks really good for Mousesports right now. They can't even get out the choke point. This is a massive disaster. Still 5 players alive here for Mousesports. If they manage to do this, they'll pick up all the guns. This cannot happen. AC has to do some damage. He's got 4 points of health. He can't really do it. Only 1 kill. And now it's just a mad dash to pick up guns. They've got 2 UMPs, an AK. That'll do, to be honest. That'll do.
I was thinking to myself that the anti-force by anti-eco rounds could hardly be worse than what we saw in the first half. And yes, they could hardly be worse, but they were worse. Or it was worse. The first one, much worse.
It's really weird from North because, again, for me, they're a team that have shown so many sick drills in those rounds. So I'm very surprised.
Yeah. And this is maybe even a better situation if Mousesports can prevail in this round. They get 3 UMPs to farm some cash, plus the win bonus from the previous round, and this one if they are successful. But easier said than done, as we've seen in both halves of this match, in fairness. North quickly clearing out this area, as their opponents did in the first half in one of these rounds. Trying to force these CTs back, but these CTs don't necessarily want those close engagements versus Tech-9s and the like.
Gotta say, I love the sound of the burning there.
I thought you were going to say birds, but no. Why birds when burning's there? it's
just like quite the kind of like the crackling, the little crackling that you get in the flames there. It's kind of a nice, it's a pleasant sound to listen to. It's very nice.
From the Valve bonfire.
Yeah, the birds though, not so much in comparison for me.
Okay then.
Yeah, Cajun B though, he is going to make his Deagle sing with a beautiful shot there onto Dennis, and now it's going to happen perhaps the other way. Rox though looking to make the difference, but the difference will be marginal as we get the remainder now of Mousesports starting to funnel through from the B-bomb site. There might still be a chance here for them.
Chris J is around the APC, or is he? No, he's still in the balcony position for the time being, but now he goes down in every sense of the word. AZ picking him off. AZ on 10 HP. Config was also in the red, but it's a 3 versus 1. Low's got so many targets, won't get the first one. Happy big spirits in North. Bro fists all around. 8 to 10.
I do love how enthusiastic like Magisk is. He like just raises his arm like straight to the ceiling for like the bro fist. It's just like the comparison is so funny to me.
I remember
awesome.
E-League as well. He was always amped. He was
Yeah.
wired.
Pumped.
He's passionate. Passion is a beautiful thing.
One of the younger players as well, still with the fire in his belly and the hunger to get these massive wins, these big tournament wins. North now 2 rounds ahead of Mouse Sports. Mouse Sports with a poor buy. North just running a default at the moment, holding passively towards the A side of the map, in making sure that no CTs can trespass onto their territory without repercussions. And on the B side of the map, we see North taking it slow and pressuring, trying to bait out some nades here from the CTs, should there be any. Of course, there isn't that many left to go with, and there's a quick peek from Chris J. Looks like the patience here from North has paid off.
Dennis will take MSL down, but no bomb spotted just yet. One man lost for both teams. Conflict still lurking outside A. But the bomb may ultimately go towards B. North haven't made it through to B plateau yet, but you can see AZ is he's asking questions. He may start to poke and prod as they reached a 45-second mark in time remaining. 3 CTs now towards the B bomb site. Oscar not sure which way he should go though. Moving towards the connector once again as double Molotovs come in towards the B bomb site.
The fast approach, Shazy denied though. A little close, but how long can he stay there? Looks like not too long before he is removed. Now it's Oscar playing behind the boulder, but for not for too long though. The Eagle is going to reign true for Config. Allowing a plant to go down, but Dennis with a very high flash there. Not sure if that's going to really work out too well for him indeed. Cage and B ready and awaiting. That's going to be another round coming in there for the North side. They are starting to stretch their wings a bit.
See some frustration on Dennis. The game is slipping away at the moment. The lead is increasing for North, and it's never fun to be sitting around with pistols. Surely we're not going to see another almost colossal USP round 1. There is a cameo appearance though with Rops. But apart from that, it is USPs all around.
USPs. I like it. Oh, he's going for a lovely stroll. The scenery of Cobblestone is quite marvelous. I do enjoy it.
Rumour has it the North player houses also look like this now, with the fat checks they are cutting from their team.
Well, they bought a castle, is that what you're saying?
Chateaus, maybe. I don't know.
Le Chateau.
MSL's made its way all the way through A, so the bomb will rotate, but it seems Cajun B and Magisk will be content with containment. And it's nice if you plant the bomb, get the bomb plant bonus, and then win by elimination, which is a higher kill reward, right? Then life is good. MSL wants to farm. He's hungry. He's bloodthirsty. The man's got rabies. He's frothing at the mouth. He wants to run around and bite people with his Mac-10. Magic's in there as well, but there we go. The pistols begin.
I actually thought that he wouldn't peek through the doors because there's not too much to be gained by doing it, really. I mean, okay, there is some money bonus for the Mac-10s, but look at the ranges. It's actually really smart that Mouse Sports aren't really pursuing, because there's really not too much that they can do other than give money away to the Mac-10s. So that they're actually doing a good job here. Almost 2 kills for them, doing quite some damage. This is one of those situations where you might wonder, what are the implications? But every single edge matters in a professional match, especially at a major, no less. So the fact that there's 3 kills there for Mouse Sports, I realistically think that North could have made it 0 kills for Mouse Sports just by, as you said, James, just containment. Just play the containment.
Yeah, occasionally pushing towards the plateau there with the AK versus USPs is a question of risk and reward.
I mean, the money's not that amazing, so.
Yep. 12-8. Oscar back on the sniper rifle, and he's headed over towards the A site in that long position with Dennis on the low grounds. T's will wait. Don't often see people flashed in, and you can. Obviously, there are risks involved, but you can stand behind the smoke and just block people if they try to rush in. But those scenarios don't occur on Cobblestone too much. Christian and Lowell on a... they're looking to get aggressive towards the plateau on B. Meanwhile, the numbers are towards A for North.
Only one man will retreat behind the smoke. It's Oscar who is the man with the AWP there, and he's a dangerous one. Dennis playing a scary position as well. You can have a lot of opponents coming at you with good pop flashes, and aggression there from Chris J, trying to be able to get the information, and maybe he could get lucky and there'll be a rotation, could get a flank going, but that's not the case. And that puts even more pressure on the A defenders here to get some good initial kills to allow time for rotation as the play does come in onto the A site with the bomb.
Cajun B joining the side, 30-second mark. Magisk making his way there as well. Dennis is on the low ground, so perhaps he can cut a player off. Perhaps he can flank or stop the two-pronged assault from being a two-pronged assault and leave it to one. But they're almost on the site, and Oscar's got no idea. He's close right to the AWP. No scopes to MSL in the back. Configs there as well. Dennis and Rox coming in for support, leaving Cajun B alone with the AWP. 10 seconds. He needs to die or run for his life. Dennis is very close to him. Going to push through the smoke. He'll get a nice quick scope there. But the round is with Mousesports. 3 players surviving for Mousesports would be great. They are in need of the cash as well. So things may look pretty tight in the coming rounds.
I do feel like the ambient sounds are much louder, which I actually kind of like. It's nice hearing getting more of an ambient sound on the map. Just, you know, it's just nice.
You should get a whale music video down.
I should
put that in the background when you play.
Yeah, just should get an alarm clock that can wake me up with birdsong. I don't know. Either way, North looking to wake Mousesports up with the sound of AK-47s. Perhaps there's a lot of pressure straight away through the doors there onto the A side of the map, down middle. And again, a lot of this is certainly about trying to get the CTs to use utility, get the CTs to, you know, rotate out of their initial positions. Obviously, they're in quite forward spots at the moment, but again, we saw this smoke last round, and also a similar push coming in. It was actually Chris J who made the push a bit later in the round there onto the B plateau as well. So both teams prodding and poking at the moment, but see what opportunities are available for North as they do push Oscar back here on A long.
Slow round from the T side, but Oscar may force them to speed things up, picking MSL off towards A. Flashbang will hit Config as well. Dennis is still there on the low ground, but he'll have to watch his back. Oh no, he won't. He's on the outside. He's on the CT side of the low ground, so he's fine for now. Oscar still got angles on the high. Rops was over towards A for support, but now he's starting to move back towards B, trying to read what North are doing, and again, they are in the right. Magisk has made his way into the drop zone. KGB and AZ looking to approach plateau, but there are 3 smokes live on the map at the moment. 26 seconds now for North to push.
Yeah, it's starting to get quite tight, isn't it? It's going to be a tough one. Not too much really can go wrong here with the time so low as it is. And speaking of low with a quick kill onto AZ there. But otherwise, things going fairly smoothly here for the North machine. The engine powered by Cajun B, but the power's been taken out because Oscar arrives onto the scene. And he says no. Really good work there from Oscar. Great round from him. And that's going to be keeping Mousesports in this one with a fighting chance, keeping the scoreline very close against North. But if we look now to assess the situation on the money, you could even get better still, because that was the round to break the economy of North. So now they're stuck on pistols. It's a really difficult round to play with. They don't have any grenades too, so just really looking at damage. I don't think they could get a bomb plant here with this.
Well, the Pistols have done quite a lot in this game so far, Dan, so who knows what they could do. Well, 2 players down early significantly reduces the problems. The Pistols seem to have been most effective towards the B bomb site, or for both teams in the T halves and the CT halves there. Let's not forget that USP round. The 5 versus 3 is a strong start that greatly reduces the percentages, not just by 40% in personnel, but chances to achieve various objectives in the round as well. Lowell from the back leads Cajun B towards B on his own with the bomb. Magisk rotating from A, potentially heard as Dennis is looking to flank now, and Oscar will take up the drop position while Rops moves into B. So the net gets smaller. Lowell's still there, but is he bait? Chris J has an angle. And there it is. The bait is real. Not a single player lost for Mousesports. Not a single player touched for Mousesports. They are sparkling. They are well polished. They are spotless.
Peering in through the trees into T-spawn, and
like a young hungry pervert.
I was just, you know.
No, it's fine. Don't worry. I got it, man. I got you.
Just, you know, I was gonna maybe make it a little bit less obvious, but you know, whatever.
They've got 2 AWPs now, Mousesports.
They have indeed. Oscar and Chris J. AWP in. Both very effective AWP. It's great to see Chris J, you know, back on the AWP every now and again. Of course, you see it less as Oscar is the dedicated AWPer since the reins were taken by Chris J. Oh my God, Rops, you are an absolute beast. He's pushing in. He cares not. The UMP, that's wonderful, and he steals away an AK as well. That's beautiful stuff there, and that makes life a bit harder for North, and perhaps there's some good information there for Mousesports, but they're not going to jump the gun. It's very early days. There could still be a change here from North strategy, but they do look committed to going into B quite soon.
MSL having to rotate to join the team. He is the bomb carrier. Does not want to get picked off around the drop while holding the bomb on his own. Dennis and Oscar, the rotation would be very, very long indeed. Oscar starting to move as maybe the grenades are primed, maybe there was a call based on those grenades being primed, but North, they are subject to Molotovs. They will be slowed down. Will there be counter flashes? The push is coming in. It's the CTs will be blind. Moving past tree position are the Ts. Trying to wipe out the players on this side, but Rops is alive. Rops with a 2K. Oscar's there as well. Man like Rops with a 3rd KO. And it's going to leave Config alone. He can't get the 4th. Neither can Oscar, leaving in a 1 versus 2. But another quick shot from another AWP. Chris J to even the score, 12-12.
They are fighting, and North aren't having quite as smooth a time as I thought that they might on this T side of theirs, and back onto the pistols. Never a fun place to be. There he goes,
Man
Mr.
like
Rops. Yeah, Magisk is a very young player, but I think Rops actually likely beats him in age. The youngster on the scene, straight out of FPL.
Rops is he's a Phil Hellmuth man. He's looking for them bracelets. Oscar missing some shots, but getting some info for his team. He's got support as well. Rops and Chris J rotating, but can they get there fast enough? The door smoked off, moving through the balcony position. The T's are here with pistols. They need a plant, they need something, but what they're getting is coffins, and they're getting nailed into them one by one. AZ left alone next to the bomb, getting 1 headshot, but all the damage they can do is 2 players, and the lead is taken by the CTs. No bomb plant. A timeout has been called as well. It's a tactical timeout from North.
Yeah, suddenly things start to change, don't they? I mean, you know, it was previously North looking very confident and, you know, not really showing any signs of frustration, but frustration is starting to seep in perhaps a little bit there for them, as Mousesports are really controlling things at the moment, and the double ops is working nicely. And I don't think North necessarily have a strict answer to Mousesports just yet that they could consistently rely upon it. Everything does, of course, rely on taking some risks. And it's very good to try to challenge, to, you know, to take away positions towards A, just clear out that space, make it a part of your default. But we might see, you know, something similar from North as we saw from Mousesports when they started to have some trouble, is potentially just a very fast round, get the bulk of the attack going through that middle position. Potentially that's one option that can work, and indeed we'll see 4 players towards A here for North. Let's see how they handle it though.
Magisk only has 2 kills in this half, but 17 kills that he has yielded for his team so far. He has been almost absent in this second half, so he needs to pull his socks up. Rops with an 85% on headshots in the first half and 77 in the second. It's pretty consistent, it's nice. But is it enough? Mousesports, 1 round in the lead, but there's still much work to do. North back on the buy. 3 AWPs on the server. 4-man focus on A for now from the T's. Early smokes will slow the pace. Dennis and Oscar, though, in forward positions. Oscar looking towards Danger, and Danger does lurk there with MSL and Magisk, but MSL's leading the charge with the bomb. Dennis will spot the bomb on the radar now. That might rotate more players, although The CT seem pretty fixed at present. Rop's repositioning, looking towards the lower area. Then it's an Oscar slowly backing off towards A.
Yeah, I think Mousesports are playing a great retake setup at the moment. Here's just leaving 2 players towards B, you know, one of them being a connector, very fast rotation as the 4th man to A. So things looking quite nice, I would say, for Mousesports here as they await the committed play from North. And they're going to see all the nades over now, but will they run back towards B? That's the question, because they could very well do so. Looks like they will go up the middle with the time that is remaining. In fact, there's way too little time to run to B. What am I talking about? This is a good defense coming in here, though, from Mousesports, as they were so ready for this. We saw the positioning, and they executed, and now it's just one left. That's all they have to do, and it's like AZ doesn't even want any part of this at this point. And again, I think it's, as you said, James, you know, I think they got so much information, did Mousesports. They adjusted their setup so well from that, and I think that may have just been it.
Yeah, I mean, they were already in good positions at that point with 3 on the A side when that bomb was spotted. So it was very curious for MSL to be facing with the bomb in that situation. 14-12. It looked like a kitchen sink play there from North, but it just didn't work out. Mousesports in the red and North in the blue. But the blue is with Mousesports on the CT side. 14-12 now. We see North still able to buy. They're on their 3rd of 4 tactical timeouts, but what difference can they make? Can they have an impact on this round?
That's a good point, the red versus blue. Which would you be, James? Would you be red or blue?
I don't know. I think in a in a combat situation, black and red colours of war, so I'll go for the red.
Yeah, I would go for blue for sure.
You know why? Because you're a piece of gum, that's why.
Some what?
A piece of gum. Which is commonly blue. I don't know. Anyway, 14-12, no more AWPs for North.
Yeah, it looks like they might just go very fast here. It doesn't seem like they are deterred by any counter grenades all that much from Mousesports. They've found their way with Config quite deep onto the stairs area, and they're going to dive through the broken wall. Lowell's going to boost himself up there, though. They're all blind. Lowell comes in from behind now, and things get very, very bad here. 3 quick kills going either side right now. So it's 1 versus 2 now that we had that exchange by the Coop, and it's on Oscar. And there's still smokes down. Oh, almost a double, but not quite. But he's got the information, and that's the important part, isn't it? As now he's looking for another re-engagement. Waiting for the perfect moment to strike here, using the flashbangs to cover him. And now just backing away. And he can try to force his opponent to plant. The repositioning here from Oscar, so smart. Oh, no! Oh, my goodness gracious me. Pulls out the pistol. Oh, he looks like he misread the timing.
Surely he saw him jump peek past the tree. You just want Oscar to hold that AWP out, man. Anything is possible. Anything is possible. But no, AZ ready. AZ patient. AZ sharp and quick on the trigger finger. AZ keeping his team in this game. Keeping Mousesports away from match point. Almost thought they were going to line up for him, but no. AZ's been in tense situations before, and he's delivered time and time again. And give his team a fighting chance. Mousesports back on the buy though, back with 2 AWPs and still in the lead for now.
Yeah, this is so close right now between these 2 teams. Another B pressure, but do they commit to this? I mean, they don't have anything going on elsewhere on the map, and they're starting to go drop now with 2 players. The bomb has been dropped though by the Dragon Lord Tapestry, and in they go through drop into the grinder. That is Dennis. He'll happily take those frags there for free almost. No, in fact, they were for free. He didn't take any damage. And in comes KGB up middle. This needs to work. KGB has to get the frag. He will, but there's still Oscar to worry about.
Man advantage, Mousesports. Lowell starting to flank, but time is of the essence for both teams in that respect. He might not get there in time to help his teammates. So for now, it's a 3-on-3. Oscar will change that, however, with a great shot. And he becomes the bait for Chris J to take KGB down from the back. Then from the front, Oscar with the 3rd kill. The AWP's putting in massive damage, puncturing people left and right, putting Mousesports on match point.
Oh, the money, James. North don't have any money. This is the worst time to have this situation happen to you. And I really felt like Mousesports that they would struggle against North's T side, but they've been really holding it down remarkably well and so solid. They just need one more round, and really all that can be fielded by North here is, I mean, the player that has the most money is $3,000.
In fairness, though, they've got more money than they did in some other rounds where they won or almost won. That said, maybe there's an argument that that situation would be more manageable on the CT side, for however manageable that may be. But yes, it's the North situation absolutely sucks. That's just a monster play from Dennis. There was a short time where I know Gobby had a grenade execution when he was on NRG to deal with that situation with a pop flash that bounced off the floor, but can't use it every day. And it's difficult to do, but obviously because of the bouncing and so on, it can be telegraphed. Not ideal for every situation, but then what is 13 to 15? Pistols are here. Lowell is in position, but he may end up in a close-range duel if North have the right timing. Starting to move into the site. Rob's forced back. He's playing the slow game, Lowell, but he can't get the duels. Chris Chase picks one off, but he's been lost as well. Rob trying, but he's been baited. He's been saved by his teammates. The North player, Pgl getting the kill there. Oscar and Dennis to do what they can.
Oh dear. It's another player down there for Mousesports. It's all on Oscar again, and maybe if he can get a fast frag, if someone serves themselves up to him, he can consider a full commit to that B-bomb site, but looks like it's not going to happen. Mousesports will have to save this orb and think about the next round. North have done it with a quick Tech 9 rush, and also, you know, a fairly predictable play, but that's the thing with these Tech 9 rushes onto the B-bomb site. Sometimes they just work. Doesn't matter if you know if they're coming or not. The chaos is really difficult to deal with because they can move so fast with the Tech 9s.
Going to be a tight last round of normal time at the very least. Again, if we do go to overtime, it will be 3 rounds and a half, $10,000 per person. There have been some tournaments recently that did 5 rounds and 3 rounds and 16,000, but those aren't the official Revolvo parameters, and they don't seem too favoured from what people have witnessed so far. AWPs onto both teams. Mousesports have quite a reasonable buy, but they are lacking in some grenades. They've got smokes, so they can waste time. They can try to thwart the timing of their opponents. Oscar and Dennis, forward positions once again. But Oscar's back isn't quite covered.
Oscar actually had to drop a FAMAS and an M4 with his money, which is quite awesome. But he had enough to do that. It's a lot of cash. North looking to keep themselves in this one a drop zone take. Bomb's been left behind for the time being though, so plan could be to swing rounds to way at some point. Of course, they did fail in their previous attempt to split onto way through with the use of drop zone and connector, but right now they don't really have presence towards A, so it's just config watching for any pushes. And that's really smart at this point, because if you take drop zone, maybe there's a response. So they give it a good 10-15 seconds to see if someone will push A side of the map, but that's not the case. Now he's going to pick up the bomb. Is config, perhaps?
We've got a full rotation coming in from the CTs almost. Oscar, he's repositioned close. Dennis has gone deep, so this is going to be a huge fight on the B bomb site. But which way will it go? It's match point for Mousesports. Tournament life isn't on the line. They're both at 1-1, but nobody wants to be on the arse end of this round, that's for sure. Dennis going back towards the A sites. Perhaps opportunities have come and gone for the CTs. North still playing it slow, but surely the fight's about to begin. The full rotation here now. Lowell close to the smoke, but he still can't get the kill.
Oh my god, what on earth happened there? Chris J helping in the effort to kill down Lowell, and now it's a 2 versus 3 here. Oscar's coming in once again. Flick shot, not connected. It's down to the new man Rops, but he can't do it. And it's overtime. North. Oh my goodness, it almost slipped through their fingers, but they keep everything in check and they give themselves that big red reset button.
Do you realize how close that was? There were 5 seconds on the clock. Rops is about to go behind tree and Cajun shoots him through the corner of the wall to keep their team in the game. That is bonkers. That's as close as it gets. Hanging off the edge with mere fingertips. But they find a way to pull up their own weights. 15 apiece as we move into overtime again. 3 rounds a half. Maybe we'll see the shot here Look at that. Look how much he had. That is the difference between victory and defeat. 5 seconds on the clock. He misses that shot, it's GG.
That is insane, isn't it?
That is a massive play. A massive play. But it's behind him now. It's history. It's the past. We restart anew, afresh. North with 5 AKs in the first round on their T side.
So they want to go for potentially a split again here. They have only 2 players towards the B position. In fact, they're just harassing, creating presence and throwing grenades, trying to stave off the rotation. But Mousesports have 2 players in A long. They can actually play around danger as well, so they have a lot to work with. This will be difficult for North.
3 on 3. All to fight for. AZ's on the site, and his teammates are picking off some players. Cajun taking down Chris J, and there's some nice positioning now for well, both teams, but Rops is going to be on the losing end of things, leaving Lowell alone, and a 1 versus 2. The Molotov can force one of these teams into position, but misses the mark. AZ dropping a smoke as well, and oh, that's a great presence of mind from Lowell, putting himself in a 1 versus 1. AZ dropped down to the low ground, jumping back onto the high ground. The clock's ticking, the fuse kit's there. AZ spotted, but the smoke is still up for the time being. Repositioning Lowell, going for the spray. He's running out of bullets now. He needs to move quickly, lining up the Molotov, but he's completely exposed, and he really is frustrated with that one. Backwards and forward, such tense rounds. He's got to keep his mind focused though. Opportunities have come, opportunities have been lost, but you've got to keep focused on the next round. Forget about what could have been. It's over, it's too late. You've got 6 seconds to get your head back into the game. 16-5 in favour of North. 16-15 in fact. 16-5 would be an overmatch. Mousesports on their usual setup. Oscar towards long A, Dennis in the lower position, and North seems to be barreling straight into the B bomb side again. Rubino plays when he needs to be on a team. MSL will pick up the mantle in that respect.
This is a rough situation. Sprinting into position or trying to do so, but it's not going to work out. Savage stuff there from Magisk, eliminating Oscar as well. And Dennis is too far away to have any impact in this round. North looking to claim another one, going 17-15. It's going to be pretty scary for Mousesports at this point. North are going to be setting the bar high going into the second half if they continue this up, continue with this kind of dominance. And B really does seem to be working out for them pretty well.
We've got Hype Cam in the corner on Magisk. And it's Dennis's turn to be Zelda. And maybe MSL will be his princess. We shall see. MSL's in the reds.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I was like, I don't know how much you can expect there.
Yeah, he's going for the hero play. No hype from Magisk just yet. No hype. He knows the cam's on him. He's like, nope, nope. Can't do it on demand. He's got to do it, you know, in the moment when he's feeling it. Drops down to the Mag 7. So, oh, double Mag 7. So one of these you would expect to be playing around a crack in the wall. Perhaps they'll put another one in the drop zone. May even go for a boost, a cheeky boost. We'll soon find out.
North, again, a lot of their successes have been characterized by hits onto the B-bomb site, just with different timings and setups. Rops did actually make this push with a UMP previously, and it did work out, but this time he's on a Mag 7. Should be fun times, should it be challenged, and you can see the Magisk is cognizant of any sort of pushes around that position. So, how deep will he go? Being baited at the moment is Rops. Will he go for it though? That's a pretty interesting spot. Did he actually realize that he could be here? Oh, this could be big, but it's absolutely nothing. And that is very disappointing there for Rops.
Really unlucky for the lads. See what the rest of his team can do. Opportunities come and gone. They know Mag 7s are in play. Moving away from the B-bomb site for now. So Chris J won't get any openings. If Chris J has to retake A with a Mag 7, that is going to suck. Dennis, so many targets. 2-man spray down, that is monstrous. He can play with these angles now. He's got some space created. The grenade is out, but he's going to go straight into the face of Magisk. Dennis with a nuclear play for Mousesports. He's top of the leaderboard. He's just 30-bombed for his team. It's not one just yet, though. Config picking Oscar off. Dennis trying to reposition into a completely weird angle. He had no time to reload there. He had to play with the bullets that were left because they would have hurt him. 2-on-2. He's done great work for his team.
Yeah, he really has done great work. Can Lowell follow it up though? Ooh, Chris J just peppering in the back there very calmly, very patiently. He has a Mag 7 though, so you can see why he's using the USP. That might make life difficult, but he can collect the AK-47s, of which there are numerous on the ground now as he faces up against Cajun B. Now, it's all about the timing and the angles here. And oh, there's an angle. So much damage done to Chris J, down to 15, down to 1 for Cajun. How is he alive? Oh, and he's going to get it as well. 3 rounds in a row for North in this first half of overtime 1. And that is quite the bar indeed that they have set for Mousesports. Mousesports cannot lose a single round or they are done.
There it is on your screens. 3 match points for North. From the brink of destruction, they remain alive. And North will begin on a CT side. It's their turn to defend. And there were a myriad of problems for Mousesports. Again, going back to the beginning of the match, after the pistol, the force buy was a problem, the eco run was a problem. There were problems all over the shop. There we go, the game is about to begin. 20 seconds to the time where we proceed with the rounds. We'll see what these teams are buying in a second. Dennis, though, he did so much from this position, but still they were unable to convert. That's got to be frustrating.
I love with Dennis there as well. Instead of looking away and realizing he would probably die if he looks away at the flash there, he actually goes for he commits with the flash. He's like, I'm not going to look away. I'm just going to peek as long as I think that I can, use my intuition there, and then just as soon as I get to the deepest angle, just start spraying when the flash goes off. And that was just so perfect. Really nice stuff from him indeed. And he's been definitely playing quite well here for Mousesports. And generally, it's been great to see the transformation of some of the players who did stay on the lineup since, you know, all the changes. Dennis being one of those. He has definitely come alive.
Interestingly, with 3 match points, North have gone for the all-in play on the first round of overtime with double AWPs. That is a colossal investment in this specific situation on the CT side. So if Mousesports are able to win this round, if they make it to the last round of the half, basically, then they're going to be in very good stead for a second overtime. But first, they have to win the first one. Config just standing up there with an angle, 2 players in tow.
I don't know that they did this setup once in regular time, actually. I think this is quite a gambly play because, you know, of course, it's like playing, you know, 3 banana, like at the beginning of Inferno. You know, you're investing a lot towards A, but the idea is that it's a surprise, and Lowell will go in. Oh my god, they get absolutely decimated here. Oscar can't be missing that shot. That could have been the opportunity to get back into this round, but now it's a 2 versus 5, and Oscar's going to walk straight into MSL, who was waiting there, and Oscar's never going to expect him to be there because he already saw 2 players passing, and now it's down to just Robs.
Down to 12 HP. 1 versus 5, 1 player picked off. He's got the bomb. He's got 45 seconds, but he's got 12 HP and an AK. You couldn't ask more of Rops to keep his team in this match right now. The young 17-year-old seems to have a cool head, but this is so much to ask and almost impossible task. North, after being against match point to normal time, take it to overtime, and what a landslide of frags in that last round of the match. They move into a positive score, 2-1. Again, both teams are 1-1, but now that has changed. Mousesports on the back foot, opportunities won and lost, and ultimately the match lost as well.
It was a very smart call to just stack 3 players there at the end, and perhaps they just generally didn't fear that Mousesports would be the kind of team, or, you know, the pace that they had played previously to rush, just straight rush into B as North were doing. And that, I mean, they had also the buffer of rounds to play with to make a call like that. So it's beautiful that they used the risk when they could, and it's what secured them the victory here. But what a close game between these 2 teams. North are, you know, one of the best teams in the world at the moment, and Mousesports, they've just been improving just consistently, and they very much could have won this game.
Yes, it was ultimately a very close game of cobblestone. It went down to the wire, and North just had such a good first half in overtime. perhaps an insurmountable task. But again, they did go all in, and it made it work very, very well. A great setup to crush what remained of Mousesports after those initial kills with MSL boosted in that position. So strong stuff. They go 2-1 North, and Mousesports on the back foot. Thoughts of the panel with Paul.
Thank you very much. Yes, they do indeed move to 2-1. North having a bit of a fight back. They were just one round away from becoming 1-2. Just how it shows you how quickly it can change in Counter-Strike. They are now 2-1. We're back with our panel members. Fiflaren and Natu are both here. Natu, we'll start with you. It's a good comeback from North after a shaky start. And to be fair, still not a very impressive performance, but very impressive at the end to come back and then win in overtime like that.
Really a telling story there in the last round of the overtime, actually, where they had 3 stacked towards that A bomb site because Mousesports was hitting that bomb site so many times in the regular time. A little bit too fast of a gameplay from Mousesports for, I think we both agree here with Fifth. They were just kind of relentless on how they wanted to take map control so fast, and North caught on to it later on in the half, and therefore I think that would really hindered Mousesports. And also then in the second test round, there was a ridiculous 2-on-1 situation where Oscar is just taking an angle he's never supposed to. The bomb is down. Config being the last man, he has to get the bomb, but ends up getting a free duel, gets the bomb without Chris J even managing to take a duel before he gets it, and then it becomes an after plan in B. But yeah, definitely North was that a little bit better.
Yeah. Robin is like
nothing to add.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to ask me something, Paul.
No, I was just waiting for you to come in with your own comments.
I completely agree. Like Nato was saying in the beginning, from Mousesports on their T side, they were actually I like that. I like keep the fast pace, keep the momentum. But when it starts to not work, you have to switch it up, and they never really did. So you end up North with a great comeback on their CT side, switching over. I would have actually preferred to see that coming in for North as well. You didn't necessarily see a lot of just fast pushes, a lot of aggressive plays. It was, kind of like a default. They did some executes, and one of the executes they ended up doing, it was a very, I wouldn't even call it a sloppy executes. It's more of like, oh, let's try and catch them off guard. Let's not use a lot of nades. Let's not use a lot of smokes, and just try and hit the bomb site. Didn't really work out, and then coming into overtime, I think that's when we really saw the North, right, in terms of the gameplay, because their T side, they could have done this on their regular half as well. It's just like, oh, let's just play a little confident here, just go and do some defaults. We have all the nades we need, and just let Cajun play. And I think for me, at least, this series for North, Cajun was on point for me.
Yeah, it was great, wasn't it?
Really, really good throughout this whole series with the soft, getting the picks that they needed on both T side and C side. So
yeah, they must be wishing they could just play MR3 all the time.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is true. But at the same time, I have to say, kudos to Dennis and Oscar. They did a great job on the Mousesports side of things, on the CT side. North was really good at known to be really good at executing those A-bomb site. They kind of felt like Dennis and Oscar and the boys from Mousesports just had a little bit too much room. Like, it felt like they were not blind. They didn't have to really fall back. Instead, they could set up some really nice crossfires, and a lot of the times managed to get like multi-kills in situations once the push was actually initially coming in. Like, that's the crucial part. If you don't manage to get 2-3 kills as an individual in that kind of a situation, that's when you lose the control of that bomb side. Map on a cobble, very, very narrow choke points. It's super hard to really come back into it once you lose the bomb site. So those were, I think, the big parts that really kept those guys on in this game.
Yep, great comeback from North. We've got Magic Sploy in the player area who's going to join us now. Thank you for joining us, and congrats on the win. I guess this was a tough match for you guys.
It was definitely a lot tougher than we had expected.
Yep.
We know that Mousesports is like a really good team, but when we played them, we feel like we had the upper hand, and we showed a great comeback on the CT side, but then we kind of crumbled on the T side. Yeah.
Why was that?
I feel like we were too focused on A side. Like when we went to B, they gave up drop zone every single round, so we could just take and drop and just using that information. But instead we decided to go and pushing forward A, where Oscar was just roaming around and getting free kills all the time.
He was pretty annoying in that side, wasn't he?
He's like really annoying to play against, because he's so good, and he's just gonna take one kill, fall back, hold the next angle, and get an all kill, and just keep falling back. And then we were like trying to push up mid, and Dennis usually like killing 1 to 2 guys every single time. So it was pretty sloppy from us.
Yeah, tough half. Talk to me about the form that you feel that you're in, because you're at 2-1 now, which puts you 1 game away from the quarterfinals, which I'd imagine is the absolute minimum you guys want from this tournament.
I mean, I think our first goal right now is just to get that legend spot, just get off the groups, and I feel like if we get off the groups, it's like you can do anything from that point. You can beat most of the teams in a best of 3. So right now we're just focused on getting through the group stage here, and then we're gonna take one match at a time.
All right, I've got Natu and Fiflaren alongside. Gents?
Yeah, how did it feel from your point of view, the fast-paced game that Mousesports was throwing at you in the first half?
We kind of caught like off guard in the beginning on the CT side because we didn't expect them to play this fast. And that kind of surprised us, and they ended up winning some really important rounds, and we had to eco and stuff like that. They were playing a bit different than we had expected and analyzed, so that was really a great job for them.
Yeah, no, they've been really methodical previously, so it was very weird to see them play as fast.
How's that preparation been for you guys coming into this tournament, since ESL 1 Cologne didn't probably work out in the way that you guys wanted, right?
We've been switching up some roles, like trying to test some new stuff and change around. Config and IC's changing a bit of their roles, and hopefully that will bring some more confidence to both of the players. And then we're just gonna take one match at a time and play more loose, not too much structure, because that's like kind of our problem before, because they could like really easy analyze us and just anti-strat us. So now we're trying to mix it up between the loose and structured.
Yeah, how do you feel about it? Do you feel like you guys are maybe overthinking things sometimes? I was asking this from AZ previously. Well, it can easily become that kind of an even circle, especially with the success you had late last year, that you start overthinking things because you had I think you had the great components to be a great team, but it just feels to me that sometimes you guys just become kind of stubborn in your ways.
I think it's just the way we want to play. It's kind of tough for us to change it around. We want to play in a specific way, and we're trying to make everybody on the team happy with the play style, and sometimes it doesn't work, and then we just have to figure out new ways to play the same way, but in a new fashion way. Yeah, with the twist. Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. We're going to let you go and get some rest.
Yeah.
Got another day ahead of you tomorrow, potentially 2 matches to play as well. Hopefully from your point of just only one. Yes, indeed. Thanks for joining us, and well done today.
Thank you so much.
Congrats.
There's Manchester and North safely on to 2-1 right now. Let's wrap things up with the final scoreboard of this particular game. Some good scores on the board here. Obviously it goes to overtime, so it's a little exaggerated. Dennis, in particular, having a very good game.
Yeah, I actually think that for Mousesports' sake, I mean, they're 1 and 2 now. Need to win tomorrow to reach the playoffs. I mean, this is one of the teams that I just thought have been playing well, even during the qualifier and just throughout, like I was discussing heading into this game. And I think for tomorrow, we'll see. I feel like they've been a little bit unlucky when it comes to their draws. If you look at it, they haven't necessarily had... Yeah, definitely tough matches. And they haven't really... Yeah, sure, it's not been the top 3 teams except for FaZe then, right? But it's just been... that both of these teams that they've been playing have just been playing so well. I mean, Gambit are 2-0 today, and then North had a really sloppy first game, but then they're picking up. So we'll see. I'm definitely expecting more from Mousesports tomorrow.
Okay, we'll take a look at the MVP just shortly. Nasser, your final thoughts on the game?
Yeah, I mean, Mousesports still, they've shown a lot of sides to them. This time around, very fast gameplay. Yesterday we saw them play against FaZe, so it was very slow, methodical. But again, they did get a lot of free leeway in that match. And then against Gambit, when they had to execute towards the bomb side, when their opposition was smart enough to be falling back before decision-making time came, that's when they also struggled a little bit. So it's still a little bit of an unknown for me. It's interesting to see. Obviously, the matchups going further are going to determine a lot of it too. But overall, I mean, individually speaking, when you have guys like Oscar performing, if Dennis is going to be able to step it up as he did in this game, and then we've seen Robs before in the tournament also playing great, so they have all the makings of still making it through.
Some stunning stats on the screen right now for KGB. 32 kills, 5 assists, 17 deaths. 14 headshots, 92.2 ADR, 6 entry kills, 4 opening kills, partridge in a pear tree. I mean, he's got pretty much everything going on there.
Yeah, and
he did a bit of everything in that game, didn't he?
Exactly, and that's what this team definitely needs. We were calling him out a little bit before, that him and Config are the two fuels to their fire, if you will. And these last 2 games, Cajun has definitely been that.
Definitely. Thank you very much. We will get more, of course, from our analyst pairings. And we've had a change in the commentary box for our next matchup, which is just after the break. We are continuing on in the 1-1-1 categories, or just 1-1, actually. Getting carried away now with the extra ones. But nevertheless, it is day 3. You've joined us at the Pgl Major in Krakow, and we'll have more action after the break.
Coming up next, Immortals versus Na'Vi.
Nå lanserer Telia Music Freedom, slik at du kan streame musikk uten å bruke data. Music Freedom får det automatisk på de fleste av våre abonnementer og koster ingenting ekstra. Les mer på telia.no.
Hearthstone, CSGO, and Overwatch. StarCraft 2, the choice is yours. Express bets for multiple matches or live bets on the game you are watching right now. Know your way around Dota 2? Make a prediction for picks and bans. Playing CSGO? Guess the number of rounds in a certain match. Daily quest for all participants and all the best choice of payment systems. More than 600,000 users have already made their bets on the spectacular matches since 2011. EGB.com. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Grab your gear and let's go.
With the Strafe Esports app, follow your favorite teams and players, and you'll never miss a match again. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
Oh, crap.
Exclusive Black Equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Use the S switch to quickly access the setting and switch between save modes.
I capture the pawn at E5. You lose your queen. Check. I think like a 40-year-old, and
Staszek, you could help in the kitchen instead of playing with that gizmo all the time.
she just won't let me play in peace. TP-Link connects with passion.
Agent Broughton, she's our best intelligence expert. We have a mission for you.
Shall we begin?
Atomic Blonde. Rated R.
They have no idea he's that close. They're looking for more. That's a third one coming in. Looking for the quad kill and nearly gets it.
Stewie, yes, there's one headshot and there's another.
Getting two big headshots, looking for more. Oh my god! And he's going to go on Team Team or the round of the weekend.
So strong, where even our potato servers are hand-checked daily.
Low variance. No packet drops. No chokes. All potatoes were harmed during the making of this ad. Go forth. Be strong.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. A time zone friendly welcome back to the PGL Major in Krakow. We're in day number 3, which means round 3 action from the Swiss group systems. Earlier today, we've seen 2 teams leave the competition, Vega Squadron and FaZe making an early exit. Later on today, we'll see the first 2 promoted to the quarterfinals. Until then, though, we've still got our 1-1 games to go through. And next up is a tantalising match between Na'Vi and Immortals. Every time they've played, it's become very close indeed. In fact, their record against each other is 2 wins each and 2 overtime. So hopefully we get some more of that as we head into this matchup. We've also got Natu and Fiflaren back at the desk once more to dissect all of the action, tell us what we can look forward to in this matchup. And gents, we'll start with Na'Vi. Kind of okay, I guess, so far.
No, I actually think they've been playing pretty well.
Yeah, it's hard because they've got some standout stuff, haven't they? But they've also not been the Na'Vi of old.
So that's the thing. So like versus G2, for example, I feel like their seed side was great. On their T side, however, that's when they start falling apart a little bit. They still made it 6 or 14-16 rather. Right, that's hence the 1 loss.
Yeah.
Then yesterday, I also think that they played some good Counter-Strike. So compared this Na'Vi to the Na'Vi even 2 weeks ago, I definitely feel that we've seen an improvement. I feel like Simple is playing incredible. Guardian, during the interview segment that we had with him yesterday, he feels like after the marriage and stuff now, after the wedding, you know, there's a lot of stuff to be done. They can just strictly focus on Counter-Strike, right? He was even stating that...
It seems like he's got a new lease of life in it as well.
I mean,
he's actually enjoying play. Came in early yesterday to
exactly,
practice.
and that's what I was referring to as well. He's like, yeah, I just want to play, right?
Yeah.
And I think this is the Guardian that we have come to love and just enjoy watching, right? Because he is one of the best operators that we've ever had in this scene.
Across multiple games as well, it has to be said.
And then when you have someone like Edward on your team who seems to be always performing in the majors, he's the pistol king, especially in 1.6. He used to be just nuts with the USP. That's makings of great things, obviously. And then obviously Simple coming into the picture too. But I think, you know, that game on overpassing in G2 was like a miniature kind of Na'Vi in a nutshell. You know, CT side, they have the great individual skills, especially on a map like Overpass. You know, Simple, so good at playing those toilets. You know, being aggressive, pushing everywhere, and finding the gaps and making your opponent's life super hard. But their decision making on the T side, mid-round calls, that kind of a stuff is just the amount of hesitance you see from the way they approach a lot of the situations. It's just mind-boggling sometimes. You know, and that's when Guardian is saying in an interview, you know, we don't always trust our in-game leader. What kind of a statement is that mid of a tournament at a major?
I mean, it's a very honest statement, if
you
nothing
don't
else.
Say that out loud. Even if you think it, you don't necessarily say that out on public.
I mean, it makes total sense, right? Because you don't even have an in-game leader on this team anymore. You don't even have a coach.
Like an actual, that's true.
Yeah, like an actual one. It's just like, oh, well, we kicked the other 2. Who wants to do it? It's like,
who gets the shorter stick?
Let's go. Who gets to get kicked next?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like that, then you're out of a situation. It's like, yeah, maybe the loose calling works somewhat, but you're always going to have something to. You always need something to fall back to, and this is something that Na'Vi doesn't have.
Well, they said they were also talking as well, and they were also communicating better as well. They're a better group of people, so presumably these are not insurmountable problems that they can get over.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a lot of work, but it's been a long time now, hasn't it, with this lineup? You know, they started out great last year in New York, winning that, you know, and then afterwards it's just been like a downward spiral, hasn't it? And you can just tell from their body language, the way they kind of comment on a lot of stuff, and the way they're just not happy with the way that things are working out for obvious reasons, you know, if you look at the scoreboards. But also when you look and dissect the way they play in a lot of the situations, they're always at half a second late to react into situations. If they go down in a 3-on-5, you know, unless someone goes ham individually, that's the only time you see them winning those, you know, situations where they are in a disadvantage.
All right, let's move on to their opponents. It is Immortals. As we said at the top of the show, they've played each other 4 times, 2 wins, 2 draws, 2 overtimes as well.
They played each other.
It was,
it's been a long time.
it was Oakland last year that they played. Yeah,
so I'm not sure how relevant it is.
And that was Immortals winning that one, by the way. But they're always close. It's 16-13, it's 19-15, it's 15-19. It's always close between these two, no matter what small changes they make to their lineup.
I can definitely see why. I mean, I feel like the playstyle fit each other pretty well in terms of, I mean, even back then, where it's like we saw Immortals yesterday versus Vegas Squadron, for example, that the ability to be able to switch it up a little bit, right? But they do like that fast pace quite a bit, their aggressive play, and I feel that really suits the way that Na'Vi likes to play it currently as well.
Yeah. I've just checked as well. The least amount of rounds have ever been played between these two sides is 26.
We're very close to Katowice as well, so Henny might be going off anytime soon, right? So.
Well, it's Poland. It's just Poland for him. It just goes off whenever he's here.
Still, I mean, Immortals is definitely one of the most exciting teams for me to watch in a sense.
Same.
Because it is, you know, we used to have this term for the Brazilian Counter-Strike called the Samba CS, and they kind of resemble me of that in the sense that it doesn't always make a lot of sense, you know, which is kind of funny when you think of it, that SK, who have really, you know, made a lot of factors in the game into a form of art, but when it's Immortals, you know, on a map like Ash, for example, when they go to retake middle, you know, it seems like it's all just in the field. It's nothing that's calculated, you know, they've thought of every single flash they do, and it can get scrappy, you know. For me, that's the kind of the downfall they have, is that if they have the momentum, if they feel the game, they can make that kind of stuff work. But like, kind of the issue is, if you don't, then you need to have the precise protocol, like precise flashes and timings on everything, just to have more consistency in those kind of situations. So I kind of feel like that's in the detail is the big issue for this team.
As a coach, they'd frustrate the crap out of you, wouldn't they?
Yeah, probably.
But as a viewer, you just got to love it. Unless you're Chad, who hates watching erratic, crazy Samba style,
which is kind of weird, right?
Because he played like that.
Yeah, exactly. You see how it worked out for them. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why he just has PTSD about it, right? It's like, oh my god, this is bringing back memories.
It's bad memories.
Oh god, that's not making it.
He's not here to defend himself.
That is
right
very
now,
true.
But we'll give him a chance later on.
I do want to, exactly. Yeah. And shout out to Shad as well, because like I mean, we come from the same background. You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's only beaten me once. It was back in 07. I've beaten Henry there around the same year as well. It's always a fun discussion point.
Yeah, I don't think we've done too much discussion on the whole comparison of players on the panel. Natsu's obviously a former major player as well.
And we have a major champion here.
We do have a major champion, yeah. He kind of wins, and that's why we haven't really talked about it too much, because he does win a lot of those kind of battles on the desk.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he got carried, so
exactly. The way that I see it is that, carried or not, you know, it's still going to be there. You know, when I go in game, I see that nice little logo there, champion and whatever, and it's like, great.
I was going to ask you about that, because
I don't use it.
You don't?
No.
Do you not? Why?
I don't know.
I suppose when you're playing at LEM now and you go in and you've got that next to you, people are like, where did you buy the account?
I was about to curse there, actually, because I was going to say the S word, which I can't. It's like, you're bad. I said, that's fair. I am. I'm horrible.
Gold Nova 4.
I am sorry. No, it's just like Chad has been in the scene for a while.
He has.
He's a very smart player, and keep in mind as well,
I think we're lucky to have him, because he should have been a coach, really, frankly, as far as I'm concerned.
Definitely. He's a very smart player, and it comes down to this, like, the players that you have as the teammates, right? It's what you have to work with. Yeah. Like, there's only so much you can do. I'm not saying that all Renegades are garbage.
Do we know who gets to start the veto now?
We do. It's Immortals that are going to ban the first two, and they're going to ban Nuke and Mirage.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. That they've done that before. So all the tournament, we're going to see Cash going out, as it always does. I think it's going to come down to maps like Overpass and Train, to be honest with you.
That's the two maps that they played as well. Yeah. Na'Vi has played Overpass, Train this event, and so is
Overpass,
Immortals.
Nuke is the last two.
Yeah.
That's what's left.
That's exciting.
And they both won their games on Train.
Yep.
They both lost on Overpass. So we'll see.
The suspense is building, isn't it?
Please be Nuke. You said Nuke is banned.
Oh crap! It is banned.
It's Train Overpass.
It's Train Overpass. Okay, so it's going to be Overpass.
It's going to be Overpass. All right.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, this
is the virtual coin flipping.
Yeah, they're trolling us now, aren't they?
They are flipping us out.
Like I said, Na'Vi really had a great look on the CT side. You know, they must have been kicking themselves, throwing that advantage. 12-3 in the CT half. Just dominating G2, making almost G2 look ridiculous with the whole coin flip thing going into that match, right? And then throwing away the advantage on the T side. That's going to be a challenge for Immortals for sure. In the
especially
sense
because I think their T side was struggling as well versus Astralis, right? There was their CT side that came back and made it into overtime.
Yeah. And it does make sense. I mean, as well, if you look at Immortals and the kind of tools they have in that team, you have Henny, you have KNG, you have the dual ops possibility on this kind of a map.
And they do love that, don't they?
They definitely do. And they also translate to the T side sometimes as well. I'm not a great fan of it necessarily, but you always have that in the reserve.
Yeah, they're definitely looking for that in this particular game. They do start as the underdogs, as you can see on screen right now. Is that about right, in your opinion? Do you feel like Na'Vi are the favourites here?
I mean, if you just look at the players, right, yes, they should be favourites. But I feel like as of Na'Vi's been playing as of late, not only in this tournament, I'm not actually quite sure. I don't know.
Really?
Yes. Just basing off of their seat side, yeah, okay, they're favorites. I think Immortals will be starting on their T side because they ended up picking the map, right? So I think that is super important for Immortals just to come up with a great start. And I feel like if you look at it, if they want to play double op setups, Train would have essentially been better.
Yeah.
But going into Overpass here, I think they really need to find a solution here to stop Na'Vi's CT side, because if we end up going in the other secondary scoreline as well, 12-3 or even 11-4, I think Immortals they're just going to end up losing this game.
We've talked, Natu, about lack of strategy sometimes for Na'Vi, and they do look a little bit loose here and there without strong calls. Actually, in this game, they're actually potentially the more tactical team.
Well, I mean, it comes down for both teams. How can they, when it comes to the getting map control, they have to kind of put it into small pieces and fragments, go through getting connector and then getting towards Paloons and then gradually getting towards those A bomb site especially to then enable you to actually hit the bomb site. And that's a big issue, right? Because you have a side of Na'Vi, for example, for Immortals on the T side, where Simple is going to be there, being very aggressive. You have Guardian all over the place. So that's kind of the big issue that you have to solve before you even get to think about hitting a bomb site. Unless you're going for B every round, though. That's the alternative, obviously.
That's a backup plan.
And then you can also, obviously, you can start controlling sewers to begin with. That's an option, too. And try to penalize that part of the map. And then you gradually make your way through connector towards an A.
I don't think definitely not going to see a lot of fast pace coming from Mortals if you can use the double up setup, right? So we're in for quite a long game.
We're not going to see any awkward huddles at the desk either. It's only the professionals that are allowed to do good huddles.
We're not trying that again,
Paul. No, we're definitely not going there. I'll tell you what we are going to do, though, is we are going to say good afternoon to Anders and Semina, who are in the commentary box for the next two matches. Afternoon, gents. You looking forward to this?
Very much, yes. I think it's going to be an exciting game. I think you guys outlined it pretty well.
Two crazy teams.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I don't know, Immortals, they were so happy just getting here. I think if they can make it into the playoffs as well, I mean, not based on this match, but in general, I think it's going to be a dream come true for them.
Absolutely. Yeah, you heard Lucas yesterday, Semler. He was quite confident, wasn't he? He was like, yeah, we're trying to get to the playoffs, and then maybe we get to the semis, and then maybe we get a bit of luck and we go to the grand final. He's like, wow, okay, all right, let's get carried away, but one step at a time.
You don't go into a tournament thinking, oh, man, well, shucks, just... Well, we'll
happy to be
our
here.
Best guys, you know what? No, you go into a tournament and you think that you're the best guys there in the server, and that's it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You're here to do work.
Absolutely.
You're here to take home that trophy. And so I like that mentality. That's how you have to think if you're going to come in here and do damage, because you have to wonder, right? We've already seen a crazy result already.
Yeah, got to be careful, got to be careful.
Yeah, you can't let your guard down for a second versus any of the teams here at this event.
All right, boys, enjoy this one. Take us into the game.
Yes, thank you very much, Paul. And indeed, we are going to be heading into it on Overpass as well. Who would have thought? I'm really looking forward to this. I mean, we talked about Immortals a little bit, but Na'Vi is such a fun team to watch now. Again, I think they're starting to sort of make it interesting.
Why?
I quite like that. Well, for one thing, Guardian obviously playing extremely well. Him being back, I think he plays some of the most entertaining Counter-Strike, but they don't only have him, they have Simple as well. So if they lack entertainment at any point, Simple can step it up.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things where you kind of really expect this player who's had such tremendous impact at the majors. I mean, obviously, when he played for Liquid, we all saw that. He's just capable of coming alive at any point and pulling off incredibly explosive plays to get his team fired up and back into a game. Now, whether he's going to be able to deliver that here versus Immortals, that's the question. Overpass, neither of these teams have had any joy on it. at least over the past couple of days. So when coming into this, thinking about it, I was like, I don't know who will win. I feel like this is kind of a 50-50, to be fair.
So is that your? You can't do a 50-50.
I know though, but it's like, okay,
you've got to put your money up.
Exactly, and so when you get further into that, right, it's just like, okay, on paper with the talent, the experience, the skill on Na'Vi, the fact that they can be just a bit more consistent than Immortals. Immortals have suffered from that in the past. If Henny, for example, isn't having an explosive game, they might struggle a bit, and so long and short of it, you really do have to go for Na'Vi on this one. But again, right, it's Immortals. They can have that Henny who just shows up and mauls everybody.
Yeah, my gut says Na'Vi as well. I can't exactly explain why, because I do think it's going to be an incredibly close game. There's just something about Na'Vi lately. Also the fact that it's Overpass. I think they've got some really interesting players here. My only sort of upsetting or my only point about Na'Vi really on this map is the fact that I think sometimes Guardian plays a bit too predictably over at long when he plays there. So hopefully that won't be a feature of this game. Maybe you could try and switch it up just a little bit. We'll see how it all unfolds here. It is Na'Vi versus Immortal, best of one game. Both the teams are 1-1 in scoreline, so no one is going home or moving on based on this game. But for either one of these teams, if you beat the other, you feel like you've taken down a pretty strong competitor in the game overall, and that's obviously going to feel great, and you get just a step closer to make it into the arena. Probably will have, I think, a bit of a reset.
It's a reset, yeah. We need to reboot it real quick.
We will do that, and then we'll get on the way. Yeah, so anything can happen on this map. I think even if you buy, we didn't really see any smokes here, so I don't know if Immortals just, I don't think they bought them yet if they wanted to. But it doesn't give a lot away. Like if they buy 2 smokes or 1 smoke, it doesn't really mean that much. I will say, sort of broadly speaking, if it's only 1 smoke, we tend to see that go towards the bank on the A-bomb side. 2 smokes suggest maybe a bit more that it could be a B side, because you need them to get a reliable bottom plant down, but it's still hard to tell on this map. It's a pretty open map in that sense.
It is. I'm just glad to see Na'Vi starting on CT side, because I do enjoy watching their CT on Overpass. We see a lot of aggression towards long with Edward and Guardian doubling up, but also towards mid. If Guardian gets that op, I think it's going to be very key here for Na'Vi to win that pistol, so that Guardian can get that op as quick as possible, because him and Fallen have got a little bit of a similar style sometimes when it comes to pushing mid, looking for flicks, looking for shots. And when Guardian's feeling it, I mean, he is one of those very rapid oppers who can just hit any kind of shot. And that's what you want from a guy who's going to be playing around long restrooms, that area of the map. He needs to be able to do some close quarters work as well as look for the long range shots.
You have to love this as well, technical pause texture bug. So
interesting.
Yeah, but it's great to have the detail about what's actually going on. I mean, that could happen sometimes. If someone tabs in and out or something like that, you can have some weird bugs that pop up. So good to know that they're sorting it out and fixing it, and then we should be good to go. I'm very excited as well for this game. I just generally think Immortals is a really fun team to watch. Like I think they just play enjoyable Counter-Strike. I can't remember the last time that I saw an Immortals match that was boring in any way. Like, it's always good. There's always something happening, and they get emotionally so invested into the game that you feel like you sort of almost have to be a bit of a fan of them, just because of you get to ride that train with them, and it's super great.
Well, these guys have got a lot to prove, right? Everybody's kind of poo-pooed them as being the farm team for SK, right? You guys are second best. And really, if you're going to have any talent, SK are just going to go ahead, reach down, pluck them up. Hello, Phelps. And so, when you're Immortals, right, you have a lot to prove in the sense that you want to make the playoffs. Better yet, you want to make the playoffs by beating SK, by having a match like that where you're going to say, right, this is it. This is the goal, is to be the best in Brazil and then the best in the world, but the best in the Brazil. And if we can beat SK doing that, well, there we go. We made a huge statement to the world that, we are now a team and we have arrived. So they've already made it to the major. Great. Now they really do need results here at the major to show that they are also, in contention.
Yeah, and it feels like they should have made the last major as well. It was like a big disappointment that they didn't. Even then, they looked like they could have done that. So it is good to see them finally being here. If you have any friends that aren't already watching, go and get them invited. Just ask them to join up either in the game or in Twitch or wherever you're watching from. Definitely well worth it. Even if it's Overpass, you want that drop rate to go up. It's very important. It's all about the drop zone, whether if you realize, but it is.
Yeah, the more people you have watching, the more drops there are. But then, there's just more people to go around, right? So
yeah, but that's why the rate
balances.
itself goes up. No, it doesn't. It actually does increase your chance. I checked it out because otherwise I'm not going to invite people to watch the stream if they're going to steal my drops. You know,
how many IPs have you logged in? You know, to just maximize the drop rate.
God, my phone, my tablet, every phone that I could get on. No, I don't think you can actually. I mean, then you would have different accounts. Too much effort for me, Sumner. I can't do that. One account is enough. That'll do. But I noticed this, and this is something that I read every major. It's always complaints. There's always like one guy who's like, "Oh, I got 7 drops. It's amazing." And there's one guy's like, "I watched all of it every single day and night, and I got nothing."
I have watched, and you feel really bad for the guys who are like, "I have watched 3 majors now, and I've still gotten no drops." It's like, ouch.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah.
I think I got a Galil. That was the one drop that I have because I don't bother with the whole logging into just like farm drops or any of that stuff like. So I got lucky. I think it was when was it? It wasn't. No, it was 2014. Some point. I just got lucky. I think it was Katowice or something like that. I just got lucky with
I have some from the first major that have like the weird stickers on them when they still had like the snowman stickers and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I have a couple of those. So I don't know how many of those are around. Maybe we'll find out one day. It looks like the game is live. Na'Vi on the CT side, Immortals on the T side. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here. It's Overpass, best of 1. And again, just to reiterate, both the teams 1-1 scoreline. So this is not the end of the road for either of them, but obviously a lot on the line here. And not a single smoke gets picked up on Immortals. That's a bold move. You're fighting long range against USPs, and you've got nothing to close the distance with.
Oh, well, look, the aggressive setup here. This is what Na'Vi like to do. Edward and Guardian at long. Edward pushed up by Tree, looking for the shots. He's got Guardian there as well to help him out. And eventually, Edward, is he actually going to find a kill or not? Somehow he's still alive. And there, finally, one headshot. Gets the second, looking for the third, and he's going to find that as well. Edward, there you go. That's the kind of level that Na'Vi need to bring to the table here to start things off.
Man, I wish those 3 kills could have come in right at the beginning and we could have skipped the first 10 seconds of everyone missing all the bullets. I don't understand how. It's one thing that Edward didn't get all the kills right away, but what about the rest of his team? Where were they? Where were Guardian? Why was no one hitting any shots? Steel going to go down as well to Flamey, and at the end of the day, can't complain too much. Things are looking great. A quad kill for Edward and all of them headshots. He's looking so sharp these days. Have you noticed this? He's just like... His beard has been trimmed, his hair's been cut, he's looking so much in focus. I love it.
Yeah, he's lost some weight too, man. He's
really
he's lethal.
He's really looking like a true competitor here. So Na'Vi with the first round, and Immortals just getting completely stopped on long. Just going for a picnic there. Bike is there, little basket.
Yeah, they're gonna set up the corpses afterwards. Edward's gonna take a picture. Just another day in the sun. Memories. Well, what are you going to do now if you're Immortals? You're like, well, okay, pistol definitely didn't work. Now, it looks like it's going to be an explosive play onto the B site here. They have a flash grenade to work with, a bunch of Tech 9s and Kevlar, and it's just going to be the run and gun. And it's Seized and Flamey. And Seized is going to be in a hot spot. He only gets the 1 kill before getting taken out.
Edward will get 1 in return. The bomb is down, so they kind of have to commit to the bomb site. They've got Steel trying to hold back the flood of Na'Vi players coming in through the lower part of the bomb site. Steel will go down right away, and KNG not even able to get the bomb plant there. So team ace overall for Na'Vi, everyone picking up a kill, and no bomb plant for Immortals. Looked like they had the opportunity.
Yeah, it looked like they had a chance. If they had a single smoke grenade for upper right, then they do have that chance. They just smoke off the 2 Na'Vi players who are camping up there, and they can get onto that site and plant. But it looks like KNG just not able to find the time. But, you know, if you're Immortals, just shake it off. You have a you have another round here where it's going to be a bit rough for you. Hard eco for them. $300 picked up by Lucas on the P250. But that is it. Na'Vi, 2 SMGs. So I want to see Seized and Guardian out there aggro looking for shots. And Guardian, sure enough, he's going to connector early.
Yeah, I don't think Immortals are really going to care too much about this. They've been through this so many times that they know how to just take a deep breath. Best thing, obviously, if they could find like an M4 to die to, or we can see people dying on Molotovs recently, just to try and make sure that there's not too much money. They found Simple, so that's not too bad.
Simple, stop. Yep, look, Seized and Guardian are just charging forward. They're like, please. There we go, Guardian with 2, and that's perfect. That's ideal if you're Na'Vi. 2 kills on the UMP for Guardian. Edward takes the last one, but when your offer is getting that much money right off the bat, 7,600 in the bank now for Guardian, that is perfect if you're Na'Vi. You're pretty happy about this situation.
Absolutely, and they've only suffered 1 death on Seized in the first 3 rounds here, Na'Vi, so a lot of money on them, not so much on Immortals, but now is their chance to really shine. And we'll see what they could do with all of these AKs. Guardian has picked up the AWP pretty predictably with all that money, as you were pointing out. So I feel like not really seen anything out of Immortals yet. We'll give them more of a chance to make a real impact here in the first half. Standard smoke to look over for Guardian. Very aggressive. He's pushing up very far, and he's going to get the kill on KNG. A great way to get started, flashing his way back. Is Lucas going to be able to punish him? He was walking through the smoke, but can't quite catch him. Now he's going to go for the shot, and Lucas is there and ready. Simple might want to be careful here.
Simple's trying to look for a way out. Now that one flash should give it away. Steel is just holding passively in connector. He had a chance to perhaps catch Simple, but he doesn't react quick enough, and we allow this to come back to a 4-on-4. Immortals still holding on to 3 smokes and a single flash. But now they actually have a little bit of map control to work with here. Clearing out connector, getting control of top mid. They have the time as well with a minute left, and so they should just take a deep breath and start getting methodical.
Yeah, plenty of time. Still have bolts lingering outside of the B bomb side just to try and see if he can cause a bit of a distraction. It is keeping 2 people on there. We'll see if anything can happen here in the last 40 seconds. Still 3 smokes that could be deployed, and they have the map control to do it as well, so it seems like it will be some sort of A hit coming in.
I'm wondering if Guardian was expecting Simple to be a bit more aggressive from connector in mid, which is why he lingered around there. Or perhaps he was lingering because Simple was stuck in connector. I don't know. Interesting communication, it comes down to it, but Edward has pushed aggro in restrooms, and we're about to see if he's going to be able to rack up some kills.
They don't check the corner. He will indeed. Gets one. Lucas with a refrag. And now it's a 3-on-3. Henny moving in with the AWP. They only have 14 seconds. They need to end this round right now. The bomb is dropped. Simple with another kill, making it a double. Looking for the triple. And last couple of bullets, he's going to do it. And stealing the AWP. That's 4 rounds for Na'Vi. And Immortals, if you only have, 20 seconds, you need to make that a decisive push. Not sort of, slithering onto the bomb site 1 player at a time. That's not quite good enough.
Simple had a big stick, and he was able to just keep the head pinned down, cut it off.
That's the mental images in my mind, Samler. I was getting worried for the whole broadcast for just a couple of moments there.
Well, I mean, let's go ahead and see if there's going to be anything more that comes up in this match, because right now it's going to be pistols for Immortals. If you're Immortals right now, don't get too flustered. That wasn't a very good buy that you had going into it. You had your rifles, you had a couple of nades, but you're still limited. No mollies, that sort of issue. And so really just put your hopes on the 6th round, because this is a fairly hard eco. Steel investing a little bit more into the round. What? How is he not dead?
Just a leg shot. Simple there to try and clean it up. Looks like a pretty solid defense overall here. Someone still hoping for a headshot. Lucas, not going to be able to get it. And speaking of Lucas, he's the only one who has any kills on Immortals right now. Everyone else is just a, conscientious objector and just, just enjoying the show for a moment. But you're right. I mean, every team in Counter-Strike, especially this level, will have had openings like this where you go down, 5-0. Doesn't feel great, but I think you've been through the routine of doing it so many times now that they should have even Immortals should have the experience of saying, yeah, let's just take a deep breath and make this work anyway. Now they've got the double orb on T side as well, and quite a bit of utility, so we'll see what they come up with here. Could be fun to see KNG go at it against Guardian.
There was a smoke to top, and the shots from the M4 as well, just letting Immortals know that Na'Vi have played very aggressive top mid to start things off, and I like that a lot from Na'Vi, because they don't even need to linger. Once they show a presence, it's just going to burn time off that clock for Immortals. Instead, it's going to be the fight on short. Bolts couldn't be worse timing. Steel somehow finds that headshot on Flamey. But the opportunity was there. Flamey, he had him with the knife out.
And it's a very uncomfortable fight for everybody, pretty much. Guardian goes down regardless. Bolts is a headshot as the smoke is already up. Trying to push through it anyway. Might have been a bit too much, but it's still a 2-on-4 here. There should be no way that Na'Vi can win this. In fact, look at the clock. There's so much time left. Immortals making a smart choice here.
Na'Vi, very quick rotate from them. 2 players already on the B site, but Bolts, he's not wasting any time at all. Very quick play from him, and the call immediately, you saw him talking as he died, and the bomb immediately starts rotating back over here towards the A site. KNG, Lucas, Henny, everybody ready to just go ahead and get this free plant. Do they expect Edward to have rotated all the way through T-spawn so quickly?
Simple is still down there. I think the best they can hope for is just exit kills, maybe, for Edward. That wouldn't be bad if he could camp out long and pick up a couple of people. Obviously, nothing that Simple could do at this point in time, so...
You're right, though, Anders, because look at the money on Na'Vi. They're filthy rich. Immortals, every one of these guns is so valuable. Dude, Steel with 12 HP just wins flat out versus Simple. How does that even happen?
Just needed one bullet. But Edward... Usually don't see him with the AWP, but maybe he get a couple of kills here. That would be big, especially if he could steal one of those orbs away from Immortals, who are going to pick up their first rounds. A great job on them. Big opening with the first fight down in sewer. Edward camping behind the rock. He's going to get that one kill. Sees the second player as well. Lucas going to be able to live throughout the round. The Immortals make it at 5-1. And yeah, that was just, I mean, as soon as he got that first fight, then killing Guardian and then following up through the smoke. It's all done there. Not much else to say, really.
It's that timing that's just built in. Bolts, that was his round. He just knew how to read every step of the way. But I like this from Na'Vi. One round goes for Immortals. They call a timeout. They've got 4 of them. And so Andy, a very involved coach, deep into the analytical side, but also in the tactics for the team. He is not going to hesitate to call for that timeout and say, right, this is what's going on, and this is how we need to adjust. I like that a lot from Andy. He's very one of the few coaches actually that we have that's really involved on the analytical and statistical or strategic side of the game for Na'Vi. Him and Seized are working very well together as a duo.
And you want to see that, especially at this level. And I think especially for a team like Na'Vi that lost Zeus, or got rid of Zeus, they definitely lost a big part of that game, and maybe he could help to bring it back. Edward playing well at the moment. Simple also playing well. Na'Vi still up 4 rounds, but we'll see if Immortals can continue to bring it back. They have so much utility right now. They can burn out every single angle they need. Grenade is going to be raining in. Oh, it's a bit too slow. That would have been nice if it could have gone a little bit further. Hit KNG right in the face. I think Cease must have seen that leg.
Yeah, Cease spotted it, and so Guardian, he still remains. When that door opens, will they be ready for this boost, however? If they do open it, I mean, it looks like, yeah, Steel, there's the flash. They've been spotted, and they're taking tremendous damage. Edward and Guardian sprayed through the wall down to half HP already.
They're going to boost against Henny. They must have thought that shot went through the wall and not right over it. Easy kill, and did he hit the next one against Edward, or was that someone else spraying? Am I confused here? Because Edward, he was a bit low already, but he got dropped down to 8.
What a sick read from Henny, though. He just read Guardian like a book. Already prepared for the second boost. Easy shot for him, not going to miss that. And now Na'Vi playing from behind here in this match, or in this round at least. Man advantage for Immortals. Edward limping along. Hardly any HP to speak of.
This is where you'd want to see some sort of risk being taken by Na'Vi. And I guess the risk is that they have 3 people stacked on B. I'd love it if someone could go aggressive and just find somebody. Instead, it's Bolts picking up Seized. Flamey with the refrag, but he's down to half health, and now everything rests on the shoulders of Simple. He's up on this bomb site alone. Flashed back for a moment. You see, he must have seen that one player. Now the bomb is being planted right in front of him. He's got no chance to stop it either, so is it worth for Na'Vi to go for this retake now? It probably definitely isn't.
No, this is where we start to hesitate, exactly. Flamey so low on HP from the fight earlier. Easy shot there for Steel, and Simple, he gets the headshot, but that's not good enough when you have the M4. Steel not going to miss his. 2 rounds now in a row, back-to-back for Immortals. But it's not the end of days here for Na'Vi. Still, they had so much money after that strong start, after the 5 rounds in a row, that they're able to get a bye with an AWP again here for Guardian. But yeah, we're going to get the replay here. Guardian, calling out for the boost.
And we actually see the damage that Edward takes here as well. So it's just from the AK spray that comes through. But that's so much to get out of that one situation. It's almost unbelievable.
Guardian, I mean, there was a chance there, though. He hits the shot on Lucas first. Just a leg, though, it looked like. Weird stuff. And Guardian, once again, aggressive in mid. So Na'Vi really trying to put just a pressure on at the beginning of the round. This is how you're supposed to play Overpass on CT side. You need to show just a bit of presence at top mid, at long, so that Immortals don't get too comfortable and don't feel like they can just get map control by running around without checking the corners.
Bit of a split here for Immortals. Normally, you just have one person outside of B, and we've seen that to be Bolts so far, but he's accompanied this time by KNG, so you wonder if they are all eventually going to end up towards the B bomb site after they've pushed Na'Vi back from the position, or at least tried. Steel is going to be going down. That's a good flick from Guardian. Pretty much par for the course on his level, but still, it's going to be annoying for Steel, because now, not only have they not really, they don't know at least if they pushed him back or not. Also lost a player. Lucas trying to make himself a bit bigger over here. A lot of presence for him, but he's going to get shot down by Simple. And now the rest of this push, it was meant to be a B push. How is it going to work out?
All three players, Flamey and Seized, still holding solid here on the B side as well. You can see Seized looking for the headshot angle, and he's going to find it. One spray with the help of Flamey, but Flamey gets wallbanged in the meantime, and there's Seized going down. This is still a man advantage for Na'Vi going into the retake, and it looks like Na'Vi are not going to waste any time at all. They're looking for the fight, trying to deny the plant.
20 seconds here for the 2v2 to get the bomb plant down. Definitely not easy. KNG walking in. Gonna go down for Guardian, and now everything rides on Henny here. He's got the AWP, but he's locked in behind. They do spot him out. He gets the leg shot, the double leg shot. Guardian and Edward both down to 15 and both surviving. That's ridiculous. I need to see that again.
It shows you just how close it could be to him getting the clutch collateral 2-for-1 shot, or obviously dying in a horrible way.
My God, man. That, I mean, if Immortals win that, it breaks Na'Vi's economy. Everything is suddenly lined up for them. 6-2 is the scoreline instead. Moving into the 9th round, we've got the AWP on Simple. Guardian should have the other one, I believe, and see how it all plays out. Double AWP on Immortals once again, so 4 AWPs in play. It's overpass. You can totally do this.
Absolutely. It's just so rare to see, right? You get the 4 AWPs, 4 competent AWPers as well, no less. And so now we get to see who's going to find that first pick. And once again, aggro made a little bit, but this time the focus is going to be all long for Na'Vi. Simple set up with one of his AWPs over here. And Guardian as well. They had both AWPs on the A side of the map here for Na'Vi. Whereas KNG, he's just sitting and waiting, hoping somebody's going to peek him at Monster.
Very defensive setup this time for the Na'Vi team. Allowing Bolts to get all the way in here, and he's really tuned in. Good with the flick. He's very low on health, so might not be able to make it out. Flamey can't quite see it, and he didn't want to risk the blind shots coming through either. So he's going to be able to escape. That's great individual playmaking on Bolts.
I feel like he's got a real grip of the situation here. But Bolts, I mean, he's just winning these duels, coming through short. It feels like that's a part of the map where he's just comfortable. He knows he can take the fights there. And he's trained for that particular spot because he just keeps winning fight after fight. And that's creating so much space for Immortals. They still have 40 seconds. And they still continue to just sit and wait. A little bit more noise made over here towards the B side by KNG, but the action is about to be over on A. And Simple is holding close restrooms, and he's going to get a shot. No, he misses it right over Lucas's shoulder, gets the follow-up on Steel, and now he knows. Too many players over here at long. This can't be anything but. And Guardian and Edward are already rotating up to the A site here to try and bolster the defense.
That's so strange, because Simple can see the shadow on the ground. You think he'd had every chance of getting that kill. Now, all of Na'Vi look a bit out of focus, except for Guardian, who's going to pick up Bolt. That's a huge kill. The rest of the push coming in towards the B-bomb site. Henny gets one, KNG with the next. And now it's a 2-on-1. Guardian trying to jump through the smoke. They don't hit him the first time. Re-peeking into the scope. He gets one. Guardian trying for the second. He actually hits Henny on that shot. The smoke is up and he's hiding inside. Flick not going to connect. The pistol is out instead. Henny's right in front and he's going to win it this time. Couldn't quite do it the last one, but here it comes with a double kill and Immortals picks it up.
That's just ludicrous. Shot after shot. AWPs, point blank. And while both of these operas, Henny as well, both of these operas are very capable when it comes to close quarters combat with the sniper rifle. And sure enough, Henny's the one to land the shot when Guardian actually in the game of chicken decides to change it up.
That just looks like it's so close.
For both of them, Guardian looked like he quick-scoped onto him as well.
We're talking about the emotions for Immortals. I love those player cam shots of them reacting. They get so fired up.
The one thing is that it can come back to haunt them when they get too fired up, right? Things start going against them, and then they quiet down.
It's true, but that's a problem for them. For me, it's entertaining, you know? So I want them to keep doing it. But you are right. I mean, this is talked about a fair bit, right? High highs and low lows and all that.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely not wrong. I still just enjoy it so much, you know? Much rather have players who are emotionally invested in the game. 4-man stack on the B-bomb side. Well then.
This was a force buy from Na'Vi as well.
But even when they had the rifles, they seem to be quite confident in Simple holding the bomb site, and he's holding it far back, so he's going to have almost no warning if anything goes wrong. That's a great grenade on Henny.
Sick damage. Henny waiting to see if Guardian's going to go for that boost again. And this slow, measured style coming in here from Immortals, very disciplined. I'm loving this. Slowly moving their way over towards the restrooms now. They have Long. Haven't seen them push Long in a few rounds now, and so this might eventually catch Simple off guard. Is he going to go for the shoulder peek?
It's the perfect timing for it. Deagle going the wrong way. If he peeks Long here, he's got a really good chance of picking up a shot. There's 1 second as well. Taking down KNG. Everything was in it for the third one. Guardian going to be going down. Lucas doing a great job of getting Immortals back into this round. Only 10 seconds, but the bomb will be going down, and this should be their round here. 3-on-3.
Cold yesterday, Simple now, just headshots galore with these digs. And Flamey, he's got the FAMAS, needs to find the shot, and sure enough, he will, but Henny holding the long angle, takes down Seized. 2v2 retake scenario now, and Edward needs to try and get in here and actually exactly pick up a gun, and he will find the AK. Goes for the spray, but Henny is indomitable. 3 kills for him, picks them off one at a time, and Na'Vi not able to make that situation shift their way. So we're looking at 6-4 now. And that was the force buy for Na'Vi, so it doesn't get much prettier here either, Anders, because now hard eco. That's what's in the books for Na'Vi, and not going to be a pretty buy for them in the next round either.
Oh, man. I mean, few more bullets and Simple just wrecks that whole round. He's doing fairly well for himself. As a matter of fact, he's got 13-5, which is quite a bit more than everybody else, especially more than everyone else on Immortals right now. But I still feel like the Brazilian side are just doing a fantastic job. We talked about them. Oh, well, Simple again. Why not? I was trying to speak, but if you have to interrupt, then better do it in style.
I mean, get Simple down here on the B side. There's a reason why they keep looking for opening kills over here on the B side right now. It's just that Flamey and Seized aren't able to win a duel. Seized, he's managed to recover the AK, so he has that going for him. He's going to try and back off. Missed opportunity there for Immortals to get another kill. Well, I say that, and then Bolts, once again, he just keeps delivering frags from short.
Yeah, it takes quite a bit of damage. But yeah, when we were talking about the whole idea of Immortals not being too let down at the thought of 5-0, look at him now. This is the kind of mental strength you want to see out of a team at this level, and they certainly are showing it. So, 4-4 right now in this round. Obviously Na'Vi with a huge disadvantage with the weapons. KNG moving up, checking one corner, and checking the next, but not quick enough. Edward will pick up the kill, and actually does a fair bit of damage to Lucas as well. Not even sure if that was team damage or Edward, but regardless, still a 3-on-3 with 30 seconds left. If Seized can get that AK into position, actually the boost comes in. That's very interesting. They do give up on it a bit too early. Maybe there would have been a chance.
But Flamey, he finds a shot on both. Traded by Lucas, 2v2 now. Seized pressing forward, trying to get that AK in position, and he does find the shot. Henny, it's time for a rinse and repeat here. You did it in the last round, and sure enough, mid-air shot on Simple, going for the peak, and he's going to spot out Seized as well. This should be a situation that should be impossible for Henny to lose now. It's on Seized to come up with some magic, but Henny backing up, costing him time, and there just isn't going to be enough time here for Seized to get the defuse now. It's all about staying alive, and Henny is not interested in letting that happen. Beautiful, beautiful work from Henny at the end, just playing that situation perfectly.
Some very scary rounds for Immortals here as they keep surviving with 1 or 2 members alive. They've won the last 3 rounds in a row, and all of them have been down to either a 1v1 or a 2v2. That's a bit too close to the edge, I would say. But the upside is they're keeping Na'Vi's economy really low, and as long as they can continue to do that, they should be in a good position.
There you go, there you go.
I just love it. I think it's so amazing. 12th round coming up here. AKs and AWP, and then on the other team, no AWP for Guardian. That could be a big problem for them.
But Seized winning a duel versus Steel over on B. That is big. Seized and Flamey have had a pretty rough time of it so far in this first half. For Seized to actually win a duel straight up like that, it's a bit of a confidence boost for him, for sure. And he needs it right now in that B defense. But Immortals, they're already pushing through long, and this might be the opportunity for him here. KNG with the AK, not with the AWP. It's Henny who's going to be backing him up with the sniper rifle. When do they decide it's time to push? Looks like Henny was trying to keep an eye on things, see if anybody was going to go for the peak.
He's so quick. We've seen it the last couple of rounds. Any little pixel, and KNG certainly's got it too. Taking down Guardian, moving on to the site, not checking the truck quick enough, but Lucas will be there. And Lucas with the follow-up kill on Flavium. That's just the whole side gone.
It's unbelievable. Both shots, KNG just surviving. All he had to do was be bait. Now it's seized and Simple. 2v4, no chance at all. Simple is stuck. Needs to find a way down into the lower halls because he is, yeah, look at this, just burning like a fire. The floor is lava. He can't get down.
Oh, that meme just never goes away, does it? Oh, they're shooting through Simple. How did they realize? Seized can't help him either. Simple's got 1 health, so he's got to get quite far away from this bomb, and there are people waiting for him. I don't think he's going to survive here, unfortunately.
No, he's a bit too close.
Yeah. Pretty sure that the bomb is going to do a little bit of damage to him in this corner.
Oh, but he takes one with him at least, I guess.
Small upside. This is quite remarkable. That's now 4 rounds in a row here. 4 Immortals tying up the scoreline at 6-6. And yeah, the money. Na'Vi. We've seen this yesterday.
Yeah.
Playing on the CT side, just don't have the economy to buy anything.
And that's not good. It's just completely flipped now. With 3 rounds left in the half, Na'Vi, they are the ones who have to go for the half buy here in this round. You can see Seized and Simple investing a little bit in Kevlar and pistols, but it's all about the next round where they're going to have the money for the ops and they're going to have the money for full nades. But they need to just kind of grit their teeth and bear it here, because Immortals are now poised to take the lead. It's 6-6. And Immortals, they're not lacking for anything right now. They have everything they need.
It's kind of curious how Na'Vi sort of gave up on the idea of having any kind of forward defense towards the birthday party area. They tried it a couple of rounds and they had both success and failure, but I feel like there was no sort of decisive reason why they had to quit doing that. Because now you see some of the, like the last one especially, where Immortals actually walk into the A bomb site, and only when they're there is when Na'Vi think, oh, damn, they're on the bomb site. You know, that's not enough time to react, basically. Needs some more information before that happens. Oh, no.
Once again. Here it goes. Oh, what? Perfect.
That's not bad at all. Couple of wallbang shots coming out. Over at long, Edward getting shot in the back by KNG was coming in and steal. Bit too close for the C-set, 75. Gonna end up going down.
Bolts needs to take over on short again. Well, Bolts just, I guess, from anywhere. 2 headshots for him on the B site. Now they can even back off the bomb. It's already rotating back over there based off of Bolts managing to get practically into the bomb site itself. Now, another free round. Guardian, he's going to get a parting shot, so that's nice for him. But Lucas is here. Whoa, the follow-up one. That was sick, Guardian. 1v2 with the AK, no Kevlar, no kit. And unfortunately for him, no life either. Bolts is just everywhere. He is in all places. 2 of those kills he gets on opponents who have no idea that he's that far out.
This whole game for Bolts has been really quite amazing. I mean, it's not just the fact that he's sort of top of the scoreboard for Immortals, it's also so many of the kills are opening frags on the B-bomb side. I mean, that's so incredibly... Even if that's all he did and didn't get anything else done, if you can just... If every round you can count on Bolts to sort of walk in and kill someone on B, that's fine. Just let him do that and nothing else. 7-6 moving into the 14th round here. And Na'Vi have money at least.
It hinges on Guardian having the AWP, this mid-aggression from them at birthday. Because again, Guardian, Simple, moving together as a duo. They're trying to hunt them down, though. He might not make it out of here intact. Decides to hang around, but now he has to worry about his left flank. And he will have his teammate there, but Henning jumping right into the angle. That's not going to be good enough, though. 3 players, 4 Immortals looking for the trade, and they find it. And even better, just push right through the smoke and catch Guardian before he can get onto the site.
Taking out Edward as well. Guardian also getting stuck on the ledge, and KNG so aggressive to take down Seas. They just... right now, they're just beating the timing that Na'Vi have. You know, Na'Vi thinking, okay, we'll push up and take a bit of a fight, then we'll fall back to the next position and, you know, we'll fight them again. And Immortals just keep running. Like, that's very hard to deal with if you're Na'Vi. You can tell that they got caught out of position. The last 3 kills of that round were just all, you know, positional kills where Na'Vi aren't expecting Immortals to be that fast. That's quite impressive. And it will spawn an 8th round here for the Brazilian side. This could be a very interesting game now. So this is going to be the 6th round that they win in a row here, Immortals, and that's all good. But you have to realize a lot of that's also off the back of the fact that Na'Vi just don't have any economy. Yeah. So there is that little element to it as well. And it's worth thinking about when we get into the second half, see how good Immortals can retain the economy. That seems to be a reoccurring topic in this group stage here for the Major. Just how do you keep the CT economy alive? People don't seem to do that or can't do it.
Yeah, we're seeing teams go for the forces and then not have the nades when it comes to the full buy. So that's what you have to start wondering. Is it time to start shifting out of that strategy? Just going for hard ecos and trying to have as much money as possible for the nades that will make the difference on the CT side. We've seen Na'Vi go for buys like this one, but also where they just had M4s and like no nades. And you're there, well, why aren't you going at least for a UMP so you can have a few more nades to work with, right on 2 guys, for example. The nades are so key on CT side to smoke off these choke points and to buy time. But no AWP in play for Na'Vi, and so Guardian playing passive mid. He looks like he's going to try and get in position to back up Simple. So I do like to see that. And Edward is still kind of caught in connector, actually. So this could get a little nasty here.
They have got him cornered, but they've got to worry about the fact that he has the Mag 7. Sometimes you don't want to put players like that too close. Bolts with KNG getting a kill. KNG picking up the second as well, taking down Flamey. And Edward coming in, almost got the timing right, but Luca's a bit too quick. Going to pick up Simple as well here in the last kill. The 15th round is going to go to Henny, making it 9-6 in favor of Immortals. What a great comeback from being down 5-0, you know, losing 5 rounds in a row and probably feeling a bit miserable. And then after that, Na'Vi only picked up 1 single round. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, it was the Immortals show. But you have to, the man on your screen right there in the middle, Bolts, right? We did kind of switch immediately to Na'Vi as I said that, but it doesn't matter. You saw him, Bolts. I think you can put a lot of it on him. A, he's got the calls, and B, he kept winning duels on short and B, and that, you could tell, just kept throwing Na'Vi out of whack. It made his life easier, it made Immortals' life easier when it came to actually executing onto a site. If you keep doing it with a man or 2-man advantage, it's so hard for Na'Vi to have the individual plays to counteract that. Guardian came close, and that's probably another big round where the 1v1 clutch versus Henny. Had Guardian won that round, we might be looking at a different scoreline here for Na'Vi. But between Bolts and Henny, Immortals are just looking fantastic right now.
Battle and Sewer, KNG with a couple of clicks, Henny as well, and moving in, KNG almost gets the next, but Simple with the triple return. Oh my god. Absolute apocalypse in the Sewer here, and now it's Bolts and Guardian in a 1 versus 1 with 1 minute and 25 seconds left. That's so much time. Guardian can pick up the bomb and run anywhere that he wants to. And Bolts, I think, has a bit of maybe a harder task on his hands. He has to guess when Guardian is going. This is all down to some element of random timing as well. He's out of the audio range of Bolts, so Bolts won't know that he's run all the way up here. Probably when he walks on the bomb side, he's going to start to think, it's a bit strange that no one is here. I don't know how this is going to play out, but what an explosive beginning to the second half.
Yep, there we go. Audio cue. Bomb has been planted and Bolt's now rotating up.
Molotov on Guardian.
Yeah, he knows. How does he use it?
Well, Bolts has a smoke, but no kit. This is sort of a rock, paper, scissors kind of situation where it's very hard to know exactly how it's going to work out. There's the smoke cancelling out anything. Guardian hoping for the click, missing every single shot. Oh my god! 5 seconds left. He's going to get another go. Finally, he's hitting them, and he's going to be able to take him down through the smoke. If he had a kit, that would have been a 1 round. So I guess, what does that mean? USP beats no kit in the rock, paper, scissors, Counter-Strike.
Where's the kit?
Madness, absolute madness.
The head shake from Guardian at the end where he's like, okay, actually worked out that he didn't have a kit picked up. And we're seeing it here, and it's ticking down. Yep, it would have been 1 if he had a kit. That was it.
Yeah, it
Large
definitely
margin.
would have. No issue at all, in fact, with Seized, I think, was getting a bit nervous as well. Just a release of energy there. You're just seeing your teammate just disappearing shots into the smoke and nothing is happening. Oh my god.
Well, now, do Na'Vi manage to extend this at all? Do we get a real game on our hands here? Or do Immortals win the Force? Because they've gone for the Force buy. Again, not prioritizing nades in the 4th round buy. Just trying to put it all here and see if they can get something out of it. Henny, he did get something out of it. He got a few bullets. That's no fun.
I would be very careful about challenging this scout on long. It might not be worth it. I mean, there's no real reason. At least throw some grenades if you're really going to fight him, but just peeking him like this, what if he hits a headshot or just 2 or 3 body shots? Like, it isn't worth it.
Yeah. It's the body shots that are killer. So yeah, obviously if he gets frags, but I mean, if he keeps tagging up your guys and dropping them down to 30 HP, that's no fun. That's where you start getting in risk with the 5-7s and the CZs. It makes life so much easier for Immortals.
Yeah.
So they're changing it up. They want to get close quarters on this. Wrap through restrooms and see if they can just blow up onto the site.
KNG gonna walk right into it. That's an easy kill. And that probably will spark the push on towards the A-bomb site. Henny goes down, Simple. Even if he was low on health, still able to pick up the kill, no problem. Grenade gonna be traded against Bolts, who gives one back. Still looking quite comfortable here for Na'Vi. They will lose Flamey. Lucas having a fight with Edward over at the bank. Lucas on 4 health, so...
by the way, the bomb needs to get planted at some point. Okay, never mind.
You say that, but...
It's like 12 seconds left. They're still fighting.
That's a slight risk. Like, if you lose both those fights, then suddenly it's, you know, 2 versus 1, and the bomb isn't planted with 12 seconds. So, yeah, you're right. Don't want any of that. Na'Vi on the comeback trail here. 9-8. Anything can happen at this point. I mean, again, we've been sort of hammering this point home a lot, but really a lot of it comes down to can Immortals keep their economy afloat in the second half. So far, in this group stage of the Major, it seemed like on all maps, some worse than others, but pretty much on all maps, the CT side is struggling to do that. So, see how it plays out.
Oh, well, that's awkward.
Yes.
Sorry about that, Steel. Flamey, long range with the MAC-10. And, well, it's a free bomb site. They're going to get the plant. No problem at all. Nobody actually covering for C's. That's a little bit risky for him. Obviously, if somebody is on upper, he's a dead man. But whatever. Luck favors him this time around. And Guardian, yes, going to be able to spot out Henny. KNG has taken Flamey in the meantime, though. And so Guardian will find the shot. And I like that. Simple. You don't need to go and hunt the kill with the AK. Let the guy with the MAC-10 find the shot. Let him get the kill. Let him make the money. It's the whole point of him investing in an SMG.
Just running all over the place. Looking for the last members of Immortals, if they can find them anywhere. They're making a lot of noise, and you can see Immortals trying to sort of dodge it a bit as much as they can. They do pick up another kill, and one more at that. If they could just get the AK. He actually has picked it up, KNG. He's around the corner. Simple wants to fight him. Going very low, but at least steals the AK back. That's good news.
Yeah, expensive round though for Na'Vi. In the end, I mean, Guardian finding 2 kills, or finding a kill at least with the MAC-10. Flamey as well, spending a whole lot more than they wanted to though here. And so, does Guardian hold on to the AK? Yeah, he does. Interesting. No AWP in play here for Na'Vi going into this round, where of course Henny actually managed to just squeak by and pick one up. I think that's KNG sacrificing himself for him. We're seeing a shift here in Immortals as well. KNG was the one who seems like the primary operator just at the major qualifier not too long ago, and now it's Henny who's actually getting the AWP priority.
My God, Edward is quick. Flashbang is in. He's going to pick up one. Goes for the refrag. And Flamey there to pick off Steel. Henny goes down to Simple. Now KNG all alone on the bomb site. And Flamey, great secondary entry there. He got the first one on the ramp as well. Leaving Bolts in a 1 versus 3. Sees where that smoke is coming from. But now the bomb is being planted and he goes down. Flamey with a triple. That's such an aggressive push. So the Molotov is up. They obviously throw that from the other side of the railway.
Yeah.
And then once they get to the L-bend, the Molotov is just disappearing. The people outside the bomb site are still throwing flashbangs in so that they can get that over. That's so well coordinated by Na'Vi. That was a beautiful round. And and even worse for Immortals. There was a guy jumping for the peak. He was just out of sync with the fact that Edward was running in. So he was out of, he was behind the wall when Edward was running in, and then they just didn't know what was happening. Couldn't be better.
We're seeing the short smoke go down again here. Curious to see if we're going to see a repeat. Not quite as clear. It's like Na'Vi are not interested in running into a trap. They know that there's going to be pistols here for Immortals. And so 10-9, Na'Vi in the lead now. On T side, they saved the AWP from the last round as well. Very nicely donated by Henny. Guardian gives thanks. And well, no reason to rush things, it looks like here for Na'Vi. Instead, move together. Flash setup. Going to be clearing out short. Simple's now got connector. And sure enough, it's looking like Na'Vi are just slowly working their way here towards the B site. I don't think Simple spotted the man in connector there.
No.
Bolts could have a chance here to ruin things.
It's very annoying for Bolts that Simple closed the door, though, because otherwise he could have like a little cheeky angle. But now he has to actually open the door himself. Lucas gets one steal with the next. Is it going to spiral out of control here? Immortals with the first 2 kills of the round. They need to bring this back right away, Na'Vi. Bolts now sniping away in connector, trying to see if he can find the face of Simple. Instead, Simple will get the refire. Sign of life here for Na'Vi. Now it's a 3 versus 4 still. With only 40 seconds. The bomb trying to make its way back. Spray through. Looked like that could have been deadly.
Oh boy. That's deadly. That's the bomb. 30 seconds left and C's has to run over here now. Doesn't know if Henny's holding close. The Molotov to buy even more time.
That actually kills the round.
That's so perfect.
They actually cannot. I don't think they can get. By the time this is going to run up, I think this is going to be just a bit too long to actually run to the bomb side.
You gotta go, you gotta go, you gotta go. And basically you need Simple to clear the way. Simple has to run straight out onto the B side and find the shot on Lucas. And now, well, life gets difficult because Lucas can stop C's from running in. There is no time to waste. C's just has to run in and plant, and it's just not going to work. He's going to get denied, and you see him like just doing the rotation with the mouse.
Unbelievable. He just makes it. He was at 6 seconds when he started to plant that bomb. So 2 more seconds and it would have been too late regardless.
That Molotov was so sick.
Yeah, that's I was trying to do the math in my head about like just like because it buys quite a bit of time, right? And he can't really do anything about it. So that's remarkable. If you had a smoke or something, you could have caught another 5 seconds off of that, but that's so hard to deal with. What a way to lose a round. Immortal striking back, getting the first couple of kills, and then the bomb being dropped. Edward down the ladder. Ties up the scoreline at 10-10. Double AWP on Immortals, and the 1 on Guardian there. Let's see what happens here. This is now... We said it might be an explosive game. I think we're getting our money's worth right now.
Yeah. To use a quote from Hank, now we're cooking with gas.
Yeah.
Now we're cooking with gas.
Should use more Hank quotes. I like that.
Don't think we can say many of them on stream, Anders, but we'll keep it in mind.
It's true, very true actually.
But just that's kind of what you need at this point if you're Immortals, though. You need a little bit of a lucky draw, winning an eco round like that, managing to just because otherwise you're looking at 11 to 9. You're not in double digits. But now Immortals, they get kind of a new lease on life because they saved so many guns from that last round. Look at that, 3 AKs, AWP. You've got 3 guys who actually have halfway decent money on it, or 4 guys rather, who have halfway decent money on Immortals now. And so if they lose this round, it's not the end of the world. They could even go for a 4 spy and get right back into it.
Oh, damn, what a shot from Henny, but he doesn't realize there is an army coming for him. He's smoked up on one side. Grenades are rushing in. He's going to get 1 more kill. Close range, gets a headshot on Edward. And finally they take down Henny, but that's a remarkable triple kill. Dropping almost all of the Na'Vi team, and he was alone. There's no cover or anything. They had him boxed in. They had so many grenades, and they couldn't take care of him.
That's not how you're supposed to do that. That's not how that's supposed to happen. Should be just the bombardment with the nades, making use of the advantage, and then...
Well, there's one issue that's going to be at the back of Navi's mind in that situation. That's the fact that if they want to throw Molotovs in, they have to peek a fairly wide angle, and if he's scoping there, then they have a grenade in hand as they go down. Bolts gets a kill on Simple. Flamey, the spray on 1, picks up the AWP. With 6 seconds, he's going to be going down. That'll be Immortals winning another round, largely due to Henny just being a bit of a rock out there.
That's what we're talking about, right? One of the key factors to victory for Immortals is going to be Henny and his ability to come up with plays like that, point blank with the AWP. Just taking over rounds. That's a quality that every top team needs. They need to have a couple of players who are capable of doing that. And so we got a little bit of a demonstration here from Henny. Bolts obviously going to be rallying the troops, but I think right now for Na'Vi, it's Andy, their coach, who's doing the most of the talking.
This first peek here.
Yeah.
Sees him. He's got the adjustment. But the fact that they can't do anything, they have 4 Molotovs in this position. And what they throw is what? A single flashbang. And that was it. And it's not even a great flashbang. Like, it goes like way into the wall and almost lands behind Henny. Like, you know, at least take the time. Make it a pop flash or something. Or use some of the Molotovs, but a little bit of panic on Na'Vi cost them a lot. Now we've got Tech 9s on everybody and a lot of grenades too. This could be a fairly quick round, or at least sort of a contact play, where they just edge their way closer, and as soon as they run into any opposition, then it's go time.
Yeah. You've got the connector control coming up here for Na'Vi. Guardian and Simple working together as a duo. Seized is going to be backing up Edward, and Flamey just making sure that they can't get aggressive over on the B side of things here for Immortals. Fairly slow stuff, actually, measured, but they are checking everywhere. And this is one thing that's been fairly frustrating for Na'Vi, is the fact that they aren't afraid to play connector, Immortals, and that puts a lot of pressure over towards B or A. So if Guardian, if they want to wind up on B, which looks like that's going to be the case, they need to clear out top mid, they need to clear out connector to make sure that nobody can rotate in quickly behind them into sewers and get that flank going.
Pretty high flashbang coming in, not really affecting anybody. And now Na'Vi is setting up for the execute. 50 seconds, so plenty of time, but now is as good a time as any. Trying to see if they can block off some of those AWPs, which is always a good idea. They are making their way in, and looks like they could definitely get the bomb plant at least. Steel and Lucas picking up a couple of good headshots with the AK and M4. Bomb will be planted, but going to be nearly impossible for Na'Vi to hold on to it here. Simple, with 23 kills in the game, top fragging at the moment, but with a Tech 9 against 4, it's just not enough.
They don't even get the plant, Anders. They don't even get the plant.
How do they not, though? I don't understand.
That is what you're wondering. It's like you've got the smoke walls. You ran a very clean strategy, but Immortals played that retake. I love the fact that Immortals are prepared for a rush on B as well. Both of them holding CT side, other side of the smoke. I mean, no easy frags there for Na'Vi to get the ball rolling for themselves. But still, to not get the bomb plant, that's frustrating. Because look at the impact this has on Edward's economy, for example. No nades, he has a flash, right? 2 nades on seized, 3 on simple, and the Molotovs, they just don't have them. And so, going to be a bit of the aim here that has to come into play for Na'Vi.
They really needed that bomb plant as well.
Yeah.
Like, you look at the sort of lack of head armor on 3 and also no grenades on those players, so that $800 bonus would have made a big difference in a round like this. Really confused about why they didn't manage to get the bomb down. It might have been a really good grenade. I think Edward got exploded, so that could be part of the reason, but still should have been able to maybe do it a bit quicker. Let's see, 2-round lead for Immortals. Na'Vi starting to struggle a bit, and in terms of keeping the CT economy alive, like we were talking so much about, that's a big deal, but they will get the kill on Bolts there. Guardian to pick up that one. Now something is working for Na'Vi. Opening frag and making a big rotation towards the other side, where look, Steel is moving his way in the monster tunnel. When that smoke disappears, what's going to happen? He's going to get flashed in right into Guardian's waiting arms, and now Lucas is in a lot of trouble.
This is finally going right for Na'Vi. 2 opening frags. Lucas still alive on the site, though, and while he's shown that he can spray through the smoke before, just dancing around the bullets right now. Is he going to get the timing right? He's got his teammate very close behind him as well, and hoping to deny the bomb plant. Not going to find it. Perfectly done for Na'Vi. They're able to back off, and now it's the after plant. Point blank from KNG, though, assassinates Guardian. And he can get the angle onto short as well, but Seized will find his teammate Lucas.
KNG trying again. Henny's there. The double orb is in play, and it's the retake as well. It's so hard to do, but KNG gets a kill. Trying again. Henny tapping the bomb a single time. KNG getting one more frag. It's now a triple for him, and Flamey's on the other side denying the bomb. Hiding in the corner. KNG picking it up for the clutch and the defuse. Absolutely ridiculous. How does that work? Retaking double orb against, what, 4 AKs? That was a 2-on-4. That is never supposed to happen.
No, Anders, because we are always saying that, right? You do not want to have double ops because you run the risk of not being able to execute the retake when you get into it, and Ken's just like, hold my beer. Let me go ahead and get 4 kills real quick, point blank with the op, no scopes galore. I love it. Well, Na'Vi definitely do not, and you can tell that they are not pleased with that. That is a round where, I mean, that was a 5v3 plant situation. They have everything they need to lock down the round, and somehow they let it slip through their fingers. And so now Na'Vi, this is where it's a true test. Can they come back from this? Can they get their heads back in the game?
This is completely absurd, isn't it? When Flamey gets the kill through the smoke here, thinking, okay, just a bit of time more, but KNG's relentless. And the reaction, you see, the opposites on both teams here. What a remarkable game this is. 13-10. And now Na'Vi, I mean, they have some money and they've purchased into this round, so maybe it will be enough, but they're being stretched very thinly right now.
And again, they were prepared for this. Identical setup for Immortals. It's a retake sort of plan. Steel and Lucas, again, holding in CT, allowing for Na'Vi to get up onto the site and get that bomb plant. Guardian taking a lot of damage in the process, though. But as soon as these smokes clear, Immortals, everybody's going to be able to rotate in, and they can start moving in.
And they've got huge grenade superiority to actually go for the retake, and that's probably part of the plan as well. We'll see if they can execute it as well as they did last time. KNG continuing where he left off in the last round, getting a kill, seized. going to get zoned out. Lucas is there with a headshot on Edward, and Henny as well. It's just picture perfect. There's nothing left to chance. Bomb is being defused inside of the smoke. Guardian somehow gets a double. That probably shouldn't have been allowed, and they're going to rediscover the bomb there and will be able to defuse it in time. So a bit risky, but ultimately it will be 14-10. And Immortals now just 2 rounds away.
Cutting it so close. Guardian the hero. And just to remind you all, this is a 1-1 match. Both of these teams, 1 win, 1 loss. And so it's not like their tournament life is on the line, but you definitely want to be with the advantage of being up 1 game right now. And look at just how hard you have to fight to get here. But yeah, we're getting the replay. No, we don't actually get the replay. Sorry. I like that, you know, I'm watching live and you're watching on the stream, so we do kind of get the replay whenever we want it over here.
Yeah, I've got a permanent 30-second delay. It's kind of cool.
That's sick.
It helps if you miss anything that's important, I feel like.
Yeah, it's kind of painful to rewatch Guardian though there, you know, because he gets both kills. And then Henny didn't even have a kit either, so imagine it's like, if Bolts doesn't find that bomb, there's nothing Henny can do.
Yeah. No, there was a minuscule chance that something could have got messed up there. The Immortals are playing just an incredibly high level of Counter-Strike. They're doing more or less everything right, and their economy is so good for it. They've won 5 rounds in a row here. 3 of them have been defusers. Guardian will get KNG over at long. So now, again, Na'Vi with the opening frag. You think this is it. Now they've got a real chance of doing it. Henny with the refrag, though, taking down Simple.
And look at that. They just halt.
Yeah, slowing down.
Grinds everything to a halt here for Na'Vi. All of a sudden, they're like, wait, there was a man in mid too? Okay, how do we approach this now? And it looks like the solution is to get a smoke down deep on long. 2 smokes, in fact. Well, all 4 members are here gathered up for Na'Vi. The shot through, leg onto Guardian. Okay, then.
Who does that? Like, who bunny jumps through the smoke to leg? I mean, to just take that battle. That's madness.
Bolts. So sick. Bolts, he's going to get the total flank. Now they're sandwiched in. Z's realizes, though, he goes to the one spot on the map where he can maybe get out, and Flamey's there to help him out as well, right into connector. But Steel and Lucas are both down on the B site. They can be ready for this.
I've got a really good setup for it. Steel going to hear seized and will take him down. The bomb is committed on the site. There's only 11 seconds left, and Edward, yeah, you can't fight it. I mean, all they have to do is hide. If they don't show themselves, you'll never find them with 10 seconds, so time is going to run out. It will be 15 rounds for Immortals here. Great effort, and just, I mean, they're looking so confident on the Brazilian side. This is the kind of Counter-Strike you just love to watch. Like that jump through the smoke up on long, even if it's not a kill. So ridiculous.
It's just a wall of blue now. It started off with Na'Vi looking fairly good, like we were going to have a scrappy second half here. It just feels like now, as soon as they got broken on the economy side, this has been Immortals' game. I mean, it also helps that KNG gets 4 kills and a double off retake. That's pretty solid too. Can't count on that happening every time, but still, Immortals right now, they have everything going their way. It is going to be Na'Vi with a fairly reasonable buy, actually, all things considered. 4 rifles, pretty good nade count. Only Guardian with the Tech 9, and Bolts holding close and connectors about to get a rude awakening here. Flamey and Simple keep pushing forward.
This is it. Henny opening up, taking down Edward. It all rides on this for Na'Vi. They need to continue this and fight for overtime, but Bolts is making that very difficult. Taking a kill on Flamey. Simple did go down to 4 health, and he's the top fragger on Na'Vi. They need him to come alive here. 4 versus 3 right now. Another couple of kills here, and Immortals will be able to steal the map away from Na'Vi and go 2-1 in the group. Means they're just a win away, soon to be, from making the playoffs.
Yep, in their first major as well.
Yeah.
So imagine that. Royal Road, perhaps? They've got the confidence.
Seized?
Might get slapped there, Seized. You might get slapped.
To be honest, it wouldn't have made a big difference anyway. Guardian and Simple are now trying to fight it 2 versus 4, and Simple is practically not even on the server. He's solo on health. Steel can see the legs of anyone sneaking through. Not able to get the kill. That's a bit sloppy, perhaps. But how did they get the bomb down? It's on Simple. Surely he's going to have to give it up. If any grenades land or anything else, that would be pretty risky. Yeah, we'll swap it over to Guardian for good reason. Flashbangs are out, but this is 1 in 1,000 if they can win this round. Simple picking up the AK as well. Trying for a bit of a spray. He goes down, and Guardian to fall next. And it will be 16-10 in favor of Immortals here. Remarkable game from them. Absolutely amazing, especially after that shaky beginning in the first half. They bring it right back, and they just look like a very professional team at this point in time. Henny at 21, 22 kills towards the end of it. KNG over 20 as well. Quite impressive.
Yeah, they came here to make a statement, Immortals, and that was that they are a contender and that they are looking to catch up with SK, who are just leading the way in South America right now, but on the world stage as well. I mean, SK, they are just looking like world eaters. Like, yes. They have got nothing in their way to stop them from taking this major. It's going to take a huge play from one of the teams here attempting to stop SK, but Immortals, they are definitely a threat.
Yeah, I mean, this is remarkable, and like we talked about, they should have probably qualified for the last major. They finally did it this time, and even that was obviously a huge release of energy for them. Now, yeah, they're one single map away from making all the way to the playoffs. That would be a story all on its own, sort of a miracle story. You listen to them. I hope we're going to get an interview with one of them. They're so much fun in interviews as well. Yeah. I especially love Steel as the interview subject. I think he's amazing.
Absolutely. Well, he's very verbose. He speaks excellent English, and so you do really get to have that window in to what happens with Immortals. He's no longer calling the shots either, right? And so that's an interesting thing to see, the shift over from him to Bolts in the leadership. Yeah. And so perhaps that is what is going to happen. Guess what, Anders? We get to find out. Over to the panel.
Yes, you do indeed. Thank you very much, Anders and Simler there with the commentary. They will be back for the next game as well. G2 Cloud9 coming up, of course, as our next match in the 1-1 part of the mid-bracket. But let's break it down. Fantastic victory for Immortals, and Na'Vi now in trouble, it seems, in this particular group stage. Who'd have thought we would have been at this point, Nazir, where we're discussing the possibility of not having either Na'Vi or FaZe in the quarterfinals here? Yeah, that's true. But then, when it comes to Na'Vi, a team that has a lot of question marks floating around it. The first half of the game, we saw, just the fact that we discussed before that, Simple, Guardian, the kind of two big factors on that A-bomb side, and how they can be aggressive and take a big portion of the map to themselves, make it harder for the T's to execute. And yeah, you saw that Immortals never even got close to the bomb side early on. But then they shifted their focus, started taking over sewers, connector, and hit that B bomb site. And once they established the fact that they would like to go to that B bomb site, a weekend kind of compensated from Navi's side towards the B bomb site from the A defenders, and that leaves another gap on the A side for Immortals to be able to hit that bomb side. Thanks to Lucas, for example, getting 2 big entries. They didn't even have to really use the grenades going in there. So yeah, just great turnaround from Immortals in the first half. Yeah, really good from them in the turnaround. And Robin also just employing a few little tweaks to things, such as, let's just do double AWP retakes.
No, indeed, definitely. I mean, that I saw that and I was like, that should have never happened. I mean, for Navi's sake, it's just overpeaking after overpeaking in situations you don't really have to. That as Natu said in the green room, it's like that one flash for Henny, right? Just getting that guy by Monster, it's just that wins you the round essentially. Yep. You fake the fuse, you end up going down a one-on-one situation, and Henny ends up winning that clutch situation. But you can definitely see that Immortals definitely did their homework coming into this series. I'm fairly certain that they knew they were going to be playing Overpass the way that Astralis was playing, and that's actually completely unrelated to this game. But it makes me worry about Astralis a little bit, because they weren't playing great yesterday versus SK. They completely stomped, and then versus the Na'Vi game, their T-Sal was not looking great. And this is a team that passed on ESL 1 Cologne. This is a team that took 3 weeks to prepare for this major, and I don't know, I'm getting a little bit worried. Yeah, getting ahead of yourself as well. Astralis Fnatic a little bit later on, but no, that's what I'm saying. Just completely unrelated, because I was gonna. My comparison for Na'Vi, especially on their CT side, right, is because when you look at this and you're like, Astralis is one of the best teams in the world. Yeah. This is the round, by the way. And then 12 rounds, and then you look at Immortals, and yeah, the first 6 rounds, Henny and KNG, they had 14 or 11 ADR on Henny, and then KNG had 7. Right, and I was like, this is not looking great. Even I could get more than 7 ADR. Exactly. I mean, if you look over 6 rounds, that's 42 damage, ridiculous, right? Isn't it? But at the end of the series, both of these two players are on top, right? 2 offers. That's what we were discussing coming into this series of like, how are we going to make use of these 2 offers? What is the mentality? I mean, they really love it, don't they? Yeah, I mean, you should. Henny, especially when he's having a game like that, hitting that many flick shots, in awkward positioning sometimes too. It makes life a lot easier, doesn't it? Yeah, I mean, definitely. That's the sheer power of having an AWP, right? It's the same with SK, with Fallen when he's on point. Just makes so much space for your riflers in that team, and you saw that for the Immortals, hitting that B-bomb side every single time. You get the initial entry, and then, yeah, you pass on the strong players from Na'Vi that's playing the A-bomb side. when you then get the B bomb side, yeah, that retake is super difficult to manage, right? Because you have all the positioning, you even go aggressive. Guardian most likely has an op, probably even simple, and that retake, it should be near impossible.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to see Immortals really like being aware of the situation. A lot of the times you saw Na'Vi go for a BXQ with Tech 9s, full on Molotov smokes, flashes coming in, and Immortals really playing passively, understanding that there's a 45-second bomb timer nowadays, so you can really leave it to the retake and do it gradually. You spend your time and make sure you're like kind of taking every single angle, and they even actually happened to get 2 kills through the smokes before they even had to think about retaking. So really cool stuff to see them actually thinking things through, because that was one of the pet peeves I found in the way they play sometimes.
Yeah, you were upset about that,
they were a little, reckless, you could say.
Well, I like that about them. That's the good side about that.
It's character.
We've got Steele waiting to speak to us. I'm sure he will disagree with us saying they're reckless, but it's fun. It's exciting to watch. We love watching you play, Lucas. And again, thanks for joining us, and congrats on another big win. Is this better than yesterday?
Yeah, it was, man. I mean, so win against Na'Vi on a major tournament, it feels so good. We are so happy.
I bet you guys are. And, obviously pumped up throughout that. We saw Henny just going absolutely crazy sometimes. You like double AWP retakes everywhere. And as Natu said, though, this time, rather than just being all the gung-ho stuff we're used to from you, it was more, you were more careful, you were more thoughtful about how you were doing that.
Yeah, I mean, when Henny is playing like good, we can be super deadly because he's an AWPer, and AWP can be so impactful, especially him, because he's so aggressive. He can like give us so many first kills, and that's make us the round so easy because we have KNG on the other part of the map, so it's not that easy to play against double AWPs.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, do you have to calm Henny down sometimes? Because to me, he seems like he's about to explode at some point. He hits a couple of great shots and he's just shouting and screaming.
Yeah, to be honest, we do not say anything for him because when he's on fire, let him be on fire, man. Let's not stop that guy. Do whatever you want, Henny.
All right, okay, sounds good. Natty's alongside.
Yeah, no, I was wondering what was the kind of the thought process, or what you guys were talking about early parts of the first half when you were, having a bit of trouble trying to go through Simple and Guardian towards the A bomb side, then you shifted your focus towards the B bomb side. What was talked amongst the team in that part?
Yeah, I mean, the first 5 rounds, I mean, it was only 2-gun rounds, so it wasn't that hard. But we knew that Guardian and Simple was 2 great players on backroom. So we decided to start going B. But suddenly going B, which was a little bit hard to because we are trading kills. But this is good for the T side. But yeah, our game wasn't on B side for sure.
Were you expecting to play Overpass versus Na'Vi coming into this?
Actually, to be honest, I had no idea because, man, every time me and Bolts discuss about this, but now we are on separate rooms and he's with his girlfriend, so I have no idea what map is gonna be, man. This is so wrong.
You just need to check in with his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Just ask his girlfriend. She'll probably know.
Yeah, next time I'm gonna talk to her.
I just felt like you have a really good idea on how Na'Vi likes to play their CT sides overall, like you were saying as well with Guardian Simple playing really aggressive in the bathroom area. I just felt like overall throughout the course of the game, yeah, sure, the initial 5 rounds didn't really look that great, but after that, it just seemed like you had full control of what Na'Vi like to do.
Yeah, of course, because we were watching the game against G2, and we knew that they would try to play aggressive too. It's so good to watch the games that your opponent is playing at the same tournament because it's so fresh, and we know that they are gonna do this exactly the same. Especially Na'Vi. I don't know, I can be wrong, but I don't think that Na'Vi is the type of team that do anti-strat or care about the opponents, what they're gonna do. So, but we care.
Yeah, I think that showed, and you've had another successful day today. That's 2 wins now. You're just 1 away from the quarterfinals. I hope I get the chance to speak to you tomorrow.
I hope so, man. I hope to be here tomorrow too.
Well done today, and we'll see you tomorrow for day 4.
See you tomorrow.
Thanks, Lucas. Brilliant. Still, always a great interview as well.
He does have a point, doesn't he? Na'Vi doesn't like to answer. Of course not. They don't have any game leader.
Listen,
well, they do, but they don't.
They don't have a pure in-game leader.
Correct. Yes.
I don't think.
I
think they just exactly. Yeah.
All right. Let's take a look at the scoreboard and show you the final results of this particular game. It's an all-round performance, I guess you could say, for Immortals.
That's I think exactly what they need to do. You can't rely on just pure individuals, 1 or 2 guys going ham. You want to have the whole team contributing. Obviously, there will always be moments in the game where one individual is going to have a higher impact than the others. That being Henny and KNG, obviously, had the biggest ones. But overall, that's a rounded, very, very rounded game for the Immortals guys.
I would even go as far as it's a very well-rounded series for Na'Vi as well. Just in terms of if you look at who played well and who didn't, we were expecting Simple and Guardian to play well, and which they did. So it just comes to show us like, yeah, okay, Na'Vi actually did not play that poorly to begin with. So for Immortals to come out with a win here with 16-10, it just shows like how well they read that game throughout the series, start hitting that B-bombs and you're just getting those round wins. Yeah, making sure the Navi's economy is super low as well. It's just overall, I think so far I'm very impressed by Immortals.
From a Navi perspective, you know, you got it in the sense, like, for example, you have 5-on-3 advantages on the T side. Guardian gets a pick first on A, then they go back towards B bomb side, and then in that specific rounds that the double op retake happens. You know, the kind of rounds they lose are really, really tilting, and it's really tough to come back from that kind of situation.
MVP on screen right now is, of course, Henny. Had a fantastic game with that, all very impactful as well throughout the entire game. Just
look how many skulls.
I was going to say, yeah, it's like lots of AWP kills, but also 9 retake post-plant kills with the AWP.
Yeah. No, I mean,
and that one flash, that was MVP. Yeah, crucial point.
The flash was the MVP of that round.
Seriously, sometimes they are. They definitely are. It's a 2-on-3 situation. There's one in Monster, there's 2 in short, there's a smoke in front and in short. The Navi guys have boosted up a guy on the sandbags over there. You know, in theory, with 2 offs, what are you going to do in that situation? Unless you have that one flash, you blind Simple. KNG goes in, he uses the AWP as a shotgun, gets a kill, then gets another one, a guy that comes.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, who needs scopes anyway, right?
I know, just screw him off.
Unscrew them, throw them away.
No.
Don't need them. Have we got 2 confirmed Immortals fans now? We
on
the Immortals train?
I'm always been a fan of watching the way they play, just because the
But in terms of reaching the quarterfinals?
No, they definitely have the possibility. I mean, they have the tools, for sure.
All right, Robin?
Yeah, I think I agree. I think it definitely for tomorrow depends on the draw that they get. I mean, we're looking into they could possibly get Australis. Maybe, but then they're 2-2, right? So I definitely see them actually heading into the playoffs here.
Okay. All right, good stuff from both of our men on the panel. We'll be taking a break right now, but we are headed towards another one of those 1-1 games. It's a big game for G2 and for Cloud9. It's coming up next.
Coming up next, G2 Esports versus Cloud9.
Nå lanserer Telia Music Freedom, slik at du kan streame musikk uten å bruke data. Music Freedom får det automatisk på de fleste av våre abonnementer og koster ingenting ekstra. Les mer på telia.no.
Jeg lurer på om du kunne fullføre setningen for meg. Livet er for kort til.
Til å ikke kunne nyte et stort glass champagne.
Og ikke leke.
Og ikke spise sjokolade.
Her er is, og det er perfekt.
Ja, når nyter vi livet?
Nå nyter vi livet.
Nå lanserer Telia Music Freedom, slik at du kan streame musikk uten å bruke data. Music Freedom får det automatisk på de fleste av våre abonnementer og koster ingenting ekstra. Les mer på telia.no.
Grab your gear and let's go.
With the Strafe Esports app, follow your favorite teams and players, and you'll never miss a match again. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
Oh, crap.
Exclusive black equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Use the S switch to quickly access the setting and switch between save modes.
I capture the pawn at e5.
You lose your queen.
Check. I think like a 40-year-old and...
Staszek, you could help in the kitchen instead of playing with that gizmo all the time.
She just won't let me play in peace.
TP-Link connects with passion.
Agent Lorraine Broughton, an expert in intelligence collection and hand-to-hand combat. We have a mission for you. Find out who's hunting down our operatives.
Shall we begin?
David Percival is your contact.
Let me help you with your bags. For God's sake.
Remember, trust no one.
Someone tried to set me up. But then you knew that, didn't you? MI6, CIA, everyone's involved. I'm impressed. You've got some balls breaking in here.
You should see my balls, then you'd be really impressed.
I'll take your word for it.
Ready for action. Ready for action. But there's nowhere to go. And there's no way to slow. If I knew what I knew in the past, I would have been like that on your ass.
Oh my God, I think I love you. That's too bad.
They have no idea he's up close. They're looking for more. That's a third one coming in. Looking for the quad kill and nearly gets it.
Stewie, yes, there's one headshot and there's another.
They're getting two big headshots, looking for more. Oh my God! And he's going to go on DJ all the round of the weekend.
So strong, where even our potato servers are hand-checked daily. Low variance. No packet drops. No jokes. All potatoes were harmed during the making of this ad. Go forth. Be strong.
We have arrived at the halfway stage of day number 3 here at the PGL Major, Krakow 2017. Time now to move on to our 5th match of the day. We're still in the 1-1 category, right in the mid-tier of our Swiss group stage system, which moves moving on to a match that has massive importance to both teams. It is G2 versus Cloud9. Both have arrived here slightly differently in terms of the results that they've had so far, but in the end it doesn't matter. They've both won 1 and lost 1. Now they're looking for their second match of the tournament itself. We've also changed our panel right now. We've got Moses back alongside Sponge. Good afternoon, gents.
Personally, I'm shocked to be on the desk for a North American match.
It's astounding
it's surprising
how that happens so often.
I don't get
Just
it.
how does that work?
I'm just glad I get a chance to be back on the desk to, have a comeback to the two old men that were here before me.
Yeah.
Having a bit of a dig, bit lippy.
No, I'm still here, mate. I'm still here.
What'd they say about you?
They just thought my style of Counter-Strike was pretty sporadic.
Listen,
we can get into that.
Right now.
We can get into that, and you can have some retribution. But let's talk about G2 first. Kenny and the boys here. What do you make of their performances so far?
I mean, to me, both these teams are going to be similar. I think in the sense that their performance has been up and down, right? Like there's the really good showings that we see out of them, and then the kind of like disappointing ones. Like obviously yesterday they just got absolutely battered, and like that's something you don't expect to see out of a team with this much skill and experience. The way they get worked across the map, and that's kind of the frightening thing. I think. To me, it almost feels like G2 themselves, and because I am as well when I look at this team, is like, who are your players like that you're going to rely on supposed to be? Because when you look at it on paper, when this team was formed, everyone just says, oh, Shox, Kenny, yes, they're finally playing together. This is going to be the duo. Shox isn't that player at the moment in this team. He's taking more of a leadership
role. He doesn't want to be, does he?
Yeah,
it's a different style.
It's not necessarily because he's bad or anything. Yeah. It just seems like he's focusing on other things within this team. So then when you get to the other ones, Apex, because of his role, is always going to be a little bit up and down. NBK is like, always been that player who gives up spots. He's more of the team-minded. So he's always playing a little bit more of a supportive, passive role. And Body just doesn't seem to be there yet. So you have Kenny, you need more.
Yep.
I think Kenny and the Boys sounds like a band from the 80s, by the way.
It does,
Kenny
a pop band.
And the Boys.
That's the same theme song you made up.
Yeah, it's a great theme song. Anyway, with G2 as a team, right, I completely agree with what Jason's saying about all the players. It just doesn't seem like we have worked out who's going to be the man behind Kenny. It's been up and down recently. Apex has actually had some better performances as of late. You got on the MBK train at the EPL finals. I think they're all definitely...
Nice train.
I think the way that this team's going, they're trying to create, I guess, a new economy meta with taking the full eco on the second and then buying on the third on those T sides. We're seeing them with those Galils a lot more when they're not even getting the bomb down, which is an interesting approach, especially like when the UMPs were at its full strength.
Yeah.
But it's very quick, this transition away from the UMPs, right? We're seeing gun round, second rounds now with 4 Famises and a M4, right? People aren't really taking that risk anymore. So I feel like I want to see them going back to their Force by Tech9 style, right? I like that. I know a lot of people don't.
It fits well with the fact that a lot of teams have been switching over to using a lot of deagles, right, on their when they're force buys. So I mean, naturally, you're going to be at a longer range. The deagles want to take those longer range battles. So the investment into the FAMAS is to kind of battle that a little bit, because if you're at that range of the UMP, you're just kind of useless at this point after the derf. So
or just take 2 AWPs and 3 pistols. Do it the flip side way. Yeah, no problem at all. Let's move on to their opponents in this particular match. It is, of course, Cloud9. We have a North American on the panel once more. Shokora. I mean, putting your North American bias aside, as in, like, please don't hurt them and slate them any more than you normally do.
I'll do my best.
Where are they right now? Because I get a feeling that they still feel like they can do well here, having come off the back of a good result in Cologne, and they're still playing well.
Yeah, they absolutely can do well, right? Like, we see what happens, and I mean, this has been just about the team. It's so hard to, like, come up with, like, new kind of ideas about this team, because every time they look like they're going to just kind of crumble, they come up with that great result like we saw in Cologne. But, I mean, talking about the positives, when everything's going well for this team, it's designed automatically. Stewie and Automatic are, like, your space makers. They're the creators of this team. The other 3 players on this roster, Shroud, Skirtle, Nothing, can't really create anything. They haven't shown, like, a propensity to do it, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it does rely on Stewie and Automatic to initiate the action, create space for a guy like Skadoodle to get an angle with the AWP, create space for Nothing to push forward and have those impact kills in the mid-round and open up the bomb site. And then Shroud, obviously, I mean, we know his aim. It's precise. It's very mechanic, and you want him in those positions where he can just easily tap away at heads as they come in at like a mid-range type duel. So when it's all working together, when everyone's doing their role, it looks great. It looks cool, but it just doesn't happen all that much.
Veto's are on their way.
If you want to get matchup specific here, right? Like, let's move away from the threat of the Cloud9, Scooter, his bag, all this kind of stuff. Don't worry about that. Let's talk about the matchup specific here. So last time these two teams met, it was at the PGL Major qualifier. It went 16-11 in favor of G2 on Cage. And then they met before that at the EPL finals, where Cloud9 actually upset them or surprised them 16-4 on Inferno. So we already have the bans coming in. Nuke's a standard ban. Overpass makes sense. G2 getting rid of Mirage. That's their standard ban. Train being gone, I think, is an interesting one. I know that G2, it's like not like a super strong map for them, but one that I think, versus Cloud9, they might have a decent matchup. So it's going to be between those 2 maps, right? Inferno and... Oh, no, Cash is gone.
Yeah, Cash...
well, actually, I mean, Cloud9's beat G2 on Inferno twice.
So Cloud9 go with Cobble.
I don't like that.
That's like...
I didn't think you would like that.
Yeah, it's G2's best map.
I was waiting for this because... That's just crazy, isn't it?
That's got to be. I mean, there has to be some level of confidence because I mean, Cloud9's Cobble hasn't looked that great. In fact, they've lost to G2 on it.
I don't mind their Cobble as of late. I think they have like a new understanding for mid-round, especially that control of drop room. They're taking it quite well and they're playing off of that very well. My biggest concern comes with their CT side. If they get forced, to play that rotation game, I don't think unless Skadul's going to have one of these matches that he's had of late where he stands up and gets those 3Ks with the AWP, that's where it becomes very difficult. But you have to look back on the 2 most recent matches, and G2 in that game on Cache, the reason that they got out in front was because they were proactive on the CT side, right? Cobble's not really a map where you can be hugely proactive, so I'm interested to see how the mix is going to go.
Yeah, because I mean that has been G2's mark when they have very good games. If you think even to overpass, they're very, very aggressive on the CT side. And the conversation that other teams always have about them is they're so difficult to play against because they're always willing to take a fight. They're always willing to be aggressive. SK specifically says that about them, that it's one of the toughest teams they go up against when they're in that mode. So, I mean, obviously they've found something that works on this map. I mean, in the past, some of the French teams have been so good with the B bomb site executes of just committing into sites, getting through the smokes, getting through the flashbangs, and just aggressively attacking the bomb site. That's what's made them so strong on a map like this. So, yeah, I have to agree with Chad that the onus is going to be on Cloud9's defense here.
Okay, let's get some more thoughts from Sir Scoots, who's found himself some people with some opinions of their own.
Thank you, Paul. I've only got one people. I got Valens with me. Finally getting a chance to talk to you, man, the coach of Cloud9. First off, how you doing?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. So let's talk about your boot camp, because I think it's really important to your success. We've talked about for over a decade that North American Counter-Strike has always been behind the Euros for a variety of reasons, but it generally comes down to your day in, day out, practice partners, how you scrim, and even in your online leagues. There's more teams in Europe, the ping's better, all those things. You guys have basically been boot camping about a month. Cologne was an amazing boot camp for you. Unfortunately, only got second place at your boot camp, but pretty good. So, are you finding that is part of your success so far? Is this the practice level that you're getting while you're here is far above what you're used to at home?
Yeah, definitely. I think practicing here is definitely the reason why we've been able to make so many changes, and as well try out new tactics and see which one we want to actually use in our matches. And our map pool is actually growing just in the last month, just because we've been practicing here, and all these other teams that are here are good on so many maps. And back in NA, we know there's certain maps that certain teams like playing, so we usually practice them on their best maps. But our map pool becomes limited over time because of that.
Yeah. And then to that same kind of point, what I've also noticed, and the community's picked up on it, there's been articles about it, we're seeing a Cloud9 that when you get down a bunch of rounds, you don't check out. You're actually fighting back on these deficits and then winning, which again probably comes down to the practice. But is that also a mental shift? Are you guys doing anything out of game to kind of I don't know if you have a sports psychologist or anything going, but how are you working on that kind of stuff?
Yep, we do, and a couple of our players do talk with him quite often. Besides that, I think something that I work individually with players as well is just I kind of notice their tendencies on when I notice they're starting to get down, and I tell them to remind themselves that, hey, we practice these things. We're playing maps that we know we were going to do things on, so just remind yourself that, hey, we're still in this game, and forget about the score.
Right, now let's talk about the matchup. In the last 3 months, you guys have played G2 quite a few times, 6 times in total. You're 3-3. Couple best of ones, best of 3. I just noticed you're playing Cobble, and they beat you in DreamHack Austin on Cobble. Close though, 16-12. Did the veto go the way it went? And do you think? I mean, the weird thing about the veto is we haven't seen it very often, but G2 technically had the high seed, which would have given them the first veto. They gave that to you. Did that play right into what you wanted?
Yeah, actually, we were expecting it to come down to Cache and Cobble. And instead it came down to Inferno and Cobble, and it was left to us to choose, and they were expecting Inferno, I'm sure, and we picked Cobble. We lost to them on Cobble at Austin a couple months ago, back end of April, I believe, and we lost not because of any great team play by them or strats. It's just kind of they were out shooting us. So I watched that. I watched it with Stu and Tim, and it looked like, hey, we can probably outplay them this time. We have some more stuff on it, so let's give it back to them.
That's great. I got a gift for you. Hang on, let me get rid of this. So Jordan's going to appreciate this. This is the Do Not Peek bat. Brought it all the way from the States. Jordan remembers this from his Evil Geniuses days. I'm going to give this to you for this match, and maybe it'll bring you a little bit of luck, all right?
Yeah,
Good luck, man.
One more thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
As I wanted to give them, something back. They gave the vetoes back to us. They let us be Team A. I want to give this to them, if you can hand it to Smits. I know coaches have to be good at nonverbal communication, so please hand it to Smits and let him know if he ever wants to let me know, without talking to me, what the outcome of this game is going to be.
All right, I will go give this to him, and hopefully he doesn't punch me in the face. You're welcome. All right, Red Iron Gang, back to you guys at the desk.
My word. We were waiting for the, the talking to up its level, and I think it just reached a new level. We've got white flags and bats being handed out now to the coaches. God help the players in this one. We are going to go straight into this one. The players are ready, so let's go straight back to our commentary team of Anders and Semler for Cloud9 versus G2.
Absolute banter. I love it. That's top amazing.
Top kick.
Just handing over the bat, handing over the little flag there. I definitely like that. Semler, you must appreciate that.
I love it, man. The white flag. It's going to be great.
That joke never gets old, does it?
It's, I mean, it kind of does, because then you're just like, oh yeah, okay, but like Napoleon, but fair enough, right? Selective memory, you just don't remember the greats.
It's such a good joke that you have an instant reply in your head already. So many times.
I'm ready. Yeah, exactly.
I like it. That's very good. Well, listen, this is going to be since we're stealing all of Henry G's lines today, this is going to be a barn burner, I think.
Well played.
We should make that a tradition now. G2 and Cloud9 playing in a best of one here. Both the teams are 1-1 in the group, so I'm very excited. I think this is going to be crazy. And the Iceman,
he is not excited. He is quite calm,
Zen,
cool, collected. Exactly, Zen. He might be sitting on top of a mountain right now.
Listen, if he's going to continue to play as well as he has been playing, then if this is the key, I say do it. Go for it.
You do wonder, do players actually use meditation? Because there are benefits to even just a few minutes worth of meditation per day, calming down, trying to just accept whatever it is that's in your head, dealing with it, right? I mean, before a match like that, I think that's actually pretty sharp here, from nothing to actually try and take a few minutes to just center himself.
Maybe we could get a post-game interview if they end up winning and trying to figure out, what's the technique? Is anything got anything going on? Either way, he's been playing very well. I think it's remarkable to see him return to sort of this level after having been gone for quite a while. And on the other side, G2, I mean, are you going to be on the French side automatically, or do you think, what do you think here on Cobblestone?
This is where, I'm going to be a Swede today, Anders, because I get to do that, right? Honorary Swede over here. Also half French, half American. But it's just too painful for both of these teams, right? This is one of those matches where it's just like, I love both of the teams playing, and so it's just like, whoever wins, I'm going to be like, yay, but at the same time, you're just like, no, right, because you're beating the other team. And so today, I'm a Swede. I'm just like, I don't care either way.
Just completely neutral. Well,
what is it? The Futurama, planet neutral. I do not have a feeling either for or against either of these teams.
I don't know. I think when I look at the lineups, my heart says G2, but when I look at how they've been playing recently, I sort of feel like Cloud9 are coming into this game with a bit more momentum. Obviously, yesterday from Cloud9 was a bit painful, but
yes.
But honestly, I feel quite good about the American team. We are going to find out how it all unfolds here on Cobblestone. Get the Dragon Lord drops in. Everybody's ready for this one. G2 and Cloud9 in a best of one here for the PGL Major. Still in the group stage, and it will be Cloud9 starting on the CT side, T side, and G2 on the CT side. Let's see how this plays out. A lot of armor on both teams at this point, and straight jump down, Stewie to open it up.
Yep, and they have the smoke to block off connector on the other side as well, so this is all on NBK now. He needs to find at least one frag, and he's not even going to get that. Skadoodle guns him down, ruthless, and it's all, oh man, it's not even on Shoxy. Shoxy gets shot in the face too. What is this? A perfect round for Cloud9? It could happen. There is no messing with automatic, but Kenny, he's up to the task. Still 1v4, and it's not for long. Stewie, long-range shot with the USP. And that was very clean stuff from Cloud9. You saw Skadoodle setting up. I mean, excellent observing, of course. Heather's on top of it. You saw from Skadoodle's position, right? He gets that connector smoke down immediately, gets the flash out there as well, and then it's just explode into drop and run it out from there.
And it's hilarious because the first kill that they get on Apex there, both Kenny and Body are actually waiting inside the B bomb site, so they're just hoping, crossing the things, please rotate B and not A, because as soon as they rotate A, you said MBK is the only one there. If they'd gone the other way, they would have run into it considerably more firepower, so that's just very unfortunate there. Cloud9 opening up with a good start. Galil's scout, a little bit of everything here, anticipating maybe a bigger buy out of G2. They've held back a bit in this round. Still have some money in the bank.
Yeah, MBK in particular. But we've seen this in the past from G2 where MBK takes the hit for his teammate Kenny. MBK prioritizes his economy for that AWP and then drops it over to Kenny. Because, I mean, yeah, it's Kenny. You know, even with the Deeg, even with the toothpick, this man is a threat. So some drop control here for Cloud9 to start things off. And it's a 4-man stack on the B side for G2. And so G2, once again, all they're hoping for is that they go B, but that's not looking like it's what's going to happen here.
Just automatic on a mission to try and find out if anyone is holding drop, while the rest are converging on the A-bomb side instead. There's a pretty big presence here, but overall, I think Cloud9 have found a pretty good way to enter. Gotta get rid of Kenny, and they actually get the shot on him. That's very unfortunate. Now he has to fall back. A bit of panic here. Shroud gets a kill, but they turn their back, and that'll be a kill for Body. And Apex following up with the C-set. 75 for the double. Now it's all falling apart here. Shox with the Deagle. Cloud9, they had a pretty good opening. They just didn't check the corners.
Getting a bit too ahead of themselves there. Perhaps the tension, perhaps the nerves. But G2 also had a very good read on the situation. Not falling for it, not staying too long on the B site. Early rotation, and now nothing. He's trying to make a dash. Not going to happen. Shoxy's there to deny him with the UMP. But that was so close for nothing to try and make the run to the B site and get the bomb plant there. Would have been a decent situation for him. But instead it means that G2 will win the follow-up round. And now the pressure is on the Americans.
It's like as soon as they get the kill on Kenny at top ramp, they assume he's the only player there. And then, but there are actually 2 people chasing him down. So logically, one checks site, one checks behind them. They just forgot about that little detail. So it cost them quite a bit. Great double kill for Apex. 1-1 is the scoreline. And now moving into the 3rd round. A couple of Khalils being stolen there for G2, as you can tell. That's going to help their economy so much, just not having to buy those. Just pick them off the ground, maybe the UMP as well. Oh, that's nice.
Oh, that didn't even look like it was supposed to connect. Stewie trying to follow it up. He's desperate, but what? Don't shoot your teammate. He's trying to help you.
Yeah, he wanted to escape the Molotov, though, you know? Didn't want to get blocked in.
Ah, man. Especially automatic. He's one of the driving forces on Cloud9. Teams literally play around him. Just don't play where automatic is. All right, Shoxy's waiting for this. This is so sick from Shoxy.
One little picky, 2 little. The 3rd one coming in, and he's got the bomb, and Shox is thinking, well, you know what? Now is about that time. Running with the flock. He's going to turn the corner with the UMP and only get the 1 kill. I feel like he set that up so nicely for a bit of a spray down. MBK takes him with the M4 instead, but you have to admire the patience of Shox, and he could still get the final one in with the Deagle. Let me swap out. There's the M4. There's the Tech 9. What a good round. Really patient play from Shox.
Yeah, that's where it all works out perfectly, right? Nobody looks left, and he's just able to count them go into the market. And it turns out that, you know, Shoxy, when he huffs and puffs, Cloud9, you know, they evaporate. And so it's all over as far as NA are concerned, at least for this round. It's a hard eco coming up. Skadoodle has prioritized the AWP for the next round. He's sitting at 3,000 in the bank. But the rest of them, it's just going to be Glocks galore. Automatic, though, he had a little bit more money, so he goes for the Deeg.
Turned around early on for Cloud9, even after winning the pistol. They couldn't hold on to it, so now they have to start a bit slower than probably they were hoping for. Really common spread here for G2. I do like the fact, though, that they're being fairly aggressive on the plateau. I feel like one of the worst things to watch on this map is when the CT side gives up on the plateau control and just sort of defaulted to waiting in the B-bomb side, and then eventually they get crushed. So I'd like to see them keep that up all the way out.
There's the drop. Body is there to watch the window, and Kenny's rotated back over to A here to bolster the defense, along with Apex. They are spread right now, and that's going to cost them. Shox falls to automatic long range with the Deagle, but NBK instant headshot on Stewie. There's the reply. 3 swift frags for G2. And Shroud not going to be much better. Kenny finds a headshot, and NBK will close the round, taking down Skadoodle. And so there we have it. 55 seconds left in the round. Very quick round, in fact, for Cloud9. Not wasting much time on that hard eco. And now we get into the thick of it. Skadoodle, does he go for the glass cannon? He won't have the money to buy the Kevlar if he does commit to the AWP. We've seen some good things from Ska, though, with the AK, right? Like, it used to be back in the day where it's just like he was one of those dedicated operators where if you put a rifle in his hands, well, you know, just cross your fingers and hope, because he's not really going to be able to do too much with it. But that's changed. Over the past couple of years, he has significantly improved with the AK or the M4.
It looked like maybe there could have been a bit of a conversation about which route to go with it. In the end, he picks up the AWP, which is fine. I mean, on Cobblestone Seaside, you can get some really good fights with it, and you're not going to get that many grenades on you. This actually, running in here quick is one of the places where he could have got grenaded from drop, so I would have been a bit careful with that. But yeah, why not have him lurk around and try and see if he gets sneak in a kill somewhere? Just maybe not so much on plateau. MBK close to the drop here. Going to be one grenade sailing past him. Stewie showing his face and going to be quick on the trigger.
Yeah, tough draw there for MBK. I think he heard multiple footsteps as well, and so he's just wondering how many people are going to come through here, and I can't back out because they've already got the angle on me. So man advantage for Cloud9. Stewie waiting in drop as well. His teammates are still gathered around him. Skadoodle just checking the back line to make sure nobody's infiltrated. Good. Shoxy has taught them well.
Yeah, really drawing this one out now, Cloud9. Once you have that drop control, it makes sense to try and see if you can pressure on and maybe take plateau as well, because if you get both of those, then there is no more B-bomb site. Bit of a battle going on to the A-ramp. Apex showing his face, and also Shroud taking down shots. It's looking much better now for the American side. Kenny back chicken coop here, trying to see if he can stay alive with the AWP. They're going to rotate over because nothing is holding this anyway. Body making quite a bit of noise, and he's just a couple of shots away from death himself. 18 seconds. Body, very hard for him to do anything. If he had more health, maybe he could fight to stop the bomb from going down, like, you know, get the kill on one person, but with 25, it's pretty unlikely. Shroud will take him out, and all about Kenny staying alive now. Great round from Cloud, a very measured round coming out of them.
Yeah, good communication as well. That's the key here. Just instantly acting off of Nothing's info that he takes down Apex on A, that the A side is open. They didn't waste a second. As soon as, well, also Kenny getting the first pick there on the man on plateau. So, I mean, just some quick thinking here from Cloud9. That's what you need to see, especially against a team of veterans like G2. G2, they have been shaky. There has been a lot of pressure on this roster. They're seen as the super team for France now when the roster shuffle came through. And they didn't exactly deliver top results immediately, right? There was a bit of a grind there trying to get the team to gel. But they still haven't reached that Super Saiyan mode yet.
No, there's been peaks where we've seen it, where we sort of, you know, saw a glimmer of it and we thought, okay, this is how this team is supposed to really function. I can understand why it would be difficult to make this project work overall, but yeah, I still am not 100% sure sold on the idea that you sacrifice so much of Shox to get sort of his leadership. But that's just because my opinion of Shox as an individual player is so high that, you know, my feeling will always be just unleash Shox. Just do that, and you'll be more successful. Right now, they are going with that style. Double AWP, though, on the CT side is exciting, and I'm happy. I'm satisfied, Sam, because one of them is Shox.
Yes. He is a very capable AWPer. Doesn't really like duels, but he will be able to find the angle on Nothing. And there's the first shot, staying alive a little bit longer, but Shroud through the edge of the box finds the headshot. And we're into a 4-on-4. Cloud9 not even committed. Willing to back off and play for time. I love it. They're in a situation that favors them. They still have a whole lot of utility to work with. There's no reason to risk it by rushing onto the side afterwards.
Players are really becoming a lot better at getting those types of shots where they actually don't face, but they just sort of pre-fire it or shoot through the side of a box. Stewie commanding the tower position.
Matchmaking.
It's a bit of a shame that it isn't Twist from Liquid, so you could see the wizard in the tower. And, you know, the magician. Love that.
I was just loving that awareness. Apex is pushed up aggro on A long as well. It doesn't look like Apex is going to risk it at all. He is, they're kind of, well, I mean, right now it's a bit of a catch-all approach here for G2. They're spread out pretty thin across the map. This is going to come down to individuals hitting their shots when the time comes.
One problem here is, can they get Kenny into position? Stewie has one smoke, so you have to wonder where exactly is that going to land. Could it block off Kenny? And well, for just a moment, he's going to be walking out. Has a really good line down towards the drop and broken wall. Kenny not hitting the shot. Now he's going to get overrun by Automatic on the bomb side itself. Body goes down. And now by the rock waiting. NBK, can he stop the bomb from being dropped? He actually won't be able to do that, but he got the kill on Shroud anyway. So 2 versus 1. And this is where Nathan does a lot of his work. Just get completely blocked in. That's very aggressive from Skadoodle. I don't think NBK was expecting that. He was thinking, well, this is going to be one of those fights where I have to come and find them. So I'll give myself a couple of seconds to look for an aim fight. And then, boom, Skadoodle. Aggressive.
It's not really characteristic of Skadoodle either in his opping. He isn't necessarily one of those oppers, you know, a la Guardian, a la Kenny, who goes out and hunts for frags. Hell, a la Stewie. But instead, yeah, you saw it just right on the edge. Nastiness.
Very well done on Shroud.
And Shroud, I mean, major qualifier and past a couple of events. I mean, Cologne, I think, is probably the big one, obviously. Him and Scott both hitting an excellent level.
We're not going to talk about yesterday, though.
No. No. Well, you know, everybody can have an off day, except for Cold. Cold doesn't have off days.
Just generally yesterday, a day of controversy in every way. So much debate going on. But it's nice to see Shroud being back in. He's actually doing very well for Cloud9 at the moment. Top of the scoreboard for them with 5 kills and Automatic as well on 5. So more of that. Scoreline is tied up here. That's in spite of the fact that they lost the second round, Cloud9. So I would say they were in a comfortable spot. The money isn't there for G2.
Yes.
The American side definitely looking a bit stronger at the moment.
What I'm wondering right now, Anders, is did Kenny misbuy that FAMAS? He has a glass cannon FAMAS right now. I'm just like,
he's down to 1200, so I'll say I'm gonna go ahead and say yes.
That's a costly error, especially considering, I mean, he's your AWPer. So it might come down to Shoxy taking the hit and handing over an AWP. We'll see. Stewie will find the headshot on NBK. He takes one in turn, however, so he's down to 7 HP, but Automatic is there to back him up. It's going to be Kenny Shoxy stacked up, and sure enough, there it is. The FAMAS works. He manages to pick up 1 kill. Boosted on top of his teammate. He loses his teammate.
Apex. If Kenny can stay alive here for 10 more seconds, then maybe Apex get there, but it is going to be 10 seconds, and only 3 go by, and Skadoodle finding the kill. You see, he needed just a bit more time, Apex, and he could have been there. Stewie might go down here, but that still won't solve the problem. There's still a 1-on-3, and actually, Apex, see, that wasn't actually bad play from Apex. He was gunning for more than 1 kill, because even if he gets that one, he's still in the 1-on-3 with no chance at all. So
I think he's gunning for the deny on the plant there.
Yeah, probably.
And imagine, there was not that much time left in the round. There could have been something very interesting going on if he could have just got that kill on the bomb planter.
Yeah, you're right.
But sadly, you know, it worked for Shox earlier, and sometimes that's the way it is, right? You know, you get these glorious situations where it comes down to somebody not checking an angle.
Yeah, under 20 seconds when he's up close to Stewie. So I think that was not a bad idea for Apex. Well, that's 4 and 3. It's a scoreline. Again, G2. Kenny back with the FAMAS like he had last time. You wish he wouldn't have, you know, misbought that. I have to assume it's a misbuy because he could have had so much more in this round.
Yeah, NBK, I mean, even being the one to take the hit here for his team. He's got that UMP just so they can have the kit. And some nades to work with as well. But now we're back to that catch-all kind of approach here from G2. 2 on A, so holding solid. 3 on B.
It's a nice jump from Automatic, just trying to pretend that was the fall sound. No one is biting. Automatic disappointed for the moment that he couldn't lure someone into a kill. It's a very conservative round from Cloud9 once again. This isn't, you know, when I think about Cloud9, especially because they have Automatic and Stewie, you think of that sort of crazy style, but actually lately they've been showing that they have a deeper element to them that is this slow style, and it's actually working remarkably well. So I feel like we're being treated to just like yeah, we're being taken on a bit of a ride and getting a sense for just how deep this roster maybe can be. Apex will go down early on in the round, and now they're struggling to rotate into the A-bomb side.
Yeah, they're once again cutting it a bit close here, though. 20 seconds left. Body and NBK can rotate over here to back Kenny up. And Kenny, he's all the way in the back of the site. Shroud flambés NBK, however. But this is still Kenny alive. 10 seconds left, and if he gets this kill on Shroud, that could be big. A second kill for Kenny, and he pretty much wins the round at this point. Just to stay alive, but it's not going to happen. 6 seconds left, and it just... What? And in the chaos, they just run out and die.
If Shox could have got back around the corner, because he got the kill on the last guy who could have put the bomb down. There was only 6 seconds, so Shox actually had to peek to get that fight. If he could have just make it back around the corner, if Stewie hadn't taken him down on the balcony, that would have been it. They would have won the round.
That's what I thought was going to happen. In my mind, it's already played out. We're just like, oh, Kenny got the 2 kills. That's it. It's done, pretty much. And yet, there we have it.
Tactical timeout for G2. Scoreline 5-3. That was very, very close indeed. Just wasn't able to get back around the corner. Absolutely no one could have put that bomb down. They wouldn't have been there in time to do it. So if he does that, it would have been a hero moment. 128 ADR on Automatic. It's not bad at all.
The money right now is outstanding on Cloud9 as well. Now they really do have that comfort zone. Automatic leading the way with 8 kills, but more importantly, well, after buying, he's going to be down to closer to $5,000, but he started off with 10. And Ska, fully equipped, 7.2K. And this is a feel-good moment right now for Cloud9. The slow style is working. It's definitely cutting it down pretty close, but It is working. And that takes confidence. And that's the difference, right? It takes confidence to be able to play a slow style because you have to be willing to trust in your mid-round calls and trust in your reads. And if you don't have that trust, well, that's when you start to feel the stress and you start taking duels that you don't need to and start trying to like go for explosive plays.
But G2 should adopt a long view of this match as well and think to themselves, we're on CT side Cobblestone, our economy is not working out so well, which is why 5-3 in the sort of grand scheme of things, not necessarily the end of the world. Sort of try and we just had the Immortals match where they were off to a really terrible start and just turned it around no problem. So yeah, I would think G2 are probably just saying something similar right now and thinking, yeah, any minute now we'll be back in the action. I do wonder what the change will be, because what we're seeing right now is that there's a lot of drop control for Cloud9, and there's also a lot of plateau control, and there's not much of a challenge for G2 there. So I still think the sort of round where you have Shocks push up and maybe take an early op fight over there, and then just try and fall back. That didn't work last time, but you know, just get him back from that position. I still prefer that. I think they are just trying to restart the round here and make sure that everyone's got the right amount of money, which is always an issue. So...
Oh, right, okay. So the players are learning how it works here at the Major. There's a little bit of a different setup, and so they keep reloading the round instead of relaunching it. So the admin finally stepped in and said, you know what, guys, I'm just going to go ahead and take care of this. Countdown has begun, and we're going to get live. So you live, you learn, Anders. You live, you learn.
In a perfect world, yes. Some people seems like that's not the case, but yes. Quick grenade into drop, and now trying to see if he can make a lot of noise here is Stewie. They've also thrown smokes from T-spawn, so they've kept 4 people on this side of the map here. They only have pistols, so now Stewie can at least hear them rotate back, and Shroud is going to put up a preemptive smoke. Stewie has got bored in the meantime and said, like, I want to be part of the action too. Let me just jump down right in the face of Kenny. MBK with 1 kill. The Deagle might be all they get in this round. Body looking the right way. Looked for a moment like he was going to miss the timing. Skadoodle trapped in the corner, fighting his way out though with the Tech 9. And that's 6-3.
It always just looks so fast with those Tech 9 headshots, man. Just
yeah.
Instant death for Shoxy, even though he succeeded in baiting out the AWP shot. Okay. So that round is pretty much a wash. Nobody really cares. It's on to this one. This is when they have the money to go for the double AWP again here for G2. The AWP on Ska, yes, but you're right. Are we going to see Shoxy going for the aggressive play from Plateau? Or are they going to try and stack it up over here at A long? Looking like Shoxy's going to head over there, and Kenny as well. Interesting. Shox taking a little bit of the long route towards Plateau, and he's going to get flashed white, and this is going to be an explosive round from Cloud9 instead. I think he just gets gunned down. Shoxy, no chance at all to do anything.
No, just a moment of hesitation there. And it cost him a lot. Kenny will get the kill on Stewie. This is big for G2. They need to win this round. Body going to go for the spray on 1 that drops the bomb. This is maybe the round that they could turn it. They've got the 4 versus 3. They've got everyone rotated in here. They even have the bomb on the site, but NBK pushing up, and I'm not sure for what reason. They know they have to get down to the statue at some point and pick that bomb and just wait and take the fight there. Automatic against Skadoodle. Skadoodle dropping very low. He's going to go down to Apex. It's all on automatic. He's inside the smoke, and bullets are whizzing past his ear. He's only going to get the 1 kill, and G2 come out on top. That's big news. A 4th round for them, shutting down Cloud9.
And they aren't able to save both AWPs. Looks like they weren't quite sure of where Shoxy died, and so there was no saving the second one, but they did recover 1, and that'll go to Kenny, obviously enough. But that's the issue when you go for these kinds of plays, the rush onto B. If you get bogged down on Plateau, it's so hard to fight out of that, to figure out how to get back down again. It comes down to G2 making mistakes, like NBK pushing forward aggressively, right? Giving them maybe a chance. But then again, at the same time, NBK knows I have Body, Apex, they're both alive on the site as well.
Yeah, but I definitely don't think NBK should have done that. I also think, though, that once they got the first kill on Shox, might be worth slowing it down then, you know, saying, well, you know, just hold on, that was pretty easy. Let's see what G2 do now. Maybe go for a boost onto the box or something, you know, while all the smokes are down behind. Seemed like they were a bit eager, Cloud9, to run right onto the site for the bomb. That's very risky. That's fair. Great work from Body, though. I mean, that was just very well done.
Yeah, he just stayed put. Like, he just stayed put, stayed alive on the site, didn't overpeak. And that's where you see the qualities of Body. A very wise player, despite him being the young addition to the G2 roster.
Yeah, I think he's one of those success stories where it seems like he's been molded well by the older veterans in the scene. They've made him sort of into the style of player that they want him to be, and it's actually just pretty amazing. It's a really good model to work off of. Automatic is still playing those audio games over there, but this time he actually does finally jump down. I wish it would work one time. It looks so cool if you fix someone into peeking. Hasn't really been functional yet. And speaking of body, he's looking straight into a wall with his back turned, trying not to get flashed while the point of contact will be Shocks. So a bit of a mind game, a dangerous one, because if they lose drop control, then this position for body won't do anything at all.
No, exactly. And well, this is on NBK. Leaping in with the UMP. Assassinates Automatic and Shoxy with the double spray down as Stewie and Shroud try to trade the kill. Not going to happen. Cloud9 just get clotheslined over here. And this is shaping up very fine indeed for G2, especially because there's no time left in the round. 10 seconds and they're backing off to save their guns.
A great example of how you actually can win rounds on the B-bomb side. Like that. When that drop push is gone, when Automatic goes down, and especially when you do it in style, jumping UMP, it's just brutal. There's not much left for the Plateau players. I mean, it's very, very hard for them to do anything. And that setup now, even if Shocks hadn't got the double kill, for sure, if they had traded the first one, they would have been thinking, well, let's get onto the side quick, and body would have closed the round anyway. So, nice, good setup for G2. This match is suddenly becoming a lot more interesting.
Who's talking right now on Cloud9? Or is nobody talking? Okay, well, there's a little bit of talk from Tim coming through.
They've moved past the point of talking. They're using pure telepathy. Just that's what Nothing was practicing before they got into the game.
I mean, it is something when things get rough for Cloud9. I think communication can be a big thing for this team, where they do kind of tend to shut down. But and we know that because obviously you can look at the cameras, you can look at the players in the action and see who's doing a lot of the talking, who isn't. And so you see differences between teams like SK, who just communicate every detail so rapidly, versus teams like Cloud9, where in the past I've seen, you know, just, you don't really see as much good comms coming through from them. And so,
they have a lot of personalities like that that are a bit drawn back. I think actually that's where it's so great that they have Nothing, hopefully, to break the ice in that, because he's not one of those people. He will definitely be more active on that front. But you know, some of the other guys are a bit more quiet and could be good at times and very bad at other times for sure. 5-6 is the scoreline moving into the 12th round. See if Cloud9 can resume the destruction they were bringing onto G2 from earlier. It seems like the tide is sort of turning. The French have got more money in the bank. Cloud9 are starting to run out of that. So if you're Cloud9 right now, you just want that 10-5 first half finish. Make it a smooth ride for the end of it.
Yes. This is still a fairly T-sided map, and so you do not want to be letting G2 get ahead of you on the CT side. But they're changing it up. We haven't seen much action A long at all in this half, and so this is a different strategy coming in from Cloud9. And Apex, perhaps sensing that something is off, decides to back out and play it safe, and so they will not find that opening kill over here, Cloud9.
Timing between those two things were a bit too close for comfort. An Automatic waiting. He needs to wait until sound is made on the other side, and then he can get a sense for how many people are here. MBK gonna lose the fight. That's a great way to get started for this A push in the back of the bomb side. Apex has to work some of, you know, like a miracle here with the M4, but he's going to get shot down. Nothing with the long-range headshot, taking a kill as well. And Automatic pretty much winning the round with those 2 kills. Very, very good job on his part here. And not challenging either. You'd love to see it. Just the patience.
They can afford to sacrifice one more player here, Cloud9, on the hunt. And that's exactly what Nothing is doing. He's already hightailing it back over towards the halls, trying to cut Body off if Body tried to make it back through. But it's not worth throwing away everything. They will be able to buy in the next round here, G2, if they want, especially if they save this AK. So, I mean, you got to give it to Cloud9, though. Changing it up, changing the point of contact, not running, you know, being stubborn and trying to make it work on B. It's not working on B. Go and actually hit a point on the map that you really haven't shown much presence on throughout this first half. And well, Skadoodle getting the key frag on Apex as well. Apex just not able to get anything done from his position.
Yeah, and again, it's not really necessarily G2's fault, but it's just a feature of playing CT side Cobblestone. He's so far back by the time they have any chance of knowing, right? He sort of fell back from his forward position, but it's unclear if he would have had more success taking the fight earlier. But at the end of the day, you know, you lose one guy in middle, and then the next kill that happens is you going down on the bomb site itself. That's always pretty uncomfortable. They just couldn't rotate in time. 7-5, and they also couldn't rotate because Automatic was holding it. So
yeah,
it's very, very tough indeed.
Yeah, you gotta like the decision making from Shoxy there, and you can see Shoxy. You don't see him because we don't have the X-ray on, but he has just run past, and he's right about at the entrance for A. And so at that point, Shoxy's got to make the decision where he just has to trust in his teammates rotating over from the B site, you know, to deal with Automatic. That he needs to get in there quick to help Apex. That doesn't work.
It was not a happy face for Apex, was it?
No, but did you see the admin behind him who kind of had like a grin on his face? So I guess that guy's a Cloud9 fan.
Ooh, maybe we could start some spicy rumors if we do our best here. I think Kenny. Oh, he's gonna peek it late. That's very dangerous. Skadoodle is opening from the other side, but he could have just as well been in the angle there. Flash goes in. Kenny gonna sneak into the angle. Deep smoke is up, and this is a bit of a dangerous game being played. They also do have Molotov in the corner now. Shots will be smoked for a moment just to save his life. This is a game of chess that's being played over here right now. All the time dodging each other. Finally, Skadoodle will come out on top. So many grenades wasted to try and regain control of that situation. And then all it results is one kill.
Yeah, that is a long, drawn-out battle, all based on utility. And, well, not this time, MBK. You needed to go jumping through, not walking. And they will fight. What's Skadoodle? The wall bang through Shroud to get that kill. Nothing going to get in the way of this man.
Listen, whatever it takes. That's the agenda right now. Apex is going to be getting a kill on Automatic, but they had already decided to fall back at that point in time, you could tell.
I mean, fair enough, Ska. Fair enough.
Yeah, listen, I mean, if you win the bomb side, it's definitely worth it. And Shroud can take it. He's doing just fine at the moment. 7 kills for him, but that's not at all a problem.
No. I mean, I'm watching on your delayed stream right now. That's pretty sick. I mean, right now we're seeing just very calm play from Cloud9, making use of their grenades. We've seen it in the past where they get antsy and they run in without using utility. It's something that many players actually suffer from in tense situations where they decide, right, going to take the fight, instead of actually using their nades. So to see Cloud9 heavily rely on the flashes, the mollies, just using all the tools at their disposal to get control of Plateau like that. Yeah, you see the fist bump there, you know, they know it worked. They know that they played that very well. And so confidence boosting round there for Cloud9.
That was actually incredibly close. Now, this round was like a good reversal of the previous one where MBK got the kill and drop first. This time they lose drop right away, G2, and you see the rest of the bomb site. It can't be saved. It's so hard. Like it takes a hero performance from the last players on the bomb site because they've got way too many angles to cover as soon as drop is gone. Now we see a counter boost coming up, but nice jump there from, is it Skadoodle trying to check it out, or?
I think it was Automatic.
Automatic, yeah. That's not bad at all.
Yeah, I like that a lot. You got to be checking for those small things, taking your time with it. And while Cloud9, I mean, they kind of learned their lesson earlier with Shoxy. You don't really want to cut any corners, exactly, checking the angles. I like it very much here from Automatic. So we'll see if he decides to commit. He has been very active and successful over here in drop so far this half. That is still one of the nastiest positions on any map to play.
Yeah. Yes. There's a huge gamble right now from G2. There's only one person on B, and that's Shoxy at the moment. Towards drop MBK, but the 3-man stack on A. I think G2 are thinking, if we could just get them to go to A, that would be perfect. The MBK opening up and taking down Automatic. First step in the right direction here. G2 want to try and see if they can change the round, and Body will take down Stewie. So far it's working remarkably well for them.
All you're thinking right now, if you're Cloud9, is we cannot lose to an eco round or a force with pistols. This would be huge for G2. But it's not done yet. I mean, even a 3v5, they still have superior nades. Cloud9, they have superior firepower. And so it looks like it's going to be Shroud trying to draw a bit of attention over here towards Plateau. Instantly assassinated by Shoxy. Skadoodle going to run right into Body, but not this time, he says. He's got the P250. He hits the headshot, and nothing. He's out on the A site.
Yeah, but it's only 10 seconds. He actually cannot get there in time.
I lost track of the clock. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of thought that could happen because Skadoodle was hot in on the bomb site, but, you know, just had to slow down to get that kill, and then afterwards, that was it. 8-6 and moving into the 15th round. That's a huge round for G2 to win. I think they've done everything they needed to on this first half. It's been a bit of a bumpy ride, really, for them. And imagine what it would have been like if they had not won the second round there, where they got sort of the first 3 rounds out of the 6 that they have from turning it right against Cloud9 after losing the pistol. If that hadn't been the case, you wonder if this could have been almost a sweep for Cloud9, but that's not how it turned out. And we'll see what happens here in the 15th round. Certainly the American side are starting to feel the pressure.
Yeah, last round of this first half. And we're going to see them clear out A long again, it looks like. Which would be nice. I mean, they've had success on it. This is where they were able to turn things around when it mattered most in the mid of the half. And so it looks like it will be a bit more of a focus here on the A side. Apex and Kenny doubled up. MBK not far away, and Body as well. So the defense here, it's going to be thick. And Apex this time around is successful. Manages to trade 1 for 1, and Kenny 2 kills as well.
Just ignoring the smoke, keeping the angle. Very well done on him. Another couple of kills, and this will be a very good first half indeed. Shroud will hit 1 headshot, and Kenny will get a triple. Body to close out the round. And G2 making it 7-8. That's such a great score for them in the first half here. Very impressive for the French overall. I think they managed to turn around. Their economy was very bad at some point in this game, and in spite of that, they could still fight back. So, really well done. And Cloud9, I mean, now we've just got a very open game on our hands. It's kind of impossible to tell who will come out on top.
Yeah. I mean, odds favor G2 now because they've got the 7 rounds going into the second half.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, Cloud9, anything is possible with them on the pistol side here, on CT side, rather. Automatic with the pistol rounds, Stewie as well. So if Cloud9 pick up the pistol and get a strong start, and at least get a little room to maneuver with, right, if they can lock down the 3 rounds and keep going, things could look up here for the North American team, but highly doubtful. G2, they're not going to be wanting to give them any room to maneuver whatsoever. Looking to see what MBK is going to buy. Shoxy with the Molotov and the smoke, so.
Yeah, and that Molotov is really interesting because it could be used in a bunch of different ways, but I think one of the really obvious ones is clearing out anyone playing chicken coop in a pistol round. Because that can be almost death to your team if you're playing on the T side. If there's one guy with a USP back there and you have to go and find him with the Glocks, you have to sort of traverse the whole B bomb site, and there are going to be people shooting at you from the doors and everything. They're much easier to just throw one Molotov, get him out of there, and then you don't have to cross the bomb. So just go and plant the bomb, and there's no problem. So that's at least one potential guess for what that could be for. We haven't really seen people try and do what people do on train, where they sort of bomb out the defuse, but it's perfectly possible on this map. There are lots of places you could do it. It's only popular on train for God knows what reason. 7-8 moving into the second half here. A big match between G2 and Cloud9, and it's dead even at the moment. Grenade going to go up. Shox actually already has the Molotov primed. Is he going to land it back here? They are actually double stacked, and there it goes into the chicken coop, and nothing's going to go down. Stewie has to run. He can't hide, and Body will take him down. Brilliant grenade work coming out of G2, and now it's a 2 versus 4. Looking for a couple of more kills here. Automatic gets 1, but Kenny on the cleanup crew. Automatic is going to be going down, and G2 will win it, tying it up 8-8. That is well done for Shoxy. 2 men, they got 2 for 1 grenade.
Yeah, who needs a bomb plant when everything is going so well right from the start, right? Molotov into chicken coop, who doesn't love fried chicken? And then just aggressive take of connector. I mean, the fact that they were able to just take the fight at Big Rock and not stop. They pressed the man advantage, they took advantage of it, and they actually managed to close out the round. And so it's not going to happen for Cloud9 here. They are going to go for the force buy in the second round, but G2, they're veterans. They shouldn't be falling for any shenanigans here.
Just a point of detail as well. When they were taking that fight towards Rock, Apex was controlling drop, so they knew that no one was retaking from that point. They had all the focus where they needed. So just a tiny detail, but it's really nice to see that kind of synchronicity on a team at that point. 5 versus 4 here. Cloud9 have already lost automatic, and G2 looking like they're off to a very good start here in the second half. Again, love seeing people clearing out close corners with Molotovs. In a round like this, just don't leave anything to chance. It isn't worth it.
No, but there is a stack on A. We're kind of running into it here. Shroud not going to find anything apart from a bullet to the face, and MBK will be there. But Skadoodle with the CZ. That was clean on MBK. He gets the drop on him, but it's not going to be good enough. Up close, nothing though with the 5-7. Will just take out Kenny, and it's going to be the 1v2 now. Shoxy and Body. They just got to take their time with this. They know where he's playing from. They've got him boxed in. Get that bomb ticking, yes. And nothing with the MAC-10. Not going to be able to find the shot on Shoxy fast enough before Body shows up to save the day.
Just a scare there for Skadoodle. That was a really good second shot, so credit to him. 9-8 the scoreline. And Cloud9 will have to have a bit more patience before they get a chance to fight it back. And you have to assume a large part of the second half for the American side is going to be decided based on how well Skadoodle is going to be doing with the AWP. I think his presence, if it's minimized on the bomb side, if he can't do too much with the AWP, then Cloud9 are going to have a really hard time, I think. But if he could be aggressive and dominant, then maybe it'll change the output here.
Oh, yeah, I heard those footsteps. Shoxy knows. Nothing turns away from the flash as well. But this is a hard eco. So they don't really have that firepower, and Shoxy, he should be able to farm up some good money here. This is going to turn into a full stack on the B side, however, for Cloud9. Skadoodle and Automatic have now rotated over. Skadoodle still has that flash as well, and so that could go right in here to Plateau, and you can see them holding close. This might be the game plan here, but Shoxy, quick enough to react, finds the first headshot on Shroud and the follow-up on Stewie.
Skadoodle will finally take him out, but not that much of a loss. Nice job on Body. He actually got tagged in the face, so that could have been an AK in the hands of Cloud9. It just ends up not being so. And Automatic is about to be closed in from the doors as well. Out in the open, and Apex running and gunning with the MAC-10 actually not connecting at all. Kenny to close out the round, but really, they only lose the 2 MAC-10s, and that's not a big issue. 10 rounds for G2 to the 8 of Cloud9. Now they get rifles, and this is where you want the success. This is the big test for Cloud9 in the second half.
All right, Skadoodle, do you go for Kevlar or do you prioritize nades here? You can get a full set.
Yeah, I think he went for Kevlar. I think that's fine. I don't mind that decision.
Now some feel-good frags there for Body. Always fun to get the eco frags. But yeah, Kevlar, flash for Scum. Decent nade count. Shroud. Still a fan of using the MP7. Well, very quick here. Skadoodle going to be under pressure at A-Long already. Looking to rush him down. Apex mid-air. It's a duck hunt. Finds the one. Gets the second. He's even got the setup for the third. It's Skadoodle. He's a monster. All 3 kills. G2 trying to do the best they can to run him down, but they just aren't good enough. And Stewie with the headshot on Shoxy as well on the other side of the map. Okay, then. That's refreshing to see.
Exactly the kind of sniping that we need out of Skadoodle. So beautiful. Close range, combat AWP. And MBK is going to be found by Automatic eventually. That's the round for Cloud9. He's looking zoned in as well.
Just like these guys, man. They just keep running at me. Just keep running at me. Aren't they going to learn? He just looks so unfazed, Tyler. He just looks so unfazed.
It's just his style, isn't it? You know, he's got like his own brand in that sense, you know. Cloud9 should, you know, export that better.
Oh yeah, I mean, the many faces of Skadoodle.
I just love
use that vintage meme.
Just the all-American sniper, isn't he?
Look at this. I mean, this first shot is not easy either. Boom. But just him playing the angles, he's so close to danger.
How does he not go down after this? It's so ridiculous.
He's so good at playing the angles there. Like, it would be so easy to get caught on an edge and then you're dead, right? But he just manages to get right back into danger again. And that's exactly how you have to do it.
Maybe one of the most important rounds so far for Cloud9, that one. Yeah. Their economy would have been broken. G2 would have jumped to 12 rounds. It would have made for a really big gap in the scoreline. And now instead, G2's economy is looking a bit weird. Chance for Cloud9 to overtake them again here and really do a good job. We'll see how it plays off here. The 20th round. This is such a big match. Both these teams, you feel, could make it all the way through to the playoffs. It's definitely likely. Cloud9 have just been on an upward trajectory lately, and now everyone is getting interested. You're thinking, how far can it go? When is it going to stop? Are they going to keep playing this well? It's very, very exciting. Get a bit of a stack over here towards A-Long, and a bit of a sandwich between Automatic and nothing.
I mean, the fact that they make the finals are one of the biggest lands of the year.
Yes.
That's huge. Now it's all about the major here, and there is going to be the trade, the crossfire setup, and Automatic. He manages to clean up behind nothing. Nothing doing his part of the work as well. Body trying to rotate it to pick up the bomb, but they flambe it before he can get there. And Shoxy getting blinded white.
Luckily, C4 can't be set up by a fire. Need electricity somewhere. It's the only thing that works.
It's weird though, right? But it goes boom.
It does.
And so, fire. You know, usually that's how it works.
Shots and body. This is one of those rounds, especially because the time that's left, you're only going to be able to turn it if Cloud9 make a really big mistake, and they're not. They're so far back on the bomb sites. You don't have time to go and hunt for all the positions, so there's the first frag coming in, automatic going down. Shock still fighting with 10 seconds left. He's going to turn around for the headshot, but he's almost out of time and half health as well. Going to go and try and TV to pick up the bomb. 4 seconds. He's going to have just... Oh, he's actually going to fake it and go for the fight. He takes one, probably hoping they double peek him then. And Shox with the triple, still losing the round. Got to be careful.
We saw him there at the end, like, woo! Definitely cutting it close.
Oh man, I wish we could pause the game and go into Shox. I want to know, did he sort of fail to plant the bomb because he was shuffling around, or did he intentionally think they're going to double peek me from the truck? I will, because obviously he can't fake it once it's 4 seconds, so it would make sense for them to double peek him, in fact. And then this happens. 10-10, scoreline is tied up here now. There's no end to the excitement. AK left on Shock that he saved from the previous round. Everybody else has got nearly nothing here. Cloud9, although only 2 survived the last round, they are building a pretty good economy on the CT side. Starting to get up there. 18 kills on automatic, 16 on Shox.
Yeah, 18 is really the man you can count on for Cloud9. Always seems to show up, always seems to do the damage. But we've seen some strong rounds from others as well. This is all about Shoxy, though, with that AK. Can he get himself into a position where he can be effective with it? You see a lot of talking here from Shoxy. This is reminding me almost of like Existence, where it's just, you know, slow it down and use this as like a mini timeout. Bit of discussion, but now the push is going to be coming through, taking the pistols into drop. I like it. And Apex has managed to get just a little bit of control here. Until I say that, Shroud is there to shoot him in the back, and the HE going to be able to get the kill.
A good way to get started. Stewie doing a lot of damage, and a nice transfer there with the M4. Shutting it all down. Shox needed the distraction to get out on the plateau, and now that he's finally here, it's just way too open. Stewie finding a kill. Nice shot from NBK. Stewie going to be obviously upset at that one, but it won't matter. It's still the American side picking up 11-10. Even though there's no audience yet, Samurai, no crowd, I can still hear the faint USA, USA chant in the back of my mind. Even if you're at home in your room right now and there's no one, just chant it anyway, guys. Just do it.
No reason not to. Doesn't matter. Wake up the neighbors. And then tell them, what? Cloud9 is playing. Turn on your TV. Well, yeah, let's go.
See how this unfolds. G2 are still perfectly in a position to turn this. It could be very quick to turn around here for Cloud9. So now is where you need the hyper focus. They still have timeouts left and everything. I think if they lose even a single round here, Cloud9 might be worth taking the timeout right away so that you close out the whole game. They've got a very big stag, and look at it's all on the sort of towards the drop side here. That's very interesting. This is hard for G2 to break. They need a Molotov on this boost box, otherwise this could run away for them.
So long as nothing doesn't have to worry about drop. A lot of this is going to come down to Shroud. He gets flashed, and as they come jumping through, it's Stewie to hold the line. First point of contact, Spray's down 2, and Automatic is there to chime in as well. Shroud still alive, not going to find the last kill, but it's still a 1v2 that should favor his teammates. Skadoodle has everything he needs here. Well, Automatic, he definitely doesn't have to worry about anything more.
My God, Kenny. That's the 3rd kill. He's got plenty of time. Making a bit of noise jumping down is unfortunate, because you wonder what kind of math Skadoodle could do behind it. And Skadoodle's afraid to scope as well. It's all very strange right now. Battle of patience. Kenny versus Skadoodle. Both of them snipers. One with the AK though. 30 seconds on the clock, and now Skadoodle's making a move, and so is Kenny. They almost time it perfectly. Kenny's managed to sneak his way past, no longer visible from the drop. Skadoodle's walking right in behind him. 18 seconds. Skadoodle is realizing, but he doesn't want to make any noise at all. The bomb at least will be going down here for Kenny, and now he's in such a good position. A lot of these angles here for Skadoodle are just going to be headshot, and he's going to run all the way out. One big thing is here, Skadoodle has a smoke and a kit, so he's got some utility. If he doesn't go down straight away to Kenny, he might be able to just get the smoke down, but Kenny walking in, long-range spray. Somehow Skadoodle lives. Oh no, smoke is going to go up. There's a bounce right on top. He taps it once, then goes for the long play. Kenny doesn't realize that he's not inside the smoke on top. He still gets the kill for the quad, and G2 going to pick it up. What an intense and drawn-out 1 versus 1. Such a nice play from Skadoodle, though, and now you saw, I mean, he couldn't have known this, but what if he had kept the AWP?
Oh, what if he'd have missed? What if he'd have made it? All the what ifs.
All the what ifs, yeah.
This is so painful as well with how well that was played out from both players. Just all the info, all the mind games.
I actually thought G2 would lose this round just because they didn't get the Molotov onto the boost box. When you, if those people are allowed to stand there while you're pushing into the plateau, they can look over the smoke half the time. I mean, the whole point is that if you Molotov it, and then you're sort of jumping down through Broken Wall as they're trying to escape the fire, that's the perfect scenario for you. Automatic hearing a lot of footsteps.
Wow. Yeah, a lot of footsteps just going marching past. So the rotation is already coming through. Shroud and Stewie in connector. Shoxy going to be looking to try and find a flank, but nothing is there to find the first frag. Body with the drive-by, and Kenny takes down nothing in the meantime. Man advantage now for G2 going into the plant.
Stewie missing a chance there with the C-Sed. He might not get a second. Oh, underhand throw bouncing right down in the face of Automatic. His ears are going to be ringing. The bomb is down as well. And now follow-up flashbang here. Great communication coming out of G2, making sure they get these kills. And Body to close it out with a Tech-9. A couple of kills for him. And now they're back in the lead. 12-11. This is all just going according to plan. Cloud9 don't have the money. They have to save now. The tide has turned the other way. What is this mad game that we're watching?
It's just shifts. It's like the tide somehow, Anders. You know, comes and goes. One, you know.
I was hoping desperately that you'd go into some sort of explanation about why that was. I was like, please.
Well, there's something about the moon and all that jazz, you know?
Yes.
But really, the main thing here is just that one key round, the clutch from Kenny. It is so hard to come back from that if you are Cloud9, and they just get run over by G2. I do like the G2 go for the aggressive pressure kind of strategy as well to follow up on that, really trying to stomp Cloud9 into the ground. And so now, yeah, you're right, hard ego from Cloud9. And they're right now crossing their fingers and hoping that they will be able to buy fully next round. They might be right on the edge. And so, but that means no AWP for Skadoodle if they do. Cloud9 have been very good about these anti-ecos, though. Look at this. You know, again, the whole idea for them has been stacks. Just getting 4 players over here, 5 players over here, right? When you have the pistols, this is how you have to do it.
Yeah, it's worth taking the gamble because default spreads with nothing at all is usually not a good idea. Now, they are going to get the flank, but I wish I could get very excited. I think this is not going to do anything at all because the problem is the bomb is probably going to go down, and as soon as G2 realize that the first USP is behind them, and Shox just did, they are just going to get mowed down. Oh, the bomb that's dropped, that's a bit awkward, but should be able to fight it back, no problem here. Automatic, going for a couple of shots, and at least they get some kills. That's not bad at all for Cloud9. I mean, maybe better than they could have expected, actually. 13-11, though. They have some money back, and they are going to go for the buy here, but time is running out for them.
Man, Skadoodle's $50 short of the AWP. That's frustrating when you're an opper. So close to going for the glass cannon. Would have worked as well. The countdown has begun, though, and we're getting into the thick of things here. G2 are getting close enough to grasp this win, 13-11. This is the round, the make-or-break round that will make all the difference here for Cloud9. And Skadoodle, you have 4,700. What is going on? Okay, there's the reset in the round, I guess. I don't know what. Just a little shaky, little shaky.
Just talking, wondering, can I borrow 50 from anybody? No, just work like that.
This monster.
13-11, 25th round here. It's almost unbearable for both of these teams. I think you said it right early on. You sort of want to see both these teams succeed in the group stage. You feel like they've at least given the impression that they could be one of those teams that make the playoffs, and we're not quite there yet. Both teams are 1-1 in the group, so they need to win two more games either way, but one of them is going to be at least a step closer here within a couple of rounds. It's nearing the edge, And for Cloud9, it's looking questionable. I'm hardly worried about their weaponry. I'm more worried about their overall economy. If they lose now, then G2 almost close out the map. But again, the French very aggressive in taking this part of the map, making a lot of noise, setting up for some grenades. And how are they going to deal with this? Automatic and Skadoodle are the ones holding the bomb site, with Shroud close by.
Yeah, Shroud is ready to rotate over. He's going to be at balcony very quickly here. This is on Skadoodle to pick up the first kill, and he does do that. Now it's about staying alive. NBK survives with 2 HP, but Automatic, he's still here to hold the line. Apex doing the best he can to buy time for his teammates to rotate in, and sure enough, it will work, but Shroud finds a kill of his own, and this is just back and forth, tit for tat between both of these teams.
Skadoodle. I wanted him so badly to fall back from that angle. Now Shroud is going to get caught shocked with a nice headshot. And nothing very Sen in the beginning of this game. Now would be a good time to step it up, but he's going to be shot down right at the edge of the smoke as well. Apex doing a great job and getting a 14th round here for G2. It's, oh man, it's so hard because once he gets that first kill, if he could just back off long enough, they have such a big lead. Now what are we seeing out of Cloud9?
The half buy. Very. Just half buy, man. They're going to go for overtime.
Yeah.
This is not what I was expecting to see. Because they have a few of them that were up at like 3 grand, etc. So to go for it, to say, you know what, we are going to run it back. I like this play here from Cloud9.
Things are drawing to an end here for them. It's pretty much now or never. If you're going to go for the Deagle, either a Nothing or Shroud, then make it an active one. Why not go for a peek somewhere? Why not try and see if you can sneak it in? Waiting around for a long time? I'm not sure I'm buying that particular approach. There is a big stack here. Looks like Automatic wants to join the rest as well. And G2, they've been pretty good at playing against this kind of setup for Cloud9 so far. And maybe they could do it again. The smokes are down, trying to clear out the most common positions. Nothing, looking for one shot there and not really connecting yet. Stewie close range with the P250, getting a kill. Shroud as well, picking up the M4, but he can't get the kill. Automatic gets one, and now it's all or nothing again. Just like the previous round, they know where he is with the Deagle. They've already heard it ring out, and Shox will get the frag. Very well done for the French, although it's getting scary for a moment. That's 15-11. That's match and map point here with G2.
I just felt like you start running at the Bastion. That's how that plateau starts. It turns into a fortress at that point.
Yes.
And if you're trying to run down G2 when they have nothing but headshot angles, you have the harder shot to hit. They get to spray you down. And so Cloud9, there was a glimmer of hope there, but I think they might have pulled the trigger a bit too quick, or just got a little bit too excited instead of trying to wait and see if G2 would hang themselves. But now Anders, look, Young Stu with the op. Young Stu! Oh no, it's Skadoodle at long. He has the angle waiting for Apex.
Very dangerous position, but he's already proven that he can do this. Body sneaking in so that his shadow doesn't show. He's gonna instead offer up himself in entirety. Skadoodle's happy to take that kill. He's got some backup as well, so they can't easily edge in on him. Automatic hearing some of the footsteps at least. I feel like everyone right now is a Cloud9 fan is just gonna be holding their breath thinking, maybe overtime? Is it doable? G2 don't have that much money. It's definitely doable.
It certainly is. There could be a buy in the next round. If Cloud9 somehow managed to chain 2 together, we're right back at square one. We could have Cloud9 running this back for overtime, and G2 have not shown great strength when it comes to the mental game over the past several weeks. Absolutely possible that they lose the thread here and allow G2, or allow Cloud9 rather, to come back into it. They have rotated off of A, though, and this is a great call from G2. It's only Nothing and Stewie over here defending the B site.
Yeah. Masking the drop with the AK. Stewie, luckily for him, moved out of the chicken coop. They have grenades to get rid of him, but timing couldn't be better there. Kenny's going to be going down, and then the smoke going up behind. A lot of trouble now for the French side. 25 seconds, and MBK gets dropped by Automatic Shox. Even if he gets a frag here, it's probably not going to be enough. 30 health on him, and in a 1 versus 4, walking into a huge crossfire. So easy peasy. Skadoodle with a double kill. 12-15, and the money for G2. They can still buy in this next round, but it's gonna be getting very thin after this. Apex probably has to drop for MBK, and they just want to close out this game.
Oh yeah, they want to end it right here. But the nade count is going to be just a little bit low, and they won't have that AWP, it looks like. Apex dropped an AK for NBK instead of dropping. He had 7,000. He could have dropped the AWP for Kenny. Not even that. Didn't even drop for MBK. MBK just taking the hit.
That's very interesting. Where
did the money go?
Still has it. Stewie, back by Chicken Coop, probably guessing that they can't have too many grenades, so this position becomes so much more valuable if you can make that calculation and say, well, they probably can't grenade me out. Are they going to realize that Shox is already this far pushed up, though? Oh my god, this could be a godlike push from him. I don't think they realize, and Shox, a bit of an opening. Someone has to help out a little bit, Stewie, otherwise it's going to get run down. Oh, what a flick from Shox! But Stewie's there with a refrag. Shox could have cracked off for the whole game here. Shroud is going to be getting the kill on MBK, and now overtime is looking increasingly likely. Apex and Kenny are pushing aside, but the bomb is all the way on the other side, so what is the plan here?
Rotate back Kenny and allow for Apex maybe to make a play into connector. 50 seconds left on this clock, though, means that there is a lot of time here for them to work with at least. Apex can be patient about this. The one thing, though, well, he does have one smoke, and they have 2 flashes between the 2 of them.
If they win a 2v4 to close out the game, that would certainly be exciting. Good smoke there. That's the first step in the right direction. Now they need at least 1 kill to get the bomb plant down. Flashbang goes over and out. Apex gonna get shot in the back of the head, and that should cancel out here. 20 seconds. Kenny fighting on top of the bomb site, but they're coming in from every which angle, and he goes down to Stewie. Good double kill for him in the round. 13 to 15, 1 step closer, but more importantly than that, G2, no more money really. They've got the bomb plant. Maybe they could have went for a crazy force here. Now I would say, don't do it. Get the last round in. Try and see if you can't make it work. Apex is going to go for the AK, but he had... Oh, they're going to do it anyway, aren't they?
I think they're half buying Anders. I think.
All right. Yeah, Apex had a lot, right?
So we're still in a situation where G2 now are the ones who have to trust in their ability to bring it back.
Is it really worth it for Apex to go full AK armor?
When he could have dropped an AWP for Kenny, perhaps.
Yeah, in the next round, right? It's a judgment call, obviously, but it means after this round, if they don't win it, then Apex is going to be severely handicapped. I can't make that call. It's way too complicated at this point in time. 15 to 13, and we're in the 29th round. And if Cloud9 win this, then G2 won't have very much either to fight with, and maybe they could get all the way to overtime. We'll see what the French can show us here.
I see a lot of discussion from Apex, but it's Shoxy who has the 2 flash grenades that are going to create the opening here for his teammates. So what's the setup? They're just waiting so patiently. Apex, though, takes the fight. Nothing was holding the angle. They know that he's close, though, so they can communicate, but that sets it up for Stewie to find a shot for free.
Nothing goes down, but a lot of focus right now on the American side. Stewie will get the kill on Shox, and Kenny goes down as well as Stewie with a very good round once again. 14-15. It's gone the full distance, all 30 rounds being put into play here. And now the only question is, can G2 finally put an end to the madness, or is it going to continue into overtime? There's really nobody to tell at this point in time. There's certainly the weaponry and the rifles are heavily favoring Cloud9. Some grenades here, not everything that they could want on G2, but it's not that far off, and just a UMP on Apex. So I've got a fighting chance here in the last round. Let's see what happens.
Just, if you look at the scoreboard, it's just the fight, the battle between the stars right now. Stewie and Automatic leading the way for Cloud9. Kenny S and Shoxy leading it for G2. Such an even match between both of these teams. What a joy. And, well, slow pace coming in from G2. For now, Skadoodle setting himself up with the flash. Now he's got the angle. It will force G2 to have to use some utility to actually get him out of here, because if you don't, or he misses the shot, that too is an option. He is human after all.
A bit scary. He's very good at hitting shots like that. Double peek, and especially I think the wide peek from Apex, meaning he was just a bit too quick. So now they fall back. They lose quite a bit of map control. Still leaving Automatic over by that wall, ready and waiting in case anyone is going to come in. This is definitely not risk-free. For one thing, people very commonly peek that angle, but also you can easily get flashed, and if he gets flashed and falls back, it's not like Skadoodle can do a lot to help him out, so... Down to under 50 seconds, and there's Stewie opener up, taking down Shox. That's a huge kill. Think about how much information Stewie has about where the rest of G2 definitely are not.
MBK is in connector already, though. He's blocked off 3 players from joining up on A. So there's a window here. 35 seconds left. And now's the time to go. And there's the big frag from NBK. Nothing and Stewie are cut off. And the rest of G2 can now just go straight onto the A site. And it's all going to be on automatic and Skadoodle.
Oh my god, this is a hero play.
Dude,
but
20 seconds.
Yeah, they need to go right now. Otherwise, these 2 players might just make it work. MBK's coming to try and see if he can backstab them on the side. 15 seconds. There's Skadoodle, automatic as well. Whereas MBK, he needs to crack it open once again. He's done so much already, but he needs to do just a bit more. 8 seconds, and he goes down to automatic, and Body's going to get dropped, and it's overtime between Cloud9 and G2. I mean, you can't fault NBK for that. He did everything he needed to in that one. That's such brilliant play. But in effect, he needed to do even more. Like, it's a lot to ask, but
how do you deal with automatic and Skadoodle though? It's just automatic is just a force of nature.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
G2 is too much hesitation at the end when it came to actually executing, and like MBK just did everything he could, catching Shroud, followed by nothing. He's cut off that rotation for so long, and yet still G2, they don't actually execute until they have so little time for error, so little room for error. Yeah, an automatic is just unbelievably good. Yep.
We're not really laughing at him, but I think, you know, this is just one of the best things about this game is all of that emotion that's sort of pent up in there. And now, and this is actually this is a real strain on people. You know, they fight all 30 rounds, and then it's not even done yet. They have to keep going. Flick actually does hit Body. And looks like Stewie wants to keep going. He's been quite lethal with the AWP over here, but not lethal enough to take down Shox. He was boosted up on the box, going to hit the headshot.
Why is he not getting support? Why is there no flash there to facilitate that? You can flash that for days. Instead, he decides to just take the fight on his own. Small mistakes like that are what could cost you here if you're Cloud9.
Very dangerous for Jordan to be taking that fight through the smoke. You don't want to lose the first round in overtime here. To that mistake. They leave, drop open, and Apex going to come running through. Takes one and a second. Can't quite get the third, but he will have done enough at this point in time. Have to imagine G2 can smoke this off and just get in and get the bomb down clean. Long range Molotov, but not lucky with the shot, so.
And this is what you have to point out here. The difference in overtime rules. This 10K starting money here on the CT side. And so this is why Cloud9, they're going to start backing off because they cannot afford to just throw away rifles. Especially if you're Skadoodle. You want to save that AWP. Same for automatic. Because if you lose the following round, then you're going to be ecoing in the last one pretty much. And so right now, it's very important for Skadoodle and automatic to just stay alive. Well, no trouble for automatic. I mean, he makes it look easy. But, you know, for Skadoodle.
Yeah. Big risk being taken by Cloud9, but honestly, on the CT side, I don't really mind it. Like, I think Stewie should be fighting for plat control. It's just that when he doesn't win the fight, then nothing is alone on the bomb side covering drop and plateau, and he just can't do that.
Well, I mean, there's yeah, okay, he needs to take fights, but you can very easily ask for a flash. That position in particular, you just throw it over the nothing, throws it over the wall, and then he's got the angle. Look at the long drawn-out battle we saw earlier, right? Where all the flashes were getting used for each opera to be able to get that angle. So like, I understand Stu, you know, wants to go for that fight, but one $200 flash grenade and Shoxy could be dead, and we could be looking at a different outcome for that round. And so they trail now in overtime, Cloud9. They ran it back, they kept their cool, and were able to take it to the full 30 rounds. But G2 now, they're in the lead.
Let's see what they could do here. Double Orb still in play on Cloud9. Kenny very aggressive, and he's going to go down to Stewie instantly with a Molotov here to make sure that no one is going to be funneling into the bomb side. Shroud winning the fight against NBK. Surely this is an easy round to close out. 3 versus 5, and you have everything going your way.
Both teams, both offers going for the big plays. This time it's Kenny who gets slapped and NBK to follow. Apex now going to try and see. They bait any kind of response out here. Get somebody on Cloud9 to make a mistake, but Shroud is playing this very patiently indeed.
Just trying to shoulder peek that angle. Apex has made his way down, and you have to assume that would have been called out. Must have been a bit of noise, and certainly now he's making some. Spray comes in, but Stewie having no trouble hitting that shot, and I don't think they're realizing that nothing is also there. So Shox is alone. And also trapped in the corner. Now they're just hunting for him. A little bit of a backstab coming in as well.
Just trying to keep all the attention on himself, perhaps,
Yeah.
but automatic. A flawless hold for Cloud9. 16-16. We're all tied up again.
Yeah, they've got double AWP and 3 AKs. That's sort of a dream if you're on the CT side. Like, you can't get much better than that. This is a huge win for Cloud9. It's been, you can tell it's been difficult for these teams to pick up rounds on the CT side. So when they can get just one in overtime, remember, you're only playing 3 CT rounds. So just getting 1 out of 3 is really big. They can get the next one too. That might just be enough here. Cloud9 still fighting. And who's going to break first? This is one of those games that is really, really going to cause a lot of stress on all of the players.
Absolutely, when the major is on the line. Far too close for comfort. But I mean, young Stu has been stepping up with that AWP, and Skadoodle's holding aggressively over towards A long, and that's probably where the action is going to be. Does Apex walk into it? No, he's taking the time to set up some nades. There's the follow-up and the leg shot onto Kenny. Scott, that was so close. Kenny counting his lucky stars there. But again, they're not using like the utility to actually just set it up with the flashes. Instead, they are, over A long at least, they trust in just throwing themselves bodily out there and hoping that Scott doesn't hit the shot.
Shox. Hoping he can get the timing though. Oh my god, Shroud? Well, okay then. Shox has got to be just wondering at that point in time what the hell is actually going on. Now they're in trouble though, G2. Kenny's low. There's only 40 seconds left. They can't really swap back to A. They sort of have to keep pressing this, and Apex is now down the drop. But Stewie here, how did they get him away from the statue? That's the big problem. Now the grenades are starting to rain in. 30 seconds on the clock, and Cloud9 are circling the bomb site. Body gets a, well, bullet to the face, and Apex is now gone down. Kenny next in line. Stewie doing everything that he can here. Triple for him. He's been a monster in overtime. He's now past the 30 kill mark. I think he's dropping, what, like 31 kills in overtime. It's not bad at all.
Yeah, with automatic right behind him at 27. Yeah, the 2 heavy hitters for Cloud9, the 2 stars of the team, and really, it's fascinating to see, especially from Stu. It's been such a progression from him. The fact that, I mean, he was brought in as the youngster, expecting to learn, and then there's like, actually, no, can you please call? And the fact that he had to just take that on himself and still try to maintain a competitive level. Now we're finally starting to see him and Tim and automatic.
I think there was a sort of a brief moment in time. Look at that. That's amazing. There was a brief moment in time when he made his appearance on the stage first, when people were sort of joking about it. It was sort of, you know, oh, he's just running through smoke, you know, it'll never work on LAN, you know, once he gets into the real competition, he's not going to be able to do any of that. And, people aren't making any jokes anymore. That died out real quick when people found out just how powerful a player he is. Second half of the overtime coming at. Cloud9 needs 2 more rounds to win it. G2 needs 3. I could have double OT as well. Always a fun feature. Skadoodle hoping that someone is going to go aggressive, and Shox is on the stairwell but not quite offering himself up. See that angle being covered, that line there. Nothing quite yet, so no risks being taken by G2 at all.
No, Apex is the one who's kind of dancing on the edge. But that's just to put down the smoke and buy a little bit more time over here. But that's not where the action is going to be. It's looking like a B hit. Minute left. Automatic making the jump, covering the drop noise with the AK. Nicely timed. And here's the push straight out onto the side through the smoke, and this could get interesting. Body, now he has to worry about 2 angles.
Automatic is waiting patiently. Communication is key right here. Shox in a weird battle. He goes down. Body on the side that's going to get dropped. And now Kenny has to get this next shot to flick us in. And he takes down Stewie. That's a great job. They're in the man lead here, G2. They just need a couple of more kills. And they'll be right back in this game. Apex with a great flank coming in. Nothing doesn't stand a chance. And Skadoodle going to be going down. Kenny with the double. 17-17. They tie it all up. And this game is just too intense right now. I can't believe we're being gifted this. Shoxy with 25 kills, topping the lead right now. And I think he just got tied up with Kenny, in fact. So 25 on either one. This is... what a ton of events this is.
It's still possible for Cloud9 to lose this. Look at the impact this is having on their bank right now. Everything getting spent in this next round. 17-17. We're looking for the first team to reach 19 here. And right now, it's going to be a very quick aggressive play from Skadoodle, or at least he was thinking about it until it turned into a bit of a hothouse, the sauna in there. Apex and Kenny again with the aggressive setup at A long, though. This seems to be standard for them at this point. Thing is, they just don't go for the peak anymore. We used to see CTs, you know, dare to go for the peak towards T-spawn, try and like make some plays over there. It's all just about holding this one angle now, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, it just isn't worth it. I think if you go down, Shox getting caught by Shroud again through the smoke, just like in Drop a couple of rounds ago. Shox has got to be furious at this point in time here. 4 versus 5. And being a man down, especially on the B-bomb side, is a catastrophe.
He's heard 2 now, NBK. He's heard 2, and so he's been communicating that, and he is going to be ready. Automatic just does not have the angle. So NBK can peel off, and Apex, that's nothing, the kill on nothing on A site, other side of the map. And so now, again, 3 players here, 4 Cloud9 just inching out. They have utility, but they continue to try and press forward. Shroud will find the headshot on body. There's the Molotov getting used, but Skadoodle's about to get shot in the back here in just a moment.
Yeah, they're getting real close. Oh, Kenny showing his arm. AWP fight without scoping, and Kenny's gone down. It's now a 2-on-2. Skadoodle trying to make it through. Only 20 seconds here, and Shroud, now would be a great time to step it up. He fakes it once, 18 seconds, almost gets Apex through the door. And he's trying again, tapping away. Shroud gets 1. 2 health left on Apex. Oh my god, he's got the triple, he's got the bomb found with 9 seconds left. And Apex is scared right now, hiding behind the rock. He's already been faked out once. Shroud needs a single bullet to do this. But no, Apex gonna steal it back instead. And that will be another round here coming in. The smoke is gonna, or the Molotov is gonna disappear. The defuse is gonna be in. It's gonna be 18 rounds. Again, match point here for G2. It can't get any closer than that. 1 more bullet, a splinter from that door. If it hits Apex, he's dead.
It's unbelievable how close it can get. And there's the timeout from Cloud9. And they get the bomb plant. At least they have that to go with here in the next round. They have the bonus 800. But how close can you cut it? 2 HP left on Apex. And Shroud nearly pulling it off on Cobble. He's so comfortable on this map, it seems, Shroud. I mean, blind shots through the smoke, fair enough. But then when it comes down to clutch situations, it seems like he's finally figuring out how to unlock that potential that's been in him this whole time. But Apex, yeah, wipe the sweat off your brow. It's not over yet, though. In Cloud9, we saw them do it in regulation where they ran it back and took this match to overtime. Well, now they need to do it once again. 18-17, G2 in the lead.
It's just such a powerful round from Shroud. Nearly the quad kill, but just unbelievable. And Apex, he looked like he couldn't believe it either. Kenny's so fired up, he has to stand up. He can't stay seated any longer. 18-17, ladies and gentlemen. 1 more round for G2. They're going to make it out in overtime, or it's going to be double OT if Cloud9 can make it back here. They do have the Tech 9 there on Skadoodle's head. Their economy has suffered a bit, and finally we're actually seeing some aggression on the A side. Shox is in charge of at least trying to scope up over the smoke, but that's maybe the most aggressive move we've seen on this side of the map yet from the CT side.
Yeah, it's Kenny with that AWP who's going to be playing the plateau. I guess Shox is just tired of B. He's like, Shox, Shroud just keep shooting me through smoke. Actually, Kenny, so you go ahead and take those spots. It's nice to be the game leader. It's good to be the king.
Damage has already been done to Cloud9 a bit here. And look at this aggression. G2 just want to try and see if they can throw in a bit of a trick towards the end. It'll certainly keep Cloud9 back for a while. Now they have to be wondering, we heard the footsteps, we heard some shots coming out. What's going on?
You start to see Body, NBK, there was a moment's doubt, moment wondering which side they needed to be on, but now it seems like they've got their heart set on that B side. NBK is working his way back over towards A, but Body is now there to set up a trap with Kenny on plateau. They have, what, 1 Molotov right now, and it's on Skadoodle.
Oh, I just want Kenny to go for the wall bang. Because you can shoot people when they're up there. Stewie and everybody else, they can get fired through the wall. Oh, Apex gets 1! And then nanosecond later, he is done. Automatic with the refrag. Kenny trying to get back, but he's flashed. He can't see a single thing, and he's going to be down. Now it's Body taking 2 big frags, going for the spray, and that's it. 19-17, G2 make it through in overtime against Cloud9. What an incredibly stressful match for everybody involved. But ultimately, it will be G2 made their way through their scoreline now. 2-1 in the groups. They just need 1 more game. Man, that was everything we could have hoped for and then some.
Absolutely. The emotions show it all. I mean, says it all. Cloud9 definitely going to be disappointed with that loss. They could have brought it back. They did bring it back. They could have closed it, and then G2 just, they came out ahead today. And so a very important win here for G2, putting them ahead in the groups, one map away.
Definitely see a bit of the disappointment in them, and you can't blame them for that either. They fought very hard to try and close that out. 32 kills on Stewie, 28 on Automatic, and I mean, I think there was what, like 25 or something on Kenny on the other team. So that was the 25 on Kenny and Shox. So those two players, Stewie and Automatic, were really fighting to keep this alive.
I mean, yeah, but it's not like the others were lagging too far behind either. You know, everybody else is in 20 frags.
Yeah,
which I mean is very solid. And so we were just talking about it, a very even matchup between two teams who have similar firepower, similar star talent. And really just, yeah, at the end, it comes down to 2 HP. 2 HP, Anders. Sometimes that's how close it gets.
Absolutely unbelievable, isn't it? Well, just some reflection going on here. Automatic wondering, you know, should I've got 40 kills? Would that have been the difference? You know, maybe that should have been the plan.
That's only tab sitting cold.
Ooh, yeah. This is a wild game, and you could see why we were saying that both these teams could make the playoffs. They're both looking like it. And luckily, Cloud9 aren't out. But they can't lose any more games.
They have to know that they're capable of it as well, right? Because both of these teams made the playoffs in Cologne just a week ago. Nearly equal competition. The only real team that wasn't there out of the top tier was Astralis, right? And so you got a good gauge on just where they were at. And so both of these teams, if they do not make it out of the groups, they will see that as a tremendous failure, as just a huge mess up. And so, you know, we'll see. It's not over yet. 3 wins, you're through. 3 losses, you go home. And both of these teams are sitting in the middle of the pack.
Well, the panel thought this would be a good game, and it turns out they were right. So I look forward to seeing their thoughts on this particular game. What a game it was, Paul. Were you guys entertained?
I was more entertaining than a Robbie Williams concert. It was brilliant. 1917, a win in the end for G2, and Cloud9 fall to 1 and 2 now in a very dangerous set of teams in there, amongst them a Na'Vi as well. So that group is not looking good for all of the teams that have dropped down to 1-2. But good news for G2 as we come back to our panel once more with Sponge.
Just one thing, Paul.
Yes?
You went to Robbie Williams.
Yeah.
I went to Russell Crowe.
Let me entertain you.
Yeah.
I did the Gladiator movie.
Are you entertained? Yeah. There may be a difference in style here. We might have identified something.
2 kinds of people in this world.
No, but that was a great game of Counter-Strike.
It was, wasn't it? Enjoyable. We were sitting here going, oh, no, yeah, well, I do.
That's what you want, right?
Tough for us to watch. What it was like for them to play, I have no idea.
I think C9, their T-side was very impressive in the sense of they played like a very old-school Na'Vi-esque style of Counter-Strike, right? They were doing things with like 20, 30 seconds left on the clock. Very late round executes onto bomb sites. I like the fact that they got drop control early, and that was the heart of their T-side, I thought. I didn't think they utilized it enough, and then I don't think they had enough transition of pace.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the dagger for them towards the end of that was the fact that G2 got so good at handling that pressure from drop. That's where all the initiating came on, and you could see NBK as this game progressed. He started winning that battle against Automatic. He started catching on to the different ways he was taking drop, knowing where he was, the feeling of each kind of play. So he was able to really get the better of it, and it did feel like both teams had tough times on their CT side. G2 managing drop, and Cloud9 on their CT side managing long A. I mean, you could see here Skadoodle's playing aggressively. There was one other round where he played aggressively there, but outside of that, once their economy is broken, there was no aggression towards that A bomb site, which allowed G2 a lot of space to just kind of walk up, slowly take control, and execute with like a minute left on the clock.
Yeah, they really pressured that A-long section of the map, right? Like the difference is we saw that Skadoodle round just before where he got that 3K. They weren't afraid to go to that section of the map time and time again, even though they did get shut down. And they got shut down the following round by an awesome crossfire by Nothing and Automatic. So definitely props to Cloud9. They played a really good brand of Counter-Strike, and I'm super impressed. But G2, I wouldn't say that like they outshot them. In some situations, I know that's what Valens was saying in the pre-game interview, but sure, there were some occasions where Cloud9 kind of just crumbled and just got picked apart. But I think the trading was fantastic by the guys from G2. The way that they adjusted, like Jason was saying, MBK at drop especially, the fact that when they knew it was late round, they had to be coming out long with the bomb, right? So they were playing so many numbers towards the statue, fighting platform, making sure they couldn't get out, making sure they couldn't get that bomb down. It's just these little adjustments from G2 that I think got them across.
Especially that Troy, we saw it a little bit in overtime, that it's starting to be aggression in CT side towards the A bomb site. Not to try and find kills necessarily, but just to confirm that no one was there, because Cloud9 didn't really put up a lot of pressure on it in regulation. So once they were like, okay, yeah, there's no one here, like 30, 40 seconds into the round, let's just go back towards B, stack that up with 4 players, and we can rotate quickly if there's any pressure. But Yeah, it was the adaptations in the end that I think G2 just did better once they got to OT.
Close game all the way through, wasn't it? Until
that Shroud clutch.
Yeah, exactly. That one
heartbreaking, isn't it?
Just so close, and you just think, oh wow, this could
I think
spin
that's
it one way
I think that's the one.
Yeah, that's the one.
it.
Yeah, it is the one.
No, but we sat down here at the analyst desk, and that's what we said, right? We were like, the game was
initially
close.
it was the Kenny S 1v1, wasn't it?
That was crazy as well.
Because that turned it around as well for G2.
That was right at like 10-10, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, 10-10 to 10-11, something like that, yeah. And they went on a run, and it got to 15-11. You sort of thought, this could be tough for Cloud9 again. But they showed great character to come back in.
Yeah, but you can see, I mean, this is kind of what we talk about when we say how important the economy is, because in the first half, when Cloud9 went on the run as the Terra side, is when G2 switched into the double op setup. And right when they switched into it, they lost that round, and they just didn't have economy. They had to wait for the losing bonus to build back up before they could get another solid buy going on. And that's where you kind of see them not able to switch things up and not able to figure out how to handle drop, because you don't have nades, you don't have Molotovs to slow it down, like we saw later on in the half. And then on the reverse side, Cloud9, once they got reset, they didn't touch A hulls, and then eventually when they got that losing bonus built up, they switched into the double op setup, and that's what brought them into OT. Stewie was a monster with that off at the big bomb side. He was anchoring, he was paying attention to drop, he was being bait for his teammates all at the same time, and the presence of mind to still be able to get the frags when the XQ comes in is insanity from a player that young.
All right, let's bring in Nathan. MBK is waiting in the player area to join us. Nathan, welcome to the show and congrats on the win.
Thank you.
It looked tough from our point of view. We were sitting here just wincing sometimes at some of the shots that were being pulled off.
Yeah.
What was it like from your point of view?
Definitely a tight game. We're expecting to play Inferno over Cobble.
Right.
They decided to go for it. We absolutely have no problem on that map to play it, but they came in very, very prepared. So yeah, the game was as tense as it looked like.
Yeah, it was all very tight until the end, and then you guys have 4 match points. And you think, well, G2 should close this one out now, and then somehow Cloud9 just kick up another gear.
Yeah, it was pretty hard recording the economy. We had 1 force, like 2 buy rounds, 1 force, and 1 single AK buy from Apex. So it was not that easy to close it, especially when they had some ops and they could just pick us apart. And that's basically what happened during the late stage of the regular time. But yeah, I mean, all in all, it was a tough fight, and you could see with like the tight one-on-ones that went into our favor. So those close rounds at this level are just deciding the outcome of the game.
Yeah, we mentioned a couple of those. Shroud had one, and Kenny had one as well. They just seem to change the tide of the game sometimes, don't they?
Well, especially economy-wise. When we win the one that Kenny had at 11-10, we were, I think, double eco behind, or they were single double eco behind as well. So those kind of rounds are like making a game, and that's why we managed to go into overtime and not lose beforehand. Yeah,
we saw you celebrate very hard at the end. Was that relief coming out, or what was it?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we feel like the favorite team coming on that map, so we have that pressure. And we had a pretty shaky city side, although we started pretty good. But then, yeah, it was a tough T side. It was hard to find the solutions, and when we tried to come up with some things, the ops just came in and starting like picking us up, and we were 4 and 5, or some weird timings that were on the map. So it was definitely a very hard match, and yeah, coming out of that game, you can only be happy.
Yeah, absolutely. Alongside me is Moses and Sponge. I guess you guys have a couple of questions.
Yeah, just can you speak to a lot of the offense from Cloud9 was towards drop, which you were defending, and I know that's generally considered by pros to be one of the most difficult spots in the game to actually defend. But it seemed like towards the end, after a while, you kind of got the hang of it. You kind of started to be able to feel how they were attacking it exactly, and actually came on the upper hand. Can you just speak to what it's like throughout the course of a half, progressing through and like reading what's coming from your opponents?
Yeah, that was definitely to me the most important thing of our city side, the ability to adapt in that area, and the special harder part is that I have absolutely no help from my team in that regard.
Why are you always alone?
Scumbags leaving you alone.
So I mean, I take that responsibility to actually hold it, and I'm like, don't worry guys, I got it, and I'm just going to tell you if there is somewhere open. So I mean, I just want to make life easier for them.
Right. So it's your own fault then, Nathan.
So it is kind of my fault, but then in the end, I just came in and I understood, like, basically, I think the most interesting aspect of the game is that I managed to put myself into their brains, pretty much. Right. So I knew how they were approaching the area. I knew how they were coming into the zone, and that's what made me come on top in the end when I knew when they were in it, what they were doing. So either there was Automatic trying to sneak, so he came once, killed me, and then I killed him twice at that same area. And I just managed to get into their head and know how they play that side of the map, and that's what made the difference for me to actually come on top in drop zone. But it is, I think it just requires experience. That's why also Taz is playing the on what the enemies are doing, because every team is going to approach that area differently.
That was my question, so yeah, you answered it already.
Jason's stealing questions now as well. What's going on here?
Why is it you don't get any help? Let's do a follow-up. What? I mean, because we saw at the end, like in overtime, I know you brought Apex over.
He just told us because he's selfish and he wants to hold it himself.
He wants all the glory. Yeah. There's no glory in playing drop zone. We all know that. But like, I mean, you guys brought Apex in that round in overtime. You did bring a second player, but is there a reason like you guys just don't feel comfortable? Like, because we know teams have like the two styles. You can play in it with one or two players, or you can play outside and just try and contain it when the hit comes in. Is there a reason you guys choose to play the more contained strategy?
I think we like to block the extremities of the map. I think that would be the main answer, and I think my team has enough trust in me to actually hold drop alone and do it with my poor smoke and Molotov and just wanting them. I base this part mainly to communication, and I trust them to have where I am missing. So if I have connector, they're gonna have the other side of the map towards B, etc., etc. So yeah, I think they trust me enough to hold that, and it actually makes the other sides of the map free, and they can take more risks and just lock them down. So that's our game plan. That's how we approach it. And I mean, so far since I'm playing drop, I think I could adapt every single time. I haven't been destroyed on that area, so we keep on doing it until it's going to break, I guess.
All right, okay. Are you aware of the other results that have been going on? Have you been managing? I know that you do follow the show as it goes along.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've been following everything. Surprising result we faced. Obviously, it's. Yeah, I'm sad for Keo because obviously Frenchman, we have a good relationship.
He's British now.
Yeah, yeah. You want to say that? You want to say that?
We claimed him. Sorry, Nathan. You're not having him back. Yeah, I mean, I was just going to bring this up because it's Immortals and North so far in your 2-1 group now, and then obviously Astralis or Fnatic will join that group as well. So do you feel like the field has opened up a bit, other than maybe SK who are just playing out of their minds, and we need to swap Cold Zero's? Well, we just need to get rid of his whole image. I think you can play without a monitor now, and then maybe you can beat them as well. But it seems quite open in the rest of the field.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what is. I mean, we actually had the discussion with the team with Shox, especially right before, but every single team is coming very prepared and they have their plan. They're following it and they're just destroying. I mean, for instance, Flipside, it was clear cut that they know what they wanted to do and they just won the game like this. And I think it's the same for almost every team. So, yeah, it doesn't feel like there is the big favorite unless, I mean, aside from SK that is playing out of their minds. But aside from that, I mean, it seems pretty open, as you said. So that's why it's not really important who we face after all, because every single team can turn up, and the only objective is just passing groups. So that doesn't matter who we play. All the teams are playing good right now, so have to be very careful regardless of who you play.
All right, thanks very much for joining us. Congrats today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, man. Good luck.
MBK winning alongside G2, of course, today. Let's wrap things up in this particular match, show you the scoreboard, and also talk about the MVP in this particular game. Scoreboard-wise, when you look at the frags, they're quite high, but obviously we did have the overtime as well. But still, some really big performances across both teams, it has to be said.
I felt more like a grind was coming out from G2 as opposed to like crazy individual performances. I think when you look on the side for Cloud9, it was like automatic early. You know, he was doing a lot of the legwork, and then Stewie really turned up to get them into overtime, and then he was the star in overtime as well, right? Everyone else had their moments, everyone had their multi-frags, the potential clutches, all that kind of stuff, but those two definitely for Cloud9, as you'd expect, the standout performers. Yeah,
an MVP for this one. Kenny S is our MVP for this game. I think that's a reasonable reflection on the damage and the key frags that he picked up in this match.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Kenny is a strong player, and with the AWP, I mean, he was pretty versatile with it in the different ways that he utilized it. So, yeah, and like Chet said, it's a grind. So there's not like one standout. I think, you know, for me personally, I also just based on the conversation we just had with NBK, I would have given him a shout for the way that he adapted, because being able to finally manage drop zone was so critical. But yeah, there's a couple answers you could have thrown out on G2, isn't there?
Absolutely. Let's just quickly wrap up on this match in terms of Cloud9's performance, because it wasn't a bad performance at all, and I don't feel like they've had a bad performance, but they've ended up in a 1-2 group. And I have to tell you right now, it's with Na'Vi, Mouse, Penta, and Flipside. That's not an easy group of teams to have to win against, because they have to win now. That's the point.
Yeah, all those.
Yeah, he's like, oh god.
I was just thinking of all the going through the list. So it's like, let's find an easy one. And it's like even Flipside at this point, you don't want to play after that.
And don't forget, one more from Astralis or Fnatic will also join that.
God bless. Yeah, this is it's going to be a tough road for them, isn't it? Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing, because they have played well.
Yeah.
You know, outside of, you know, getting to overtime against G2, close match, and, like, you know, either of those one-on-ones go a different way. That could have been a different result, and they could have been an easier portion. But yeah, now nothing left. I mean, it's the major, backs against the wall, right?
Absolutely.
All the
Every team, as Nathan said, every team is a great team here, and they're all in good form and they're all playing well. So all to play for our teams. We're going to move into our final 1-1 game next. It's Astralis versus Fnatic. Old champs versus new champs, both searching for a bit of form and also both searching for their second win at the PGL Major. We'll see you after the break.
Coming up next, Astralis versus Fnatic.
Nå lanserer Telia Music Freedom, slik at du kan streame musikk uten å bruke data. Music Freedom får det automatisk på de fleste av våre abonnementer og koster ingenting ekstra. Les mer på telia.no. Nå lanserer Telia Music Freedom, slik at du kan streame musikk uten å bruke data. Music Freedom får det automatisk på de fleste av våre abonnementer og koster ingenting ekstra. Les mer på telia.no.
Jeg må velge igjen.
Ja.
Alle sammen? Nei.
For alle sammen.
Users have already made their bets on the spectacular matches since 2011. EGB.com. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Grab your gear and let's go.
With the Strafe Esports app, follow your favorite teams and players, and you'll never miss a match again. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
Oh, crap.
Exclusive black equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Use the S switch to quickly access the setting and switch between save modes.
I capture the pawn at e5. You lose your queen. Check. I think like a 40-year-old and...
Staszek, you could help in the kitchen instead of playing with that gizmo all the time.
She just won't let me play in peace. TP-Link connects with passion.
Agent Broughton, we have a mission for you.
Someone from the inside set me up.
She's smarter than we thought.
I've lost the target. This was never part of the plan?
It was part of mine.
Atomic blonde. My God, I think I love you.
That's too bad.
Rated R.
They have no idea these up close.
They're looking for more. That's a third one coming in. Looking for the quad kill and nearly gets it.
Yes, there's one headshot and there's another.
Again,
Our final match of the 1-1 series, the mid-tier in our Swiss tournament of Day 3 at the Pgl Major Krakow, is underway, or at least it will be over the next few minutes. Astralis versus Fnatic, a fantastic matchup between an old double champion, or a triple champion, depending on the way you look at it, and the previous champions at E-League going head-to-head. They're both in all sorts of form right now. It's difficult to assess where they are. Good job we've got a couple of men that can help us out with that. Sponge and Moses are back at the desk. Sponge, let's start with Astralis. They are the champions, the reigning champions. They've come in here with big expectations. Everyone's talking about this 3-week layoff and the break they've had, and they've spent time with family, and they've calmed down, and they've got all these strategies, and no one knows how they're going to play. Hasn't really panned out like that so far.
Still early days, Paul.
Yes,
still very early days.
We have high expectations from this point.
Yeah, so SK's on a run right now where they were talking about being burnt out and stuff, right? These guys have done the opposite. They've taken off events to be coming. So we talked about, the potential for ring rust and all that kind of stuff. And for me, I don't think it would really exist. But when you have an SK that is constantly evolving and getting better, and that's the team who they lost to 16-8, that's, you can give them that. You can give them that in the group stage, I think. But when you look at Astralis as a team, they're still the full package, right? And the way that they approach the games and stuff, it doesn't look like they have anything new at this stage. Like, the stuff that we've seen come out of them is just the same old, maybe with a few little tweaks here and there. But I think coming into this tournament, for them, it was just about making sure there's the mental side of things that was in the right place.
All right, let's talk about Fnatic from their point of view. How do you assess their tournament so far and their form?
It's nothing new that we haven't seen out of them in the previous tournaments, right? They're still struggling a little bit in the group stage, and it's all about, even just getting out of that, because all the conversation around Fnatic for the past few months is how much better they're looking in some regards, and how much it seems like, now they're poised to kind of get back to that level, but it also just doesn't feel like they're ever going to get over that hump. You still have question marks of all the legendary players that they have on their team of getting back to that previous form, and it just hasn't come down to it. I know they're trying to integrate more of like a strategic style. They've gone back and forth between some in-game leaders. We had Olaf Meister testify to that the other day when we had him on for the post-game interview. And at the moment, Flush is the guy, right? Saying he's the best in-game leader we had. We tried Crims for Cologne, and that was it.
I don't know, that must be some sort of new warm-up tactic they're trying.
I liked it.
Haven't seen that before. I think with Fnatic, right, like if we just dive back a little bit deeper to, they changed roster and stuff. They had the whole Godsent and Fnatic mix thing that happened, and that was a big failure. And then they were like, well, maybe we should have just stuck together. They got kind of humbled, right, in that regard, that they just meant that they had to work at playing the current day version of Counter-Strike. And that's a very difficult thing, especially a team of people who have relatively big egos, right? When you have players like JW on your team, you've got guys like Olaf. They play the very aggressive brand of CS, and that usually comes attached with an ego. So you have to factor that in as well.
It feels like, it's almost like the Tiger Woods effect, where like, he would always go into a tournament just knowing everyone would know that he was going to win the event.
Okay.
And now Fnatic, when they get back to this, they've lost that aura of like being dominant and everything like that, and no one is really scared of them anymore, because there were games that Fnatic was winning where even on the desk afterwards we'd just be like, no idea how they won that. They just call a timeout, they just rush something with Tech-9s, and somehow they got all the kills, somehow their opponents just missed everything. The mystery of the timeout that they would always take. There was always that one timeout where everything would switch, and they don't have that anymore. Like, no one's being like, oh god, here's the Fnatic timeout, and no one's being like, oh god, now we're playing Fnatic, we're definitely going to lose to them. Now they seem beatable, and everyone's feeling very confident against them.
Do you think they also have mistresses and crash into trees?
Probably.
Yeah, I wondered where he was going with that as well, but luckily
effect, right?
we pulled back from that,
well,
and you took us back
some
there.
Some of us keep things appropriate.
I like to have it very lowbrow here on the desk.
We've noticed. It's fine. That's why we love you.
I think, if we go into matchup specifics, I think this is a really weird mix, because I think that, like G2, Fnatic need to make sure that they keep the force by aggressive style of play intact somewhat, and then just mold a slight bit of structure around that. So have stuff to fall back on, actually have executes, right? Yeah. That's normally pretty good. And then understand, because they have a really good natural chemistry. You've got the trio who have been playing together since LGB days, and then you have the duo since early Fnatic days, and they've all come together, and now they've been playing together for a very long time. So they do have natural chem, which can be played off in mid-rounds. They're one of the best mid-round teams at decisions. It's just they need more of a package, and they're definitely working towards that. And I speak to JW, in the lobby and stuff, and have a chat to him, and I said, you feeling good? They're like, yeah, we've been practicing a lot. We're feeling good. So you just need to see the results come out.
Okay, let's move on to Astralis and talk about them. Just a quick note for those of you at home as well. JW and Flusher will break the all-time record for most maps played at a major in this game as well. So congrats to them. New record for them.
At what, 22?
Just busy breaking records all over the place. We've got an all-star lineup here. These guys are champions in their own right. They've also got some youngsters in this team. but massively experienced. I can't even believe sometimes when I look at Device and go, he can't be 21 still. That's impossible.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, and this team goes deep, right? And I mean, the cool thing about this squad at the beginning of the year, when they were so dominant, when they were in the first place, and like it did look like they were going to establish themselves in a dynasty for at least this year, is the sense that everyone on this team can be an MVP of a tournament. You know, you had Device with MVP numbers at the major, and then it was KRB who was right up there and had a great finals and took that. Zipnik's with all of his clutching. Dupree had the event where he was an MVP as well. And then Glaive has just turned into this like impact monster. I always like notice when I play with him, he is just a guy that breaks opposing teams' momentum. Like when another team is going on a run and they're getting down a little bit, you'll notice it's always Glaive that seems to make a play. If it's on the CT side, he gets like the crucial double or triple kill to stop a fast play, to allow his teammates to rotate. If it's on the T side, he'll just go with it for an entry kill. But really, this team is centered completely around Device, and we always talk about it, but his AWPing style at this point is so calculated and so planned out. It's always about his decision, where he thinks he can find a kill, how he wants to manipulate the other team, with the research that he's bringing into the matchup. And Glaive just gives him that freedom, and they kind of work the team around that AWP.
Other areas of this team that we haven't really explored at this major, we have spoken about it in the past, is in the coaching role with Zonic.
Sure. I'm curious to see like what he actually brings to the team in terms of, it's been spoken about that he does a lot of the prep work, watching the demos and looking for the tendencies and stuff, right? And you can have the debate on what is a coach meant to do, because if you look at an LMBT, for example, he's the one who's coming up with the strats and the game plan and how it's going to be approached. Whereas Zonic, I think, Glaive they probably get together, they amalgamate ideas, and then they go from there with the game plan. And it's great to have somebody who you can trust to do your scouting work to make sure, these are the tendencies, these are the rotations. And someone as legendary and has been around as long as someone like Zonic, you can basically trust what they're saying, right? He knows how the game works, so it's good that they can have that and have a coach who, he is also a cheerleader in that sense, right? He's getting fired up and stuff behind them, and that's something that I think is very important in a team aspect. When you have these guys who are very focused, you look at them, they are very focused. They're not getting super fired up like a Brazilian team, like the Immortals of the world, for example. So he does bring a lot to this team.
It seems like this team at the moment, like their big priority when it comes to Zonic when the game actually begins, and now they have the sports psychologist as well. It's been all about mentality, because remember, I mean, we don't think about it too much these days, but this team was known for choking in the past at the big tournaments. They were a team that was known for being in all the right positions, having all the upper hands, and just kind of dropping the ball at the wrong moments. So now when it gets started, I mean, they all talk about, they all just seem much calmer at events. Zonic is there. You can see if a player loses a clutches, he's the first one up to make sure, nice try, all good things, and just kind of making sure everything's staying level.
All right. I'm hearing that Device has to change his shirt. I don't know if that's a pre-game ritual, maybe. I know these guys maybe have some weird rituals. We'll get Sponges and Moses pre-game rituals after this.
Well, I used to have my pre-game ritual to just listen to music, but sadly internet is always disabled now on tournaments, so I cannot do that anymore.
Before a match, the only thing I know is Jenny loves to always get some cold water on his face to wake up.
We maybe listen to some music or to think about something.
Going to the team, the only ritual we have is before a game, like 2-3 minutes before, I like to talk to everyone about what game is it, how are we gonna play, and to remember what mindset we should have. So I don't want to do it too much, because I guess if I do too much to anyone, then he will not remember what. So I try to select what I want to say, the most important thing, and to not go above 1 minute talk, I would say.
So it's kind of personal, I think. Everybody is trying to be focused as much as possible. And of course we have some little talk before the match, like, okay guys, this opponent is pretty tough, what we can expect from him, and we need to play our game, and so on, the usual stuff. When
we are losing a match, we're going to an elimination one or whatever, and I'm feeling that we are not in the good mood, I mean, if you continue like this, we're gonna lose for sure. We're trying to make a circle to get better from match to match. That's pretty much it.
Yes, I just want to clarify right now. I was joking, but yes, Device did have to go and change his shirt. He spilled a little bit of Coke on it, and he didn't want to sit there with the substance all over him while he's playing, obviously. So he's got to change a new shirt. We're going to get into the map vetoes in a minute. I know Sponge doesn't do anything before pre-game because he's useless and he hasn't got. But Moses, you've got one, haven't you?
Yeah, we used to before our matches, because this is back in the old CPL days, like way back when. Our ritual was the air conditioning units in the tournament area were so intense. It's in Dallas, so they're freak show. Yep. We would just do 10 push-ups before we got started to get the blood pumping to the fingers, because now everyone has hand warmers. We didn't do that back in the day.
Let's get into the vetoes.
Yeah, let's be serious right now. Those are two of the smart bands there for Astralis. Obviously, they don't play Cobblestone unless it's against FaZe, and Inferno is a pretty decent map for Fnatic, so that makes sense right there. Overpass coming out from Fnatic. I guess I don't want to, take on Kirby in those toilets. He's really powerful in that section of the map. Fnatic. Well, I could have said banana. Come on, guys.
Lowbrow humor, Chad. You said that
That wasn't even the intention. What do we got left? We got Keish and Nuke. That's surprising. I guess they're going to go to Nuke then.
Why wouldn't you if you were Astralis?
This is a surprise. I don't think Astralis... They're so happy about this.
That's a high five. Let's take Nuke.
What did Fnatic... Okay, Fnatic... All right. They're still looking for the coin.
They wait for the coin.
Okay, that's a surprise, right? Because Fnatic aren't a team who we look to on Nuke and say they're like a world beater or anything, right? Like I'm really racking my brain right now to think of anything positive for Fnatic's Nuke.
It's always been a band of theirs, since the early days.
Well, this is you know what this is, Paul. Yesterday
this is practice. This is what they've been doing.
This is the Lion's Den. This is you're going into the Lion's Den right now. You've prepped up, you're ready and raring. You know what the line you need to kill the lion.
You've gone into the cage.
Yeah, and you're ready to go. So that cage is Nuke, and Astralis.
They love this cage. Yeah, they love this cage. It's a very powerful cage. The one thing I guess you could chalk up to give Fnatic some kind of a positive would be in this kind of a scenario when you have a team that's full of powerful individuals that like the individual play. This is something where everyone's just going to play loose, right? Like you don't really know the map all that super well.
But they're Swedes. It's Nuke. If Laren was here right now, he'd be going, this suits them. This is their style. They should play Nuke more.
Yep, and he would be continuing that trend of NIP veto processes that don't always go too well. He set that one up too. I'm sorry, NIP. I didn't mean to do that, but it's just too easy. The only time I can even recall even Fnatic, like these players even playing Nuke was actually like years and years ago against like the iBuyPower lineup that they played at one of the Face It finals, and that's like outside of that, I don't see Fnatic. I don't remember any great Nuke matches. They're obviously not known for it. It was always a veto. So just hope that they're going to play loose, they're going to play fun, and they're going to just enjoy themselves and just frag.
You have to just quickly though. You have to think about this. If we don't know what Fnatic are going to do on Nuke, Astralis have no idea what Fnatic are going to do on Nuke.
True. No,
and
good point.
They have a plethora of maps to look at from what Astralis do, and I think the pivot point on this map, if you can pressure Zipnix at ramp, that could be the key to victory, Paul.
All right, let's get out of here right now, because I think they've lost their minds, personally.
In the studio.
Let's say hello to Henry, G, and Sadakis. They're in the commentary booth for the last 3 games. Hello, gents.
I'm ready now. Hello,
are you ready?
How are you?
We're always ready over here. We've got Sponge alongside us. We can't not be ready.
It's true.
It's been a bumpy ride over there, hasn't it? I've enjoyed it.
Have you been enjoying the fire?
Yeah, it's great. I love it.
Yeah, they fired some shots at Sponge earlier. Maybe you guys can come up with something that you can't come back at.
Fired some shots at Sponge.
No, he's a sensitive flower. I don't want to.
Is he?
Him. So yeah, let's just leave him alone. Let him.
You're probably right. All right, let's get going.
All right then. Right, Matthew, Fnatic versus Astralis on Nuke of all maps as well. Who would have thought?
Yeah, I mean, that's the hard part of Nuke. In a best of one, no one ever wants to go toward it. We tend to see Nuke later in the stages of the tournament when we get into the best of threes.
It's very rare
and then
best of ones, right?
Exactly, because it is still a bit of a gamble pick in that it's not always consistent. It's so uncommonly played. You don't often know what other teams are going to bring to the table on it. It is an issue, and you can easily be caught off. So, I'm a bit surprised to see this game of all things as well. If Astralis go down 1-2, okay, it's Astralis. We expect them to bounce back. But for Fnatic, I think this is more important. They've got to get through this tournament. They've been building for some time. They're obviously not what they used to be, but this is a tournament where I think they need to make sure everything goes well early so they can get themselves in a good position. And obviously it resets when we hit quarterfinals, but you don't want to be late in this Swiss system. We've already seen how punishing they can be at previous events. We've had about a year of Swiss systems now for research.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you enjoying the Swiss system, do you think? I think it's in terms of like the spectator experience and knowing that you can't really prepare for your opposition that much, and you obviously don't have the map coming in. I think that's quite an interesting aspect, but obviously it does lend itself to the underdog. I think that's the main argument, right? You see a lot of these lesser teams manage to get big upsets in these tournaments, which at the same kind of token is exciting, but it definitely could do maybe with a best-of-3 format at some point, I think would be nice. But obviously we have the playoffs at that.
No,
so.
and I agree with that. I mean, if you go back to the group system, the reason that this kind of happened and everyone was going toward the Swiss was because once a team that was originally a Legends team that went back sort of into the pool, got put back in again, would end up with sort of one stacked group and maybe one easy group. It was a little bit lopsided.
Sure.
The thing is, this was a solution to that, but it takes away, like you say, from the best of threes or preparation. If you're in a group, you know the 3 teams that you're going to be playing, and you can constantly be working to better yourself against those 3 teams. So, yeah, there's a bit more, I guess, I won't say random element to it, but unexpected element and lack of preparation, perhaps.
I'm excited to see what Fnatic bring to the table here. It's not a map they really bring out that much, and Astralis very good on Nuke. They did play at the E-League Major. It's not really much we can take away from that. Obviously, it's a different Fnatic lineup generally, but that was a 16-5 scoreline in favor of Astralis. Very proficient on this one. I expect them to be the victor here, but there's going to be a reason why Fnatic decided to play this. You know, like they've got to be having something up their sleeve, I'm guessing. And Astralis just discussing that, okay, what the battle plan will be. Glaive just giving the final instructions. And of course, they've got their sports analyst there as well, sports kind of psychologist. Yes, that's the one.
Yeah, psychologist. So she's been on board. What was the first event they brought her in for? Katowice?
Possibly.
I think it was just no, it was E-League. It was the E-League Major.
Yeah.
When they won, she was there for sure at that event. I don't know if that was the first or not, but that was the first one that I'd sort of realized because it was part of the storyline that we built into it, and the fact that it was finally the major win. Remember, they are the defending major champions, even though it's been 4 months since they have won an event. I think Kato was actually the last time they did. So, yeah, it's been slow going for them. They haven't been at as many events. Didn't make it through the Pro League finals. Didn't necessarily prevail with ECS either. Obviously elected not to go to Cologne to prepare for this, the major. And now we see if they've got it in them. Now, keep that in mind, they also played against SK yesterday and got battered.
They did, really, but quite badly as well. Inferno is such a funny map for them, I feel like. It can be really, really good for them, and sometimes it can all fall apart. I think their T-side's a little bit too loose, perhaps. I feel like they kind of rely heavily on the kind of pack formation and trying to walk into bomb sites and see what they can open up. But still, SK looking pretty dominant there. Just to look at Fnatic's games as well, they played against Virtus Pro yesterday and actually lost on cash as well. I guess you could call that an upset at this point. Virtus Pro always very good at the majors, but their current form suggests that Fnatic would have won that game. So both teams currently sat on 1-1. First game for Astralis against Immortals. In overtime, they beat them on Overpass, and Fnatic, it was against Flipside, where they bested them on Mirage. Pretty good game, that one, 16-12. And the final huddle is coming in. Obviously, defending major champions Astralis, trying to get the double crown, I guess we'll call it, the double header, 2 in a row. Kind of replicate SK last year. We'll see if that's a possibility. This game will be certainly indicative. Fnatic on the rise, looking better and better as the months go on. They are going to be sitting down now. Matthew, are you going to say Astralis are the favourites on Nuke?
Yeah, I think so. I again, don't know as much about what we've seen from Fnatic. It's not common we see them go to this map. I think that as well, it's... Put it this way, Fnatic came early to this event. They've had their own practice room in the hotel that was set up by their division in Poland. You got to remember, Fnatic is such a massive brand.
Sure.
They have divisions in different quarters of the world. So they had lots of opportunity to be here in Poland. Now, that said, a lot of the teams, not including Astralis, were boot camping in Cologne, so everyone's got preparation in that regard, but they came more to the point, focused and determined for this event. If Nuke's something they've been working on during that time, this is when we'll see it. And if Astralis aren't ready for it, yeah, I could see them taking it, but I think that, as odds go, I'm still on the side of Astralis.
Yeah, I think so. I think device is key on this map, although it's not reliant on AWPers. Obviously, the CT side, that outside position going towards ramp heaven as well. It gives them lots of options to be a little bit more dynamic, go towards catwalk as well. They can shut him down. Maybe they have a chance. Obviously, JW looking pretty good at the moment. I think his AWPing is back to its old style. It's quite difficult to play against. It's very aggressive, pushing through lots of smokes and flashbangs and throwing the Counter-Strike rulebook away. But yeah, Nuke doesn't really lend itself that much on the T side for those sort of AWP kind of hero battles. I think it's more like a situation. If you can get one pick, that's pretty much all the AWP is good for. You get that opening pick. When you get to the bomb site, it kind of drops off, especially down towards lower. Even the upper bomb site, it's very difficult to defend the bomb with that weapon. It's just good for opening things up and trying to see if you can get your openings for your teammates rocking and rolling. But hopefully we'll get into this game nice and soon. We'll be delivering these last 3 maps for you today. Got some big ones coming up as well. Some actual 2-0 games as well, Matthew. That'll be quite exciting, I think.
Yeah, I think very much so. I mean, we've already seen the most shocking, I think, result we'll see in this whole event in the fact that FaZe are out 0-3.
Yeah, should we talk about that for a little bit?
It's hard to, isn't it?
It's kind of gutting to think that they dropped out without playing even like a single top 10 team as well, right? So big Mouseport, okay, Mouseport might just be in the top 10, and Flipside as well. Very shocking. But at this point, right, after 4 months of great success and so many finals and great performances. It's just a shame that the really poor one comes to the major. Obviously, we saw signs of it at Cologne as well. The fact they went through to the playoffs in the final round, the 5th round, they looked pretty abysmal in some of those games in the group stages. You could see that they were having troubles, and unfortunately, this couldn't get it together here at the major. And that's a shame because you feel like this is the pinnacle of Counter-Strike. Like, it is the pinnacle.
Kerrigan as well mentioned, and this has kind of gone untalked about taking breaks as a team, and he mentioned it to me once as well. When the player break came, they were going to spread out as far as they could across the globe and not talk to each other, and that they were going to try and focus on relaxing, and that can be as beneficial for the team as anything on an individual standpoint. Well, perhaps maybe they put too much into the individual for this event because the team play wasn't there. And I mean, like I said, this is shocking result for FaZe, considering how well they built up and the anticipation for them at this event. I would have picked them as a top 4 contender easily, but we're underway. Pistol to start. Astralis, Fnatic, and Glave's going to be probing outside. He's the only one without armor. He's got a flashbang, which he's just thrown, a decoy, which he's just thrown a flashbang, and a smoke. As KRB goes above the catwalk to wrap around, and they're going to try and, I presume, take upper based on the positions in lobby. So there it is. Smoke down, they'll wrap in. KRB starts it off. Dupree, good shot on Crims, but JW to an immediate answer behind the door, though. Nowhere for him to hide from Device.
Well, here we go, then the 3-on-3. Bomb not planted as of yet. CTs have presence towards heaven, but Zipex trying to shut them down. Good shots, can't quite find the kills just yet. Taking Olofmeister down to 6 HP. Glaive beneath them as well. That's lovely stuff from Zipex, and the bomb's actually going down towards lower as well. He's buying as much time as he possibly can. Look at Glaive's position as well, shutting it down, and now it's down to Olofmeister at this point. 6 HP, Matthew. He has no kit. He's found 1 kill so far, and he doesn't really know what's going on. Is the bomb upper? Is it lower? If he goes towards ramp, he's done for. Go through the vents, he'll make noise. I think this one is kind of summarized at this stage. He's got to maybe save the armor. Probably knows he can't win. Yeah, he still doesn't know it's lower.
Yeah. So grab any utility that he can, and like you say, armor.
Yeah.
He's picked up a kid.
Now he's realized.
Yeah. Can't save from there either. 6 HP. He's got to run further away from it, so towards Secret. He'll survive. And continue running into the big garage, even though the player directly below him, Device, can hear him. Nothing he can do.
Really nice stuff from Astralis, especially Zipex as well. That was beautiful. The fact he bought so much time, sure he wasn't finding multiple frags there or like doing crazy work or headshots coming in, just buying lots and lots of time and holding Fnatic at bay towards that heaven area as well. Nothing they can really do to get out of that position. And then he finds that 1 kill, locking Olofmeister towards heaven. Bombs going down lower as well. Glaives in the ramp room, just a beautiful upper split from outside in the lobby area, and Fnatic just completely overwhelmed there. We're going to the second round. Have a look at this as a force buy. It is indeed from the CTs. CZs, a scout as well for Olofmeister, who's got some armor to work with as well, of course, saving that from the previous round. He'll be towards outside. Can definitely cause some damage with this weapon and see if he can step up. And it's inflicted towards Dupree and co. They've made their way towards Secret. It says here to me that Dupree's only got a Zeus. That can't be correct. Surely he's got more than that, but we'll see.
Crims. Catwalk. Position found by Device. Dropping into Olaf, but the scout has Dupree back. Device gone as well. Bomb drop not planted. Leaves 4 players left for Fnatic. KRB holds off the decontamination door. Flusha has to back away. Dennis will fall to Zipex, but shutting the door, jumping across Flusha. Clever play. Confirms KRB definitely still there. After opening the door, they're going to put their attentions elsewhere. 55 seconds, they can afford to slow it down, but they can't afford to be careless and give up the thought that they might get pushed from behind, as they do, and JW pops from the vent. It's a response from Fnatic immediately, 1-1.
Lovely stuff there. Plenty of frags coming in from Fnatic. A very fast approach from Astralis on the anti-force buy round as well. Normally you want to slow things right down, aim for that first pick, drop all the smokes, and go towards ramp from a very tight choke point there. And Fnatic are finding the kills left, right, and center. We'll head into round number 3 here. Look at the buy in return from Astralis. It's going to be Tech-9s, Deagles, a couple of nades, 1 smoke to work with here. Actually make it 2. Glaive picked up 1 as well, as they'll head towards outside once again. Potentially boost up here. So those 1 bigs, of course. Device takes a nade to the face. Same story for Glaive as well. No real presence from the CTs just yet. Flush is going to be exploring towards that area. Very capable scout user, but apparently Glaive's even more proficient with the Desert Eagle. He finds the first headshot. 5 on 4, just like that.
Just like that. Olaf. Rotate back outside with the UMP. Response Dupree already going above on catwalk. Hides his back to that angle as he knows they're also going to be pushing in through the big garage. Good awareness, but it's more about finding the timing because you can't get the shots And by baiting back and forth in a seesaw fashion, they get further and further around onto his position. Nowhere for him to hide in the end as dupreeh gets closer again. On the catwalk with a 2-man advantage now to the pistols, so Astralis a chance to respond. Deagle's got a hit, can't get Dennis, no one to trade immediately, but Glaive let's get there eventually. Can't find JW. Crims with an AK. Bomb's going to be scooped up by Kiabi. Point to make it this time for Astralis is to get the bomb down. If they've got 2 kills already, make it 3, excuse me, they've got to take advantage of that, at least get money.
We'll see where they decide to head towards it. Looks like ramp will be the call. In terms of CT presence, no one there actually, so they could go towards lower. Crims knows that's a possibility. He's hovering by the vent right now. 25 seconds remaining, that's exactly where he'll go. Down towards that position. I think Device has his number though. Hearing the footsteps, will call up those teammates. Don't get shot out. With the Device to probably find this frag on Crims. Bomb will make its way to the bomb zone now.
Toward the ramp, Crims trying to bait out the shot, can't do it. Bomb gets planted. Device that's going to get ever closer to Crims. He's not going to have the awareness, but turns back just in time. JW already gets Kiabi. It's on Zipix. Tech9, the king of the clutch, as it were, in Katowice. He's already got 1 kill. Doesn't know that JW's gotten off it, however. As he goes for the reload, the angle favors Fnatic.
Yeah, JW has to come off the bomb at that point. Sure, he's in the smoke. It looks like he's going to get the full defusion, but the key storyline there, he doesn't have a kit to work with. So, sure, Zipix, decent job. Managed to get the kill on the fence, but only had 2 bullets left in the Tech9. Had to try and get the headshot there. JW's aware, takes him down. Pretty simple frag, and he manages to pick up the round for Fnatic. Looking pretty strong here. A little bit dicey there with the Deagles at the start. Managing to get a lovely shot with Glaive. Taking down Flusher with the scout, but overall, Fnatic winning at the 2 versus 1 situation. The Clutch King unable to deliver. There's that initial shot. Really nice stuff there from Glaive. Deagle very strong on maps like Nuke and Mirage, and you have these long-range encounters that you can find at the start. You get that 1D again, it'll be very powerful indeed. We'll get into number 3 here, of course. And we'll have a look at the situation. AK-47's available. CZ as well for Zipex. He's got no armor as well, so he's more on this than the other guys.
The gap in the smoke from the window at Hut tries to fire in towards Squeaky, but won't be able to get anything on the other side. Again, Astralis putting a lot of pressure towards the big garage. Back and forth investment early. Definitely favors Astralis because on Nuke, you can afford to be aggressive. If you pick up rounds, that's all that matters. We know that. You only need a few sometimes to work with. If they break, okay, fair play. But if they beat Fnatic in that sense, if they can wear them down and take advantage of the economy, then they actually could control a number of rounds and get a big half of the T side.
Fnatic dropping the first couple of frags there. Good discipline from Astralis, waiting for the reactions to come in. You can see the player pushing towards lobby. dupreeh punishes him. Just 1 by 1, dissecting this map. As KRB chiming in once again. Takes down Flusher. It's going to be a 5 versus 1 situation now for JW. I don't think they'll hold on here. Takes the bomb down. There's something to work with there, but dupreeh steps back and manages to find a final frag. It's going to be 2-2 now. Very good job as we do indeed get into number 5. We'll have a look at the situation for Fnatic. Doesn't know that the money's in a great situation. They will be on a full EK this time. Could force into this if they wanted to. It's not really worth it on Nuke. Oh, going for it. I see. They could have actually had a reasonable buy next round. They had about 2k per player. Would have got 1900 next round. Could have had 4k. But opting to go for the all-in purchase this round. So we're going to have Deagle, CZ, and a UMP. We'll see where this works out for them.
Smoke goes close. Push around it. Crims inside the main entrance has a Deagle that he fires hopelessly at Squeaky Door, and as they try and get in a better position, Flusher gets caught by Glaive. Desperately trying still to maintain control of the map as Fnatic. So Olaf will rotate down from Secret and get closer onto the stairwell. But as Glaive gets on top of the railing, who's going to spot the other first? Because backed off as they are, the feet will show before the face. So the headshot for Glaive if only works if Olaf pushes up a little bit further than he is. He might do. No further information for Fnatic, so no need to get aggressive. This is the most longest, drawn-out game of patience, and there it is. That's exactly what was always going to happen. Olaf had to go for information.
Going very quickly on their anti-force buys before, Astralis got punished for it. Now learning their lesson and realizing that getting that first pick holding up, using the time, and finding the frags one by one. That's a little bit unlucky to do free jumping around the corner there. Dennis could find a second here as well. Was that a PT1000? Can't quite get it, but JW certainly does. He's alone in the lobby now, 25 seconds remaining. Don't think he'll be able to win this situation, but it could cause a little bit more damage here. Somehow gets out of the hut, but Glaive spots him. JW takes one more down. It's going to be a lower plant here as JW finds Device. 2 versus 1 situation. No kid, of course, but has got a flashbang and the AK-47.
GW back through the vents. Orange box is so tough to dissect. Good bait out. As he looks in toward the control room door and snaps back immediately. Catches KRB off. Glaive inside of the door. Running back. Oh, he went for the reload the wrong time. 64 HP. GW may only have 29, but it wouldn't take much for the CZ, and exactly that, but I don't think he's got the time. No kit. The round should go to Astralis. 4 kills JW. Don't think it's enough. Yeah, he's already off it, so it goes their way.
You could see Glaive had his head in his hands at that point, thought it was over. But a nice surprise. It does not work out for Fnatic there. So great work from JW to manage to dent the economy so vastly of Astralis there, but unfortunately couldn't deliver a round victory. That was the forced buy from the Swedish side, and they do manage to save the AK-47, but can't really do much with this round. Maybe a few PT-50s and a cheeky deagle here and there, but that's about as good as it's going to get. We'll have a tactical timeout for Astralis just to compose himself. Might have got a little bit agitated with that one, but it's going to be 3-2 in their favour in the first half. Here's the replay. JW wants work to find that initial frag. Definitely made things uncomfortable. Here's a look at the disparity between Zipex and Olaf Meister. 5 kills. Zipex, Olaf, up and down these days it seems. Not consistently the monster he once was. 2 frags at the moment. See whether he can get his teeth sunk into this game.
I would love to see the vintage Olaf.
Yeah, you missed that.
Yeah, I think so a little bit. Wouldn't mind having a reappearance. Device opens door, AWP, so aggressive with the op on the T side. KRB from Silo covers off Crims, pushing up by the red box. Dupree ever closer toward the ramp. That's calculated.
Yeah, they're doing a good job against these eco rounds. Going towards ramp is fine as long as you've got numbers there. Like if you're going in one by one, you can find yourself in towards the stack. Device should be able to deal with this after legging the player pushing into his position. So it looks like they'll be going towards lower. KRB to find that frag. Nice shot on Olaf Meister. Rips his head off. JW is towards the econ room though. Dupree seems to be aware that that could be a possibility. Watching it like a hawk. Flush up towards upper. So no chance that Fnatic can really do much of this round, but if they can find some exit frags and maybe save the AK-47 again, that would be great.
JW. He got off the bomb early enough in the last round. And smartly so that he was able to pick up an AK-47 and run with it. So they at least carried the gun over into the round, but they'll have to save it once more. Flusha might be found by KRB outside as well. Yeah, straightforward.
Yeah, not a huge deal him going down, only had that CZ to work with. JW is the valuable target here, manages to survive as well. Looking to see if there's any utility available to pick up, any frags there. Nothing at all. Ooh, almost found a player there. He's had 11 kills and 2 deaths, just to point out as well. So JW's having a bit of a game. As we get into round number 7 here, AK-47 will be kept in his hands. It seems like Flusha will be on the AWP duties here on the CT side of Nuke. 2 kills for him at the moment. Looking at the buy overall, looks pretty decent. Only got 1 kit available, not a massive deal as long as they have one. In terms of incendiaries, only 1 of those. So still a little bit weak here, trying to recover after that force buy 2 rounds ago. 4-2 in favour of Astralis. Focusing primarily on the round from themselves, but now they've got the AWP. Fast smokes coming out. Device looking to fight here.
Device will get closer as Flusha goes for a very passive angle. This gives up Secret. No rotation as of yet to get aggressive on Secret directly. As we saw Olaf do when they had pistols instead. Cover the choke points with rotations down ramp.
Really nice map presence from Astralis right now. Got full control of outside. Push the CTs right back. You can see Flush and CT spawn. That's not the end of the world. You can call for rotations down towards lower, but you cannot see main entrance right now. We'll see whether this is going to work out for him generally. And stop any players getting towards heaven, of course, but I think Gavid so far from him.
And there you go. AWP, by the way. One of the 2 guns on the entry, so Device will use that. Flusha, patience. Oh, did he just see him? He did. He Gets him through the edge of the wall, though. Kiarbi gets away with 23. He drops off immediately, and I think he's going to wrap all the way back around and take over ramp. Perhaps play the lurk, because Bomb's still down toward T-spawn, or excuse me, toward lobby, to be more specific as well. So even though they've gone towards secret, if they want to split the lower site, they have to go to ramp eventually. Kiarbi can afford to go in late play for trades. Xyp9x walks in and looks immediately to Turnpike. The smoke down, they don't expect Dennis in the middle, and he follows up as well.
And I think Dennis expected to be out in the open. He's in transition there, finds two beautiful headshots, and pretty much wins around single-handedly there. Lovely work from Dennis. As we go to the 4-on-1 situation, it's Glaive, AWP, 5 seconds, can't really do much of this at all, apart from save the sniper rifle. Astralis completely shut down there after getting leg shot, funneled back towards the ramp. It seemed like that's a point of contact where they've had lots of success towards the ramp, but Dennis, as we said, moving over to the corner position, trying to get tucked in. Has to battle when he wasn't comfortable, but manages to land the perfect shots there. Meister on screen, we'll see if his total is starting to rack up as of yet. Seems to be finding some numbers at this point. Device back on the AWP, throwing that spike. Glaive, this will be the final buy from Astralis. Money starting to dwindle now, 4-3. Fnatic still managing to keep this competitive. Only 1 round the difference at the moment. Flush is still on the AWP, 2 frags for him.
The door blown out. Gives the AWP a better bit of vision toward the site. Flusha, meanwhile. It's a shot on Glaive, this time being more aggressive and assertive on the outside position. Vice gets naded and they jump across. The residue covers it. So Crims is safely inside of the upper position. dupreeh sees the smoke thrown from close, but can't do anything of it. There's no gap. So after talking about Astralis with good map control, and getting 4 rounds already on the T side, it's Fnatic that are going to get 2 potentially in a row. They've got quite the advantage and good positioning to work with it, but Device opens up the ramp at least a little bit. The Molotov down toward the Turnpike position will not allow a rotation, meaning he can get safely into the lower side, or at least start to peek toward it. Xyp9x as well on secret means he can pinch off anyone at vents, but they've lost outside. So smartly, he puts his attention back in that direction because Olof is trying to flank. What a shot from Olof as well. So hard to hit the headshot on the stairs, and he makes it work. Device will still try and find openings. dupreeh through the door, hole intended entirely by design, will be taken away by a nade. Smoke goes on the bomb instead. And he'll wait for anyone to walk in to try and get the defuse, which they will do. They double smoke it up. His aim's already on. He's got the first one. He's trying to knife him, but he's got to go for the knife. Flush has held it. It's done. dupreeh does not know all 3 are that close. You can see him throw his head back, thinking the first person he killed may have actually been the diffuser.
Really creative stuff there from dupreeh. Pretty much all he could do, drop that smoke and make things chaotic. He gets 1 kill. He assumes that's the diffuser, pulls the knife out, waiting for the next player to touch the bomb. That's when he starts swinging, tries to get the stabs in, but just a little bit unlucky there. Really nice idea. Pretty much the only option he had and doesn't deliver. But what a recovery from Astralis generally there to even get the bomb down and make that round a possibility. Here's the replay about the X-ray, of course, and we'll see as the bomb taps, bides his time, gets 1 kill, and he just thinks that's the player off the bomb. It's really unlucky. Cool stuff, but didn't quite deliver. 4-4, Fnatic tie things up. Get into round number 9 now. Bomb down. Lost bonus accumulated means we get another buy for Astralis. 4 AKs, but Xyp9x down to the UMP. No AWP, of course. Flush up, still AWPing towards outside. The Glaive waiting for the flames to subside there. Crims out. The welcome committee waiting down below. This will be a key frag. Crims by this.
Oof. 1 HP.
How does he not get that?
1 HP. Olof goes down. dupreeh. Good find to get on ramp. Dennis gets a perfect headshot, but can't snap his aim fast enough to find Xyp9x. Flusha does get a shot on the Device from Turnpike. JW with a quick rotation finds 2 more, so bomb goes down. Glaive at 1 HP on 1 player is all they have to work with.
Glaive on 1 HP. And they know exactly where he was previously. 50 seconds to work with. You can see Glaive discussing things right now, trying to work out maybe the option for next round. Probably knows this one's out of his grasp, but if he can cause significant financial damage towards Fnatic, that'd at least be something. Very unlikely the bomb gets planted there. Coming from the ramp room, they know this will be a possibility. Got JW's dark spot beneath.
Yeah, that's the issue, is JW, even though he's low, his back's tugged into a cubby. He could walk. He's got the bomb. He's going to make noise. JW's going to hear that. I was going to say, he could walk in behind JW and look downward and maybe find him, but there it is. Flusha, who is already rotating and lurking upward to find him. Does indeed.
Yeah, nice work. So Crim's playing towards Secret this time. It has been a bit of an issue for them. It's one of those tactics where you throw all the smokes outside, right? And the idea is CTs have no idea how many players got towards the Secret position itself. So you can send 3 or 4 if you'd like to, or send 1 like Glaive just to kind of cause some nuisance, force some rotation. If he finds 1 frag there, takes that information away from the CTs, that's great. Fortunately though, taking out the 1 HP, he has to fall back, and CTs didn't really look uncomfortable at any point there. 5-4 now. Fnatic do take the lead, showing us they can indeed play for Nuke generally. Did a very good job, I have to say, on the CT side, but still early days here. Deagles across the board. 1 Tech-9 there as well for Astralis. Managed to get a couple of kills with his weapon, especially Glaive. We'll see whether he can replicate that form in round number 10.
Gets a little bit closer to the outside position. flusha again, backed off. Crouch under the wall, he won't be spotted. If he gets 1 against flusha, Olaf is still close enough, he'll rotate back. Oh, this is quite nifty, actually. I'm not sure. He's got a better chance. This is really good from Glaive. He's got a better chance of finding Olaf now for free because he thinks that outside's covered. There it is. Perfect headshot. Down he goes. flusha got completely beat by patient and clever tactics of Glaive. It's Dennis below on the ramp that's in the corner. He'll find Glaive in return, and they get too close together to go for an immediate trade. So take back the gun.
Ooh.
Dennis with a fast shot to find Xyp9x as well.
That was nice. Real precise shot there with the AK-47. The bomb does get planted, but I don't think KRB and Device can pull this one off. Device, certainly one of the world's best, but Desert Eagle in hand. Tries to reposition and see if he can get anything done here. As his teammate KRB gets towards the fence, that should suggest the round is over. Device now, the last player remaining.
Remember, it was only a year ago as well that we saw Glaive stand in after the removal of Cajun B, brought KRB in after a minor and qualifying stage. Just on the defuse and easily take down Device. So KRB wasn't allowed to play, and then Sonic had to jump in because Dupree also got sick. But that was the first time we saw him on this team. That wasn't permanent, and then all of a sudden he's in this roster. They win the next major. So it's been a year that Glaive has brought this roster into what it is now.
Well, round number 11. 6-4 in favor of Fnatic. Performing pretty well here, I have to say, on the CT side. AK is across the board now for Astralis. No orb coming out. Like I said in the pre-game, not necessarily required. If it doesn't work out for you, not finding the picks, it can be almost useless when you're actually trying to get to the final commitment towards the bomb site there. Still, full buy here. Astralis, the loss bonus accumulating now at the 4th stage. AKs, smokes, Molotovs, everything they need for a full execution here. Dupree heading towards the ramp room very quickly indeed, trying to challenge.
Dupree. Xyp9x playing passive and waiting toward the lobby as Dupree's going to probe behind the smoke in ramp and radio rooms. Formerly radio room. Doesn't really have one in there anymore.
The trophy room.
Trophy room.
Yeah. I can't have it not called a ramp room. Or radio room, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of just ingrained at this point. Trophy room. You could put all... SK would be able to fill up a room that size.
I'm sure they would.
Astralis are still working on it. Accumulating. They've wrapped around to the main entrance at the same time. Krim's behind the door is going to have problems. He knows they're coming in, and he gets himself aligned for another kill before traded out by Dupree. So 2 for 1. And that map does equal 1 greater for Fnatic, which is the situation we currently sit with. Dupree waits at lobby. Bomb has gone lower for the plant.
3-on-2 situation, but Olofmeister finds Dupree, who is hidden in towards that hub position, trying to stop rotations towards the vent itself. But Device now, presumably they don't know it's towards lower. They seem to be focusing on upper at the moment, so he's going to be in towards that vent position. Only 1 man to watch as well. Could actually spray them all down. It might happen. Doesn't deliver. They were all lined up for him, Matt. That could have been an absolute disaster for Fnatic there. They had no option but to go for it. Device almost gifted the 3 versus 1 situation in 1 clip.
I was watching from bird's eye as all 3 of them lined up to go in the vents, and they were almost touching each other when they walked in. I thought, this is it. That would have been massive for Device, but it goes Fnatic's way. And you're right, they didn't know the plant went lower. Dupree actually got separated. Device made a snap decision just to get the bomb down. Money's there for Astralis, even with the loss. Because it's a loss round bonus, then maximum effect, plus the plant.
Exactly. So they can still buy, and KRB with the orb. He must have a decent spawn here. We'll follow him. Oh, okay, drops it over. Going to say, a little bit strange he's left spawn with that weapon. Hands it over to Device, of course. Looks like he's heading towards Silo for now. And Dupree once again, holding up in towards that ramp position. See if any CTs push in. Device hunting for the first frag. Hasn't been too successful with the orb as of yet. It's 6 kills, but Majority of those coming from pistol frags and the AK-47. Flusha, very defensive once again. Doesn't want to challenge his team. Just watching for any players crossing over, get information for his teammates, stop them getting towards heaven, which is absolutely fine. It's a high risk, high reward sort of situation, challenging towards outside. So many angles to the T's, lots of smokes they can use to defuse you.
Device gets closer, shoulder bait with, or rather, excuse me, shoulder peek with a knife. And I also, just to go back, Device continues to look. Oh, he's not going to find anything yet. Nice shot. I'll fall away from it.
Yeah. Does the damage, sends Flusha packing into Debris, and alley-oop if you like as well. That was actually quite lovely. Debris in the perfect position to take him down as he rotates. Now he's up against Dennis as well. Pulls his Molotov out. Interesting. He just go for the spread up a duel, and he assumed that would push Dennis back, but he's there, ready and waiting. Wants to fight. He probably has to, considering the man-on-man situation. That's going to be a 4-on-4. Now Zipex try and recover, but we do have presence towards outside. Device has made it beneath the ladder. Can't hit the shot just yet.
The ladder though, quick check as well, doesn't want to commit to all the way up into it. With someone looking him down, he should have done. He had the chance to get on this platform, but he baits in Glaive no less as Olaf goes down after some nifty movement. An attempted no-scope. Good trade back, Zipex. Crim's down below. JW's trying to get out of the position where he's aligned, but Dennis, you're right, has the bomb. 3 seconds, round done. He's gone. He's away. Astralis did everything so well to get trades, and they lose the one player they needed to get the bomb down.
That's huge from Dennis. And he gets 2 kills in the round, but what a final kill that was. Comes out the squeaky door, surprises them, and manages to take that bomb down. And as you said, it was so beautiful from Astralis there. The setups, the teamwork. As soon as Device called the leg shot Flusha, he runs back towards the ramp, and Dupree's just waiting there to take him down. They managed to get the refrags, got upper control as well. The split was perfect, and just as they get the 2-on-1 situation, it seemed like a 3-on-1 situation, I beg your pardon. Dennis comes out the door and shuts down their dreams as well. That 1 kill with 5 seconds remaining was enough to win the round. Very good stuff. 8-4 now, they win the half. Going to round number 13. Loss bonus still there for Astralis, with 2 players surviving. They can buy up around this. The AWP is saved as well. That's for Device. Hardly lighting up the scoreboard. The top fragger for Astralis right now is Dupree on 9 for 9. The other side of the scoreboard is JW, 15 kills and 5 deaths for him, doing a very good job with the rifle and the upper bomb side. Now we're taking no AWP into this round, but that's fine. It seems a little bit strange if Flush is on the main AWP for Nuke, but a lot of teams mix things up depending on where they feel more comfortable. Nuke is a strange map in Counter-Strike for the AWPing role. So here we go, then number 13. Similar tactics with Glaive alone outside. And Device trying to find that first pick again. But that's what's been so good from Fnatic generally. They've denied him having any sort of impact now. He has the AWP out. He can't find the picks really. He hasn't really been able to do that much of it. He got a leg shot previous round, but it wasn't enough to find the frag. And I think this is Fnatic's game plan. This whole defensively, have Crims work in that secret area, stopping Glaive coming down. Just give Device nothing to work with.
Crims will be down below to watch if anyone wraps around because they don't have any pressure on it outer. Olaf above it, haven't. Flusha, big garage will wait for the wrap. They could flash Crims into a position to peek for information. Kirby is staring him down, though, if he were to walk to the top of the stairs. Smoke's going to go deep. And the decoy, so trying to bait him out. It's Flusha they have to find first. Glaive does. Good push through. Olaf still waits at heaven, but won't go and expose. He'll sit back to see if they're going to push all the way around Big Garage and work toward heaven. Instead, though, they go main entrance. And JW on top of the hut gets found by Device. Olaf down by Dupree as well, as Dennis still works back from the lobby. And Crims below might just call it a day. Dennis gets closer. Yeah, he's going to have to call it a day now. 1 versus 5.
Yeah, Crims has to save this weapon for sure. Money, sure, they've won 6 rounds in a row, but they've been losing players throughout. Every single round seems to be coming down to the tight situations. 1 player surviving the previous round for Dennis, and so Astralis. Another clean round here. 5 players surviving. Crims might get dropped.
The issue I was going to say is he wants to take economic damage any way he can because it will be a full reset. So any kill counts, but you're right, they didn't have the affordability to go for it.
Yeah, wow. We're going to round number 14 here. Looks like they had Dennis, who obviously had residual cash from his previous victories. He'll be able to drop 1 M4, and they'll force around it. Flush it down to the CZ. UMP's coming out as well. The Mag 7 for JW. A bit of a shotgun specialist, if you will. See if he can step up. Shotgun's actually very good on you, especially in that upper bomb set. That's where he's been finding a lot of success as well. Wait on the hub. Maybe towards ramp as well. He can get boosted up. We'll see where he decides to go. He'll be up. And I'm sure he'll be delivering quite an exciting performance here. Another standard round from Astralis from what I can see. He'll be working ramp. Device and Glaive towards outside. trying to find that first pick once again. Probably have even less to work with this time, considering there's such low weaponry from the Fnatic side. Can see Olaf Meister on the catwalk, though. Good flashbang. I like that a lot. The teamwork, fantastic there from Fnatic.
Very good indeed as Olaf tries to get back to heaven. He might get caught, but that means flush it. Takes a hefty amount of damage. Olaf has a chance to try and get the shot on the player that was chasing him down. Couldn't do so with the pistol out instead. See that 75 to work with. KRB. The smoke deployed by Flusha can actually get a lot further around the crate and knows that he's likely in the little sliver, the nook and cranny behind the crate itself. So does find him and take him down as Zipex is going to walk in. He's already rotated in from ramp. He's going to spot Olaf. Didn't need to panic. Olaf was actually looking the other way. I know it's hard to get off the ladder, but he had the chance. They have done it now. It's the form of KRB who sits outside. And Olaf can't afford to take fights. Glaives go back to get the bomb toward lobby. Gives them a three-sided approach to the map with KRB still up above and Zipex clearing out the ramp. The reason he's doing so is because he doesn't want Glaive to get caught with bomb alone, especially with 32 seconds that far away through tiny choke points. Speaking of those choke points, Crims will be watching him with the UMP. Tries to spray and pray as the gun often does. Can't get it. Glaive will rush the ramp. They know they're fortifying upper. And all three converge to the lower position with 17 seconds. A rotation has come through. They'll send two more, one to Secret. It's going to be Olaf to go to Secret, so he'll be a while, but JW's the one that's down there with the shotgun. 6 seconds, they have to stick the plant. They're in the smoke. Shotgun's going to go hunting, round done again. Time will cost Astralis twice.
I told you he's a bit of a shotgun specialist. That was beautiful stuff from JW there. Alone, by himself. Astralis don't have time to actually check the decomposition. They smoked the bomb site. 2 shots coming from JW, finds both headshots as well. Denies the plant twice. Exciting stuff there to be 9-5, and Astralis, once again, they have been fully reset. They have got a bit of cash to work with here. AK's coming out, but a little utility, a little as well for Device. Oh, JW. That's just crazy. How he makes that weapon work every single time, right?
Yes, to find the second player planting as well, it's the perfect gun.
All the spread you've got. Yeah, that's actually a very good point. Round number 15, Fnatic. You know, quite the battle, I have to say. I wasn't expecting this. Going to the final round of the first half. As we said, Astralis can get rifles out, but it's suddenly a limited by at best. No more smokes remaining. They're going to have to commit the players towards Secret this time. Instead of taking Glaive by himself, they have got Flush up. A little more active with the AWP this time, trying to find the first frag, but obviously smoked off. Won't be finding too much just yet.
Dennis. Watch Dennis. He's down below. If he actually came around the corner sooner, he would have had the position. He tries to go to the corner all the way. Device beats it.
Nice stuff. Exactly what they needed. Ready to get a little to the AK-47 as well. 5 out of 4. They have a minute to work with her as well. Smokes inside of her and Zipex towards the ramp. That's a reaction from Olaf Meister. Punished for him. You're always going to have one player holding the lobby to stop the flanks coming through and deny the CT's information.
So Dupree, top of the main entrance, will drop down. He's still working with Device as they converge onto Flusha. Crims immediately gets the response, doubles it up with the UMP as Dupree tries to fall down and favor his teammate. Maybe a trade while distracted as they flash into heaven. 3 players left for Astralis against the 2 of Fnatic. JW and Crims both play both at main entrance and in Secret. And as one covers off, Glaive takes down Crims. Plant should easily come through. JW has to go for it, round 15 to start it.
Got a chance here. Decent shot to kick things off as well. Low HP, Zipex in front of him as the bomb goes down. Now it's a 1v1. Up to KRB to deny him. JW looking fierce in the final round.
Changes his angle immediately. KRB still anticipates it. There's no smoke to cover off the entrance from Hut. So back through the window. He's changed again. And he's caught out KRB, who expected the doorway and found the window. Molotov on the bomb won't matter. Defuse for Fnatic. 10 rounds on the CT side.
JW's looking pumped up. One of the best performances I've seen on a rifle this time as well, Matt. He was not main AWPing on this one. He's on the upper bomb side, denying clutches, making sure he wins every situation. Finishes on 20 kills and 6 deaths. What a showing that was, and a massive round to finish things off as well. Just before we go into half-time, he wins a 3 versus 1 situation. It cripples the morale of Astralis. 10-5, double digits. Looking very good now. They win this pistol on the T side. They'll be a 13-5 potentially. And could be causing a bit of an upset here. Strange to say that with Fnatic, obviously the Dynasty this team has, but this should have been, considering the map and Astralis playing, you'd think they are the sure bet here.
Well, found from JW, 2 in a row. We go 10-5 to start off the second half with Fnatic on T side. If they pick up pistol, it'll be a very hard order.
Device You have to say, the amount he was denied to actually find AWP picks there, you can sort of see the score would come up. He finishes the first half with 8 kills. Like, he had the AWP multiple times as well, couldn't find those frags.
I mean, JW 20 and 6.
Yeah.
The bottom half of Fnatic is well below all of Astralis. So impact is incredible. Watch JW now as he goes down the vents, chasing out the CTs. Dupree had just fallen beforehand through the same position, but was able to turn around to get the headshot. That'll force Fnatic onto ramp. They're actually going to bypass one player, Dennis, to watch for rotations. So Crimson Flusha to start the charge on the site itself, the assault on the site.
Yeah, going for that ramp split they had. JW get towards the vent, and smoke towards Squeaky Door, but doesn't look like a work out for them. Need to start finding frags now. 5 on 3. Dennis opening things up. The Pistol Master finds 2 kills on the lower bomb site. Levels the playing field to a 3 on 3.
Levels indeed. Not only that, they take over the site with authority. And Dennis tries to wrap around to catch them off toward the back of the vents as well. Baiting out shots. Remember, you can get into a battle by which baits are effective. The Glock wins due to the amount of ammo it has, but the accuracy of the USP for Kiarbi seems to be better. They're on the defuse. He's got to go Dennis all the way through.
He got it.
He's got it. He got him off of it, but there's still ample time for the 10-second defuse as he gets 4. But the 5th will prevail for Astralis.
The fact he gets 4 kills and the bomb going down, I would say they could throw out the idea of force buying in the second round here. That could be a possibility. Astralis know it as well. He can get the AK out, he can get armor, plenty of money to work with there. We'll see if that becomes a thing. It doesn't look like it will. With the lead they've got as well, I guess you need to take those big risks right now. He'll get a deagle and armor. We know how strong he is with the pistols, but the 5 on 3 situation almost eludes Astralis there. Comes down to the 1v1. 4 kills of Dennis on that Glock. That was beautiful. Well played. Second shot, what on earth is that? So no force by AKs in the third. You can see Astralis preparing for that as well. 2 rifles, UMPs as well, still viable, and Nuke, of course, lots of close range encounters available. Dennis takes a nade to the face. It's a bit of a shame as Device takes him down as well.
And rotate back around Blue Crate. Play off of Glaive. He's got the rifle at far. Glaive, therefore, in the high ground, a little bit closer, can use the UMP, does find Flusha. Don't quite get the kill, but Flusha actually almost craters when he drops down. Stays on 2 HP. Swap over to the Deagle. Crims. Patience for Astralis. So the P250 that evolved into a Deagle. It's picked up and evolved from a Glock.
JW with the bomb. He's in lobby for now, hoping his teammates can potentially cause some sort of damage. And we know they're getting AKs in the third, so any kills they find, they know they can't win the round at this stage. Any sort of damage they can cause is beneficial going forward. Flushing now, slowly but surely makes his way outside, taken down by Dupree eventually. JW gets his bomb down somehow. I'll be very impressed as he goes towards ramp. The timing's good though. He could actually somehow sneak down. Oh, spotted. Won't be happening now, but if he timed that a little bit better, maybe he gets there.
That's clever enough, JW. Just wants the money for the knife, gets against the wall, so he falls in front of him, but unfortunately doesn't work out. It would have been commendable.
Yeah, good attempts, I have to say. 10-7 though. Astralis looking for that 3-0, but here come the AK-47s. They've got 5 smokes to work with as well. Options are plenty. You know the UMPs are out. He took a Famis down last round as well. There's nice shots from Glaive, and that knife attempt shut down by Zipex. So you can go for a very fast approach here, rush up and try and battle the SMGs. Certainly a viable option. We'll go for the smoke outside and use the range to your advantage. We'll see what they go for here. Looks like the smoke's being lined up from T-spawn. I love this tactic. We're seeing it more and more, especially in this major as well. Fast smokes towards outside. So there'll be wolf backing as well. 3 players towards that area. Trying to boost above the smoke to try and find the first kill here.
Good find, Kiarbi.
Oh, Kiarbi's actually on top of
Yeah, I was going to say all the way through lobby. Got the kill in lobby and immediately went up the ladder. That's going to cause so many complications. Fnatic have to deal with that first. Crims is going to go back around with a bomb. JW's still below thinking, not really sure what to do here, guys. So Crims has to bail him out. Dennis, meanwhile, all the way to secret with Olaf. The only way that they can actually deal with Kiarbi at this point, in my opinion, is just get Crims with bomb all the way down to secret as well. Just get around him, but he's going hunting, and he could be found. And if he's found as well with bomb, makes things even worse.
Look at his position, though. How are they going to find him there? They know he's lurking around somewhere. He hasn't come back down the ladder. Investigating towards the lobby. Kiarbi running circles around Fnatic right now. They have no idea where he went. Now, coming out of position, trying to find the next kill.
Anticipate he goes to silo. It's made noise. He's actually going to wrap all the way back around Outer where the bomb just was, so he won't be able to spot it. He can continue to confirm there's no calls through Outer, so Secret could be occupied. And that's about it, other than lobby itself, from which he disappeared. And they are split indeed in those two positions. In toward the hut, dupreeh behind the door, takes down the bomb, swings out once more. But Olaf manages to find the kill. Instead, they'll pick up bomb with 11 seconds, but drop it yet again. And Dennis goes to the open. Has to find the double. Device won't allow it.
I have to see that kill from Kjaerbye. How he gets the T-roof undetected, I have no idea. I think he had a deep smoke from to fly up the ladder, but I just want to see how he got that first kill. Very good stuff there. Threw a spanner in the works for sure. You could see Fnatic had no idea how to handle it. dupreeh with a very good job with the UMP. Sitting behind the door, close range weapon of course, finds 2 frags, damages the third, and Kjaerbye with a cleanup from the flank outside. Manages to finish things off. It's going to be the 3-0 they're looking for. No bomb down for Fnatic means they can't buy. And round number 19, P50s are out. Dennis with head armor, interesting enough. A little money in his teammates, but goes down to 1,500. And they'll be heading outside here. Fast boost.
Dennis drops down. dupreeh ready for it. Squeak's not yet open now that it is. Kjaerbye that covers off dupreeh by holding it instead. Shot flushes straight down, and shot dink, and then follow it up, but they'll deal with him immediately after. 3 players stay alive for Astralis, and they're within 1.
Yeah, that previous round was huge for Astralis. They should be tying things up now. Still Fnatic with a decent buy. Gap closed to just 1 round after the second half began at 10-5. Astralis known for their dominant CT sides where Device really can come to life. Looking pretty quiet on the T side, as we mentioned, the AWP. Not as prevalent, can't find as many openings, especially the style Fnatic were presenting at the start. Not giving you anything to work with, and now CT side, he dictates the pace. He works out where he wants to go. He can go ramp, he can go towards outside. Catwalk, Heaven, you name it, he can change his position up. They can't counter him everywhere they go. This round though, he will indeed be on the catwalk for that first pick, and that's where Fnatic are heading.
All the smoke's down, Molotov. Oh, it means he has to jump, and Device finds it. That's quite good.
That's really good. Amazing shot from Device.
Better shot, Dennis, perhaps. Maybe not better overall, but in the context of things. As Dennis gets inside of his site, it opens up for a plant, and then he's able to hold the angle toward Heaven to take down Device as well. 14 HP for Glaive. He backs off the outside position. Xyp9x unfortunately has a door closed again in front of him. That'll be a matter of timing when he opens it. When he does, oh, Flusher was there. Wasn't expecting him to be in the open, so he didn't get ready to shoot. He'll push him out. Flusher gets flushed, but won't quite go down the hole immediately. Get a plunger because he's taken out Xyp9x. Burns alive at the end. Leaves Dennis a chance. 6 HP versus 14. Ooh. Any bullet wins it. See each other through the gap, but Glaive finds the kill. I'm not sure. I think he does. Just barely has time on the cut. In fact, I don't even say just barely. He's got quite a bit left over in reserve. They'll go 10-10.
Oh, could have been anyone's round there. Pretty exciting stuff. It was a nice play from Device. Like we said, many options at the start of the round. Wait for that catwalk play. It's aggressive, but you can look up the smoke just about. You can see a player jumping across in the red crate. Device spotted him and got him through the smoke. They're going towards upper as well. This is the initial shot, so you can see he just spotted it. It's better to watch about the X-ray. That's so beautiful. That precision. just having the awareness.
It.
Yeah, really, really cool stuff. They're going towards upper. Fnatic get the bomb down. So 1v1 as well. Glaive, 6 HP. Same with his opposition as well. Manages to find the bullet and defuse the bomb as well. We tie things up 10-10. 5 in a row for Astralis. Money available for Fnatic. 3,400 plus the bomb plant. Smokes outside from T-spawn once again. Trying to find that first pick. Dennis pushes through the smoke, but Glaive doing damage. Is aware that's a possibility. Good nade. Oh my god.
Glaive's got to be careful. Very, very good nade. You're right. Dennis is again certainly covered off. Device hits a good shot on Crims. And a rotation, dynamic AWP. Let him anchor off the ramp room because they have to give up Secret. He only gets 1 shot in the smoke. You have to expect that it's there. And by having him go to ramp, they're able to rotate the player who previously occupied the position down to the lower site. So Xyp9x, he's even better than that. He's staying on the catwalk. The last place, the last corner you look unless you get ramp. So until Device goes down, he's in a perfect position to deny any plants lower.
Yeah. There we go. Then Kjaerbye finds JW. Dennis is low as well. It's a 5-on-3. T's look a little bit lost at the moment. They have got Olaf Meister in the vents. That's something to work with here.
But as soon as this blows out, as soon as that vent goes, Xyp9x is perfectly aligned. You have to essentially come in from the ramp room to see that corner immediately.
Yeah, Zipex knows that as well. Just focused in just towards the ramp, buying himself some time. 30 seconds here, time ticking away. Of course, no bomb down, flushes towards outside. I don't think they even have a chance, but maybe if they hit shots like that, they might just do it. Taking down Device is a 4-on-3.
Glaive does not need to repeak this. Timing is in his favor, and therefore waits. Dennis walks back out instead. That vent goes. This is the scenario. Easy Zipex, but denies both. Perfect positioning. Knew exactly why he was there, because Device again was covering ramp. And they take the lead. So 6 rounds in a row, none for Fnatic so far on the T side.
I think we have a pause coming in to make sense for Fnatic. 6 rounds in a row. They're getting kills, they're finding openings, but Fnatic, no bomb plant there once again. Zipex is in a perfect position. Like you pointed out, it's a very good point. The fact that Vent wasn't blown out means he's safe. He can sit behind that silo, look towards ramp. His objective at that point, just deny the bomb any way he can. Olaf Meister knows he has to come out at some point. Shoots it out, hopes he looks in the right direction. Actually looks to the right instead of the left. Zipex wasn't the cleanest of first kills, but he takes it down, denies the plant as well, does his job. That's absolutely fine. I have to say, epic shot there from Dennis. And Device, once again, it's almost the same situation. On the catwalk, once again, he knows this is a weakness for Fnatic. I'm not sure they're 100% sure where he's getting those kills from, because they're going through smoke, right? They can't exactly see him, and he's done it twice in a row now. It's through the smoke, sure, but he's getting a visual cue before he pulls the trigger. So Fnatic need to sort that out. I think a flashbang before they cross, that'd be absolutely fine. I'll push him back. He'll probably have to fire a bullet. We go into round number 22. This will be a partial buy from Fnatic. Tech-9s, CZs. A few smokes to work with here. I think they're dropping the same smokes as they do towards outside, but surely Device not in the same position. He's actually only got the AK this time, so doing damage once again. Takes Olaf Meister down to 43, but I think we have 4 players heading towards the secret area. JW Squeaky Door dealt with by Dupree.
Push all the way through. Tech-9s this round means speed. Equal grace. Zipex can't find the shot in the entrance from decontamination. He's pushed out of the position from the Molotov as well, so Glaive takes over duties. Flushes angles, not terrible, not tragic. He's going to get aggressive on the Molotov. Can't find the kills to reward him. Flash through. You just wait for the catastrophe. But they'll wait inside the garage instead, which I also like. If you can hug the garage, if you're looking the right direction when they walk in. But it's Device and Dupree instead that take them down. Crim's the last remaining player for Fnatic. Should be a 12th round for Astralis. On the defuse already. That'll be the end of it. 10-second defuse, but Crims knows he's got no chance to get back.
Yeah, that objective for Fnatic was absolutely fine. Those fast smokes, they're going for that lower bomb side split. 1 player towards the Squeaky Door. That was JW Smoker. Dupree dealt with him. They've got 4 players on secret. They've got a plant, 2 kills. Means they can guarantee a bite. Going into this one, a strong bite at that. They can bring the AWP out if they want to. Comes in the hands of JW. He hasn't actually got a single frag mat since the first half. So Rampage on the CT side can't post a single kill as of yet after 7 rounds. So that's a little bit worrying for Fnatic. It's not like everyone else is going absolutely wild. We had some very good rounds from Dennis as well. He's currently top fragging. He's continuing that good form, but we need JW to step up once again. Is the AWP the weapon to find his form once more?
Smokes go down this time staggeredly. Outside of the red crate. Going for secret instead. Dennis goes over the top, jumps down, makes noise. Glaive should have heard it, but doesn't want to make any misplays. Open himself up to any potential danger, which Device may do.
Yeah, I'm loving this from Device. Different position every single round, hitting the shots. This is what we've come to expect of this young man, and managing to cause further damage. A flashbang's good, but doesn't fully commit just yet. Spots 1.
I don't mind the jump to check that. Even if it gives his position away, he's not going to walk out and get caught off by perfect crosshair placement that Dennis did have. Pushing him back, though. Smokes down, they also know. The Device didn't fire the AWP. He did scope in, but the op's not going to be on catwalk. Timidly this time, without jumping, they cross the smokes and get to secret, therefore. Zipex control room. Can no longer see under the pipes, so it's a good position to be in. Decon vents entrance. Push from upper. JW still at Squeaky. If Dennis can clear or give him information on the way through.
They're going up.
The AWP starts to get in position with that door. Opens. Dupree gets ripped apart by an AWP, which nearly had it fast backwards and takes down his teammate immediately after. But it's Device and Zipex the last 2. They'll have to concede, surely. 5 versus 2, and Fnatic may have just picked up their first T-side round. In fact, they will.
What an interesting round for Fnatic. That's a great strategy. I like that a lot. The fact is, they get towards Secret, they clear out that lower area, get it in the vents as well, and they've called, okay, we have a player waiting towards ramp. We have some players in lobby as well. Get up that ramp room. Get up that vent. Squeaky door opens. Find the first frag. Dupree dropping down as well. Gets completely blown out the water by JW. We said he hadn't fragged at all into the second half, but that was a nice way to open things up. Wins the round for Fnatic there. Really interesting strategy, and you can see Crims as well, just a small note. He had presence at ramp, he was holding Device in that area, kept flashing him as they go into the final equipment towards upper, threw one more flash and went back towards the lobby, and Device was nothing to do with that round. After having so much impact so far, it's going to be 12-11 now. As Fnatic close the gap, so plenty of money here for Astralis, of course, even after the reinvestment. Still 3k per player. Number 24, we are going to go the full distance here. Fnatic. He had a firm message there. That's such a sick shot from JW. No scope, of course.
Straight shotgun style op.
His first kill in the second half, of course, is one like that.
That's a good point. Nearly killed his teammates right after as well when they came up with the vent.
Yeah.
But what a shot indeed. 11 rounds now, Fnatic, but they have, as you say, after getting not only his first kill, JW, but gotten their first round on the T side, given up the lead. 7 rounds to Astralis. Means it's 12 rounds for them.
Change the setup here. Glaive towards outside with Device this time. Device wants to show presence and take some shots to bait his teammate in. He's very vulnerable right now, but T's, here they come. Oh, they detect the Glaives on the other side.
Device first shot. That'll start the bait.
Indeed.
They still have to commit to it. No one has pushed up either side, either half from the CTs to that position. It used to be so much stronger before you could either get on top of Silo, eat more easily, but also drop down onto the catwalk and basically get behind the player in return. So Glaive is a little cautious of that angle. Nice checks it for him as well. This is the better setup because they know they have to go by. Line in the gap in the smoke, and it's Glaive to fire into it. It's taken back by Crims, so chance to get shut down. Oh, that Molotov. Olaf gets lucky to get through. He's 12 HP.
Oh, he's not through just yet.
Lucky to survive either way. But they'll get down into Secret. Watch the position now as Ipix. This time he wants to get more aggressive because he knows for certain they're coming, but Crims this time's the one to hit this shot. A hard shot, no less. Device, good lineup. Drops bomb temporarily. Molotov to his position, forces him back around, but Dupree, we see the bomb plummet forward, is the next to find a kill for Astralis, and Flusha will be the last to die for Fnatic.
Yeah, really sick round there from Astralis, liking that a lot. That bait play towards the outside area, that's where Fnatic have been mainly focusing, right? So Device, he's been towards ramp room, Heaven, catwalk, change his position this time, default position with the AWP, baiting and Glaive, fires off shots, just going for the wall bangs, just trying to show I'm over here. You should deploy all the smokes and focus on me. They do deploy the smokes, and Glaive, he almost gets 2 frags. It's 1.5, does the damage, and actually that damage did to Olofmeister, delayed them even further. He couldn't get down towards the secret area because he's on 12 HP. The Molotov was deployed, and at that point, Astralis rotate through. Device gets towards the ramp position, locks them down, denies the plant, and manages to stop JW in the vents as well. Great stuff there, 13-11. Pretty harsh reset for Fnatic, but still having money to work with there. AK, smokes, don't win this one, they have nothing at all to work with. So pretty much comes down to this one, and Crims takes a nade to the face to kick it off.
Not exactly what he wanted, but it needs the pick. So he'll continue to push in toward the ramp. Actually, I take that back, they're all going to back off.
Still have their smokes available here. They're throwing the same smokes to do in their default rounds towards outside. This time obviously delayed. Bomb won't be heading in that area, so this is a variation from what I can see so far. Crims flashes his teammate out. Will be Olofmeister and Dennis to head in that area. It looks like the inside split, but Dupree, he's at a squeaky door this time. Takes down JW. 5-4 once again. The players outside have to step up here. Guys in lobby waiting for that next move to come in as Olofmeister get down secret. He'll fall back. Dennis is patrolling towards main entrance.
Flusha gets shot on KRB. Oh, double entry for Flusha. Free was perfectly aligned behind the vent to take him, but timing was off and that Dennis was immediately there to trade. As soon as Device gets on a ladder to get away, get toward Heaven. Olaf's hot on his heels as well, so Zipix will sit back and look for the exit kills.
There it is. That's going to be the round done. Fnatic recovering after we went down to the 5-on-4. Looking for the outside split there. Delayed play in terms of the smokes going in at about the 45-second mark as Olofmeister. Dennis trying to find that outside control. Olofmeister just checking the secret steps so he couldn't get backstabbed. His teammates could actually get towards main entrance, but his flusher. Flashbang comes in, managed to find the entry kills required. Really difficult to hit 2 shots like that back to back, and takes down Dupree as well. Can only find 1 kill from the vent position. Really nice shots from Fnatic. Not done in this one just yet. We're going to take a pause here. With the money starting to get a little bit problematic for Astralis generally. We have got 6k on device, so the AWP can still come out, but it's Glaive and Zipex who are struggling. They've got less than 3k per player. So they just take the eco here. They still have to lead, but that will tie things up. So Zipex with his saved M4 as well. Deciding right now. Definitely a chance for Zonic to get involved and work out what's the best play here. They can shut down Fnatic right now. Same sort of idea. If they force into this, bit of a risk, but win that round, you apply the pressure straight back. Then allow Fnatic to get a little bit more comfortable. Orb comes out. They've made their decision. Device, AWP. Laid down to the SMG and PRB on a Famis here. 1 kit available. Little utility across the board. 3 smokes. Incendiary for Glaive as well. Big round. Device, where does he go? Catwalk was so prolific for him, finding so many kills there. We'll see where he decides to go there once again and take the players down in the smoke. A bit more defensive this time, and a ramp push. I like this. 3 players going in for the fight.
Crims has to be at the ready, finds the first easy. No trade back. Nearly gave him a triple, but they'll only get the double. Device. It's still outside. It's Glaive that wants to counter off the push towards the ramp by going back in through the hut.
Nice idea from Astralis. Against the ropes in terms of the financial situation. 3 players at ramp, 1 flashbang in, but Crims, he can hear them coming from a mile off. Takes 2 down and done damage to the 3rd as well. Zipex at 22 HP. The Device now has a chance to pull the trigger outside, but Olofmeister says no for now.
Smokes to go down again for Fnatic. Glaive is in a perfect position, but there won't be a gap this time. He could try to slip in behind them, but he won't have enough information to do so.
Yeah, Device firing off shots.
He's got to go.
Time.
He's absolutely right, Glaive. This is the call he has to make. Needs to be hard on their heels, and Dennis gives a glance over his shoulder at the girl who walked by, finds Glaive staring back in return. Zipex will wait inside of the vents with 22 on an M4, an event that's not blown out, so he won't have the element of surprise in the site itself, but he could catch Olaf. He's trying to probe and see if anyone will drop down. Timing off, Olaf gets it first. And even then, it was 3 other Fnatic players still alive, so chances were not great. 13-13, they've pulled it back, and the money is very dire for Astralis.
Yeah, absolutely. That's such a huge round. Astralis, like we said, the money wasn't really there for a full buy. Went for it anyway with the AWP, forced around that weapon. Famis' UMPs, 3-man push towards ramp, but Crims is ready and waiting for it. Takes 2.5 kills. At that point, Fnatic towards outside. I love that play as well. Silent towards outside. Drop those delayed smokes once again. And Glaive, if he gets a sound cue, maybe he can push a little bit earlier. Doesn't really have much to work with. His teammate taking out the equation as well. He knows his play is going to decide the round. Pushes him. The awareness from Dennis is too much to handle. Hits the shot. And we have a full eco now. Fnatic presumably going to take the lead at this point. Not a single dollar invested into this round. Suggests this is a very dire situation now.
All the way up to the big garage for Olaf. His feet were spotted. That's why Glaive was firing at him, but a better shot comes out from Zipex as he walks out the doorway. Olaf will take down Device. Kill totals continue to be more evenly distributed across the Astralis side. Although that said, despite flush, everyone's fairly close now on Fnatic. We continue to take damage, but find kills against the pistols in this round. It should go 14 for them, and they'll have a late lead.
Lots of damage inflicted for sure, but Fnatic biding their time. Don't want to give anything away here. A single frag could be costly. Give nothing to Astralis to work with here. Edging in towards the garage area. That's what Olofmeister is. He's low HP. Tucks himself in the corner. Makes sure he doesn't want to lose his frag whatsoever. Listening out for rotations towards Secret potentially. He's giving his team information. And it's JW that works towards the ramp. Could find Kiabi here. Almost certainly going to. But if Crouch could elude him. Apparently not. Takes him down. That's going to guarantee the round at this point. Dupree and Glaive are trying to find frags best they can. But like we said, Olofmeister hiding away in the garage finds Glaive.
Good shot from Dupree onto Olaf. Grab the AK for his troubles and try and hold it. quite a large amount of time by which to do so. Dennis is at the control room stairs below in the X-ray. If he pushes all the way through Secret, wouldn't be unlikely that he checks the big garage. But money suggests, although there is a round left over for Fnatic.
dupreeh has to save his weapon, basically.
Yeah, but I was going to say as well, Fnatic can't really afford to push and chase.
Oh, no, absolutely.
At least not in full commitment. One player, perhaps.
So dupreeh saving the AK-47 means the money will be okay. It's going to be 14-13 regardless, but they'll get $2,400 on top of their current situation. And with dupreeh saving the weapon, he can drop a York for device as well. So that's great. That actually works out quite nicely. They might just find him as close, but not going to get it. So orb dropped, of course. Comes in for device. Money should be okay. Just now one saved weapon. People don't realize how valuable that can be to saving a single rifle in these tough situations can be. It's not actually dropped the orb. He goes for the M4 instead. Definitely could have got the sniper rifle out. That's where device has been so strong in the second half. Going to try number 28 now, the direct sectors of this game. One kid available, device of almost no utility. Where does he play this round? Goes towards ramp and then presumably at the secret area. And that's where Olofmeister is heading very quickly indeed.
Very quickly. There's no way that device wins the affair in the race to position, but in doing so, Olof tagged up considerably, 51 HP. Should be a follow-up for device, but not if Olof hits shots like that. It may still go the way of Astralis because Glaive finds two. So too does dupreeh. Olof's all that remains in a 1 versus 4.
Wow, Glaive, that spray. Crouching and moving at the same time. It looks a little bit funny, but that does work in CSGO. 2 players towards the window. 4-on-1 now, Olofmeister. 1 minute to work with here. But there was a player to step up the situation, Fnatic. He could be the key, but unfortunately, Glaive, what a round that was from him. Love to see that from his POV if possible. 14-14, we're all tied up. Money's still strong for Fnatic, but that's great from Astralis. This has got overtime written all over it. We'll see if it delivers. 5 AKs now for the Fnatic side. All coming out for device. Back to their strongest stance, and we'll see whether they can find match point. Fnatic looking to answer back.
104 ADR for Dennis leads the way. And spray through the window. Immediately after dupreeh had won from the top of hut and the other 2 players as well. So a quick shutdown on the upper position. The bomb site, device, toward the door, will have vision through it. JW is inside of the squeaky position, so he's got to be very careful. Device is going to check it, no mistake. He was always going to hit that shot.
Such a nuisance on this map, isn't he? The CT side, secret, upper, heaven, catwalk. Terrorists don't know where he's going to be. This time it's squeaky door. Takes down JW. His arch rival in terms of the sniper battle. 5-4 just like that. Just what Astralis needed. Still not fully recovered in terms of the money situation. He finds that first frag. Nice pressure now to Fnatic. They've still got this T-spawn presence. They've just thrown the smokes, I believe. Yes, indeed they have. It looks like they're following them up with 4 players towards that exact position, trying to battle as well. Olofmeister in front of the smokes, trying to take a player down, but device has moved again. He's so aware, so good. It's an up shot.
I love the dynamics play from this. The op, he's going to stay forward though. Flames at his feet! Nearly got 2. In fact, did do damage to both. Flusha stays on it with 14. Thankfully, the teammate that he has to work with is Olof, who's looked alive late and certainly is in this round. 1 kill, 74 HP. He's going to have to do most of the dirty work.
Yeah, that's so sick from device. Kill a squeaky door, back towards secret. They have no idea where he is. They're so caged, it seems, when he's on the map. They don't know where he's going to be. 3.5 kills for him as he took Flusha down with the collateral as well. Flusha, 14 HP, Olofmeister. Goes towards heaven, making a little bit of noise there. I think Yalby heard him, and indeed they did. Zipex takes him down. You can do that silently, but it's up to Flusha now.
Astralis looking to go 2-1. Stay in the upper half of the bracket, avoid elimination pressure matches, if you want to call them that, pressure matches. Because they're about to find map point. 2 seconds left in the round. Flusha's gone. He will save the AWP and carry it over. Thankfully so as well, because this was the money starting to get low for Fnatic. JW's got 6,000. Olof has 4,450 and a timeout. Yeah, how do they distribute the wealth or lack thereof?
Well, here we go. Match points picked up first by Astralis here. They will, of course, keep the AWP for device. It's been so strong, why not? And the 30. Pause will come in for Fnatic, the second pause of the game. Great showing so far, I have to say. I didn't expect much from them on this map, but You see they've been working on it. They've got a solid game plan, especially on the CT side. They did actually manage to lose both pistols on this map, just to note as well. 3-0 in the second half, and they did manage to force fight and have success in the second of the first. All power for Olof Meister this time. He's got that 6 point. Let's follow Olof Meister beginning this round, please. We'll see whether he manages to open up the map and potentially find Device.
Off with the fast door play. Oh, he took the shot. Didn't quite land it, though. He's going to sit around to hold the same angle. That will deter Glaive from going anywhere near the main entrance. He'll back off instead to watch Outer.
Good attempt. Olof can't find the shot. Outside play once again. These smokes are great. The ones they can do very quickly from T-spawn. And the silence as well shuts down any sort of sound cues from Astralis there. They're actually focusing heavily on the lower bomb side, but Device, once again, he's there. That might force play around the corner. Timing 1 second later, it might have just done that, but they buy themselves some time. And Orpheus are holding towards the squeaky door. Trying to find a pick in lobby. A bit isolated. Device ready and waiting. Of course he hits it.
Repeat. Easy enough. Dennis down as well. Device on JW. So perfect in position. And this time there's no entry headshots on an AK.
Wow.
Crimson Olaf are sat stunned, starified, not a word, staring at a situation where they're in a 5 versus 2 and Astralis are about to steal the map away. After being down 10-5 at half, Crim's last alive does something with it, but Device is still in the same angle. Let's not get zealous.
Be careful, boys.
Let's not get zealous as they all push through. This was a 5 versus 1. He's gotten 3 kills, Crims.
Yeah, they've got a real chance of this now, Fnatic. No way he pulls this one off. 20 seconds remaining. Smoked up from the bomb as well, but he's hitting every single shot. Astralis throwing this round away. He's trying their very best to do so. Crim's now 2 shots separating. They're a decent setup here. They could give more kills away, but there it is. The final one comes in. Device, you can see how happy Sonic is about that one. Amazing performance. Very quiet in the first half. Didn't have much to work with. Good game plan for Fnatic generally. But Device, what a beast. You can't shut that down. When he starts moving around the map every single time, hitting the shots, there's nothing more you can do about it. Device wins in the round there. Almost gave it away. They almost did. Almost took it to overtime. But it was enough. 3 kills in that lower position.
And Dennis just walks away, puts his hat on it with a little dismissing shrug that said, well, we tried. I mean, it was a good game. I'll give them that. That was very close for Fnatic. That's the other thing with the Swiss system, especially where it's all best of 1. You come so close and it just doesn't matter. So they still have to go down to the 1 and 2 bracket, which is filled with talent right now.
Yeah, great game, I have to say. I'm a bit starified myself.
Starified? That's not bad, isn't it?
That's a new
Let me, hang on, let me just call whoever handles copyright. I'll call Webster's. They'll put it in the dictionary for me.
Yeah, well, that was great stuff. One of those amazing games. I have to say, JW in the first half, certainly the MVP of that side of the map, and then moving over to the second, Device just shutting it down. What was this? Like you said, it's been Fnatic, been hitting those headshots all game long, but Device, 3 kills in total. His teammates did their best to throw the round away, but they just about pulled it off with some good utility usage. He looks exhausted. That was a difficult game. That was not an easy win by any stretch of imagination. We weren't sure what Fnatic could bring on Nuke, but what a hell of a game that was.
Yeah, it's incredible stuff, I have to say. It's high impact CS.
Yeah.
Both teams firing. I think actually Astralis looked a little slow and sloppy in some of the shots they were trying to hit, whereas that's the one thing Fnatic has always had in the past. They had accuracy, and it certainly showed up at times, especially on the T side once they got rolling. With that said, we'll throw it over to the panel. It's Astralis 2 and Fnatic 1 in the wins column.
Good maths, Matt. Thank you very much. We'll return to Sanakist, of course, and the sterified Henry G for games number 7 and 8 that are coming up. The winners' games, of course, for a place in the quarterfinals. This one, though, as one of our members of the analyst team says, it's a bit of a barn burner, isn't it? Pushed all the way, the champions do come through for a 2-1 record. Moses, it's a good performance from Astralis to get through this because it did look like a tough game, but you've got to hand it to Fnatic for taking this the way that they did.
Yeah, they almost made it to the lines then, didn't they? We were in the green room and we were just like, why are they actually playing Nuke? And Karn happened to be in there and he was just like, apparently we have a plan for this one. So.
not that they're ever going to share it with Karn, of course.
Yeah, this is really cool from Fnatic. I mean, it was crazy as well because when you think about it, Flusher was opping outside for the majority of that game, very, very passively. For me, I know Henry said that his MVP was JW and he had a great game, some stellar rounds. But for me, it was Dennis.
Early on he did.
Yeah, and it was Dennis in the CT side for me, for Fnatic, that was like the MVP, just because he had so many rounds that he saved that were in trouble. Some of the kills he got, some of the clutches he was a part of as well. I thought he did great, but I was actually surprised because one of the strengths of Astralis is the way they adapt on the T side. And the interesting thing was they found out how passively Flush was playing it. We saw that round that Glaive just like crouches outside right under his scope with a Deagle, and I thought from there that Astralis was like, all right, now we figured it out. Now we can just really exploit this, and they never seemed to be able to do it. And it was just vintage Fnatic in the first half. A little bit in the second half is great individual plays to save rounds at crucial moments.
Yeah, I think that, you know, the crutch for Astralis was the yard, right? That's where they won most of their rounds. That's where they had it all going. They got down secret and stuff. But
this was fun.
We're giving out a lot of A's for effort at this tournament, I think, so far. You know, teams are doing really well. This is a great performance by Fnatic, but it feels like, you know, it just wasn't enough once again. Their turtle setup, if they adapted from that on their CT side, sure, it was great. It won them a lot of rounds, but the lack of adapting, I think, was the issue. They could have had even more. You saw on the second half when they looked like they figured out what Fnatic were doing, right? Glaive goes aggressive outside. He adapts to the situation. He makes it difficult for Fnatic to keep doing what they wanted to do. And, you know, that's how you make it difficult for a team. I didn't think Fnatic made it difficult for Astralis on the T side. They just kept getting yard control and taking duels. I do, continuing with the A for effort kind of thread, is that there was one T strat that Fnatic did, which I absolutely loved. It's where they got under control and they went up the vents. And JW opened squeaky door under at about, I don't know, 30 seconds, smoked the bomb site, drew a rotation, they dropped to come vents. All the dominoes fell on top side and Fnatic took it. I was like, well, that's a really nice strat.
Yeah, that was really, really cool. It's starting with that JW shot of Dupree falling as well. But yeah, I mean, this T side, I feel like Chad's right. Fnatic just seemed like their plan, their tactics on that side kind of got stumped, and from there the rounds they were getting is like this one was obviously given to them a little bit with that push. Krims has great shots, but from there, even some of those other rounds were just based off, you know, a Fnatic player just getting great entries, like an individual, like not really an execute to isolate, not really taking advantage of anything along that. Like, I think one of the rounds they won is Flush just coming out of hut and getting 2 kills, like one by far vent, one up above heaven, and it's just, you know, you're not going to beat a team like Astralis if that's what you have to turn to. I mean, they very nearly do it. That's why it's like this is the Fnatic that makes us promise or hopeful that they're going to be stepping up across their entire map pool and be that old Fnatic that's such a force.
Chad, in terms of the way that Fnatic have at least played in this game, it's given them some hope going forward in the tournament of making that top 8, isn't it?
They're 1 and 2 now, right?
Yeah, but they do fall into a bracket of Cloud9, Na'Vi, Mouse, Penta, and Flipside.
Well, as the wise words of Jason, it's going to depend on the matchups, Paul. No, but I think, you know, I definitely think that this is promising signs, but it's very shaky for them, right? You know, this was a map they pulled out. It's a Gambit pick. You know, it's not something which you would normally see Fnatic playing. Maybe it was just for this matchup specifically.
Yeah, that's the next question for them is, have you actually like put time in on Nuke, or were you just like doing this as a trap card for Astralis? It's probably a little bit of both, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I like it. I think it was very brave. You know, it could have paid off. There was that Dennis 1v1 in topside. Yeah. If he had won that one, it could be a different story.
Okay. I think it's an interesting match for Astralis to win, though, because they have had a little bit of difficulty at this event getting going. And you mentioned ring rust. Is it out of their system?
I think there's a blue pill to help that normally. But I think, you know, they're playing a lot of rounds of Counter-Strike. So for sure, they're probably... they have to be feeling comfortable.
Well, let's find out. Should we find out? Because Device is waiting for us right now in the player area. So, Device, are you ring rusty? Have you got rid of the rust?
I definitely feel not like in my best form. I don't know.
Well, I don't know. I saw the last couple of rounds with that AWP. That was pretty good.
Oh yeah, but still, I don't know. It just I have been off the game for 3 days before the tournament, and I just feel a little bit off. But obviously, we play a lot of Counter-Strike, as you say, and I think we are just gonna like scrape it off one round by one round. Like.
Yeah. Has it been a difficult 3 games so far? How would you assess the 3 matches that you've had?
I think 2 of them have been difficult, and one of them we faced Cold Zero. So, anyways, yeah, we could have lost both, in all honesty, and we're just happy to be where we are right now.
Yeah, is it tougher returning to the major as the champions this time around? You've come to all of the majors, of course, in various forms after coming in semi-finals and quarterfinals. But coming back as champions, is it different for you?
No, I wouldn't actually say. I think we're actually a little bit more loose than we were last time.
Right.
No, we don't feel the pressure really. I just feel like we're just, as you say, like scraping off the rust and just playing into form, and we'll peak later in the tournament as we want to.
Okay, I've got Moses and Sponge. I'm sure they've got questions for you as well.
Yeah, I mean, we see pretty frequently some of these veto processes, like teams trying to trap each other in maps that they don't expect. Did you guys like have any kind of like weird decision to make when Nuke popped up still in the pool? Was that kind of like, yes, we're definitely going to pick it, or was it like, okay, what do they have in store for us here?
I mean, like, it's the second time now that we've been a little bit surprised. Overpass against Mortals, we were definitely not expecting that. This time, Sonic, this morning, he said they might actually go for Nuke instead of Mirage, and we prepared for it. So, yeah, it was not what we expected, but we still prepared for it. And I think it was because of our prac results, they beat us in Nuke. So I think that was why they picked it.
What kind of preparation can you do against Fnatic on Nuke? Just because all the match was going on, I was just curious. They've only played one match of Nuke as this lineup at a tournament, and that was last year. I mean, did you did you try and like watch that demo, or was it just kind of making sure you guys have everything figured out that you like to do?
We played our own game a lot, and obviously we watched the game that we could watch. But other than that, it's more or less feeling comfortable in our own play style, trying to read the mid game. We figured out that Flusher was playing at CD spawn a lot, but we didn't really use it a lot. And also we just, how do you say it, like we lost some crucial rounds and they lost some crucial rounds. And I think over like a course of 10 maps, I think still we will have like 70% of the win rate on Nuke.
Right.
That's fair, yeah. I think you guys did you did a decent job adjusting to their turtle setup, right? You were able to get the bomb down low. It was just those afterplant situations going on. How do you guys like stay calm in those situations, right? Because you lost, I think, like 3 or 4 of them in a row almost. One of them was where they timed out, where Crims ran away from you guys in lobby. And it just looked like it must have been really frustrating because you had a lot of entry frags.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's what I mean. We lost a lot of afterplants that we should have won. And usually we're really calm in these situations. But we could feel, like you say, the rust or the pressure, and you get a little bit frustrated, but it's just about like believing in the comeback always and just believing in your teammates. We actually took a timeout and spoke about it because there was a little bit of tension between some players, but like that happens, it's a major, and we won.
All right. Thank you very much, Nikolai. It's great to speak to you as ever, and good luck tomorrow in what hopefully is your last game, but we don't know yet.
Congrats, Device.
Thank you.
All right, Device there. Winner with Astralis. The champions, of course, are back on track once more. They are just one win away now from the quarterfinals. We'll wrap things up in this particular game before we move on to the winner matches of the teams that are 2-0 right now. It is Astralis moving on to 2-1. The scoreboard tells us a little something about this game. Dupree putting on 28, but on the other side, Dennis 25. I mean, you already mentioned Moses. He's your MVP for the game.
Well,
great,
I mean, just for
great
Fnatic
from
in the
JW
first half,
as well.
Yeah, definitely great. I mean, Dennis was just a god in that first half. I felt he saved them very, very much. But yeah, I mean, this Astralis, it's so hard to like pinpoint like a great MVP for this team because they do seem to like actually they are like that's the the cliche of just like winning as a team, just the way they adapt and the way they're able. The one thing that Fnatic wasn't able to cause them to do is like really get confused with their rotates, and that's all down to like team communication, your players getting in the right positions. Like they could never take advantage of the vertical portion of the map, right? So I mean, Astralis just did a great job as a team communicating and rotating properly.
Right, well, we've gone with Dupree, but it could easily have been almost any one of the team.
Yeah, I guess Dupree's impact, right? You had the 8 opening kills. That's pretty important, especially on that CT side when you're in the Nuke's super advantageous, right, to the CT. So you should always be getting that entry kill. I think 28 frags on Nuke it's a pretty good effort, right?
That's not bad, is it?
You can't be upset about it at all.
It's okay.
When that's where they had their most dominant side as well, the CT side, right? That's where we actually saw them get going. They got into gear. Like you said, it didn't seem like they forced them to rotate around all that much. There was a few times where it looked a little bit uncomfortable, and Fnatic had some really smart plays. We'll put that down to the natural chemistry. I don't think you could even plan for that to happen in the rounds the way it did. But yeah, they stayed calm and were able to capitalize, so good on them.
All right, thank you very much, gents. So we're going to get more from our panel members, of course, after the break. We are heading now into our final 2 matches of the night, which means we're going to go up with the teams that haven't been beaten yet. 2 of them are going to the quarterfinals. We'll start after the break.
Coming up next, Virtus Pro versus Gambit Esports.
Jeg må velge en.
Ja.
Alle sammen? Nei.
For alle sammen.
Nå lanserer Telia Music Freedom, slik at du kan streame musikk uten å bruke data. Music Freedom får det automatisk på de fleste av våre abonnementer og koster ingenting ekstra. Les mer på telia.no. Nå lanserer Telia Music Freedom, slik at du kan streame musikk uten å bruke data. Music Freedom får det automatisk på de fleste av våre abonnementer og koster ingenting ekstra. Les mer på telia.no.
Playing CSGO gets the number of rounds in a certain match. Daily quest for all participants and all the best choice of payment systems. More than 600,000 users have already made their bets on the spectacular matches since 2011. EGB.com. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Grab your gear and let's go.
With the Strafe Esports app, follow your favorite teams and players, and you'll never miss a match again. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
Oh, crap.
Exclusive black equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Use the S switch to quickly access the setting and switch between save modes.
I capture the pawn at e5. You lose your queen. Check. I think like a 40-year-old and...
Staszek, you could help in the kitchen instead of playing with that gizmo all the time.
She just won't let me play in peace. TP-Link connects with passion.
Agent Broughton, we have a mission for you.
Someone from the inside set me up.
She's smarter than we thought.
I've lost the target. This was never part of the plan?
It was part of mine.
Atomic blonde. My God, I think I love you.
That's too bad.
Rated R.
They have no idea these are close.
They're looking for more. That's a third one coming in. Looking for the quad kill and nearly gets it.
Stewie, yes, there's one headshot and there's another.
Getting two big headshots, looking for more. Oh my God!
And he's gonna go on DJ or the round of the weekend.
Welcome back to the PGL Major Krakow 2017, day number 3, and we're now down at the hardcore end of day 3 with 2 more matches to go, both of them critical to the teams involved as they aim to become the first teams into the quarterfinals. No less so than our first game. I defy anyone online right now to tell me, honestly, including our analyst, that they predicted this game would decide the first team in the quarterfinals. Welcome back to the panel, Janko and Natu. Are you up for that challenge?
Looking forward to it, to be honest with you.
Okay, no one would have predicted Gambit versus Virtus Pro, Janko, would they?
Probably not. I think, if anything, this tournament is showing us that no one could have predicted anything that's going on at the moment. But
not even qualified analysts.
I think everyone can agree that, you know, for VP it was always, okay, it's a major, will the real VP show up? For Gambit, similar thing, right? We know that they've been improving constantly.
Sure.
In the last year or so. I mean, ever since Zeus joined the lineup, had a couple of good results, obviously making top 8 at the major, right? Then a couple of underwhelming results, like the Star Series tournament in Kiev. You would have expected more from them there, or DreamHack Summer, for example. But I think it's obvious that they are a great team as well, and when their individuals kind of step up a little bit in the system that Zeus has built, they can do a lot of damage.
Yep, there's the man himself.
They can be very reactive. That's what we saw against G2. You know, they were really playing well off of G2, kind of over-rotating in a bunch of situations a lot of the time. Just very, very vanilla in the terms of nothing too fancy executes, just basic Counter-Strike and trading really well, hitting the bomb sites effectively, and kind of making G2 be half a second late in that game a lot of the time. So good signs for sure.
And as we said, led by Zeus, coming over from Na'Vi, had his day there. Obviously, it's what they need now, oddly, which is a bit weird, isn't it? That they actually need what he brings to this team.
Yeah, I mean, that was the big change, obviously, not knowing about the coaching change that was about to happen. Now we're bringing in Simple instead of Zeus, the in-game leader. And I was a very early adopter of Gambit, even though they didn't have amazing results, because you could see from very early on Zeus trying to implement that style that Na'Vi was running. And I would refer to them as like a mini Na'Vi in that sense. And maybe players who are not as skilled as some of the players that Zeus had in Na'Vi, but the system was there, and that's why they were able to make those initial upsets. I mean, you have to remember, Gambit had a crazy score on both Cobblestone and Overpass late 2016 into early 2017, being undefeated on those maps even. So to have a result like that, considering how competitive the scene is, it's pretty impressive.
And the hometown team, they're back in Poland. It's a major again. We have harped on about this enough, I think, now. But Virtus Pro do rise to the occasion, Natu. Every single time questions are asked of them, no matter how long this supposed slump lasts, they always bounce back.
Sometimes it takes a longer time, doesn't it? I mean, it's been quite a while since they've actually been able to perform up to their potential. They've had a massive amount of heartbreaks, and, you know, judging from what Neil was saying in his interview, you know, they had a really, really serious boot camp after Cologne. They stayed over, they had their football match, and then, you know, obviously focusing in the game. But so far, I mean, it's been a surprise package. It's, first of all, crazy to see this man on our screen, Stacks, right now is actually in-game leading in this team, but also he's fracking potential. We all know it, but it's really come to the picture in this tournament so far. He's been a big part of the team playing as well as they had. Also, very interested to see they pick Cash against Fnatic, you know, a map that they used to master, and then they got wrecked by what was known Kingwin back in the day, 16-0, and then they fell off from their map cycle, basically. So, according to Taz, they're a 7-map team now, and, you know, they got all corners covered.
Yeah, of course they are. I mean, for VP, obviously, a couple of very, very disappointing results on LAN. Katowice into Kiev, into Cologne, the latest, dropping out of the tournament 0-3. But what we didn't know, I mean, at least I didn't know at that tournament, that Snacks was in-game leading, so that's a change that happened sometime before Cologne. And yes, it takes some adjustment, but the thing is, with VP, the brand of Counter-Strike they've been playing has never been brought into question. Even in Cologne, on some of the maps, on some of the losses, you could see the new stuff that they were implementing in their game. You could see that fundamentally what they were trying to do is great, but it's just that individually they didn't seem to step up to the occasion. And whether it's, you know, it's very difficult from the outside to pinpoint why that why is that the reason, but I think it's obvious that once they have their confidence up and once they're on point individually, then VP is definitely a very, very scary opponent.
Let's turn our attention towards Map Vetoes, which will be incoming shortly. What are you feeling here?
I think it's going to be somewhere in between Nuke, Train, Cobblestone, depending on where teams want to go with their vetoes. You have a couple of set ones. For example, I don't think VP is going to let Cash through this time around. I think Gambit is... I would prefer them to veto Nuke, because at this point it's pretty obvious that VP are the most comfortable on that map. Actually, Gambit is one of the teams that has a 7 map pool. You know, it's weird that they haven't played Overpass in a while, considering they were undefeated on that map for a very long time. And even before they lost, they just stopped playing it. Like it would be available, they wouldn't pick it for some reason. They started shifting towards Train more and more so. So I think probably Train or Cobblestone, actually, when I think about it.
Comes to feel, Natu.
It does come to feel, yeah, it really is in this kind of a situation. I guess, it's a kind of a bonus for them to be able to judge it by feel too, because that's what the luxury you have when your map pool is as wide as it is. And, Virtus Pro is such a bit of a joker in terms of the form of the day and which map do you want to face them on. You never know what it is going to be like.
It's also pretty interesting. Some of the vetoes overlap. Like, neither of these teams wants to play Overpass, I believe. Even though I don't really understand why Gambit doesn't want to play it. But similar to Mirage, I don't think VP, even though historically they've been very, very strong. So in like the last year or so, Cobble and Mirage, those are their 2 strongest maps, and then Train. But they've had a couple of rough losses on the map. So probably something they want to avoid. It's a map that Gambit doesn't really play at all, so I guess Gambit is going to have to take that veto. So that's where you might get a slight advantage, depending who gets who vetoes those maps, and then obviously the other team can get to pick perhaps later on in the veto.
And also Gambit has shown strength on Inferno as well, so you might want to steer away from that.
I think that's definitely going to be out by VP.
Yeah, it makes sense.
So they ban one of their own that they don't want to play. They ban one that Gambit do want to play.
Yeah,
there's
so many maps that overlap. At the end of the day, I don't think it's going to matter. Like, whoever vetoes, for example, Mirage, the other team is going to veto Overpass. I think it's going to be Train or Cobble. That's where it's kind of interesting who gets the coin toss advantage and who gets to veto first, and who in the end gets to veto to pick the map.
All right, Gambit going to veto first, which means they get rid of Mirage and Nuke,
as they have this tournament, right?
Yeah.
So.
And here for VP, it's Overpass, Cash, Inferno, I feel like, and then between Train and Cobble. Or actually, they get rid of Cobble themselves. Bit of a respect ban, perhaps. Gambit, very good on a map for a very, very long time.
There's the Overpass ban. And
so they actually leave Inferno in.
Yeah, they do.
That's very interesting from VP side of things. I think this
no-brainer Inferno, in my opinion.
I think it's caught Gambit off guard a little bit.
Yeah, it appears to be. They should be thinking, what do we do now?
I think, although here you should go for Inferno, even though you might be thinking, okay, they left this in, they prepared something specifically for us for this map, but they decide against it. They go for Train, which is interesting because this is like VP's playground.
And that's like, this could be Gambit like mind gaming themselves, to be honest with you. That's exactly, I'm thinking, what they're thinking right now is going to that where I have to go between Train and Inferno. Well, we played Inferno, we beat Mouse on it. They must have gone through it, prepared for everything for it. Let's go Train. And like Janko was saying, this is a very, very much a vintage VP map where the true plow can come in.
This is like where their approach to the map is so great. How you see them in their default, spread around the map, apply pressure towards Ivy, take control of Ivy. It's a system where no player has to do something crazy individually. Just they go for their default, they fill out their opponents, they get a read on what their positions are, and then they just collapse. And it's very difficult. You have to be aggressive on the CT side not to allow that to happen. You need to disrupt that style now. And Gambit is a very good team on Train. But are they at the VP's level, right?
It takes a lot of coordination, too, right? When you're getting pressured like that, then if you lose a guy in Ivy, for example, then someone else has to compensate in ladder or towards team main. And then when you have someone like VP who's good reading situations, players like Snacks, for example, who are good at just coming in at the right time, it can really do collapse very, very quickly for them.
Okay, we'll head towards the start of the match as the players are getting themselves ready. Let's hand you back to our commentary team for game number 7 of the day. Remember, the winner of this goes to the quarterfinal. It's all yours, Henry G and Sadakist.
Winner of this to the quarterfinals. Both of these teams are previous legends. One's been in a slump and one's kind of been off the radar. Gambit versus Virtus Pro.
And on train as well. That's very interesting. Gambit, not known to be an amazing train team, actually struggled with that recently, I would say. And Virtus Pro, at one point, the very best team in the world on this map, I'd say hands down. They were very, very good. So I agree with Yanka. This is Virtus Pro's playground. The form they're showing right now, at least from the 2 maps we've seen, Matt, it's not going to get too excited, right?
Exactly. Quarterfinals is fine, but that is it. You know, we'll see how it goes from there.
But you have to say, Gambit showing some very good form as well. They took down G2 16-6. What a showing that was. Mouse Sports victory as well. Virtus Pro beat Fnatic, Vegas Squadron 16-2. So quite dominant performances from both of these teams so far. This is the first playoff game. Whoever wins this one map is going to the quarterfinals. And what a story that'd be. Virtus Pro, whenever we seem to be playing on their home ground in Poland, it seems to that's where they really drop off. You think back to the Katowice event, I think we've constantly they've made the playoffs once, but then they get completely wrecked by Fnatic.
Yeah, that was of course in 2016. This year, not even making it through to the arena.
Indeed,
they've had success in Katowice in the past. They've had runner-up events there. They, I believe, won there. The major they did win was Keto, and that's where Bialy was still a teenager, as he corrected me, which was obviously the highlight of the team's career. I'm sure, even of all the wins, they would tell you that's probably their favorite in front of their home crowd. So. Yeah, I'm sure they'd love to do that again. Snacks is actually even from Krakow itself, so.
Yeah, bit of a hometown hero there. That'd be great. Just to hear the atmosphere in the arena as they make it, that'd be fantastic. It's looking promising at the moment.
I will say, as well, walking around the Old Town Center, we've seen multiple people with Virtus Pro shirts on. The first night I was here, I met one, and then yesterday, while we were filming with Paula, we had a guy in Virtus Pro sweater walking around.
That was quite cool. But yes, train will indeed be the map here. We'll see how this one kicks off. I do favour VP quite heavily, but you never know. They're certainly an up-and-down team. We've only seen 2 maps from them so far, and best of ones. It's really difficult to gauge what that means going forward. They have a couple of good days. We know they had an awful Cologne event when 0-3 there.
Yeah.
Swiss format didn't seem to really favour them at all, but this is a complete turnaround. 2-0 could be the first team to qualify for the playoffs. So we'll see. Very interesting. Gambit, always a dangerous team under the helm of Zeus, of course. Legendary in-game leader, former of Navi. And we're looking to see whether he can slow things right down. He's got a great play style. He knows when to slow things down, when to go this methodical kind of old Navi style plays, and when to chuck in the really fast, aggressive loot stuff as well. It's great to watch sometimes. And you can see how Navi potentially miss having him by their side, I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The fact that he's brought this team Gambit, who at the start of it was, okay, all right, it's the remnants. It's those that have not been or succeeded elsewhere. They won't achieve much. Didn't expect anything. As soon as Zeus showed up, he's turned this into a real winning lineup, and they've shown at every major that they are a threat, and hence why they are a legend team. So another chance to do the exact same thing in this game. First qualification game. It's Virtus Pro versus Gambit, and on train, no less.
Here we go then. Gambit T-side start, force it to Varma. Quite a basic play with 1 smoke and 2 flashbangs. That's in the back pocket of Zeus. All 5 players heading towards inside. We normally talk about that being a very common place to go. Guaranteed to get the bomb part in most instances. Could go towards Pop Dog if they decide to. It'll be Diosia to investigate that area first. Bialy spots him. Somehow gets away with his life there.
Not bad, actually, because he baits out and knows there's someone close behind that Pop Dog, so flank potential will have to be considered. Taz at the corner backs off early. We know he's very, very good on the B site, specifically when he plays sort of the left side of the bomb train itself. She's still thinking of the idea of going back down the ladder. For Zeus, go all the way out towards Z connector. Covers off the sidewalk, so Neo puts himself on top of the train to see instead. In they go. With the vision, Neo does do slight damage onto Hobbit, tags him up in the leg as he jumped through. Neo can't quite find an angle flash through. Hobbit's fully blind. Good find through the smoke. Bialy and Snacks each with a kill. They'll push all the way on to Taz. They'll concede the bomb plant, but go for the retake. There is no kits. It's 5 sets of Kevlar, or rather chest pieces of Kevlar, but look at the flank from Dread. He's got to hit shots if he's going to do that. It's a whiff, and it's not good enough.
Well, there it is. Gambit getting shown, or found, I should say, at the Pop Dog area at the start. So he gets away with just about the inside execution as we expected coming in. Not a smoke down the lower ramp, one towards connector to stop rotations and block vision as well to find them a safe entrance point. The bomb gets planted, they push down, it's all correct at that stage, but didn't really have enough utility to work with once the bomb got planted. You can see shots being hit by Snacks, gets 2 kills in total. Taz doing decent damage as well, and they managed to keep 4 players alive, so a decent round there. And what am I seeing here? The bomb planted, but Mo comes in straight away with the scout. 2 scouts now. We discussed this idea in the previous game as well on Nuke. You can go for a second round force buy if you desire with the bomb plant. It's standard to go for the AKs in the third. I'm not sure I'm a fan of this one. Double scouts, Tech 9s, a few smokes to work with here, and you can see Virtus Pro prepared for it. 3 rifles coming out, MP9 for Neo and Taz with the UMP, so they've certainly got enough firepower to go toe-to-toe with the weaponry of Gambit here. Definitely a bit of a risk. We'll see if it pays off. There's Gambit set up for a default right now. Straight line formations running towards inside. Pop Dog, Ivy, and main entrance. Hobbit to investigate, see if there's any CT aggression coming in.
Taz wants the entry from Hobbit. Neo's there to support, but scout entry would be best for Gambit. Big investment and nothing used to their advantage just yet. How late do they let the time subside before trying to strike? Still don't know that it's in play. Certainly not that there's 2 scouts.
The smokes. Molotov's pulled out, but not deployed just yet. In terms of the CT setup, Neo and Taz known as one of the best inside players in the game. Let's see if he can mow them down here.
Well, first one. Dren does respond. That's going to force Taz off the train, so he's not sitting for a wraparound, and Hobbit's following up onto him. That should allow the bomb plant, but watch the range of the M4 because the bomb's not crossed over. Hobbit, 16 HP, tries to push up. Pasha catches it. No plants. Scout would easily take down Snacks and be alley, but Pasha is the problem. That's not a problem at all. Headshot certainly works. Bomb's down. They have to push together. He can grab it 7 seconds. He's gone away from it. He had to plant immediately. He's lost the chance. Could have found kills potentially, but Bialy controls it.
He knew the chance to get that bomb down was next to none. Just wanted to keep limiting the CT economy there. It was a nice idea. It was been Snacks that had taken him down from the upper ramp, but unfortunately for Mo, of course, the engaged sniper after hitting that lovely shot, I have to say, towards the lower ramp, taking down Pasha. They had to clean off. The force buy does not work out for Gambit there. They managed to bring it down to an interesting situation, but can't get the bomb plant down, and they'll be on a full eco into round number 3. Just a note as well, if you're not familiar with the economic system of CSGO in general, if you get the bomb down in the pistol, you normally take an eco in that round, and then you buy AKs in the third here. Take the gamble like Gambit just did, but I'd say you're always better off going with that third round force buy unless you've got an inkling as to how the CD side's set up. Going to round number 3, just PG-50s, Glocks, 1 Deagle available for a Dren. Reinforced VP, that's a nice shot, Pasha. He goes down 5-on-4 in favor of Gambit.
May find another one at Dren.
Yeah, Dren's been sick recently, I have to say. He's been one of the MVPs with Gambit, hands down. Amazing stuff.
Team sprays aplenty back toward the dumpster. Gambit paint the map. I wish to paint it red with something other than just spray paint. Pasha's already spewed. Past the cold floor. Back to B. No one close up to the bomb train. Taz sits back towards Z connector, so it should be another smooth entrance for Gambit. No bomb plant in the last round means that this one becomes more crucial. Dropping in. Bomb from the upper position should go down right now. Hobbit takes out Taz. That's a refrag back on Zeus. Snacks, good find. Therefore, but Mo slipped up undetected. Couldn't do anything with the Glock against the armor. Any other weapon, even any other pistol, he may have had a chance. Down to just a Dren.
Yeah, this round should be done. A Dren, final player to go down. Pretty decent, all things considered. That was pretty much ecos from PD-50s and Deagles. Dren, he opens things up with that lovely 1D towards Pasha biceps. Bomb down as well for a fully eco. That's not bad at all. Very decent money going to the first gun round ticks, and certainly bring out the AWP. Probably see that being rolled by Mo. Indeed, he picks it up. Virtus Pro like to AWP on this map as well. Pasha, traditionally, he gets thrown over the weapon by Snacks, and they'll aim for a double AWP setup eventually, but for now, just a single. There's that first shot. That's beautiful. Very precise. First gun round here. Virtus Pro, the 3-0 start. Looking healthy. Money has been limited though. The frags keep coming in, and the close situations they have against these pistols, one round could head them down to an eco themselves.
Snacks is pushed inside of Ivy. Not all the way out. Has to be very cautious of the fact that Mo has the AWP. Second flash. Deep on the scope, but enough to blind it. Leave it in the open. Double up for Snacks.
That's nice. That's really good. The timing's perfect. Pasha flashes him through, and the AWP shot just gives away. There's 2 frags available for you here. Goes around the corner, fully commits. 5-on-3. Snacks Devours 2 players at Ivy. 5-on-3 now, and Taz, he finds another. Neo chiming in with the assist. That should be round concluded. Up to Adren and Zeus now. Zeus with the bomb. Still a bit of utility to work with then. Adren with a decent position. He does find 1 kill. Is that enough to get them back into this round?
Adren will work his way through. It's the opening of A main. Has to get the sneaky box. Good shot on Pasha. They found Zeus while we weren't watching. So he is the only one left, Adren, but he spotted up a 3rd player. Couldn't get the shots in fast enough, but has collected the bomb. 48 seconds and knows they're both coming from Z. Bit of a stagger on his crouch step means 1 bullet goes wide. And it allows the kill to come back in for Taz.
Bit of a hollow victory there for Virtus Pro after having the 5-on-2 situation. Adren, he keeps them modest. He keeps the money limited for Virtus Pro. It's a lovely play from Snack to kick things off towards Ivy. Like we said, the teamwork at that flashbang was pitch perfect. And Adren, he's going to be playing today. He's going to be turning up. I'll tell you that right now. Some lovely shots of the AK-47. And he'll be causing damage later on as we go deeper into this game. That's the replay of that push towards Ivy. It has to be a partial bite, looking for maximum loss bonus into the next round. Still have a very good chance to win these rounds on the terrorist side of Train. Can be very deadly indeed with the smokes. Dren on the screen there, realizing he had a chance to win that. Towards inside we go. All 5 players in this position. Could go down Pop Dog still with the smokes, so looks like they'll commit towards inside. Smoke all over the bomb site. Molotov potentially coming in as well. Be able to get pushed back there. A bit towards upper. It's Neo and Taz once again. Taz looking towards the upper ramp. Of course, Neo got his back at lower. Silenced M4. He'll be smoked off momentarily. Be down to Taz to battle alone.
Smokes land. Neo's looking above it. Again, getting on top of the red train. Secondary smoke, if he was down on the ground, meant that he wouldn't be able to spam toward the train. He gets staked. He has to fall off it. It's onto Taz. The Devil only finds 1. Good shot in return on the Tech 9.
Here we go. Chance now, Zeus. The recovered AK-47, but just as they get together, group up, trying to push further down the bomb site there. It's Bialy. They line up for him. He gets 3 kills in total, saves around for VP. It got a little bit dicey there for them. Number 6. Maximum loss bonus, as we said. No bomb plant in the previous round, not a huge deal, but another buy available here. Double orb set up. I did say Virtus Pro will be aiming for that. Traditionally, Snacks and Pasha, but Neo at one point was the main AWP for Virtus Pro. It seems like he'll be in the secondary AWP role. Actually, when he was the main AWP, I actually really liked his train AWPing. It wasn't too flashy, playing the connector, just hitting the shots that counted, especially towards inside. Very smart and intelligent picks and not overcommitting. So expect to see more of that from him. Time out for Gambit, work out with their players. I think it's because Mo's got $4,800, right? So he wants to work out, do I get the AWP out, glass cannon it, try and get the opening pick? The answer seems to be no. AK-47 this time. They got the bomb down in the previous round. He didn't really seem to focus on. They wanted to go for the victory and the glory of the frags. It's down to Zeus now to work out the final strategy here. 6 kills for Taz, 2 for Zeus. I think that's the disparity between the highest performers and lowest, maybe. 2 of the old boys, 29 years old is Zeus, and 30 for Taz, the old guard on the server.
Old guard and oldest player active in the major. 31 and 200 and a bajillion days or something like that.
Yeah.
Neo does hit Mo. He's down to 11. Good coverage of the corner flash to get him off of the angle, but no Molotov until now. That's the way to fully push him back long enough to take over the Brown Halls. Still wants to go back for it. Ooh, that hand. It's going to get a nade thrown toward Hobbit. Fractional HP.
This is nice from Taz. After the AWP showing presence towards Appa, him sneaking to the step position like this and might jump across. They have no idea he's there. That's really nice. He gets back as well. The AWP's still ready and waiting. Doesn't quite hit the shot. Could be in danger now.
He's got to fight out. He's got to fight all the way out. No nades to throw toward him because 9 HP. He could go down at any moment, and I thought for sure he'd find another, but Hobbit does put the silence to the tension. Brings it at ease. Taz has gone back around. From lower to upper. Hobbit finds him as well. Grab the AWP, it's the E key, in case you were wondering, Hobbit. 1 HP, so he's got to find a shot. Therefore, the AWP is far more viable than a UMP.
For sure. Doesn't quite spot the head. Now he does. Oh, a chance to find that kill. Timing's eluding, but not this time. Pasha walks into his crosshair. 4-on-2 now in favor of Gambit. It's up to Snacks. Lucia coming out of the Ivy position as well. Bialy finds the first frag. That was the chance. Zeus takes him down in the end. Nice round from Gambit there. Looks a little bit scary at the start, but good flashbangs and finding that kill on Taz meant Neo stuck in position, couldn't fall back. Hobbit deals with him. Another big name for the Gambit side, Hobbit. One of the younger players, very skilled indeed. 2 kills in the upper brown halls and then takes down Pasha as well, rotating towards inner. And you can see, after winning 5 rounds in a row, Virtus.pro have to take an eco map because these rounds have been close. They have been losing players with the pistols. They're going for the airstrike though. Virtus.pro with 3 HG grenades, presumably using those towards main entrance at the very start. Can be useful for some kills. I think most teams are aware this is a possibility. Dumping them straight away. Getting set up first. Maybe want to get a cue that there is someone in towards the main entrance. There's the Dren giving position away. Now the nades should be deployed. There's 1 and 2. No real damage inflicted. Takes the Dren down to 80.
This could be good for Pasha. Gun barrel, easy shots. P250. Zeus says not. AK-47. Hobbit pushes all the way around the brown halls this time. Taz tries to slip up from the lower ramp. He'll greet him at the bottom of it. Hobbit's quite good at predicting people's pattern. Oh, good nade. Bye-bye, Taz. I was about to say exactly what that shows. He's very good, Hobbit. Hold for a second because Snacks will take down Mo. I'll get a chance to speak my thought in a moment, but as he pushes forward, the flash will keep him away, but there's an AK-47 down that Snacks could quickly gobble up. Meanwhile, bomb goes towards B, having the fact that Hobbit is already inside of the site, 99 HP, so he is the great one. Neo might have problems if he goes up the ladder because Mo's still staring at it. Will put him down. So 3 versus 2, 38 seconds. No one close enough. Deny in the sight. Piawi already spotted. Hobbit will rush toward his position. Decoy hand needs to be ready. As the bomb's planted, the Snacks is removed. I was going to say Hobbit's very good at predicting people's movements and patterns. 1 HP last time on the AWP, sees the head of Pasha and realizes, well, I can't re-peek with this low HP, so he sits and holds an angle Pasha walks into. Takes the battle with Taz, knows he's going to retreat to the site, predicts he goes down the ramp, and then throws the nade exactly where he's going after the shots miss. He's quite good at it.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Well, for now, it's up to Snacks to try and save his AK-47. Neo invested quite a lot of money into the previous round, so he will be looking to get a drop, so that helps a lot with that AK. Pasha pushing Ivy, finds 1 kill. As Snacks to chime in as well to take down the player with the AK. He will indeed be saving by the looks of things. He might be hunted slightly here, but we'll have to find another day by the looks of things. That's going to be the 2nd round now for Gambit. The winning one, it took Virtus.pro down to pistols there. 5-2 is the overall scoreline on the T side for Gambit. All coming out for Pasha this time. This is a nice thing to have. Managing to have plenty of players that can use the AWP. Obviously Snacks, Pasha, Neo come to mind. Plenty of options there. Let's see Neo have a little go of it. Didn't really deliver. Managed to leg shot a player, but still currently sits on 2 for 5. Mo, on the other hand, 4 kills for him on the Gambit side. Round number 8. 1 kit available for Virtus.pro. Decent utility. Pasha just with a decoy though. And fast play towards Olaf. Hobbits, be careful.
He's got to get out. Backs off 20 HP remaining already. What's the position in return? I think from Snacks' angle, he may be able to see into that spot. Either way, he's going to get aggressive and take it over himself. Pushes front blue, though. Hobbit could actually hear this. He may be able to wrap it. Oh, timing around behind him. Snacks prevails.
Well, this sort of lead should be Virtus.pro's round, but some of the big names still up and alive. It's going to be a Dren that finds Pasha. Was he pushing Ivy? Then what is the need for that? Absolutely none at all. He's by himself. That's a real high-risk maneuver, but Taz, he is fighting back 4 on 2 now. Pasha needs to be careful with these decisions he's making. Snacks looking to make a similar play, but I like this a lot. Sitting behind the smoke, now dissipate just as the T's walk down the corner as well. This could be beautiful.
Snacks is sneaky. He's always sneaky at Dren. Whiteside sees it first. I don't know if that was smoke due to graphic or a 4x3. I don't know what Snacks plays on. They certainly didn't see him walking up near.
Weird decisions from VP though. That could have been really nice from Snacks, but not required. 30 seconds remaining. Still have the advantage for now, but Adren seems to have an inkling a player could be the CT steps. That's Neo. They come down to timings. He's stopping them get towards spawn right now, but they are at the back tracks, and they could backstab his teammates. Bialy seems to know that's a possibility. There's Mo, but there's Neo with a nice timing there. Brings it to a 3 versus 1. Adren, though, the danger man of Gambit, dealt with by Bialy. 6-2. But in the 2 rounds in a row, Virtus.pro are back. I have to say, Pasha needs to be a little bit more intelligent with his plays. The money's not great. Sure, it's a 5-on-3. You've got to win the round, but let's make sure everyone stays alive. And if you do go down, there's a chance of a refrag. That's a real dicey move to make, but they managed to recover. Round number 9 now. Still money there for Gambit. It's probably be their last buy before an eco. That's if they don't win this round, of course. Dosia down to just a Desert Eagle. All comes out once again for Mo. And Zeus on a Tech 9. This should be more of a set piece mentality considering they're so low. Flash is coming out, some smokes towards outside, but the bomb, for now, that's heading towards inner.
Smoke down. That Ivy nade goes through it. Hobbit's backed off. Turn back in toward A main. Down, Biawi's backed off. Pop Dog flashed out. Needs to make sure he's safely behind the E-box, not covered off from A main. So good team play to try and catch him in transition, but they won't be able to do anything with it. Pistol, AK up. All they've to work with on the Gambit side. Pistols being Deagle and Tech 9.
Indeed, towards inside will go. It's up to Mo to cover his teammates as they make the final commitment towards the inside bomb side. Smokes be deployed towards connector, lower ramp. Simply in between the tracks as well. Taz towards upper this time, a more passive hold from him. Neo, no warp this time, but looking towards lower.
Smoke out on the sidewalk, upper sidewalk that is, so that they'll have to drop into the site, and when they do, Taz has position, but Adren has one of the AKs. Good shot. Neo's got problems because they're able to swarm him, and Doji, after the damage from Zeus, is able to put him down. Pasha, the WP doesn't account for the fact that Doji is also pushed up, and he'll grab a weapon. It's Snacks remaining, 1 versus 4, and doubt that he'll be going through any further toward the B site.
I think you might be right. 4-on-1 now. Snacks not able to do much about this situation. You know, players coming towards him. That's a free kill. Doesn't go for it. Looking for multiple frags here. He is a sneaky player. That's really well done. Manages to stay alive for now. Knows there's a possibility both to be towards that pop position. He's low HP as well. He'll run away. Snacks showing his dominancy there. And he's still hunting for a little bit more here. Could find Hobbit as well. He does. He sent out quite a firm message towards Gambit. Finally taken down. Decent round though, I have to say. Getting towards that inside area. It was Taz who missed, admittedly, quite an easy shot. Perfect play. Drops the smoke. Nice timing. Felt the final commitment coming in from the T side. If he gets that first kill, he buys himself some time. Players have to walk through smoke at that point as well to try and get the refrag. It's that one kill. Neo left in a horrible position after that. Snacks gets a few consolation frags, but that's all they'll get. They will force buy into round number 10 Virtus Pro. 6-3 is the overall scoreline. This is really nice from Snacks. Sure, it doesn't really mean much to the round outcome, but just damaging the money, staying alive as well. That's well played.
That's the form for Snacks, is it not? Ooh. So sneaky. Doji before the smoke blooms, though, takes down the man we mentioned, who therefore loses out early. M4 for Taz. Dren goes all the way around upper, fast play. Taz with M4. Behind the bomb train. Good lineup, but can't find the kill. Tries it again. Dren seems the better of it with the AK. It's going to put an aggressive position for Hobbit as well toward train 2.
Bomb has been planted.
Searching toward the back area, towards CT.
This force buy will amount to too much here for Virtus Pro. An inside play from Gambit finds with the first 2 frags. Damaging Bialy as well. Upgraded pistols and armor. Shotgun for Neo as well. Doesn't deliver a single kill as of yet. There's one though. The 5-7 gets a double. Pasha. That's not bad at all. Both headshots. Manages to take down Ocean and Dren. Will be dealt with by Zeus eventually there, so you'll not be able to recover a weapon and take it to the next round. Definitely going to be eco now for the CT side. Saving a shotgun and a Desert Eagle potentially. We do have the Zeus still on the hunt, but he will retreat. Bomb going off at that point. It's going to be 6-4 now. And we really have got a game on our hands as Virtus Pro, as I said. We'll have to take the eco. Shotgun's out for Neo. Might give it to Snacks. He is known to be a bit of a menace with that weapon, I have to say. And he does indeed. Throws it over. Snacks presumably going towards Pop Dog when we lower ramp. Push up through a smoke. Everyone knows what he's capable of with the Mag 7.
Mag 7. Seen a shotgun today in the last game already. That specific Mag 7. One in particular do heavy damage against Astralis, denying a bomb planted lower in the hands of JW. See if he comes up with anything similar for Snacks, who's not playing at Pop Dog with it.
They're the two players I would think of when I think of a shotgun. Doji gets Pasha. Bialy gives up the area and goes back out towards Sandwich with the Deagle instead. Neil wants to slip behind them, but Adren. Here's the last step to turn and find as Mo takes down Doja. Now.
It's
Keep it civil.
It's all fine. Just a bit of a love tap. 6-5 though. Gamba do close the gap. Money just about available, man. Not quite. It's going to be a pretty difficult buy for them. They'll get the M4s and some body armor, sure, but they'll be struggling for the likes of defuse kits, incendiaries. The 5 M4s, no kits, no incendiaries at all. They do have 5 smokes, a few flashbangs to work with, no HEs. I think it's one of the rounds you go aggressive. I think you're pushing 3 towards lower ramp or towards Ivy. This has to be. You need to find that first frag. A full commitment from Gambit, and on their slow-paced rounds, you're going to struggle to hold that off. We'll see what they decide to do. As we enter round number 12, going into the closing stages now of the first half. Playing Ali towards Popdog. Digs himself in. We do a little bit of aggro towards Ivy. Not too much, though. Pasha falls back. And they're running out of grenades very quickly. I'd have liked to have seen something fast, but very standard round from VP.
Smoke at the end of the Ivy will dissolve. Run boost does not quite work unless you are able to first get on top of your teammate's head. They figured out that aspect of it. Half-Life logo. Is the life half full or half empty, Henry?
Half full.
Aw, you're such an optimistic guy.
Generally speaking, yes. I hope it rubs off on you one day.
Probably won't. I hope you never rub me. Mo. Smoke's ready to go. Molotovs will go right. Flash out as well at Ivy. They're trying to hold and contain the CTs in the position, but Snax isn't buying it. He's going to stay at Hell. If they walk out A main, he'll control Sandwich. Neo, therefore, just has to watch off E-Box. Adren's going to head that direction. It's Bialy that turns to realize it late. Adren gets the jump. Neo's in the open. Adren finds a second. Snax has to do it all because he's lost Pasha. First kill success in return, but Adren's down to 6 HP. 15 seconds. Bombs at B. So they've actually faked it entirely. That's going to be, yeah, exactly, the round, because Snax, the man we called to be the hero, was calling for help on the other site. He's going to get found in rotation. Very good from a Gambit.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't have the defuse kits or the grenades to really hold off a classic Gambit play like that. That's his textbook Counter-Strike. Baiting out all the utilities, slowly getting the map control, pincering all at the same time, picking apart the CTs, and it's Adren. I said he's going to turn up after I saw some of that form with the pistols earlier. He's got the aim there. He's getting in the zone. 3 brilliant kills from him. He currently sits on 14 kills, 10 deaths. So he's dying a lot, but he's having a lot of impact on the server. They tie things up at 6-6. Virtus Pro had to find something there. They needed to get a kill in their favor to start. Don't think that was the right play, in my opinion. And number 13, a little bit too passive, and here's Adren. These shots, I think the second one was the most impressive.
Absolutely, especially where Neo knew he was there.
Yeah, really nice stuff. Just spinning around on the outside bomb site, finally kills. It's another eco for Virtus Pro. These Eagles, CZs, and a P250. No, he's not messing around. Was trying to find the first pick. Almost gets it through the smoke. Over the shoulder there of Snax. So 5-on-5 for now. Bialy with an HE grenade. No damage inflicted as of yet. This is big though. Maximum loss bonus for Virtus Pro next round. But Gambit looking to win the half now. After being 5-0 down, Matt. They really have started to turn up the heat.
Definitely a player that can turn up the heat. AWP for him this time on the T side, but they've got a slow pace because it's against pistols. Close position, therefore, for Taz at the bottom of the ramp at Inner. Not that that suggests any movement in that direction. It's going to stack up the B site, however. Let's call that the Beehive, Henry.
The Beehive? Okay. I like that.
Thank you. It's named after what beeves do in their, some would say, nest, home. Snack's the only one in outer, therefore. Can't do anything with it. Adren able to find that kill as well. It's already cleared off Popdog. They will rotate. They'll go for it. They'll go down late on Popdog as well, so Hop is going to give it up too easily. Thankfully, he does not. No, that has failed, so pistol's not going to amount to much.
Indeed. Well, 5-on-2 now. Bialy, Pasha, upgraded pistols, but I don't think they'll have much of a dent here. Trying to find any frags they can. Without armor, though, you can see the aim punch coming to full effect. The Bialy has to hit that first shot. Once he's detected, he's pretty much out of the round. Pasha, P250 now. Well, the old coffee room in T-Spawn. Nice little music there once again. We were appreciating that yesterday, I have to say. And he gets a nice kill as well. Hobbit goes down, so if he takes an AK the next round, we did say money wasn't fantastic. Saves that. He's dropping AWP possible, but it's surely going to be dealt with there. There it is. So yeah, takes him down. Still double AWP there for Virtus Pro if they decide to run that setup. But there it is, 7-6 in favor of Gambit now, and a vote comes in to call for a pause. That certainly will go through, and we'll see whether it's the double AWP setup the Virtus Pro wants to go to. I have to say, Neo's been very quiet this game. 3 kills, 9 deaths. The old veteran unable to really sink his teeth in this CT half. Normally very good, I have to say, on Train. Look at Taz as well. 8 kills, 10 deaths, and that's okay. Like we said, he's known as being one of the very best players historically on the inside bomb side of Train. Hasn't really lit up the scoreboard just yet.
No, he's not. I think a lot of players realize that if they play a repetitive style, it becomes countered. And he hasn't been playing the same angle that he's normally very good at. He's been very dynamic, which is one thing to look at, but it's not, like you're saying, not working. He's not necessarily getting the kills for it. We've seen him as far back as the spool. We've seen him trying to play the corner contest brown holes, lower ramp, upper ramp, inside the bomb train, outside the bomb train, top of red train. He's played it all. But like you say, he hasn't exactly had the shutdown factor we often speak of.
Yeah, agreed. Wow. Double AWP setup now. Virtus Pro do go with it. This time Snacks. As you said, they're not having the best game. Snacks known to be an amazing AWPer as well. Certainly world class. We'll see what he can do here. As he plays a lot more aggressive than Neo. It's definitely almost polar opposites in terms of aggression. Number 14 will be towards outside. Looking for the first pick. Actively hunting towards main entrance. Masher though towards Ivy, finds Dosia. He's by himself as well. No run boost coming in there. Want to take the challenge. Get punished for it. 5-4. Last time we've had an advantage for Virtus Pro in a long time. They've lost 5 rounds in a row now after being 5-0 up.
Flash that won't bounce or land. Come on, Mary Poppins. Let's go. Zeus is waiting. Pasha is as well, though. That's the harder one. Pasha hits it. Mo goes down. Zeus that wanted to slip by. Oh, thought he would have had it. Zeus actually got the first shot in. I think he recognized that he'd hit.
Yeah.
And kept firing.
That was a little bit exciting. Pasha had it all lined up. Had to pull that trigger. I think half a second more, he would have got the kill. But still, Adren fighting back. It's so impressive so far. Takes down Neo. He's been having that difficult game so far. Get down to an equal situation once again. 3-on-3. Got to be Zeus fighting back once again. The recovered AWP from Mo. Now the advantage lies in favour of Gambit. After Snacks to the outside bomb side, like we said. They adjusted their setup, gave Snacks the AWP. Hasn't found a kill just yet. Taz, of course, towards inside. Safe pair of hands, but it hasn't exactly been electric so far.
Around, greet Taz. Down he goes, Adren. Wins again, and he's been pushed off B and then rotates back. He doesn't even have position.
Yeah, Adren is finding the most impactful kills of this half so far. Every single time. A one-man army, it feels like almost. Currently sits at 17 kills, 10 deaths. Very impressive. Another round where Virtus Pro had the advantage. That was a 5-on-3 map. And Pasha wasn't happy with that advantage. Stayed around. Obviously, he had the smoke. It was fine, but still didn't have to go for the risk. Could go fall back to a much more defensive line at that stage. Went for the challenge, gave Zeus an AWP. He finds 2 more kills and Adren. He saw exactly what happened there. Taz couldn't find the kill through the smoke. Gets found through it instead. And it's going to be Snacks to try and save the AWP. Of course, still maximum loss bonus, but that's the half one for Gambit on the T side. Certainly a CT side of the fair here on Train.
It's certainly not been VP's playground either.
No. Well, they won the pistol and controlled the money, right? After that interesting force buy from Gambit in the second round, I thought that was a bit of a weird decision. They go down 5-0. It looks like the plow is on. They're going to have a great half, but since the gun rounds began, Neo's been absent. Taz doesn't look amazing inside. Round number 15, looking for 9-6's Gambit. Pressure applied down to VP. If you're just joining us, this is the first playoff game. Both these teams are 2-0. I don't think anyone would have predicted this to be the first playoff game. I'll be honest, Gambit and VP are expecting the bigger names to be up there first, but here they are. The final one for Virtus Pro coming in. UMPs, 2 M4s, and that saved AWP Pasha without any sort of armor to work with here. Final round.
Top to corner, Hobbit to wait. Taz is down below, this time has Neo alongside. Dren's the one that gets closest, but Mo is immediately behind. There you go. Dren starts to charge. Good find. Taz down again on the entry of Dren. Neo responding, but has to be careful in the fact that Doja has gone up the lane. AK grab for Neo after the second kill. Second kill being the most important of which as he tags Mo, and he still has position inside of the smoke. Zeus will put him down in the end. Mo will watch Z connector. KWP still in position. Zeus has to go because bomb's not planted. It was denied. That's the biggest kill yet. Snacks is going to slip up to watch the bomb as well. And as he gets closer, can't quite hit the shot right away, but does take Zeus down. Mo on the step goes at the exact time the alley peaks. We get a split half at 8-7.
We do indeed, but it's going to be Gambit winning the half down the T side. That's massive for them, considering they're 5-0 down as well. Snacks with a very nice performance after losing 6 rounds in a row towards the latter stages of that half. He steps up. He finishes on 15 kills. Great half from him, but some of the other big names of Virtus Pro not really arriving in the same fashion. Gambit, I have to say, Adren, what an amazing performance on the T side. Maybe given a bit too much freedom towards outside, I have to say. Didn't seem like they were really challenging him that much, giving him so much space to work with. There wasn't that much adaptation with VP. We saw a couple of plays when they went aggressive towards Ivy in the early stage when they had the control of the game, when they had the 4-0 Snacks pushing towards Ivy, finding those 2 kills with flashbangs. I think we needed more rounds like that, especially on those lesser buys where you had no defuse kits, no nades. Let's try and get the pushes in. Let's get those picks once again. Allowing Gambit to have way too much control in terms of their slow-paced gameplay. It seems like they're very comfortable towards the end there, but still, it still begins. We'll have a look at the buy. Very technical from Virtus Pro. 2 smokes, lots of flashbangs, and Molotov as well. HE grenades, decoys, you name it, they've got it. Only 2 players of armor, and we'll go towards inside once again. Presumably saving the Molotov for the post-blind situation. Can indeed Molotov towards Connect at the start to do some damage and deny the CT's pushing through whatsoever. But look at this close range play from Dosia. Looking away from his screen, but will be back in time. Eyes off the shop and gets the call that they are on the lower ramp. They have to come in now. No presence anywhere else on the map.
Doja wants to peek it. No flash in, just straight peek. Backs off Pasha. Tries to rush him down. Good shot at Dren. He follows it as well. So, Taz needs next one in. Needs to get a kill. Can't quite find Doja, who ducks underneath the bullets and gets the headshot in return as Adren will do the same. Bomb gets planted by Snacks, but that's all they get. All 5 stay alive for Gambit. They'll go 9-7.
Yeah. Great composure, I have to say, from Dosia generally. That lower ramp play, spotting 3 players like that, falling back, nailing the first bullet, buying time for your teammates as well. Adren rotates in with 2 kills. He finds himself at 20 now. And you can see Snacks desperately trying to plant the bomb. He knows he can't win him, trying to inject some money into the coffers of Virtus Pro going forward. So no kills. Pretty much suggests they shouldn't force buy into this round. They'll be forced buy in the third. Get the AKs out, armor as well. And interesting enough, Gambit focusing primarily on SMGs and the Scout. They've got a couple of M4s there to work with. This should be quite an easy round for them. Nothing really purchased by Virtus Pro. Snacks with a P250, 4 Glocks around him. So only $300 for this round number 17 here. Gambit looking in great shape now, I have to say. Likely to be our first team in the playoffs. They continue this form, especially Adren. Loving what he's doing so far.
Loving it, but Adren getting down. Neo, Doja follows. Play a little game on the ladder to Zeus. Play a game to bait in Doja and then go back up himself after Doja goes down, so that works. Little team play, 3 HP, he'll survive. 10-7 for Gambit. But guns immediately bought for the Polish side. The home side, I'm sure the crowd, every Polish fan watching right now, or anyone that's coming to this event really, want them to win this game.
Oh, of course. Just to guarantee them in the stadium, just to get it out the way. At least we're going to see them on the stage, you know. And here we go. This is a bit of a bonus situation, if you like, for Gambit. They're going to keep the Scout up. A couple of, 1 UMP, I should say. Mo. Great sniper in general. Is the Scout enough to find us opening frags here? Considering he's up against just AKs, maybe it could be. Fire comes in for Virtus Pro. A few smokes to work with the AKs. Didn't find many kills, so no Molotovs there. A few smokes deployed outside, but nothing really given away just yet. This looks like some sort of split. We have got the bomb towards inside. Could fall back, though. Could be a little fake here. Dosia by himself towards inner. Smokes will be deployed towards the outside bomb side. Neo to potentially send out Snacks and Bialy. Bit of a fake going on here as Taz and Pasha make their way towards the upper ramp.
Top down just as Snacks wants to go in. He tries to spray back. Double Molotov, in fact. Not quite stacked, slightly staggered, but takes away positional control. Good shot, Pasha.
Yeah, very good shot. That's worked perfectly. Snacks taking it all the way aggro as well. That pulls Dosia to connect. He's not looking it up around, but Pasha keeps landing shots. 3 in total, all headshots as well. That's going to be the round done. 5 on 2. Lovely tactic, I have to say, from Virtus Pro. Perfectly executed.
Fortunately, he won't get an ace from it. Dren waits to shut him down, but his job done. He can bow out all he likes. He could even do a curtsy. Snacks trying to sneak in to find the 2 remaining CT players. He'll get pinched off. Pinched off and pulled out of the round as Hobbit goes back to Sandwich. 2 versus 3.
That was really impressive from Virtus Pro. I'll break down that tactic for you slightly as well. So the fact of the matter is we do all those outside smokes. It blocks the vision from the CTs. And as we said, a bit of a bonus round for them. They don't have the AWP to work with. They try and push through, try and challenge. Snacks is out there actively fighting them as well. He falls back without a kill, sure, but he's done enough. It's very common for the CT sides to play one player towards inner. All those smokes going outside as well, all that presence shown by Snacks, of course, that's going to be the case. Dosia falls back. He feels like it's the full commitment. VP then come out towards the upper ramp. Find a completely open bomb site. Sure, Dosia is sort of watching it from connector, but he's not watching upper. By the time he realizes this is Pasha, already halfway up, finds a lovely shot as well. And this is what's so key. He has so much time to actually get towards the connector. He's got a shooting gallery almost, hitting all the shots required. Beautiful stuff. And Virtus Pro right back in this after winning the 3rd round. A force buy there with the bomb down in the pistol. All power for Mo though. Still not out of this round just yet. Gambit, UMPs, M4s, and the AWP of Mo looking to answer back straight away.
Down toward the Sandwich position as Snacks throws a nade in toward Hitch. Taz will get to the corner of Brownhalls. Dosia, the only one. He will need to be a god inside of the Beast site. He's already spotted. Backs off. They know he's gone to yellow. Smoke down the lane. Dosia, UMP wants them to get closer. He's waiting for the challenge rather than doing so himself. Patience pays off for VP though because there's not much of a re-entrance point. Pasha able to take out Zeus. Snacks just gets gifted a Dren walking in front of him without knowing. That's going to be done. Virtus Pro. I say that, hang on, because HP on Pasha is low enough.
No kids though.
Yeah, exactly. They're going to back off. They aren't going to have the courage. They think about it as well because Mo was all the way back to Z Connector. Dosia was contesting Molotov on the bomb. Will confirm it. Yeah, go down to proceedings at that point, but it is going to be 10-9.
The gamble there from Gambit allowing VP just to fully walk into the inside side. No kids to work with. They'll save the AWP and the AK short, but Virtus Pro once again finding an open bomb site, getting that bomb down, and Gambit did find back quite significantly, I have to say. Bring it down to the 2-on-2, but like we said, no kits available, and the AWP as well. A low HP player just thought, okay, let's just save this weaponry, force around it. They'll take a pause just to work out what's going on. See, that's a second tactical timeout from Gambit. Virtus Pro looking to equal things up here. And the scoreline is 10-9 in favour of Gambit on the CT side. Will they force around this? 2K on each player, an AK and AWP available. They could drop 2 UMPs, try their luck. Or just see if they get upgraded pistols and see if the AWP of Mo can have any sort of impact. He's having a very quiet game. After 20 rounds, he's on 6 kills and 10 deaths. He's a very good AWP, very flashy at times as well. I haven't really seen that yet.
Absolutely true. Yeah, it's absolutely true. I mean, Mo had games in the past that were incredible to watch. In fact, at the last major, he had some of the highest impact on his team, I would argue. We had those performances as of late. Smokes to the site. All towards Sandwich. It's almost a tunnel that goes in one direction. There's none across the site that allow them in. It's immediately in the alley between the 2 trains, which Dosia and Adren aren't really sure what that means, and I'm not even sure what it means.
Oh no.
All it does try and serve to do is push them back toward Ivy and pull the CTs away, but they aren't fooled. Hobbit, good shots to start it. A bunch of factors. He can't close on B alley, but it puts them in 3 versus 3 after the opening. Neo takes the Dren. That'll add to the favor of VP.
Yeah, clumsy round there from Virtus Pro. You can see how it almost fell apart. Great work, I have to say, from Dosia and Hobbit to find those kills with the P250s. Still keep this a possibility. Grenade there lands on the feet of Zeus there. 3-on-2. Hobbit taken down eventually after finding that first frag. It's Mo with the AWP now on the bomb train. They will fall back towards inner, but the looks of things.
He's key. Mo is absolutely key, and you're right. They could go all the way back through T-spawn and work toward the inner bomb site. at the bottom of Pop Dog will get information, but that actually may serve to send them at outer. Oh, and its timing is everything because Mo is starting to realize, hang on, there's no way. There's no way they're going back to A. They're going to go to B instead, and he's wrong because they do go back to A main with bomb.
Yeah, slowly but surely, 20 seconds remaining. Mo still has a chance here, but utility used towards Connector should deny him any sort of access. Smoke in that position, and I think he'll be heading towards the back strats, trying to do what he can. He still knows he has a chance. The bomb not going down just yet, but it's about to be planted. Pgl can do that safely as well. There it is. That should suggest they saved the weaponry at this point. No kits available. Zeus for armor as well, and low HP. No, it needs to save that all, but it will indeed be 10-10 overall. As Virtus Pro still another round away. It almost fell apart, Matt. That was a very fast approach with little utility towards Ivy. Walking into the crosses almost as they give the pistols a chance there. But Pgl fighting back. Mo trying to save the AWP. CT spawn for now. Looks like they're absolutely fine. Zeus, I was going to say, that's a brave challenge to take, but gets himself in a safe position. Shrug his shoulders and says it's okay. Well, as long as he saves his 2 weapons, we should be fine. 3 rounds in a row now for Virtus Pro. Money bonus starting to accumulate. Gambit with those saved weapons as well. Can easily buy the next round. Could even bring a double orb setup if they want to. I very much doubt they will, but we'll see. Virtus Pro back in this game after looking a bit up and down. First 5 rounds went in their favour on the CT half and then seemed to drop off somewhat, but better stuff from Pgl here after losing the first frag.
(10-10). Deadlock again. Neo and Pasha go toward B. Taz and Pgl will do the same. Slow down before they get into the brown halls and just make sure they have control of the situation. Oh, and his AWP this time is still at the outer site playing yellow train toward Ivy. Good nade. Godly nade.
Yeah, a lot of damage.
Gonna hinder them on the way through because Doji takes down exactly those 2 players with an M4. Snacks and Pasha try to do what they can, but Doja, despite just having the 13 HP, fractional, he's still able to pull it back, and Pasha's on 12 will pursue Pasha. He was so good on the AK previously, and all of them pull to the left.
It's crazy. One of those bullets out of a whole magazine of P250. Straight line as well. I thought he had that. Virtus Pro, though, with a contact play. Very simple approach towards the inside bomb site, hoping to surprise presumably the solo inside players. It's usually Dosia, but you can see him having backup from Redren. What a tag team combo that is. So much damage inflicted by that nade initially, and Dosia to mop them up. Very good job, I have to say. That's great. That's going to be 11-10 in favour of Gambit. Another partial buy for VP. More conservative approach. Tech 9, smokes, flashbangs will be the set piece, presumably. This is one of the classic VP tactics, but as Adren to open things up, he's got the orb this time. Double orb setup working out, and it's doing work.
Dropped immediately. Snacks getting closer on the pistol. Zeus continues to miss shots. Snacks doesn't get him himself. Taz would have done so. Taz picks up the AK-47 on the bomb, both of which are dropped immediately after by Dren's op. Out of the woods by any means. Snacks stuck inside smoke. Used to be very good when he was stuck inside of smokes, but this situation I don't think favors it.
Certainly not, especially when his teammates dropped at Ivy as well. Critical round there from Gambit, shutting it down. It was a little partial buy from Virtus Pro. We do have enough to work with as we go into round number 23 here. 6k on Pasha. They do like to roll a double orb setup on the T side occasionally. It's quite interesting. They won't have the option to do that this time, but Pasha presumably brings out the AWP. Try and counter Adren and Mo. Adren currently posting 27 frags after 22 rounds. That's quite godlike, I have to say. After I saw his initial aim, I thought that would be something special. It's certainly delivering. Mo, not so much. 7 kills, 11 deaths. He got one in the previous round. I'd say that tag team orb seems to be quite deadly, but let's see Mo do a bit more damage here. Number 23. Looks like a set piece. Lining up smokes already. Snacks and Pgl to work out which ones they're going to do. Sets himself up for a smoke as well. This is going to be a full-on execution off the bat. Bomb by the dumpster. They are biding their time. Not fully committing just yet. Just note as well, if you look towards inside, Adren and Dosia, they're both on towards that upper platform position. One being the AWP, baiting in Dosia. So he takes one shot, falls back. Dosia, they won't ever check that corner. It's a really intelligent setup there. It's perfectly illustrated right now for you. I hope we get to see that come in. That's quite a cool idea.
We might, because it looks like they're going that direction. Or are they? Pasha has bomb. He's certainly heading through the bathrooms.
So even if Dren doesn't get a kill, that's fine. He's also show presence and full back, but I'm not sure it'll come in. It looks like the outside execution. Maybe a fake, who knows?
One thing that could cost it is a Molotov, but even then Doji can push forward. Does look indeed, though, to be the outside execution. Flashes down the ladder. Zeus outside the door. Only one, though. Taz is able to swing back by the E-box and find Hobbit toward the sandwich. Immediately thereafter, the smoke wall still exists. And it's enough to get the bomb down, or is it? Mo reads it, and bomb did, just barely get planted. I thought it was in the nick of time. They now have to play the retake. They've got the man advantage to do so. As Doji gets to the top of the ladder, he wants to try and push down to find Pasha, who gets pushed back by the flames into him instead. We go 13-10, and Gambit are 3 rounds away from making the playoffs first and foremost out of these 16 teams at the Major.
Yeah, who would have thought? Gambit, of all the teams attending here, obviously the world's best we have, but it's Gambit looking likely now. 13-10, that's huge. It has to be another eco from Virtus Pro here. Potentially a partial buy, but Mo, just as I call him out, has 2 huge frags there. Doesn't quite deny the bomb, but it's enough. They have enough manpower to work with there. Didn't get to see that exciting inside setup, but ultimately, it didn't matter. Zeus doing a fantastic job, I have to say, towards the E-box. Dropped the bomb, smoked off as well, bought himself some time, and Taz with a couple of frags there. Wasn't quite enough. This was the frag that won the round, I would say. Takes down Taz, and then and a second as well. Zeus is fired up. He knows what this means. Getting to the playoff of the Major is huge. Just in terms of once you get to the playoffs, you become a legend. It means you save yourself so much time next season when it comes to the next Major. You don't have to go for the qualifying process. You can focus on bigger events and know your position is secured. So, obviously, every game of the Major is huge, but this one especially. I think they're force buying that. With the pause coming in, I have seen Neo buy a Galil an armor. He had 3k exactly. That's all he can buy. We are reloading the server, though, so I think we had a bit of a technical issue.
Interesting.
One of the players voting no to reset. So maybe
if it's a vote to reset due to the buy, that's not on. Round's live.
We're live.
And Snacks is... Okay, something's going to have to happen.
Not,
okay,
I think they started
take
moving.
it back. Yeah, they have to restart it. Again, someone's voting no.
Oh, Taz doesn't look happy about it. They're saying nothing's wrong, potentially. We don't have the chat access, so we can't really see. Something's going on. A bit of an altercation, perhaps. A disagreement. They're still not agreeing for it. So if you're just joining us, this is the 2-0 game between Virtus Pro and Gambit. Virtus Pro kicked off in emphatic fashion with a 5-0 start. We're asking again to back up from the previous round. 9 people have agreed.
One is still not, but they haven't said no this time.
Stubborn bugger on the other side doesn't want to do it.
The issue is they almost have to at this point. It's been forced in the fact that we're at 1 minute and 10. 13-10 as the score, but 1 minute and 10 left in the round.
The round's still going. I'm so confused.
I'll just be alley-walk in and kill them all.
Yeah, he goes, all right, you don't want to play the next, you don't want to reset, we'll take it.
Well, now they want to.
I'm sure that's not going to be the case.
We're not. We're assuming that someone on Gambit's the one that's not pressing yes. It could have been the other way around as well.
Well, the admins are there. We'll be underway momentarily. Gambit in a fantastic position, but it looked like people are going to force buy. That might not be the case. Maybe that was a misbuy. If you hit F1 of 3k, that's exactly the buy you'll get.
Do you know what happened?
What?
15 teams agreed not to use the bug, and 1 said no.
Oh, nice.
That's what it was. So the player that's voting no is actually at the hotel. We'll get that fixed momentarily.
We'll see what we can do. Well, number 24 should be underway momentarily. We'll take the game sounds away just to get his annoying beeps out of your ears. You can have our annoying voices for a second.
It's about as annoying as it gets.
Indeed. That's 13-10 is the current scoreline. It looked like it'd be a force buy from Virtus Pro. Maybe that was the case. They accidentally forced bought. Looks like everyone's on the server in terms of my POV moving around and looking fine. Headsets are on. And Neo did buy a Galil and armor. Maybe that was the mistake and they wanted to restart. Could have hit F1 and lost that. But they've restart and Neo still has the same buy. So he's still committed.
Fake news, by the way.
What's that?
The whole 15-1 thing. Big was literally at the hotel and didn't even get to vote, so that was misinformation.
I wasn't following that. Was that
no, it's just some of the altercations last night.
Yeah, okay.
I was memeing it, but I know some people will take the meme to be real,
exactly.
so I just have to clarify these days.
Definitely good to clarify.
Yeah.
Okay.
Speaking of Clara.
Go on.
Why'd you put these programs on my computer?
Why are you bringing so many memes out?
don't know, Henry. Why not?
Oh. We'll tone it down. We're coming to the closing sectors now. We'll keep the show on the road.
Somewhat civil.
On track.
Ooh, I see what you did. We're on train.
Exactly.
The train tracks. What if we derail?
That's not going to happen. I'm the captain of this ship.
Conductor. And it's
Conductor
not a ship.
of this train.
If you're the captain of the ship and it's in a train yard, you've already made a mistake.
Well, the unpause comes in. So Neo, he does not force buy. They'll take the partial here. So a little bit of intel for you there. Maybe that was the reason they wanted to restart. Missed buy, perhaps. Who knows? PT50s, Tech 9s, and 5 smokes. This will be a set piece. As I said before in the first half, these can be very deadly indeed. The Tech 9s, lots of run and gun potential there. Pushing through those smokes once they're deployed, bomb down, potentially. And see if that works out for them. Double orb setup this time. They're not live just yet. So we'll work out if we can see what's going on. We're loading the backup once again. Okay then.
Well, I guess we'll do it this time and hopefully be underway now.
Yeah, I think that was the problem. They didn't have a double orb on that reset, and now they've reset it again. Double orbs back out.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. All back to normal. Starting again from now.
Well, I see Tech 9 and P250.
Yes.
I do not see Galil.
It's no Galil. This is going to be a partial buy and a bit of an eco. No armor actually purchased apart from Bialy. And it looks like we're ready to get underway. Everyone's kind of getting fired up, talking again. Hopefully, see this run conclude momentarily. It looks like it's going to be very favourable towards Gambit, considering the Virtus Pro players do not have armor. They're currently at third stage loss bonus. So next round, they get $2,900. It was. I was right.
You were right.
It was a binding problem. So I called it, and it was correct. So if you have $3,000, you press F1, which is auto buy by default. I think you actually have to automatically bind that. I don't think it comes with CSGO. You have to bind it yourself.
Yes.
A lot of players do have it bound. That was what it was in 1.6 in source. You buy that, and it gives you whatever the best is available. So you have 3K, gives you Galil armor. That's what happened to Neo. So that's why I needed to pause. Bit of a kerfuffle for such a small issue, but
and then someone likely didn't have F1 bound to vote yes.
Yeah, that's right. That's probably what it was, right? That's probably
like,
could have been.
Neo was like voting no to himself. Ah, please.
Yeah. That's probably what it was. Oh well. Let's get back into it. Round number 24. Double orb setup. As we can see, the double orb setup is there. And Tech 9's P250's smokes. Not the set piece I was expecting. 3 players towards Ivy. Looking for that opening pick. No Deagles really. Tech 9 and P250 not amazing at that range. Sees for Taz and they're locked out by Incendiary for now. Should be a pretty simple round for Gambit, but the orbs miss one shot at that sort of range. PT50s could smother you. We'll see if that happens. Nice nade.
Nice nade. Yep, Snacks down. For round 14 or Gambit. Good nade. Snacks goes down to 62 HP. Closer and closer to the entrance. Hobbit's backed off from Cubby. Another good nade. They're all about the nades. No treble. Taz, tagged by so many of them, finally dies to Hobbit's hands. And with the ring, Pasha gets it back and rings his neck, pushes through. Oh, Dren. This is a shot up close on the AWP. That means he drops it. They'll have to rush over and scoop that back up and keep the double ops in play. 14-10 indeed, though, for Gambit. 2 to go. And guns back out for Virtus Pro.
Couple of kills there for Pasha, but it wasn't quite enough. Double digits for Virtus Pro. 14 for Gambit. On the trail for sure on the T side, but money coming back in their favour. 5 AKs, Molotov smokes, and a few flashbangs to boot as well. But that double orb setup looking quite deadly here for the Gambit side. Mo starting to find some form now, hitting some shots. So into round number 25. 1 round will do it. Playoff point for Gambit incoming.
Quickly to the stairwell and then drops to wait to see if anyone pushes in a response. Hobbit's boosted. Bialy spammed to the inside of the server, but not above where in which they were as he takes down Pasha.
I swear there's a footstep there as well when they jumped up. I think you see Pasha, he was ready for it. He knew they were behind that position, but somehow the smoke eluded him and he goes down. 5 on 4 now. Towards inside will go. The bomb's there. Brownhill's control. Surely. Oh, Neo just gives the kill away for 3 almost. Adren, perfect position to find it. Went for the wide peak, but Adren by this time, the 5 on 3. Tough times ahead for Virtus Pro. How do they recover this? They have no real map control apart from Brownhalls. Still with their smokes and Molotov. Snacks alive as well. He has to be the difference maker here. He's had a great game so far. 18 kills. Gonna have to dig a bit deeper here. Round number 25. Towards upper ramp. Who's that? That's gonna be Dosia. He's feeling brave. Doesn't work off.
Doesn't exactly work, yeah. You're brave all you like, but you can still be stupid. Not that he's stupid. He's just just one for the kids. You know, if you're at home and you want to be brave, you can still make a mistake. Pgl takes down Zeus. Taz on 10 HP. He's going to be gone. And it's Mo on the AWP, who finds Pgl immediately after it's over top of Yellow, and Adren will close it out. The double ops win. Map point for Gambit.
A little bit dicey there. Dicey's decision to push towards upper wasn't required at all. We saw some of those antics from VP in the first half. He goes down, gives them the winner opportunity. They strike. They get one more kill, but the double orb setup, once again, Adren and Mo shut them down. It's going to be playoff point, as we said, but the bomb does go down, and they've got maximum loss bonus. So another buy available, but it will take 5 rounds in a row. Both of these teams are 2-0, so winner goes to the playoffs, loser by no means goes home. They still have plenty of lives left in this tournament. It's just really nice to get it out the way, get a free day tomorrow.
Well, especially when if someone who could drop down plays Astralis.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't mean you get a day of not even playing tomorrow, right? So that's fantastic. Like, how cool is that?
Which amounts to 2 days overall,
you're right,
because Thursday is off day for the reset up in the arena.
Lots of time to practice, watch the games, download information.
Drink some wine. Sorry, download the games.
Download the games, yep, stay down. Don't drink.
Mo at Ivy tagged up down to 48 HP. Rotations will go both directions. They first send Mo back to Z connector, but no information. He rotates back into the A site instead.
Do or die, time for VP. We have some Ivy control here. Damage inflicted. That's all they've really got to work with so far. Running out of smoke. Still have their Molotovs. Have the passion to find this first kill, but it's Mo that beats him to the punch. Adren, this double orb setup cannot be stopped. Smoked out of position. It's up to Passion now to try and do what he can. Looking towards the backtracks. This could be it. Could be done. Nothing to work with, but Pasha trying to find this next kill.
Yep, does make one. Spin back for Adren, immediate counter. Neo takes out Zeus, however, it'll give them room as he finds Adren as well. This will pull it back to 2 versus 2. Watch for Taz, just barely getting inside of the site. Or detected. If Mo had gotten even an inch closer, and the AWP goes back towards Old Bomb instead. It's up to Doja to find room. M4.
Oh, this timing. Neo is looking away tentatively. Oh, God. Good work out for Dosia, but Neo is ready and waiting. To Mo now. AWP might just save the weapon. That was a 5-on-3. Plenty of money, but he doesn't fancy his chances. And VP somehow hold on there in round number 26. And they won't be making the playoffs just yet, but that was as good a chance of any. First 2 kills coming in. And Neo, who's been quiet all game, even with 3 kills in this round, takes a total to 11 after 25 rounds. Good lord. That should have been it. Gambit knew it as well. And they've given Virtus Pro some room to work with him. Now it's just going to take 4 rounds in a row. Neo stepping up, the legend of CS. Arguably one of the best of all time. Gambit still plenty of money. They do save the AWP. Mo was still $6,000 after dropping 2 weapons. I think they'll have the double orb set up this time, but we'll see what the final buy is. Scoreline now 15-11 for those listening on the wireless.
Watching in black and white.
Possibly.
Watching on mobile, more accurate these days. Watching on a BlackBerry.
Well, maybe aggression coming in towards Ivy here. 2 players set up. Very similar to what we saw from Neo and Snacks before. Albeit ready to be flashed in if needed. Mo there with the AWP, but Pasha knows there's a possibility. Watching the corner like a hawk. Doesn't want to give one of those kills away. He's ready for the push, but the flashbang, even though it comes in, he can fall back to the corner. So he's in a safe position for now. Bomber T-spawn in the back of Snacks. It's Taz and Neo hunting with Brown Horse control, but it's Zeus to get the first pick. He's been so good in this position, but he does go down to 19 HP.
Pasha getting ever closer on the AWP, however, as it's re-smoked. If he found the angle, he's thinking a push instead. If he found the angle, he might have gotten Hobbit retreating, but he's not done so. He's a brave one. We talked about brave and stupidity, Henry. He will back off. He will stay more traditional. Look at that timing. As Doji gets back inside of the site just as Neo looks over top of the boxes at Brown corner. Made through. We've known exactly where it came from, Pasha, based on the bounce and angle. In the B site, though, bombs. Hands of Snacks, it's nowhere near.
Damage. Be careful, Taz. Down to 50 HP. And it's Dozier, 5-on-3 once again.
Bombs it outer, though. Bombs it outer. If they force the rotation, Hobbit has a chance to shut this down. Snacks, he knows that Hobbit's there. He just killed Pasha. Has to get the Molotov in position there for instead. He's waiting to bait Hobbit out. Snacks takes damage from Flames. The Molotov therefore puts the nade in position, and Hobbit swings around to close the kill. Gambit, despite the team of Virtus Pro being at home, take pole position into the playoffs. The first team to qualify. I wouldn't have expected it, especially it's been so long since we've really seen an international event from them.
Absolutely. Who would have thought? 3-0 for Gambit after going 5-0 down as well. Great recovery, I have to say. Adren, what a performance as well. And that double orb setup, Matt, towards the end of the second half, nothing VP could do about it. They were shut down every single time.
Great performance, as always, from Gambit. I have to say always, because when they're at the majors, that is the case. And remember, Virtus Pro, yes, they have improved. Yes, they go 2-0 to start it off, but now in the 2-1 bracket, anything can happen in a Swiss system. So they've got to keep the foot down. They've got to make the playoffs in this event.
Yeah, still not a bad performance from VP. I think some of the big names were missing. Neo especially seemed almost absent in the first half and even in the second half as well. They had a couple of good rounds towards the end of the game, but it wasn't quite enough. Taz, not his usual self towards the inside bomb side as well, gave up a bit too much room there. And especially towards out, it seemed like Adren had way too much room to work with there. Sure, he was hitting some fantastic shots, but he shouldn't be in those positions. It seems like VP weren't really challenging enough at the key choke points.
Zeus having a little fun with the videographer.
Yeah.
Of Gambit, so you can look forward to watching that down the road.
Absolutely.
I'm impressed. I am. I didn't know what to expect from I guess both these teams coming into the major, because it is Virtus Pro. We know they can arrive at some point in time, but they've got to play tomorrow. They don't get the day off. And if they don't win the first game tomorrow, they're against elimination and play twice in one day, which can be a challenge.
Yeah, just to note as well, that's 2 days off for Gambit. First team to the playoff. That's all from us. We've got one more to go after this, but for now, it's over to Paul in the studio.
Thanks very much, Henry. Yes, we will, of course, go back to Henry and Sadikis for our final match of Big versus SK. Let's break things down, though, in game number 7 today, because we have a celebration, and it's a celebration in the CIS region. Gambit are your first team into the quarterfinals. Didn't think I'd be saying those words on this show today. No disrespect to Gambit, but they were not the favourites. They were not the big team that we thought would come through in 3-0, but they've done it in great fashion after a 5-0 comeback against Virtus Pro. Janko, it's an incredible achievement from this team that we haven't really seen an awful lot of over the last 5-6 months.
Yeah, they're definitely playing like a big team, that's for sure. Yeah, we haven't seen too much from them at the big events, right? We haven't seen them at the ECS finals, they haven't played that. Haven't seen them at Pro League finals, haven't seen them at Cologne, didn't get an invite and didn't want to play the qualifier, focused on the major. So the only thing we saw was DreamHack Summer, right? A bit underwhelming there. Obviously they managed to win Austin a month prior, but yeah, that's the thing with Gambit. That's been throughout this roster. You don't see them that much at big tournaments, but they are definitely putting the work in, constantly improving. You can see it even in this game. VP started off very, very strong, 5-0 up on the CT side. Some great aggression from them, but see how Gambit was able to adjust, win a couple of crucial rounds, and just retake the control of the game.
Yeah, I mean, at the start, Nat, did you think, wow, okay, VP are going to be tough to beat in this game?
Yeah, very cool to see. They had a very distinctive game plan, being aggressive. You saw Snacks and Pasha, especially Snacks, going really aggressive in alley, then Neo and Taz in their bomb side. And that was kind of the turning point. Once Gambit managed to keep Virtus Pro's economy kind of tight with in the second and third round in the force buy and the following eco round. And then when it came to that round where Taz and Neo were pushing in, they managed to trade off well and win that round. And then going further down in the half, you could see just the way Gambit managed to play a really nice, proactive, reactive Counter-Strike, however you want to put it, where Dosha gets a pick in T main. You have people pretty much the team is towards the inner bomb side, and they realize at that point that Taz is going to be alone in that bomb side. More likely, you're going to see a rotation coming in. If there's two guys on the inner bomb side, they go higher, they get Taz right away, they push in, and they get that bomb side in control, and that's when the economy after that round was in their favor, and VP started to just try to scrape through rounds.
It's some frustration, obviously, on the faces of some of the Virtus Pro players the longer that game went on, Janko, because it was getting away from them, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, in the second half, again, you could see VP have a couple of very good executes, like the outer fake that they did with 2 players just pushing up a ramp and getting an entry kill there. And they were getting like kills from their default. It would be like a almost slightly awkward 3v3 situation, something like that. And that's where Gambit was actually much better in those like high pressure situations where communication needs to be very much on point. Team play between like the 2 players or the 3 players. That's where Gambit did an excellent job of closing out those rounds.
And VP was really having much more focus towards top and teammate, in my opinion, compared to what they usually do. You know, not as much pressure towards Ivy, maybe expecting that their opponents would be putting more pressure as CT towards Ivy, therefore giving them more control of the front of that yard. But no, they got denied there so many times. And have to be mentioned, Adren. I mean, again, what a heck of a game from that guy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was that round where Gambit just wanted to fake the outer bomb site, send him out. He gets both kills on the VP players, and the Dosha, I think, was in Ivy, gets an extra one, and the fake just turns into a round win. The rest of the team comes back, and that's obviously very, very helpful for a team. But I feel that in some of those rounds, really, VP, even in the rounds that they were winning, they were a bit sloppy. When they should have had like 4 players left alive, it would be 2 players, and the first gun round they lose, they have to eco immediately because of that sloppiness.
All right, let's have a chat with our MVP for this particular game. There was no doubt in our minds that Adren was the MVP. Joins us from the player area right now. Congrats, Adren. You are the first team to be qualified to the quarterfinals of the PGL Major.
Feels good. Thank you for congratulations. I don't know. I feel great. I'm so excited to play on the arena.
Yeah. It's going to be fantastic for you. I think you're going to get a lot of support in the arena as well. This was obviously a tough match against Virtus Pro. They've bounced back from this supposed slump that they have. They're always a difficult team to play against, though, aren't they?
Yeah, it's always hard to play against Virtus Pro for us, especially because their game style is like hard for us to counter them. So I don't know, especially on train. I don't know, but we prepared a lot to detrain, so we've been like mentally ready for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, it fell down to train in the end, and you were obviously quite happy on that in the end. We were discussing various maps up here on the panel beforehand. Did the Veto go the way you thought it would?
We didn't expect that the Inferno going to be a second map, but we thought a little bit about to pick Inferno, but first we decided to pick train, so we decided to go and fight them on train.
It's a brave decision, but it paid off brilliantly. Natu and Yanko are here. I'm sure they've got some questions.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of stole mine. I was thinking about the veto as well. You know, if it was a curveball in their minds, and if they were thinking of possibly going for it. But just the aggressiveness from VP, was it a surprise to you guys to seeing, especially Sax and Pasha and Ivy all the time, just being all over you guys?
Yeah, I mean, like it was first 2 days, we planned some strats, but it went wrong.
Did you start leading again?
Yeah. No. I mean, we started leading like every player in our team started to lead it when they feel the call. So everything worked. But Zeus called all the time, like on T side. But we just give him some decisions that he can make it. So it was
listen, it helps when you go, fake outer from team main, you get 2 kills, and kinda you win the round right there.
Yeah.
I mean, ever since Zeus joined Gambit, you became kind of the star of the team, almost out of nowhere. You had great games for the team. So, what do you think is the main reason for that? Have you been putting in more hours? Is it the team playing around you a bit more, putting you in a position to succeed?
We became more strong mentality strong, and we just started to play more CS. I don't know, hardworking, and we started to play more CS.
Has it helped you, Adren, having had more breaks in between the last major and this major, and maybe you come in feeling a bit fresher?
Yeah, I'm feeling good right now because there was like 2 weeks, as I said before.
Yeah.
That was terrible 2 weeks. I can't.
But that's the secret, Adren.
Yeah,
now. Just play bad for 2 weeks on practices and boot camps, and then play games.
I didn't do even 10 frags. I was happy when I did 11 frags. I don't know what happened here.
I don't believe you for a second. I'm sure you just hit 30s every time you play. But
nevertheless,
well done.
Actually,
congratulations.
I have one more.
One more from Yanko.
I just remembered Neo's interview, and him saying that in practice, he was joking around that you guys are going to get kicked from the practice group because it just seems that you're fooling around in practice. It's just that you guys were actually having issues in practice, or was that maybe trying to scout opponents a little bit?
No. It was like we started to practice. Really serious, but when everything goes wrong. You can't hit your shots, and everything goes like terrible. We start to arguing each other, so it was terrible 2 weeks, as I said, and everything was bad for us in the practice, especially, and we didn't know what we're doing.
Okay, fair enough.
Sounds crazy. Yeah, sounds crazy to me. But you are the very first team to qualify for the quarterfinals of the PGL Major Krakow. So well done.
Thank you. I want to say sorry for all the pro players who is talked against us on the practice. So sorry, guys.
All right, good apology. I'll pass it on if they haven't seen it. Thanks very much, Adren, and we'll see you in the arena.
Thank you. Thank you.
And well done to Adren and his teammates, Gambit. Unbelievable story. They were playing absolute trash. Not my words, his words to me yesterday in practice for the last 2 weeks. Couldn't hit a barn door, basically, and have come here and destroyed 3 teams in a row, including Virtus Pro, and have become the first team to reach the quarterfinals. It's an incredible story, really, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Not on our radar at all to even reach the top 8, let alone be the first team to do it.
Yeah, I mean, but it kind of shows that if you're at least trying to practice properly, even if you're not succeeding in doing so, if the plan is correct, when it actually works, if
something
it works,
is working,
and in this case it was working, it can turn out great for the team.
I know it can also be a matter of focus, so for some players it's just really hard to find that right zone when you're practicing. So as long as you're practicing the ideas, the execution of them might be a little lackluster in practice, but once you hit the major, everyone's focusing 110%, the end result might be very different.
And I think that Eastern Europeans are notorious for it. You just look at how they perform online in even online leagues, right? You look no further than VP and some of the other teams, Navi as well, not really impressive online as much. You will always see a better performance from them online.
Yeah, we shouldn't forget, actually, they've got a couple of players from Kazakhstan. It's a long way away from Europe. The pings are awful when they play as well, so there is a little bit of that in there. Scoreboard on your screen, obviously, MVP for this one. There is no doubt in our mind who the MVP was. 121.4 ADR, 32 for 19, Adren.
Not too shabby.
For a man that couldn't get 10 kills in practice, that's not bad.
Yeah, and 8 of those, as you can see, 8 of those opening kills, as you can see, so a lot of impact for Adren across the board. I just love it when players say, when you ask them, well, you're playing so much better. Yeah. What's the reason? I just play more CS. Well,
who knew?
Thanks for that.
Who knew? It's that simple.
Just put in more hours. That seems to be the key.
Then when you do that, then you just find that zone and everything just goes as like a flow. It's beautiful.
One final thought for you. Virtus Pro now fall into the 2-1 bracket, which is good still, because they've still got 2 chances to get through the quarters. But they're now in with G2, Immortals, North, and Astralis.
Yeah, you're looking at that bracket.
And the loser of Big and SK, by the way, just to make it a bit harder.
You're looking at that bracket and you're thinking maybe this was their best chance to actually make the playoffs, right? You can get some very, very difficult opponents in the next bracket, but again, VP is a team that's here to win the whole tournament despite their form in the previous months. So you would expect
to beat everyone anyway.
They have to beat one of those teams in best of ones and even more difficult opponents in best of threes.
And I feel like any team that has to face them in the next round, I feel will kind of unconsciously feel kind of jitters because they are
at a major. The good thing about VP is they didn't beat themselves in this game. Yes, they made slight mistakes. Sure. Yes, it could have been a bit more disciplined, but it was nothing major. They were just outplayed by Gambit in this game and nothing to regret.
Okay. We're going to move on. Our next match is just around the corner. It's a huge one, a humongous one, a large one. It's Big versus SK.
Coming up next, Big versus SK Gaming.
Nå lanserer Telia Music Freedom, slik at du kan streame musikk uten å bruke data. Music Freedom får det automatisk på de fleste av våre abonnementer og koster ingenting ekstra. Les mer på telia.no.
Picks and bans. Playing CSGO. Guess the number of rounds in a certain match. Daily quest for all participants and all the best choice of payment systems. More than 600,000 users have already made their bets on the spectacular matches since 2011. EGB.com. You know for sure who's gonna win.
Grab your gear and let's go.
With the Strafe Esports app, follow your favorite teams and players, and you'll never miss a match again. Strafe, everything esports. Download now on iOS and Android.
Oh, crap.
Exclusive Black Equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Use the S switch to quickly access the setting and switch between save modes.
I capture the pawn at e5. You lose your queen. Check. I think like a 40-year-old and...
Staszek, you could help in the kitchen instead of playing with that gizmo all the time.
She just won't let me play in peace. TP-Link connects with passion.
Agent Lorraine Broughton, an expert in intelligence collection and hand-to-hand combat. We have a mission for you. Find out who's hunting down our operatives.
Shall we begin?
David Percival is your contact.
Let me help you with your bags.
For God's sake.
Remember, trust no one.
Someone tried to set me up. Well, then you knew that, didn't you? MI6, CIA, everyone's involved. I'm impressed. You've got some balls breaking in here.
You should see my balls, then you'd be really impressed.
I'll take your word for it.
Ready for action. Ready for action. But there's nowhere to go, and there's no way to slow. If I knew what I knew in the past, I would have been like that on your ass.
Oh my God, I think I love you.
That's too bad.
They have no idea he's up close.
They're looking for more. That's a third one coming in. Looking for the quad kill and nearly gets it.
Yes, there's one headshot and there's another.
And getting two big headshots, looking for more. Oh my God!
And he's gonna go on Team J all the round of the weekend.
Welcome back to the PGL Major Krakow 2017. Our third day is coming to an end, and it's coming to an end with a big bang in many ways than one. It's Cold Zero versus... Hold on. It's SK Gaming versus Big in our final matchup. I jest, of course. They're a great team. They've got great players. But Cold Zero's been absolutely on fire these last two games. He's averaged 35 kills. Averaged 35 kills, because that's what he's got in both maps so far. So, presumably, gents, there needs to be some shutdown happening in here, regardless of the map.
Must be nice to have him on the team.
Just avoid Inferno at this point. let's
Just
see.
don't play it. Don't let him anywhere near
Let's see if Cold Zero can play another map. Like, this is easy. Anyone can learn one map and get 35 kills. But
all right. Well, let's focus on Big for starters, because it has been a terrific tournament for them. I know there's been some controversy, and we've discussed it at length. I'm not going to go into that right now.
Because
the point is, they've still played some exceptionally good Counter-Strike.
I think, controversy aside, it's obvious that their T sides have been looking amazing, and the amount of preparation they did and the work they put into that without the whole jumping thing, like the way they take map control, the way once they take map control, how do they utilize it, how do they put pressure on their opponents, the changes of pace as well. A very, very well prepared and a very strong team all around.
Yeah, just being a great fan of the fact that they can really change the pace, as Janko mentioned there. Yeah, we see them, Inferno obviously being the map, we've seen them playing this tournament. First go for a slow grind towards Banana, and then in the right round, they'll go for mid-control straight away, go to the left, up in middle, to long way, and surprise their opponents off guard. And just the way they, like, all the details they do right now, similar to SK. I think SK is obviously on a different level, but still I think Big has been able to kind of get all the details all together so well that it looks like a well-oiled machine.
And also, I mean, the guy on your screen, Legia, the molly he uses for balcony and car, that shows you like the new things that they've find out as well and they implement in their tactics.
Yeah, it must be a joy for you guys as analysts to be able to watch teams like this when it's very strategical like that.
It is the favorite type of team to watch, because you can see like all the thought put into it, how the game plan is clear, how with every round that works you are basically prompting a reaction from the enemy team for the next gun round, but you're already one step ahead. You know what you want to do, you know, you can see the big picture, and when it works out it looks amazing.
Yeah, one issue for them has been that they've been a little timid at some points. You're kind of wasting a little bit too much time on the build-up process. Then they've giving them very little time for the actual, execute to the bombs, that hitting, getting the bomb down, so that if the bomb carrier dies, they can be in a situation where their runtime's out. But I don't feel they should be feeling any pressure at this point in time. They've exceeded their expectations in terms of how they've played. Now they're going against SK as a massive underdog, obviously, so they can go just enjoy the game, do their thing and see how do they fare. Since both teams do have a very, very nice tactical approach to the game, how do they fare against the real big dog?
Okay, let's take a look at SK Gaming. Obviously, they've had flawless games so far. They talked about Burnout coming as this, or Fallen did anyway, Janko, and actually hasn't made any difference to them whatsoever. If anything, it's helping them.
If anything, they've been burning everyone else, especially Cold Zero, right? Yeah, obviously a great team. They've been looking the most dominant so far in the tournament. Really does seem like with every passing tournament they've attended here in Europe, they've improved more and more, looking better on some of the maps that you were maybe questioning their prowess on beforehand, which is obviously going to be very, very important when it comes to the playoffs and those best of threes. But yeah, it's the million-dollar question right now is, how do you beat SK Gaming?
Yeah, I'm speechless a lot of the time, to be honest with you. I don't give standing ovations a lot of the time to small little plays in Counter-Strike, but this team has had me do that quite a few times recently. Just the way they, first of all, let's talk about retakes, for example, how they utilize that extra 10 seconds into it. Really just gathering up, having every single inch of the bomb site thought out, and you can just see how well they can play off each other, make sure if one player is holding a certain angle, they'll have a teammate that knows what to do next, and then they'll flash for each other every single time. You'll see even like a 2-on-3 or 2-on-2 situation before the bombing wings gets planted. They'll utilize all the utility they always have to peek corners. They'll jiggle peek, 3 times, making like 1-on-3s impossible. I remember in Cologne, for example, they played against FaZe and Alu was in quad. You saw a guy come from car. He just jiggle peek 3 times, and the other guys would be penciling in from another part of the map to make it impossible. So it's just like they do everything flawless, I guess is my point here.
I think SK doesn't really communicate. I feel like they are, an advanced advanced race like the Protoss. You know, they just have the Kala,
nice
and
StarCraft nods.
and they know like what everyone like. I have never seen a team besides maybe Fnatic in their heyday that's so much on the same page when it comes to those little things that Nato was talking about.
Yeah, a little nod to NIP in the early days as well, because they didn't say anything for round after round sometimes, and they just seem to know what they're doing. Anyway, vetoes are in, and it's Big that are going to ban first. They're going to get rid of Mirage and Overpass. We were discussing this a little bit off air, weren't we?
Yeah.
What are they going to do here?
This is where both teams don't play Nuke, and Big actually had to gamble and let SK veto Nuke here. And the question is whether these teams will play anything besides Inferno. The answer is not.
No.
Both of these teams have played.
So let me just clear this up for everyone watching at home. Regardless of who wins, the team will have gone through to the quarterfinals playing one map.
Yeah. Which is pretty shocking, and to see it play out like that.
It's kind of okay though, because they've both been on fire this tournament.
Listen, how do you even go
Inferno?
on
Fire? No.
Like you can always study.
I'm here all week.
You can study your opponent, right? But like you watch that Astralis game, for example, from SK. You're like, well, let's neutralize the goals there, and we're good here, boys.
Yeah, but how would you do that?
Yeah,
That's
you don't.
But if anyone can I just throw this in the mix? God B can find a way, can't he? Or can not even God B find a way?
I'm not 100% convinced because, Coldzera enjoys this map very, very much. I think at this point you can't expect from him to have 30 kills on Inferno. But on the other side of things, what happens if he doesn't get that type of a performance? Game against Penta, the first one, he kind of bailed out SK there, those 2 consecutive rounds towards the end of the game 4K. Then against Astralis, I mean, you're not going to have a 13-2 T-side half. Not against Astralis, against any team probably again. So if he is not on fire to close out those rounds and to really deliver for his team, if they have to work more for it, who is going to be the next player that's going to step up, and can they do it as a team?
And positives, on a big side, I think first of all we said how good and stylistically diverse they can be on their T side, but also on the CT side, they found manners how to take off map from the Ts. They can push down banana a lot. You saw them even be really reckless on just pushing down middle. Having a good old VP strat in that sense. So they have a lot of different ways, kind of trying to make you think things. And we talked about on the T side how they like to plant seeds in your head too. They'll have certain manners of playing slowly, but then they'll pick up the pace.
Trying to mess with you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that's the cool thing about Big, and that's something to really look out for when you're watching a game.
Thanks very much, gents. We're going to leave it there at the panel. We'll get more, of course, from both of our panel members at the end of this game, regardless of who wins this one. I wonder, as we head over to our commentary team for this final game of the day, if he gets 35 frags again, do they just rename the map D Coldzera? Let's find out how we get on with Big versus SK.
If Inferno were to be named Coldzera, it would be like hell freezing over. But he has been exceptional in this event, I have to say. Yeah. So too a Big. I had them, I'm not going to lie, as a dark horse. I had them as a team playing so structured they could catch teams off. I did not expect them to be in a position to potentially go 3-0.
Potentially as well. So if you look at their kind of rivals, I guess, in the form of Penta, they've already played SK. They almost beat them, right? They went 10-0 down and still almost came back. SK did not look comfortable on this map, especially on the T side. We noticed it when we were casting it in the earlier stages. Their T-side executions, which we've known them to be so amazing on, historically on this map, the B-side, Molotovs, all the smokes, that's always so pitch perfect, didn't really seem to be arriving there. They're relying heavily on that man who's screen right there, Coldzera. 35 kills in both games, both on Inferno. Could it be a third showing? Who knows? But obviously, the heavy favourites, the number 1 team in the world right now, SK Gaming, up against Big. A bit of a wild card of the tournament. Who would have thought they'd be 2-0 map?
Controversy aside, they have played very well.
We should address it, I guess. We don't want to undermine their viewers. Everyone knows what's happened so far. There has been a crouch bug or a jump bug, whatever you want to call it, that's used primarily on Inferno, normally towards the broken wall position. And there is a gentleman's agreement as of now. It's not an official rule, but the players have agreed they weren't using it. And to be fair, Tabson has been using it a lot towards that B position where you can jump up and look over players, get flashed in. And sure, it's part of the game. It's obviously frowned upon, but it's not cheating, as I said. It's not against the tournament rules.
And the other one was Next that was behind. I can't remember which side it was, but behind the hay bales in pit. They're not the only team that had been using it. They're not the only team I've seen potentially using it since the agreement was made. In fact, Big hasn't played since the agreement was made. And yes, they were part of that. Don't be misled. They absolutely agreed to do it. So all 16 teams have the gentleman's agreement. Now, I did talk to Nothing a little bit about that, just briefly, sort of this isn't an official statement from him, but just he kind of said it is hard to monitor it, and it's easy to do by accident. So it's if it's being repetitively abused that it'll become an issue.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Obviously, nothing can really happen in a gentleman's agreement. It's just something they've agreed to do. You know, like there'll be no punishment either way. They could use it as many times as they want and be very cheeky with that, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Both these teams, obviously, especially the likes of God and Fallen, Legends will be very disappointed in their boys if they go against that, I think. So I'm sure this will be a nice, clean game, and it should be quite a good one as well. Big have proven themselves to be tactical masterminds. Look out for that that B execution as well. We love that. That's those smokes in front of the B bomb site itself, splitting through CT spawn, going through ruins. Very stifling for the CTs to manage it. Not many teams that can hold that one off. And I'm sure they win the pistol, get rolling. You'll see it down the first gun round. That's when they usually get rolling. And Big are one of those great teams as well. As soon as they get good money control, they have like a 4-0. They're very good at changing the pace of the game as well, getting straight up middle after they've shown a set piece. So the likes of Tabson, he's, I would say, world class at this point. He's going to be amazing property to look after in CSGO. Like, a lot of teams will be interested in what he can bring to a team, I think. He can speak English, one of the highest brackets we have in Europe right now in terms of raw aim. He's amazing. He's loving this German organization. It's a new project, been around since January. And what a project it's been. 6 months in the making. They've made it to their first major, mainly thanks to the Mario screen. What a player he's been, absolutely. We obviously got some big names in there as well, like Godby and Nex. Nex, obviously, from former Mouse Sports tenure. Very skilled player back then. Not so much anymore, but this tournament has been decent for him, I have to say. He seems to be getting better as the months roll by. And we'll see if we can go toe-to-toe with the likes of coldzera, Phelps, Fur, Borden, pretty much all of them. But SK, certainly not in perfect form right now, I have to say. Like, the fact that coldzera are just about getting past teams like Penta with a 35 bomb from Cold, it does send a message out that they can be beaten after having a 10-0 lead as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, after having a 10-0 lead, and we've mentioned it both in that game and now, but the lackluster placement of utility, those Molotovs were invented essentially by SK, and yet they still flubbed them. I don't really like that word, but they flubbed them.
Okay, I like that. I've never heard that word. Flubbed.
I knew you'd like it.
Yeah, it's quite nice.
Remember the movie Flubber?
Rest in peace, Robin Williams.
Oh, don't do that. Now you've made me sad.
Yeah. Well, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. We're back into it. SK Gaming versus Big, the final game this evening. Just to reiterate as well, the winner of this game goes to the playoff. Loser does not go home. They will be indeed playing tomorrow. Winner gets a couple of days off. It's quite nice. Must be nice. And we'll get into it. Pistol buys come in. Glocks, 2 smokes, 3 smokes, Molotovs as well. This will be very technical from Big. They're known as a strategic team. See what they bring to the table here. Maybe a aggression from the CT side. Quite passive, in fact, as well. Let's see what they bring.
So far, they'll bring some speed to at least the apartments at the top of alt mid, but they won't go much beyond it. Next looks back down to consider the fact that anyone could be pushing from Banana.
Fallen's actually got towards that Logs position as well. Bigger could be aware they've got no control of that whatsoever. They probably have to commit quite soon. I would say a smoke towards Arch side, maybe Library as well, in front of the pit. Molotov towards a broken wall, potentially. We'll see if that comes in. They'll just be making their way to the bomb site. I love this so far from Big. It's up to coldzera to defend.
Hold high ground. Good shot on the first one. Can't get the head on the second one, though. And all of a sudden it turns. Legia Kiev, Godby, and Legia again falling down on the rotation. Big up 1-0.
Really nice stuff there. Perfect execution from Big. You see how quick those kills come in as well? The top right, this couldn't keep up with the amount of frags coming in there from the Big side. 4 in total. And then the final kill coming in from Legia. And it's Fallen. They're in a great position as well. They had 4 players on the A side there, Matt. They were ready for that play. Couldn't find the shots. coldzera gets 1 kill. That's it. 1-0. Favor the underdogs. SK Gaming will be force buying in the second round here. We have scouts available, CZs, 3 of those, and coldzera. He's a menace for the Desert Eagle on Inferno, so watch out for him. This round certainly won't be easy for Big. Looking for the 3-0. It's Fallen, though. We'll be trying to stop them. First shot doesn't land, but that's what a player T steps.
Shot from Tabson to take out Fallen. Scout doesn't amount to anything. Cold could potentially pick it up. He's hesitant to do so for obvious reason. Molotov gets inside of the hallway at the apartments, but it's over toward B, by which the bomb is approaching. It's Fur inside of the site alone. Good look at it as Fur's behind the statue, or the fountain, I suppose, to be more specific. Smoke. CT as well. Flash hits Ferb. They'll be able to see his kneecaps sticking out from underneath, and he'll need a few knee replacements for the next round. Ferb next takes down Ferb. Kiev to look towards CT. Mac 10. Getting aggressive for the retake this time because the scout's been grabbed by Coldzera. There's head armor for Phelps and a CZ-75.
Clean round from Big, I have to say, Matt. Now a single rifle to work with there as well. 4 UMPs and a Mac 10. They find both kills required towards the B side of the site. Third Fallen can do nothing about it. We have to save the upgraded weaponry here for the SK side. CZ's a scout as well. Phelps with head armor. Won't have a chance here as he gets taken down by Tamsin. It seems like he's getting in the zone here. A few kills with him. He's on 3 and 1 so far. One of the players you don't want to allow to get into his zone. Can be very, very deadly. Going Coldzera. All save the Deagle, Scout and CZ. So this Coldzera can either drop the Scout to Fallen, which would make sense at this point. I'm sure he'll do that. Throws that over. Keeps the Deagle for himself. And has to be a Felica here. Big, gonna get that. 3-0 start on the T side. It's really promising stuff for them to kick things off. Let's get into it, shall we?
If you insist.
I'll give it a go. Fallen. Scout, presumably going to pick towards top middle once again. Actually going towards B, in fact. 3 players there. They always have a chance to win these rounds. All it takes is that Scout shot to come in, Deagle shot from Coldzera. The round can be turned around.
Scout at the ready, nade in. It's to significant detriment. SK have to fall and scatter. They couldn't land the Scout shot from Fallen either. Bomb waits inside of Banana. Big is a little quick to take over the map control in Banana this time. Again, against pistols and just the one Scout. Playing a much slower style than what we've seen. And it is Flipside and Big that have been the 2 execute-heavy teams.
Yeah, absolutely. For now, methodical stuff. Doing that initial damage towards Banana. Good nades at the corner. Sends Fallen and Phelps packing. Fur takes the brunt of it as well. Now just walk up, contact play, using the buddy system. Anyone that goes down needs to be a refrag available. Looks perfect so far. Coldzera, he's got the Deagle and Graveyard though. We'll keep our eyes on him for now and see if he can do anything about this. There it is, finds the first shot, looking for more.
He's still in Graveyard, he's limited. He cannot get out of this position. They have to take the fight against him. He's got good damage and the Flames will take down next. Get your 1s and your Gs. As Fallen comes out from Library, Scout in hand, jumps up, spots a player retreating inside of the doorway and realizes it's too late to hit the shot.
Should be the round concluded, but still within a chance of SK. They'll boost up at the smoke, looking towards the apartments. I don't think they'll get a kill here. And without the kids as well. A little bit hairy there. Coldzera hitting a nice shot, but here we go. The final commitment. Might get one more kill, but Lagear says no. Double frag for him and taps to finish things off. 3-0 for Big. It's been achieved. A little bit dicey towards the end, but they're happy with that. 3 UMPs. This is definitely a bonus round. Going forward as well, we might not have head armor on one of the players. Okay, they do manage to get 4 sets. Fallen glass cannon though, so these UMPs can be very effective. This is when you do a fast tactics, when you go for the full execution. Maybe that wall of smokes towards the B side. That would be great. That would be perfect right now. Even a fast rush up towards middle and try and shut down Fallen, who without armor can be very vulnerable. I'm interested to see what Gobby strategizes here and makes a Taylor try and make these UMPs their most effective.
Glass cannon certainly could help the SMGs if Fallen doesn't find the opening shots. He's also playing in an area which has been naded multiple times.
Absolutely. And he got naded in the previous round there, so he needs to be very careful. Not going towards the T-step space, but nothing too fast just yet. I was expecting Big to just throw a spanner in the works and try and set the tone for the game and make SK feel uncomfortable. Retorting up very passively, keeping the underpass watching Banana.
They're going to leave the glass cannon alone as well from Fallen. He's dropped back off the wall, but Fur's going to rotate.
Once he's established, that's okay. He's vulnerable when he's on that corner, like you said, to grenades. And now they can send 4 players towards the A side of the map. Fallen, his objective, 1 kill, fall back, hold a different line.
Smoke set Gobby at bench, which I think lands front library on the one that he was looking at lining up before he... So he set himself in position, then pulled out the gun to see if they're going to peek, but before he pulled out the gun again. I guess he'll give up on it. It looked originally as if it was going to go that position, but they've thought better of the idea. Smoke in front of Pit. Smoke over to his left at Arch as well. He's now dissolved to allow Kiev a better angle toward the Arch. AK-47 has to pursue, and Fur will take down 1 and 2. Phelps actually gets the second, but no matter, because he's down to next just after. He doubles up. It's Cold inside of the site instead, though, that's made the difference for SK. Low HP for the wraparound on next 12, in fact. And he's the bomb. He's dropped by Taco. It's also Lagia and traded immediately.
Nice job there, considering the situation. 3 UMPs and a couple of AKs to bring it down to a 2 versus 1. Lagia gets that final consolation frag, but not really much he could do to get the bomb down, but still plenty of money. Bucket loads for Big here. They keep the CTs modest. Win this round, that's a really harsh reset. And you can see SK not looking comfortable. UMP for Coldzera, Phelps down to a Famus, all back out for Fallen. He's got the body armor, of course. But still, SK not looking dominant just yet. And try number 5. Key for the AWP himself as well, so huge investment for him. Those are Fallen. Will be towards middle, Banana as well. This time, he will indeed going aggressive here, looking for that initial shot. Flashbang's good though. That's the full backslide, but still wants to fight.
Falling back all the way inside of the site. Burr does the same, and in fact, I think that back Fallen's not going to go inside of the site. Immediately, he rotates around Ruins to get Coffin instead. Meanwhile, smoke at the end of the apartments and a smoke in front of B. Bomb thrown back to him as well. 58, and they're still in the mids. Same smoke they threw last time to isolate toward the pit, which, by the way, that smoke placement would actually block off anyone trying to use the bug, which hopefully no one will, as we talked about already. Taco, though, Graveyard, same position, Cold played on the Deagle, and he waits this time, but unfortunately the Molotov lands and spews into exactly where he is. Gobby's able to trade Cold. Bombs picked up, gathered, and planted toward default as Gobby goes back inside of the pit. Fur's already on site, but Fallen is a long way away.
Yeah, and he's got the AWP as well. Has to wait for him to try and get that opening pick. It's a 3-on-2 situation. I think they might be saving.
Yeah.
They're out. They know the gravity of the situation there. They lose this round, it's a full reset. They need weaponry going forward here. The AWP might be able to carry them for a round, but Big, once again, slow and methodical, get that mid control. Decent execution. Players coming for the apartments, Arch and Quad. The smokes are good. The Molotov's perfect. It takes Coldzera down at Graveyard. They seem to have a read on the setup from SK Gaming. They've adjusted those Molotovs to actually shut down certain positions. I haven't seen that from Big yet. The Molotov at Graveyard. So that's obviously something they've worked on, and it works perfectly there. 3 players surviving. Harsh reset for SK now. And it looks like we do have a game on our hands. I was expecting SK to run away with this one, but it's looking very promising from the Big side, I have to say. Fur finds 1 more kill on the Formula Gear. That's all we'll get. They will save the 2 weapons and can force around it. That could be their unraveling. This is a force by Intuit. And we'll see whether that limits him for the rest of the half. So UMPs, Famuses, and that AWP. I think Fallen probably wants to go towards middle here, wants to challenge, but Keeves could be aware. The AWP saved. He'll be holding very defensively, just holding tight angles and hoping Fallen walks into his crosshair. He goes towards Banana, in fact, Fallen. And trying to do what they can. Keeves, like I said, holding that tight angle at T-steps. Molotov to the top of Banana to deny Fallen any sort of aggressive play. We'll smoke down towards bottom, and this is the classic Fallen boost we've started calling it. Right in the corner, seeing any players crossing over to the logs. Oof, taps in. You know he's going to hit that shot. Package with the knife as well.
He's got the wrong... Yep, certainly does. Taps it in. You never want to give him an inch. Takes certainly way more than a mile. Yeah. Into the site, though, gets very sloppy, and it's all gone blue. In your top right, the obituary says SK has something to celebrate. 2-man advantage. Next, found immediately after. Tapson's the last alive, despite being the one to open it. That could have gone so much better.
Yeah, the Gear had to hit that shot. Relatively easy. Lost control of the spray. As Tapson had found that opening shot, they seemed to be a bit carried away at that point. Made the commitment. Could have gone perfectly for them, but that second frag, once that got shut down, Tapson wasn't looking in the right direction. They're still laughing, though. Gobby's happy. They still have the lead, 4-2. And it's going to be the double AWP setup. It's going to be one of the strongest setups you can have on the CT side. It can be countered quite easily, but for now, Fallen and Coldzera. SK flirted the idea of having Taco as a secondary AWP for a while, but it seems like Coldzera seems to be back in that role full-time once again. Round number 7, 4-2 for Big. They have to take an eco here. Deagles, PT-50s, and some Tech 9s as well. Head armor for Keeves and Tapson.
Cold's looking to peek down mid. See anything? Backs away. Apartments again for Big, and you could bet your bottom dollar they would have spent time last night reviewing SK. Trying to predict what has been somewhat of a curveball in the fact that the vetoes are very different, and some teams haven't exactly gotten maps that they would have wanted or expected. Don't know exactly how SK play. Shots Taco. Phelps is in the crossfire with him. Nex and Kiev, though, do get it back. So Pistols actually do decent because there's guns grabbed for it. Tabson's got an AK picked up, but it is Coldzera going back to Graveyard again that finds the next kill. They'll know he's there, and he's going to relocate inside of the sights. Still spotted by Tabson, but good headshot on the USP, and he closes it out. Good movement from Cold.
Pretty comfortable around there from SK, giving a couple of frags away, but that was only going to there for Big. Coach, the notepad out. Waiting for the pause to chime in. Four available.
He's been writing it down every round. I don't know if it's trends based on position or something that he's seen from his own team.
It'll be money, just tracking, watching out where they are, what kind of kills they're getting, kill rewards, and working out when he can call with their eco, what kind of buy they have, with double orbs are viable for them. That's what I'd be doing as a coach. I've always thought that's going to be an important part of the game, just keeping track of that stuff. Just so your in-game leader doesn't have to think about it.
Good shot, Coldzera again to take down Tabson, so the double op in Cold's hands is certainly effective. They set it on the desk. Paul said it. 35 kills he had last time on this map. If he gets another 35, what a major he's having as well. I think his rating was 2.0 or so coming into this.
70 frags on 2 maps. That's not bad at all.
Sign my mouse pad, Cold.
I'll see what I can do. I know him quite well.
Do ya?
Yeah. I'll introduce you one day. Yeah.
Be an honor. Cold will wait at the door. They go out. Flash works for Cold, but not for Phelps. Finds 2. Cold steps back out with his vision restored. And his aim while attack to find Nex. Immediately after that, Lagia will fall. Pretty straightforward. 4-4. SK back into it. So Big impressed you early, but SK still hanging in as you'd expect them to do at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely. Bouncing back from what could have been a very dire situation. Now 4-4. Going 3-0 down. SK Gaming looking much better. Now we have the timeout, like we said. A chance for the coach to chime in and to give his information. They are limited in terms of money. So Gobby delivering the inspirational speech right now. Working out what the next game plan is. So let's discuss it. They won't really be buying into this round. In terms of loss bonus, they'll have 4th stage after this round, after this one. So $2,900. So you can't really invest too much money into this round. Number 9. But joining us. This is another playoff game. Whoever wins this game will go 3-0 and actually find himself a day off tomorrow and Thursday. And find himself the second team joining Gambit to make the playoffs.
Picture that for Big.
Amazing.
So what a story as well, because the minor, they reverse swept from the lower bracket in the playoffs to win the minor itself. They then went to the qualifier, lost a map, but went through, I think, 3-1 overall.
Exactly.
They played in Cologne, believe this or not, in a show match, as it was referred to, the Meisterschaft Championship. Oh, Coldzera down middle, nearly gets one more with the pistol. And they weren't allowed to do walk-ins because they had to earn it. And I remember saying to myself, well, Big's better lately than some of the teams here, so maybe they will earn it soon, while they are earning their wear and worth right now at the Major. 4-4 against SK early on. Money in the favor this time, though, with the Brazilians, and they're going to fall back after damaging Kiev, but not getting a kill. Try and hold the sights with crossfires and the advantage of weapons.
Ooh, shot there from Coldzera. Can't find the kill there. It's going to be Taco and Phelps doing work with the AK. Spray down through the smoke. They're going to finish things off. Lots of damage inflicted. 5-4 now for SK. They take the lead. Pretty comfortable round overall, all things considered. It's just PT50s and some deals there. Big now with another buy available. No Kiev AWP, but it hasn't exactly had massive impact. He's on 3 for 7. Looking at some of the other big names, of course, Tabson, as he usually is, at the top of the scoreboard. Very, very talented and consistent player, I have to say. There's Taco jumping out from the apartments. As we enter round number 10. 5-4 in favour of SK. Double up set up once again. Fallen and Coldzera. Makes sense. 3 players towards B at the very start. Opportunity to set Fallen up at the car position. They can fall back. Or they could challenge at the very start as well. Grenades being thrown, as long as the smokes as well. Molotov to lock in the terrorists if anyone does get caught out of position.
There's into banana, but no one could be pushing up. Fallen still not sure exactly where he wants to position himself on the AWP. Nade out from Logs, knows a player's there, therefore, but can't get the shot. Gotta be careful. Fur and Phelps both took that nade directly in the face, both on 52 HP. And with that nade damage going in, it might be the first time in a while we've seen Big go toward B, falling through the wall. Wouldn't have been surprised if he'd hit with 2 players jumping behind it.
Yeah, lucky not to get any damage there.
Corner boost, new box for Fur in an emo position. Third player, Cold, has rotated, or rather, excuse me, I think it was Phelps, it was, rotated back over toward A. So Fur's going to have to do damage.
Just to note as well, that's Fallen's first kill.
Wow, that's shocking.
I didn't even notice that. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah, normally we pick on it. I guess it's also partly in fact that so much action's been on A.
Yeah.
Smoke wall. This will be the wrap through ruins. Big did this yesterday. They did it though.
Yeah,
they missed the smoke. They missed the smoke. The smoke's on top of the roof, so they have to stop to make sure no one's going to arrive towards CT, because typically they go deep smoke, quicker wrap. They still get there due to the timing of the rotation, but that could have been very costly. Coffee will identify that. Fallen will identify at least a kill. Nearly gets a second. His next immediately gets Fur after Lagia all the way inside of ruins. Good shot. Taps in as he snaps around.
Yeah, this tactic seems to work every single time. No one can actually hold it off, it seems. Even with a missed smoke, like you said, they find the timings, get through ruins, and the AWP have that close range. Fallen, that's his bread and butter. Gets 2 kills in the round, but that's all he gets. He's now 2 and 4. So the first round he frags. Doesn't equate to a round victory, unfortunately. Big tie things up 5-5. That tactic, we've got to see it from more teams, surely. It seems to be so good. We don't see it for anyone else but Big. It seems to be so like versatile, and you can just smother the CT to presumably blocks like first oranges, new boxes, or coffins. Nothing they can really do, and the flashbangs come over as well. It's so well coordinated.
It could definitely be adapted to be a reverse wrap through to CT.
Yeah, right.
Worst case scenario
really,
as well.
Because we have the B split right now. We've got a banana split. We go towards middle arch. You go through CT spawn. You could definitely do that the other way around. Get all the pressure, all the rotations. Catch CT's Z knife without rotating towards B. Right. That could be quite an awesome idea. I like that. Definitely more to be done with Inferno, I think. We'll see. 5-5. Money not in the bin just yet for SK. Double op setup still rolling strong. Fur and Fallen, they're low money. The other 3 players after reinvestment of about 2k each. Big. Back in the AWP themselves, that's for Keith. There was a chance there.
Needs to go on the right. Smokes at both top mid and all the way over toward Atrium. Taps in, goes quick. Cold Zero's quicker. Gets a second as well as the bomb will go down and follows it up. They're all lining up. Cold Zero with an ace. A beautiful one as well. And he's elated for good reason.
My God. He does seem to be the king of Inferno generally, not in the Pacific area. What a performance that was. 5 shots, 5 kills. AWP masterclass there from the world's best player. It's going to be 6-5. I'm sure we're getting a replay of that. Why not? Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Didn't miss a beat. That's so rare. 5 shots and 5 kills, Matt. Especially at that range as well. How sick is that?
Look at the eyes. He's calling all time. Yeah, absolutely. He was if that was in the auditorium, he would have stood up and done the cheer, and then he realized, oh wait, no one's here.
He wants more. 6 shots out of 6.
Not bad. Gets aggressive. Phelps will back off. Fur goes more. Look at Fur all the way in behind them. Won't be an ace this time for Cold with this positioning. 1, 2, 3. Line up through the window. Perfect play. Back. Goes down below to look for the last remaining player. Tapson is the last. And he will go down. Phelps to push through. Impressive stuff from SK.
Yeah, really cool stuff. Managed to keep all 5 players alive. Cold Zero's getting pumped up now. Another player like Tabson, you don't want to get warmed up like that and start hitting those shots and getting that confidence. Goes towards second mid, shuts them down. They try and get the refrag, but the crossfire set up, and they manage to run away with the round once again. 2 in a row for SK Gaming off the back of Cold Zero's absolutely brilliant performance there.
And what an ace to get, considering the economic battle, the back and forth. Big already have 5 rounds. They break them down immediately after. That is so huge from Cold.
What's coming in? Could be technical. I'm not 100% sure. The admin I've called that one. I'll have a look. And it's going to be an eco by the looks of things, or a partial buy at least from Big.
I love going to Reddit news section after
Just getting that up. Was the whole page flooded with
actually, they cleared the entire news section.
Okay, just to have that. Well, there we go.
Oh, there it is. Not bad. What a round. What a round indeed.
Yeah, that's
hopefully we get more like that throughout the weekend when we've got the crowd behind it. But again, important for SK to get this up to 7-5 and now have a chance to go 8.
Round number 13, as I said, looking likely to be a partial buy here from Big. We have got the coaches talking, so I assume it is just a regular pause. Big, after that great start, going up 4-1, find himself at 7-5 now. He's having a game. 16 kills, 5 deaths. Tabson, his rival, if you will, 9 for 9. He's dropped off in the last few rounds. Kiev, 3 for 10. The Orpa of Big, not really having much impact. Same story for Fallen, though. He's on 2 for 4. Coldzera seems to be proficient at all disciplines here in CSGO. Rifle or pistols. Maybe not so much shotguns, but we'll see. Maybe a pause on out later on. We get into round number 13 now. Ooh, an AK from Tabson there. Cheeky last-minute purchase. There we go. If there was a player to do it, it would be him. We saw Simple what he could do with a single AK and on his Tech 9s earlier in the tournament. Good nade though. Ooh, doesn't actually land any damage. Looks perfect to me.
Pistols and the 1 AK. We saw 1 AK work already in this event for Simple and Na'Vi.
Just said that, Matt.
I know. But we'll see if Tabson can echo it.
Okay.
Molotov inside of the door. Boiler, that'll be extinguished immediately after. No one's inside of it, so they go for the longer version of delay. Phelps in Atrium. No one going for a boost yet so far on SK, because we have seen Phelps get boosted up there a few times in recent history, including in Cologne to good success. They've been playing, I have to say, Graveyard a lot.
Graveyard seems to be an important part of the map, especially Coldzera as well. It's going to be Taco this time in that position, obviously with the AWP this time. Coldzera wants to be playing a little bit harder in the bomb site. Phelps towards the quad position. Coldzera to back him up as well. Try and bait him in as he faces towards Boiler. Could find his first shot. It's been an absolute menace with the AWP. Looking to take Tabson down. He's got that AK. Hits him. Can't quite find the kill though. Phelps to find 2. Coldzera chiming in as well. Bomb drops.
Good shot. Godby and Legia actually gets one as well over the shoulder. Flash through the smoke. Aggressive AWP. Legia gets Taco down as well. But Fur is the man that's going to shut this down. Bomb to plants. Does get money in. Hang on, because Godby actually got his gun out in time to actually take challenge with armor. Pulls another nade. Flash catches them, but unfortunately he's walked into a Molotov. And that's going to be the end of it. SK going to find 8. Close considering the money. Did you know that Simple also went with 1 AK once in this event?
No, I didn't know that.
There you go.
Well, yeah, it's interesting.
Pay attention, Henry.
I'm trying to keep up. Well, SK, 2 AWP surviving once again. They really are looking sharp as this first half has got deeper and deeper. It's round number 14. They've won the half now, 8-5. 3 in a row for them. Bomb Plaza means Big can indeed bring out the AKs once again. Kiev, I haven't been a fan of the T-side AWP. Generally, I don't like it on Inferno. And he goes for the AK-47. He's hardly had much impact of it whatsoever. So get the AKs out. Could have bought the AWP, but decides against it. I think that's the right call. He's actually pretty decent with the rifles. We saw him in the major qualifier and the minor, being well-versed in both weaponry. So we'll see whether he can step up now. He's adjusted to the AK. Round number 14, looking like we could get aggressive here from Taco. Jumps across, might have been spotted. And he won't go super aggro here. Decides just to fall back and pull his incendiary out and buy himself some time.
Taco will push. Trying to at least go for the spam spot that never lands. It's far too tight of an angle. Someone have to intentionally place themselves there almost to get hit. Smoke timing's perfect. It'll slow down Big, and in fact, they'll back off as a result.
Well, good apartments control from Big so far. Godby with the bomb. He could fully commit here. Smoke and flashes can go over. Bit of a contact play. Try and catch Taco out of position. We'll see what happens here. He's currently burrowed himself into the corner of the bomb site. Playing off Coldzera, the AWP. He'll try and bait him in. Coldzera will take 1 shot, hide, and hopefully bait them into chasing him. Here we go.
Good shot, again, from none other than Cold. This is his major. He's owning it. Down goes Lakia. Will not find an ace this time, at least, because Taco gets a kill. And you're saying there it is because Cold has died, but it's Phelps and Fur that will clean up.
You can see how well that setup works. So Cold Zera, he's just supposed to take one shot on Hydra and bait them into running towards his crosshair. Taco in that close range position, they don't check it. But Cold Zera keeps killing them over and over again. Taco's is there like, please, can I have a go? Can I have a chance? This is perfect. This setup's looking good. Cold Zera goes down and Taco manages to finish things off. Not too bad at all there for SK Gaming. Looking for double digits now. It dies to the start of this game, but looking much stronger now. 2 kills for Fallen, 3 for Kiev. The Uppers, so that's Fallen's only fragged in 1 round in this half, just to note.
That's a great point.
1 round, and they didn't win that round.
He's been the secondary op this game because Cold, who's going aggressive again, has been stealing the headlines. He won't go all the way down to peak top of alt middle. So therefore will not find Tabson, who works his way inside of the boiler room. Now it's Fallen's turn. Can't land the first shot, swings out, can't land the second either. Keep going, next has Fur down, he's got to start hitting, and he does indeed. Down goes Lakia, out for more, Fallen takes down Copy. Up, drop, and roll to get out of the flames. And he's in control of Banana again. It's Tabson that wants to work. Tech9 does get the first kill, which could actually lend itself to more in the fact that Fallen's low. He's picked up an AWP. He's got players on either side, and one of which is Cold. You're never going anywhere. 10-5 SK. Good way to end it, considering it was 4-1 at a point.
Absolutely. What a turnaround. 20 kills in the end for Cold Zera. What an absolute monstrous half. He's had 35 frags per map. Only 2 maps, to be fair. Both from Inferno. He could replicate that, and it's 15 in the second half to get it once again. That's got to be some sort of record. He gets 35 kills in 3 maps to get to the playoff as well. That's got to be something. I'm sure we could look into it. But round number 1 of the second half coming in momentarily. The Empire's coming in now. They're just voting for it.
I'll be happy with him getting. I think it was Tabson, the last person to do it at an event. I can't remember which event it was.
Major qualifier, maybe?
No. It was further back than that. I want to say DreamHack Tour. I could be wrong. Where he had 100 kills in 3 games.
Okay.
Cold could be on pace to do that. All he needs is 30. I say all he needs. Remember, he's averaged 35.
Yeah. I'd love to see him just do that 3 rounds. Exactly 35. 3 maps, 35 kills in each one. That'd be really satisfying.
105 total.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's aim for that one. Either way, first round, we'll have a look at the buy for SK Gaming. 2 smokes, 2 flashbangs, and a Molotov as well. Suggests they go towards people. Look at this aggressive play. We saw this from Big earlier in the tournament as well. Let's see if it works out. But Keep seems to think so as he finds 1 frag. Up to Gopi and Tabson. They keep finding headshots here.
I was expecting a headshot almost to land on Fur as well as he was continuing to tap. Gopi.
Nice work.
Relentless. Yeah, he's going to catch off Cold Zera as well, and he's covered because even if they want to swing out from Boiler, closely Taco has Nex watching him. He still manages the kill. No one's going to swing down through the underpass position to catch off Fur, but Fur gets found anyway, even with the flank that was going in all the way down toward T-spawn from Lagia. Taco versus 3. Glock to work with, has armor, but 64 HP. That goes down to now 49. He's hit Tabson, though. His positioning wins. Good shot as well.
We've seen that strategy from Big a few times over the last few months. We've actually cast him a lot with the minors and the major qualifier. That CT push and Inferno. It's certainly risky, and if the T's are aware that that could be a possibility, they'll shut you down. But they seem to be oblivious to that fact. And it's God B. He seems to be getting better and better of each tournament. I never really rated him as a fragger before, but some of the shots he's pulling off recently have been great. To be fair, that brings his total up to 5 kills in total. So, but what a big round it is to arrive in this game. Number 17 now. 1 Famous, 3 UMPs and an MP9.
If I'm not mistaken, against Penta, although it was SK that had the big lead at 9-1, they ended the half 10-5.
Yeah.
And Penta had a massive comeback on the CT side with some sloppy play from SK, so we have to keep that in mind.
That's absolutely correct. We did see SK with some uncharacteristic clumsy plays. Missed Molotovs, gaps in smokes, 1 by 1, getting caught off by Molotovs.
Argue that Cold bailed him out of that game.
He's done it twice. He's, well, maybe not the second one, but the first game definitely bailed him out.
Quito heading down toward the boiler doorway. Incendiary in hand. It could be well timed. Oh, Tabson doesn't throw it. Gets away instead. He's going to save it potentially for when they want to walk in from Banana.
Quite a quiet round here, not as explosive as the previous. PD50s and Tech 9s. SK yet to really inflict any sort of damage, but Tabson, he strikes first, he finds Phelps and gets the call. No one else is on that side of the map. Lagear's going to rotate over towards A. Time ticking away now, 30 seconds. Fur makes his play towards Arch by himself. Known to be an aggressive player. Flashbang comes through. What does it? Looks like the CTs have all the information they need, but Tabson, that's a little bit messy, but Taco now goes towards B with the bomb. This is a banana split, a blunder from Big.
Eve. Ooh. Makes matters worse in the fact that Fallen on a fadeaway jumper is able to land the shot. Bomb gets planted. SK has the B site to work with. Good positioning from Fur. I love and hate that position because when you're there, it's the greatest thing in the world.
The greatest.
The GOAT. Godbeat. He's a shepherd. We'll go along with that one. Apparently Nex is because he's gotten down Fur from the position. Crossfire setup as Godby holds up ever so slightly to allow Nex to work back in after getting the kill. And Taco can't do anything of it. They will get the defuse, but it is very costly. And it will go 10-7, but reinvestment needed.
Need to be careful there, Big. Those kind of mistakes and pushing down Banana like that with potentially a bad call. We have no idea what information Tabson got, but he goes through, gives Tak an opportunity to get that bomb down. Sure, they win the round just about, but that could have fallen out of reach. Taco, if he gets one kill now, 2 versus 1, they win that round. Taco, oh, Fallen. I didn't realize how sick that shot was. Have a look at this. As he comes back for the arch, boom, drive-by. And he's happy that Tabson knows he messed up that round as well, so he celebrates in a very excited manner there. Well, here we go. Round number 18, 10-7 in favor of SK Gaming on the T side. Lagear and Tabson looking to farm some frags here with the UMPs as they go aggressively towards the B side of the map. Tabson wants to push down even further. Fallen's been hit by the nade down to 16 HP, and Tabson, he takes the frag, takes his head off as well.
Corner, unfortunately, Phelps firing. Not landing and being fully blind, had nowhere to go but death. When the Grim Reaper visits, Henry, just say yes.
I always do.
I have no answer for that. Why are you here?
Well, okay, then 5 on 3. I feel like SK Gaming are done with this round. Taka down to 2 HP as well. No nades, no armor. No on 0 with the bomb. They'll be lucky to get that down. Hampson takes a bit of damage, but he's looking very aggressive and confident, as he always does towards the B side of the map, pushing down that banana. That amazing aim of his coming out in spades as he manages to find 2 frags. Taco recovers the bomb. It's a matter of time. Keeve should be able to find at least 1 frag here if they walk around the corner. Ooh, needs to be careful. Here's the deal. Doesn't want to give anything away. Nice disciplined play.
Keeve inside of the arch. Cold's tagged. Cold's dead. Keeve gets him with the UMP. Put it back out. Discover more players at the top of mid. Or he won't. He'll only find 1, and that 1 is Fur. I'll be on the railing. We'll sit above the haystacks. Like, yeah, we'll take down Taco.
Good work. Another 3-0. So that's both pistols. And both halves converted to 3-0 here for Big. Sends out quite a clear message as to the current scoreline. 10-8. They've only won 2 gun rounds so far. But still. SK now. AK's out once again. No Fallen Orb. Couldn't really afford that. 6 kills, 8 deaths for him. 20 still for Coldzera. Hasn't lose anything really in the second half. Looking for that 35 bomb. You're just joining us. Played 2 games so far, both in Inferno, both at 35 kills. Currently on 20. Looking to replicate that form. Amazing so far. Keeve. Now they're missing out on the blind shot there. Nade towards top of Banana to push the CVs back there. That's from Fallen and Phelps. They do land, but a boost coming in here potentially. That's the orb, and actually it's Tabson with the M4 going for this one. Let's see if he can make it happen. You know, he probably will, but this time bested by Phelps. He gets the dink in, but that's all he gets.
Well, he gets indeed. He had downed. Well, they're getting Phelps down with a nade. Fallen finds Keeve. He has gone towards CT. No smoke out yet. It will go now. He's going to time it with the smoke, though. Knows that one of the weapons drawn, and Fallen and Cold go down to Lagear.
That's huge from Lagear. 3 on 2 now. Potentially rescues this one for Big. Bomb still down at C steps, and next he finds Fur. Now it's up to Taco. Grading clutches. Can he find anything with this one? He's got the time to work with. 1 minute. He makes his way towards the top of middle.
So Gobby inside of the pit. Taco clears by boiler door. Gobby goes out toward the ramp. Quick check library. Molotov will land. They'll confirm his presence. He extinguishes it. That tells Taco where he is, but won't give him anything to do with it. Reverse Molotov thrown. That flushes him back out toward one of the 2 players now on the A site. The third just arriving in the form of Legia. There's 3 kills in the round. Not even planted. Legia will close it with his 4th.
That was a little bit risky from Legia, but still manages to land the shot. Great round from him. 4 kills in total. Very impressive, I have to say. Those timings are on CT spawn as well. 2 very high impact frags. Finds the following up final one as well. Got B. The reason I said that's really smart, because that Molotov is designed to flush him out. Sure, he can get out of the Molotov, but he almost certainly dies there. Drops the smoke at his feet, buys more time, and Taco is just frustrated. He wants the kill there, and God B is not giving it to him, staying alive. That's a real veteran play for you there. Someone who's just playing intelligently. 10-9, big. Close the gap. We have got a game on our hands now. 4-0 in the second half. Tech 9s, Deagles, and Armor. No nades. As we go towards second middle, it could be a full-on contact play. Walk up. Hope for the best, but taking a nade to the face once again. The utility usage from Big has been amazing. Key with the AWP, looking to find multiple frags here. There's 2 out of 2, as Next chimes in as well.
Certainly does. Getting closer toward Atrium position. Cold last alive will swing in through CT, and all 5 stay alive. Keeve gets 4 on the AWP from Arch. That seems to be a hot spot for the AWP this game.
Yeah, channeling his inner cold Zero there as well. 4 shots, 4 kills. Not as impressive considering they only have Tech 9s, but still clinical stuff. 10-10. So, if you are just joining us, let's just get you up to date with what this game means. This is a 2-0 game, meaning whoever wins this singular map is going to the playoff. SK, currently considered the #1 team in the world, up against Big. Northern top 10, a dark horse of the tournament. You said at the start you felt like they could cause damage here and potentially make the top 8. You wouldn't have thought in 3-0 though.
No way. No way. This is almost rising as FaZe going out 0-0-3, so it's reverse polarity in that sense. And again, yeah, absolutely a technical team. Individual skill in the form of Tabson is there, but they rely so heavily on strategy and executions that you would have thought eventually someone figures it out, or that wears out, that gets old and gets outweighed. Well, if it was going to be outweighed, it was going to be outweighed by SK of all teams. So impressive stuff from Big.
Yeah, SK, sure they've had wins on this map, but they haven't been the cleanest.
No,
especially against Penta as well. They look like they're going to throw that game after being 10-0 up. Now they're up against another lesser name of the tournament. Someone has come from the minor system. Big German organization full of German players, 6 months in the making, and turning heads, it seems. Every month they seem to be finding more success. They got 3-0 at the major. Just making the major generally was impressive. But like, okay, that's great. A team like that coming to the major, really, really cool stuff. I mean, a team for 6 months, they've managed to develop into that. Now, they've got the #1 team in the world on the ropes, looking for 3-0 to make it legendary status. That's huge. For a new organization that's organic, to guarantee this, the next major as well, that in itself is amazing news.
Well, the sticker economy, we've already discussed that at large in many other broadcasts, but it's kind of interesting as well when you look at form. I mean, these guys were focused just to get into the major. That was Godby's goal with this team. Now that they're here, they're focused on making the playoffs. They might be on the brink of doing so. They are determined. They are absolutely 100% driven and not worn out at all. Whereas, you don't want to call teams worn out necessarily, but, FaZe, so good for so long, and then into this event, a slump hits. You question sort of what the schedule can do to the upper teams and how much that helps Big in this sense.
Yeah, I would say Big are a hungry team.
Yeah, hungry is a perfect word. Yep.
Well, here we go. We're back underway. 10-10. We're all leveled up. It's going to be a CT side affair for Big, of course. Current scoreline for them, 5-0. Orb coming up for Kiev once again after hitting some great shots. Fallen wants a challenge, though. Bunny hopping right towards the top of middle. Trying to see if anyone's available to him, and it seems to be the case. Next gets hit, but finds the shot. Fur takes him back in return. 4-4. It's getting quite exciting now. The big plays coming out in more ways than one. Next taking down Fallen, but it's all level once again, which technically favors the T side.
And they're going to leave Fallen's up on the ground. Cold was beside it. They want to go fast with the rifles. Fast through smoke into Tabson. 1 kill, only 1 kill. Cold's able to respond, his 21st. They go back out of middle as well as soon as they do so. He has picked up the AWP this time. And he'll head off toward the direction of Banana. Flash in, bounced. Forces Keith back in the sight. He still has an angle. He's been able to land as well. No challenge over the top. Cold will get him back up close. But it's all on to Cold. Need 4 in total to win out the round. Bomb to be planted safely behind the fountain, and both players coming from Banana. Who gets in position first? Cold. He might have the lineup for the first shot. Misses it. That's going to make things really hard because they're getting closer and they're getting to his left. He's got to go for the no-scope. Legia baits one side and goes the other. And Big is going to take the lead.
Oh, that's an exciting round. You can see SK Gaming throwing everything they had at Big that round, falling with a good spawn, goes to try and challenge Keeve at the start, finds that first player down to 4-on-4. There's trades coming in thick and fast, 3-on-3 back towards Banana, and then we left Cold Zero in a 2v1 situation. You thought with the current form we're seeing from this young man right now, he'll be able to deliver there, but misses the key shot, and it's going to be the gear to finish things off. Keeve is looking sharp, I have to say. I've always said I don't consider him a world-class talent, but he's had some great performances here, and he's been instrumental in the fact that they're at 2-0. It's not just about Tabson. Keith has been very decent as well.
He's been on the rise. Remember back in alternate attacks, he had a perfect, almost, you would say, performance to get them into the E-League season.
That's right.
But that was ages ago. And he certainly didn't look that promising to me, specifically in the minor, more so in the qualifier he did.
There we go then. Another gun round for either side. Fallen taking a bit of nade damage to start. You can see they're weak there, Matt. 1 minute 20 remaining, no nades. This is just all in now. Group up, go towards quad, run through the smokes, have the Gobbia next to defend.
Gobby turns his back to avoid flashes. Smoke still down from apartments. Won't be able to push in directly next. Wants back in through the flames. One tick forward turns. And down he goes Keeve, missing a big shot. No pun intended because Gobby goes down in the pit. Phelps will follow up. Won't be a 5 clean sweep. Thompson trying to go back at them, but good shoulder bait and then push in from Fallen on the trade if not for a straight kill. 11-11. Reset potential for staying alive is massive.
Absolutely. SK Gaming. Oh my god, they had no nades to work them at. AKs, armor, couple of flashbangs, group up, stays a 5-man unit, and that's potentially all they have to do here. On paper, they outfrag Big at every single facet, really. And you'd feel like that's probably the best formation to go in. These defaults getting picked off 1 by 1 for the really nice teamwork and flashbangs and smoke usage of Big. That's when they'll probably get wrecked. And I feel like just stay together like that, keep it simple. They'll probably just run over them. But a round back in their favor. Sure, there is a lot of reset potential considering they had no days in the previous round. For $0. Similar story for Phelps as well. Round number 23. This could go the full distance. Keep back on the orb. Whoever loses this round pretty much guaranteed to be eco today.
I like that. A little back and forth battle, considering the flame positioning. Fur's very lucky to be alive. And he will get next, at the very least. Got to capitalize on his position. $11-11, Henry. It's our score.
It really is. Big will be making a wish in this round, that's for sure. As we head into round number 23 in a 5-on-4 situation. Keeve trying to do what he can with the AWP. Dropped off the last couple of rounds. Keeve drops the incendiary. Falls back to the bomb site. Gobbia in his standard position at the apartments. Being baited in by Keeve as well. He's hoping to take the first shot and fall back as a call for backup in the form of Legia.
Goes over to the left. Allows them to push through to the atrium. Gobbia again, the one on the balcony. Keeve this time, better angle, more elongated, more room to work. But he's stuck inside. He needs Gobbia to get more kills than just one, and he will. He'll get Phelps. He still manages to go down. That brings in Legia. They're not ready for his arrival. Fallen in the middle. Fallen gets out of the middle. Good shot on both sides, and he'll go inside of the site to plant the bomb immediately. Just barely gets there as well. 1 second left on the clock as it's Tabson to go against him. Tabson with no kit, by the way.
No nades either.
There is a kit, you just saw it in front of Fallen, in front of the site, the stairs right to his right now. As Tabson gets closer and closer, Fallen spots the headshot, doesn't hit it though, and he's got problems because he's the low HP player. And Tabson will get the kit, will get the defuse, and they'll go up 12-11 with a reset toward SK. Thankfully, again, they did keep 4 alive and have a bomb plant.
The bomb plant helps out tremendously, but that's still a massive situation for Tabson to pull off there. 1v1 with the Counter-Strike legend that isn't Fallen as well. Managed to win it, recovers the AWP. I think we'll take a timeout here. Let's just work out what the situation is. SK have got those available. Fallen, very quiet game from him so far. has stepped it up somewhat in the second half. He's on 12 and 12 right now. coldzera only 3 kills in this half so far, and it's been 8 rounds. So, bit of disparity from his first half form to the second, but tabseN continue to apply their pressure here as we enter a pause situation. That's called Fly SK. It's their first pause. And in terms of their money, let's just have a look at that. 25k for Fur. The other players can buy. They can definitely get something decent out of this. AKs and a Tech 9, so they certainly will. Lose this round. That's when things get pretty dire, though. That's when Big will start to accumulate a massive economy. SK will have to take the full eco. It's still not looking pretty. You can see AKs, 2 Galils, fallen. I think he's dropped an AK-47. He has to go down to Galil himself, potentially, or a Tech 9. Unless he's already been dropped something.
Yeah, he has.
Galil.
Yeah. This is desperate from SK.
Lose this round. That could be the game. They'll be down 13-11, full eco. Might not have money after that to recover.
What a performance from Big in this major. 2-0. Okay, fair enough. Well done. That's off to you. Beat FaZe, but you're also against SK. Phelps gets away with one to pull against tabseN, but he's traded out by Legia immediately after.
Yeah, a rare miss there. tabseN had that one for days. Pressure got to him almost, but Legia does get the frag in return. Phelps lucky to get anything out of that situation with the Galil.
Imagine beating 2 of the best 3 teams in the world on the run to the playoffs.
FaZe and SK. That's no easy match. Didn't they got an easy route to the playoffs if they do make it.
But the hardest you could have got. Fur takes down Legia. That'll give the advantage to SK, and they desperately need to take advantage of the advantage. Again, money's going to be gone. They'll be at 13, 11, potentially 14 by the time they bring weapons back out. It would put them on a 4th round loss bonus by then. Pending bomb plants in either of the other 2, but it's on to B.
All 3 players are big on the big B bomb side. They've gone all in here, and Kyiv misses that shot. He hits that, they probably win the round, but now it's up to Gob B. Can he step up? Can he deliver?
Molotov timing to slow them. That allows the rotation for Kyiv. Gob hits 1. Kyiv misses again, though. They're at the water position. If they go quick and he misses twice, he's down cold, and Fur will wrap it for SK just barely.
Big there. You can see the pressure getting to them potentially. It was tabseN. Flashed out perfectly at the start. We do have a timeout, a chance to catch our breath. Let him know what's going through. A big camp right now. tabseN pushed through, flashed perfectly. A shot you'd think he'd hit all day long. Misses it, maybe panics somewhat, gets taken down. Legia better to get back in return. Then he gets flashed in perfectly. But SK just keep hitting shots. They keep digging deep and finding form just when they need it. Towards that B bomb site. Big took a gamble, the correct gamble. Put all their chips on that B site. Everyone's there, ready and waiting. But Kyiv, he can't hit shots either. You can see the pressure really is starting to mount, and they are potentially crumbling a little bit here, but still well within this one. Pick'em challenge. If you're interested, Matt, 96% in favor of SK.
Yeah, no, how many were in favor of FaZe going out today?
Right, yeah, I would say.
How many would have picked Big to go out 3-0?
Yeah.
Or in 3-0, I guess we should say for clarification.
If anyone gets the gold Pick'em challenge, like, hats off to you. I don't know how you saw that. You're,
Yeah, come work as an analyst. If you have red hair, it's a bonus. Legia with the scout, can't find the shot down mid. Goes back out for his close, but no win with the AK. Not surprisingly, thought Nex would be able to peek and catch him with his back turn, but it's not.
5-4. That's staying. It is an eco indeed for the big side. Keeps with the scout. That's down to 59 HP. Legia has been dropped. Into the closing sectors now. This should be SK on 13 rounds, almost certainly at this point. Good chance for them to keep all 5 players alive. Obviously up against pistols, but every kill they give away will be detrimental to their own money, which isn't established just yet. Each player, even after they're buying into this round and winning the previous, at about $1,000. So I want to keep all 5 alive and just remove any chances of being fully reset.
Nade through. No damage done. 50 seconds on the clock. Pretty blue in the B site. I have to say, when they added that blue, it seems so out of character to me, but now I quite like it.
Good. I'm glad you like it.
Thank you.
We put it there for you.
Oh. Well, now I don't like it. Next. Oh, good win. Season 75 has to reload. Potentially had a lineup for a headshot, and Fur realizes that tabseN was rotating in behind him and trying to capitalize. Takes him as well. He's the lurk, remember. This bomb goes over toward A and through the edge of the smoke. Phelps will find Kyiv. 13-12 for SK.
Yes, not really much Gobby can do about his situation. Is that he gets the M4A4, he's still got head armor and a CZ as well. Looking to save that. It's not worth him going for any sort of frags here. Try and stay alive for sure. But you're right, 13-12 for SK. Money looking decent for them now. Only one player going down, that's Taco. Little shot of the camp there. On the SK side, of course. Trying to keep all 4 players alive here. They will defend the bomb with Phelps till the very last second, just in case. Nothing worse than giving away an Ninja defusers there. Not at this point.
Not at this point. SK take the lead back late.
Just to keep up with Cold Zero frag count, 25 kills, 10 more for the 35.
5 to 103 though.
That'd be nice.
100 in 3 games, that is. Don't know that that's ever been done before at a major. I can't imagine.
Well, the thing is, it's difficult to gauge that.
Right, because we didn't have, that's right. You'd have to look at the first 3 games in a group rather than,
There we go, another eco for Big. SK Gaming now in touching distance and making it to the playoffs and having 2 days off to enjoy themselves here in sunny Krakow. PT50s, silenced USPs, nothing really invested whatsoever, $600 in total for the Big side. Flash over, even if he's positioned, there's a frag. He gets a second one, maybe has a chance, but Paul is ready and waiting. Takes him down with the AWP, and that's the A bomb site open as well. That concludes the round. Everyone else towards the B bomb site. He did what he could, finding 1 frag, potentially 2 would have been impressive. But now, CT's nothing really to save. No, just might as well go for it. I guess the only thinking for that is deny them having any kill reward, but Fallen has worked out there are T steps.
So 2 to go for SK as they won the economic exchange in the all-important round 24. They'll go 2 rounds up, 14-12. Being the T side of Inferno, Big still have a chance back in for sure, but it has to be the next round or it's all done. They're about as Nex tries to just take down anyone he can. Taco takes an unhealthy amount of damage from the bomb, but stays alive, and that will keep 3 up. Build a bank.
14-12. Big now, the decision to make. Do they try and bring out the AWP? Keith can certainly afford one. I'd say pause. There it is. Comes in. Makes sense at this stage.
And
why not?
This is technical because it was called by the admin.
Okay, well, headphones are off. I think Keith's been struggling with their sound. He's had a few rounds where the headsets had to come off. Still smiling though. It's all fine.
The admin there already working with him. And the in-ears are the problem. We've been confirmed, so I think they'll deal with that hopefully quite soon.
Yeah, it shouldn't take too long, I'd imagine. All the players will be ready and raring to go. 14-12 though, SK Gaming looking to find out 3-0. Certainly a favourite to do so this tournament. Big, same, they're almost in the same sort of situation, very close to doing that as well, but I don't think anyone expected them to do that whatsoever. Sure, they could have been a dark horse to make it through the playoff potentially, but never in 3-0. I don't think anyone could have predicted that.
No, no way.
Especially with the likes of, like I said, FaZe and SK in that run to that 3-0. That would be a story in itself. The fact they made it to the playoff, guaranteed themselves the next major by beating those 2 teams. But that hasn't happened yet. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. They still need to beat SK, but they do have money to do so here. Win this round 14-13.
That's a stare worthy of a portrait.
The Godfather?
The Godfather. God be. Tabson's asking if he's allowed to take off his heavy ones, maybe? Relax his ears?
Yeah, they can be a little bit painful. He rubs them.
The issue is, just to give you an idea, I think he's looking for a Q-tip or something to clean out his ear. Don't know if we want that on camera. But the issue with some of the in-ears, depending on the ones that you wear, I know that, for example, the Razer ones are a little smaller, whereas the Bose ones, which are my favorite in-ears to wear just for general purpose for music, the noise-canceling ones stick out a little further. So when you wear the in-ears, the noise-canceling over top of them, they can push on the back side of the in-ear and push it further into the ear canal, which gets very uncomfortable over the course of the game.
So they're very tight, those bigger rig heads is what they are. They push the in-ears in for sure. But
I know, and I think the Shures as well that we sometimes wear in production, they have enough space that they're fine. But yeah, it depends.
It's Tamsin smiling away, trying to get himself.
Tamsin's actually don't look too bad, so those ones look quite flush with his ear. So they're probably not too bad for that. You almost need at this day and age to do like the custom molding like they do with Formula 1 and Formula drivers in general.
Yeah, for sure.
Just do like a full-on...
Could potentially be wearing those for 10 hours a day, so...
Yeah.
But yes. Final game this evening. We do it all again tomorrow, Matthew. We'll have more hearts broken, more players into the playoff bracket as well. That's normally the most exciting day, like day 3. That was when it would all kick off. And that's when we'll see most of the drama unfold. Today we get like kind of an insight, kind of like of what's to come tomorrow, really. But big. Hopefully we get into this soon. It is a slight audio issue with Kiev. It is not working out for him. Everyone trying to get back in desperately here. Young Taco seems to be wearing those glasses every game now. A little adjustment for himself.
Young Taco in Krakow. Maybe that's his way of saying, look, he's even grown his bangs out longer, I've noticed. This is the response to the no hat rule. All right, if you're going to show off my head, I'm going to make it look better.
Yeah? Okay.
That's it. That's what it is.
You worked it out.
I'm not my first rodeo, Hank.
No. Well, for now, I can't see the buys. I can't really get into that. I guess you've got on your screen as well. That's what's so good about the PGL Major. We've got this information available at all times to you at home. So I don't have to do as much work. It makes my job a lot easier, you know. So all pound for Fallen, 4 AK-47s. They're in great stead, but big. They can get the AWP. Won't be the best of buys. You can see Godby and Tabson on 4,300. So they can get the M4s and body armor, sure, but won't be fully equipped in terms of utility. You have to take a gamble in terms of whether they get the diffuse kill or not. Kiev causing a nuisance here, son. Can you get back in?
See Cole rubbing his ears as well for the same reasons we mentioned.
We've already got 700,000 people waiting for you. Don't worry. Take your time.
Imagine. Oh, issue sorted. It's never fun to borrow someone else's in-ears either.
No, I've seen yours. They look pretty disgusting.
One of my old set, yeah, is pretty. I gotta clean those. My new set looks all right.
First had enough. Easy one to get back in there. Looks like the fact he picked up a new headset that will be underway momentarily. Maybe it was just a wire issue, something of a fray perhaps. I don't know. But the fist bump's coming in. It suggests we're back. We'll try and deliver the hype as we had a bit of a break there. Round number 27, SK Gaming 14, Big 12. The buys coming in. The AWP does indeed come out for Kiev. We have 3 M4s and a FAMAS for Legia. No kits, just a note as well. Okay, that's a huge deal. An execution-based team like SK, they get that bomb down, retakes is not going to be an option, especially if it's like a 3-on-3 and it's with B-bombs, so it smokes down. CTs will just have to save. Suggests their money is very low. They're only a third save loss by this next round, so lose this. It'll be 15-12, and they'll only get $2,900 on top of that. So this is a must-win round for Big. This is pretty much it. They lose this, it's possibly game over, I would say. Just to set the tone for you all.
Smoke top mid will give them the comfort and access of working up toward mid without having to be found by an AWP, if you will. Fallen already tagged on 52 as well, with nades going down his direction. He's the only one back towards bottom of Banana. The rest are in apartments. This could be fast. Very fast. Out they go. Flashes through. Taco in the sight. Spots behind the pillar, but not behind the box. Goppy getting 2 as he falls back and smokes off as well. Cold Zero will have no entry point.
Fall back for now. Great work by Godby to get those 2 huge frags. But Phelps, he's not done with the A side just yet. Pushing behind the smoke, looks to try and get on the side, sneak through.
Fallen as well is starting to evaluate with the AWP, but he's going to have to watch for Kiev. Godby is getting in a better position. Kiev takes down Cold straight in front of Fallen's eyes, and he won't re-peek just yet. Phelps has gotten in the sight, though. He's behind Godby. Don't shoot him yet, son. Don't shoot him yet. Now snap, but can't even get the first one.
Oh, wow, that was the moment there. That could have been the turnaround. Now it's up to Fallen 5 versus 1. Not really much he can do about this. Seems to fancy his chances still. What a round this would be. He pulls this one off. Should get this kill, no problem, but Godby deals with him. 3 kills from him in total. Lovely work there to find those first 2 frags as well. SK Gaming going for a much simpler technique, walking up towards the quad and finding their demise in the hands of the Godfather himself. 3 kills in total, and Phelps with a nice little attempt there. Could have got 2 kills if he had that pinpoint accuracy on the first shot. Potentially could have found 2, but unfortunately did not happen to him. As we said, that was a must-win round for Big. Lost that one, pretty much out of it. They would not be making this playoff today. But They did it. 5 players staying alive as well. They're looking very strong. It's been to round number 28. Still money available for SK. 3 AKs coming out so far. They can just balance the funds, distribute the wealth. So Molotov smokes can be purchased. It's the pause here to work things out. The unpause will be coming in 5 seconds and wants to play here. We are going to go the full distance. It's very fitting for the very final game of the day. Find out who will be the second team to make it to the playoff. Joining Gambit. Imagine if it's Big. Those are the first 2 teams to make it to the playoff. Gambit and Big. Gambit not so surprising so much, but Big.
As the first teams, no, both shows are. Yeah, I get your point. Big especially, but yeah, that's a good way to put it. Gambit and Big. Both, in the scheme of things, newer teams, but both, yeah, unbeaten. Still consider Gambit a newer team in some ways, even though that's not always true.
Sure.
But yeah, that's remarkable.
If it does happen. We'll see.
Well, they're 1 round behind right now, and money's still in the hands of SK. Win this round, much different story. SK's got nothing left. Big has nothing left, so much like round 24, winner of this is in an excellent position, and loser at best pray. Hold on 26, by the way.
Tension starting to mount now. Smokes deployed by SK. Could be the final commitment. The bomb's still down in second middle, but Fur and Fallen have mid-control. Pushing those CTs back. That's fine, though. Bigger comfortable with this, and so is Keeve. He hits the first shot. Looking for more, though. That's got the opportunity as Fur makes his way up the back lines, and he's blind, but somehow gets the kill. Equals things out to the 4-4.
Keeve didn't need to take that anticipation shot because it left him vulnerable. They were sneaking up the wall. He actually did want to turn to watch over toward the pit, but by taking the shot, it left him no chance. Still, though, they have 2 inside of the pit itself. Gobby and Nex, Cold, Fur, Phelps, and soon to be talked about from the doorway above them are all approaching the A site, but will they get there? Nex finds the first, the second as well. Crossfire well established. Nex sprays through the hay bales, can't find it, but follows up. Cold goes down. Gobby with the kill, and what a headshot on the Taco.
My God, Gobby's feeling it today.
They're in a great spot now because money's gone for SK.
14-14, you're absolutely right. They're going to have to take another pause here, work out what's the play. They allow Big to get to playoff point here. It's Nex and Gobby who seem to be the saviors of that A side every time. Nex, especially a player that's been nowhere for the last year. Where has he gone to? Even in his big side, he's been quiet. This game, though, he's turning up, and it's Fallen. He gets taken down by Keeve to kick things off, and I think we have a partial buy here. They're almost allowing Big to get to that playoff point. This is going to go the full distance now. SK playing essentially for overtime. Can always steal these rounds away, but the buy suggests they're looking for the future.
Smoke at the top of Banana. Looking to the future indeed, unless Explosion works for them. Quick flash corner. Smoke CT. Push through Smoke as well for Fallen, so he'll take bomb all the way around. He'll have faster access to coffins, and in anticipation of the rush, there's 3 players still inside. Well, we're inside of the site, down to 2, down to 1. Nex has to stand up once more. Good find. Bomb not planted as he gets Fallen out of it. He's limited. He's flashed off, but no one can push through. Cold's got a knife. That'll give them a little more money for the next round. He's also got an M4 picked up. No armor. And a Molotov down in front of his teammate that's going to force Taco back out. Still though, at 2 versus 2. Taco hits either with the Deagle even so slightly as to allow Cold to capitalize on the M4. And you're right, they don't need to make him plant, but Cold already gone. Taco down, 15-14. Big are 1 round away from going 3-0. Did I see timeout from Coach? Because I don't hear it being voted on. Okay, they are voting for it in the server. So I think Big called this. Gobby's getting pumped, but they have a plan to try and close this out. Look at the excitement.
They're loving it, aren't they? They can feel it coming. They know the money's poor. The bomb got denied. This is it, 1 round. They do not want to go to overtime here. Take the pause. Big have taken it. They've got SK on the ropes right now. What a story this would be. 3-0 beating Fade, beating SK Gaming, 1 round away from doing that and booking themselves not only the playoffs to this major, but guaranteeing the next major as well. This is huge. AK's coming out. No utility for Fallen. 1 smoke. Phelps, 1 decoy. That's all he's got to work with. The money's just not there, but they have to buy around this. Timeout cancelled. the round begins. Big with a chance to get to the playoffs. Go big or go home. 5 AK-47s. SK Gaming, can they take it to overtime?
It's not quite home yet. They'll be going, but point stands. It's time to step up.
I just wanted to say it, man.
I know you did. Look, I was going to let you get away with it.
Yeah.
I was going to. I was just going to spin it a little bit. Spin like spaghetti. Or a fidget spinner.
Exactly.
Kiev this time is not toward the arch. They'll put him in banana with the anchor that he now holds in his hand, the AWP. Tabson's able to rotate back over toward arch. And being at arch, he could be in the right spot. A again for SK. They went fast to B when they didn't have pistols. We've not seen them go back toward the Molotov strat ever, by the way.
It's true.
That's out the window.
Scared of that one.
Potentially so. Lagia, quick shoulder checks. Remember, M4 in this position. It's the AWP that's lit them up on a few occasions. And they are going to go toward the arch. So Tabson becomes a massive factor in the watching through it from CT. In fact, he's going to flash through it. That's going to catch the double flash, double blind. Lagia doesn't peek on it. Ooh, Molotov does so much damage, though, because they're blind and they're in the flames and they're in the grave. Tabson with 2. Fur has to be forced back off as another Molotov lands directly in front of incendiary, if you will. Good push from Goppy to capitalize. Backup plan is B. Phelps is opening it. Cold already has Goppy down, but he's got to run quickly, and this has to be held. Tabson says no. It's on to Cold in a 1 versus 3.
Surely not.
He's got a gun out, thankfully, because Tabson has gone by the smoke. Jumps up, no noise. Jumps up, no feet spotted. Jumps up, sees Cold, and Big is in the playoffs in their first ever major. 3-0 taking down world number 1 and world number 3.
What a story. Sure, it's just in the playoffs. We sound like we're going to be overcooking it a bit, but sorry, this is amazing. 3-0 after going through the minors system, the major qualifier, and now at the major. People are surprised they even made it to the major itself, and now they're beating 2 of the world's best teams. 3-0 in the playoff, joining Gambit, and not even having to go towards overtime there. The misfits of the tournament, some of the names that have dropped off out of the scene, and they've done it. Tabson delivering a great performance there in the final round, 3 kills, and he seems to do that every single time they cross the finish line. Next to a great game as well, God B, amazing in the pit. The gear chiming in as well towards the end. Very impressive performance, and SK, they need to come back tomorrow to look there for their place in the playoffs.
And take your bug and squash it, because I watched as best I could while also casting to see if anyone did the glitch. I did not see it once on the CT side. So throw that theory out the window. They've done this on merit. Well-deserved. They are legends. And they get 2 days off, much like Gambit. They'll be able to relax. And, well, knowing them, they won't relax. Watch a heck of a lot of demos.
Oh, yeah. They're not done yet. That's just the beginning of their journey here. Commiserations to SK. But just to note as well, they're now 2-1. They still have 2 lives in this tournament. Very likely they make the playoffs still. Frustrating for them. They'd have loved that time just to kind of chill out. They've got their families here with them as well. Have 2 days off and just kind of recalibrate, ready for the playoffs. But they'll come back tomorrow. But Big, like you said, 2 days off. Who would have thought? Gambit and Big, your 2 teams. Your first 2 into the playoffs so far. And that concludes day number 4 here at the Major.
It does indeed.
We're day number 3.
We're day number 3, but that's fine. We're going to day number 4. You were testing me, and I failed.
Yeah. Yeah, you definitely failed. That was your fault.
Definitely my fault. Admin's getting in on the action and some of the excitement, but excited. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got a major, 2 teams we wouldn't have expected in the playoffs that definitely show potential to be upsetting, if you want to call them that, and a bunch of teams still fighting and scrapping it out with legends that are not going to get their spots. We've already got a challenger team in. We could get another in Cloud9. There will be 2 legends for sure, FaZe already being one of them, that don't make it through. I'm going to call that right now. That said, we're going to send it back over to the panel. Paul's standing by.
A massive congratulations to Big Clan. They have become the 2nd team to qualify for the playoffs here at the Pgl Major Krakow. An absolutely incredible achievement by this set of players. They didn't even have a team this time 8 months ago. They came together in January, and here they are as legends at the Pgl Major. It's an incredible achievement, and they've done so against the best team on planet Earth right now as well. Yanko, have you suspended all disbelief right now?
Yeah, to an extent, especially after a strong first half from SK, right? 10 rounds in, you would feel no matter what happens, SK will have what it takes to get those 6 rounds in the second half and close the game out. But it was actually big, shutting them down with a strong start of their own. And after that, just making the proper adjustments and being prepared for everything that SK had to throw their way.
Yeah, and that's it. 14-12, you suddenly think, wow, they've played well, it's been a good game, but SK should close this out.
Yeah, you would have thought so, but then, like Janko was saying, it's just a great way. The guys were talking about Nex and Gabi, how they were playing on that A-bomb site. You know, they really showcase how effective it can be when you're playing passively and staying alive for the longest period of time in that pit to make sure your rotation has time to come to the come to the rescue, so to speak. So I don't know. I'm almost speechless to see the kind of rise this team has had and the mental fortitude, you know, considering what they've gone through this week as well, you know, and still playing amazing Counter-Strike.
Yeah. I don't know if we've got highlights yet, but we do have a man who is waiting in the player area for us right now. So let's talk to him first. Gabi!
Hello, friends.
Hello.
Hey. Sir, let me just say this to you and then let me get your reaction. Congratulations on making the quarter-finals at the PGL Major.
Thank you very much.
Doesn't care. Doesn't care. Just another day at the office. Just another day at the office, right?
No. Obviously, it's something really special for us.
It is very special for
you. But I think a lot of people would say I'm crazy, but we wanted to go farther in the tournament than just a quarter before the tournament. Even though that sounds a little bit crazy, but we believe so much in us, and even though without the jump we showed the world that it's not only the jump which makes us a great team, and that's why we are so energetic at the moment. Like my mates are screaming around.
I can hear them.
It's just like we're really, really happy. What can I say?
How important was it to you that you not only win today and make the quarterfinals, but do it in such a way where you weren't having the bug and you weren't using it, and showing people that this wasn't a fluke, that you guys have come here to play?
Yeah, for sure. We were talking about the bug, and we were not 1%. We didn't have any fear or any thoughts about the bug, because we knew we will find another way to have a game plan. But then Coldzera came and destroyed the game plan SD.
He does that to teams. Sorry about that. He's just like that to everyone. He's not picking on you, honest.
Before the game, we said he can even make 50 frags, but they will not win the game. And we knew it will be really hard against, especially him. He's absolutely on fire. So it was really hard for us at ST. It's just like very, very hard to play against him. It's like it doesn't matter what you do, he hits the shot. So we knew we needed to have a good CT half. That was also planned, and we had a lot of good reads on them. And in the end, we got a little bit lucky when good setups. And in the end, we're just really, really happy. And also, we are really happy to show the community you don't need to use the bug if you want to beat SK. So we are very happy,
Good stuff, good stuff. We've got Janko and Natu here. I'm sure they're dying to ask you a couple of questions as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Coldzera had a great game in the first half, getting 20 kills, but you guys only managed to win 2 gun rounds, basically, in that first half. And did you feel like SK really adjusted to what you guys were doing? Because they would play either a lot more aggressive towards mid, or they would go towards side. They didn't really play pit or balcony. That seems to be their way of countering your execute-heavy style. Did you realize this during the half? Did you try to adjust, but it didn't work out?
We tried to adjust at least. It didn't work out, but it always felt like that Cold, or I say Cold because I think he made the decisions on A, that he was always on the right position at the right time. And normally we are the team which we want him to be where he is, but he wasn't there where we wanted him to be, and he was always in the right position. So we tried to adjust at least, but he was always kind of in the right situation. He also SK read us very, very well as CT. And that's why it was really hard, even for me. I think never played against a team which adapted so fast and made it so hard for me to call. That's why I also had a really tough first half, because I was always thinking, what can I do? How can I outplay Cold? He's everywhere. And it feels like that he's like cloning himself like Agent Smith from Matrix, and he's everywhere. It's really hard to play against him.
I like that. Agent Smiths of CS.
Yeah. No, was it a conscious decision from you guys as well? You know, on the CT side, you started playing really passively on the A-bomb side. You and Next really did a phenomenal job, you know, blocking a lot of the attacks that were coming from SK's way.
Yeah, we had like small reads on them how we want to play on CT side, and we needed also to adapt. And we like in later after the timeouts we had good reads. There was one round where they smoked off 2 very early arch and long somewhere in long, and so they smoked very early and they wanted to look like that it's gonna be an execute, but we didn't even react, we didn't even flash. So we said they will smoke and wait out, and then they will react to the second smoke. That was kind of our important read on that round, and it worked out. And yeah, in the end as I say, I don't know what to say.
I think you can safely retire to your hotel now, get some sleep, because you've got a day off tomorrow now.
Yeah, we have 2 days off now.
Yeah.
That's why we also wanted to win. And yeah, now we can chill a little bit. But we will probably practice tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. So
that doesn't surprise me at all. In fact, I almost assumed that you'd go back to the hotel, and unlike most teams who would celebrate in the bar with maybe a quick drink or something, you guys will go back to the bar and just sit there talking about Counter-Strike, won't you?
Not tonight, I think, but
you're going to take a night off from Counter-Strike, God, Pete? What's going on?
No night off till after the major, maybe.
All right.
In the vacation then, but yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, congrats today. It's
Thank
been
you
a fantastic
very much,
run.
guys.
It's been really enjoyable watching you go through this tournament. Well done.
Thank you, guys.
There we go. Big Clan are in the quarterfinals. That alone is astonishing, but to do it on the 3rd day, 3-0 in the tournament as one of the top seeds against one of the biggest teams in the world right now, SK Gaming, what an achievement. They deserve every credit they get this evening from the community, and they are absolutely thrilled.
They can't even believe it
They're beside themselves right now. Tabson just cannot believe what has just happened, and he took part in it. And the key thing for me here, Janko, is that all the time we watched them through the minor, all the time we watched them through the offline qualifier, they were smiling. They were enjoying their Counter-Strike, enjoying being part of a team. Never got down. Not once did they stand up and shout at each other or lose the, like put their hands in their heads or break desks or any of the kind of that stuff. They seem to be loving life, and they're doing exactly the same thing here.
Yeah, I think it's obvious that they're a team who's page, right? These guys live together, they live and breathe CS, practice all the time, try to figure out new things they can do, how can they elevate their game and be one step ahead. And this is just a result of all that hard work, them being able to, beat the likes of SK and FaZe, teams who are probably everyone's top 3 for the major title coming into this tournament. Just shows you how important it is and how beneficial it is to have a team that is all on the same page.
We're going to go through the highlights, and it's a bit of a clinic from Cold Zero in the first half, obviously. But Natu?
Yeah, I had a discussion with Gavi earlier today, actually. I was just complimenting him and his team, just how I felt that they've improved so much since the major qualifier as well. It seems like they've just taken the next step. And he was telling, like, when they were thinking about the Cloud9 game, and they started thinking, what was the last time we played against Cloud9? Oh, yeah, it was a major qualifier. And he said it felt like an eternity ago. And then he was like, at some points in these couple of weeks, he was like, why are we even practicing? Because we're doing everything so well. I'm like, well, that's a pretty good place to be.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to work both ways, because the 2 teams we've got through to the quarterfinals, Janko, one team have been playing absolutely dog dirt for like 2 weeks, right? Yeah. And then come here and blitz everyone 3-0. The other team haven't played for 2 weeks because they haven't needed to practice because they've been so bloody good. And they've gone 3-0. What's the secret?
Yeah, I think for both teams it's just been practice and improving. It doesn't matter how you play in practice, as long as you learn things, as long as you improve, as long as you're focused and do your preparation well, eventually it's going to show. Gambit managing to do so on 3 different maps. Big on the other side of things, only playing Inferno. And this game, I mean, has to be said, very important for them, the fact that they won both pistols. You could see how much they were struggling on that T side with Cold Zero. We heard it from Gombi himself. So that was another crucial aspect of the game. Also, SK in the second half, a couple of small mistakes from them, uncharacteristic in some of those after-plan situations very early on. That 3v2 that they had on an eco, if they could break Big's economy early on, they probably end that game much sooner. But Big managed to stay persistent. They managed to take it all the way to the end, and with some good reads and good individual play, they close out the game.
It's been great for them as Tabson stepped up yet again for them. He had a great game, but Goppy didn't like that call though. But I also want to talk about Cold Zero, because we haven't talked about SK Gaming at all yet, because it's been such an incredible run from Big Clan in this game and this tournament. He's finished so far, after 3 matches, he's on 98 kills. and he's added an ace to his bag, 108.1 ADR, by far and away the best player at this major, and still can't carry his team against another team.
It shows you that it had to be, you know, a team effort for them. Yes, on the City side, the you know, Big was coming his way, so he's going to get a lot of action, and he was on point. And actually, I think those reads that SK, like the adjustment was clear how they wanted to fight that, execute heavy style. Let's play for mid, don't let them come to the side, or play super closed later on after they adjust by using more utility to take mid. But in the second half, right, that's where you could really see SK starting to struggle in terms of like looking for solutions. They basically went through their whole playbook, tried some more contact plays. We saw that explosion from the A apartments didn't really work out, and no matter how good, if he had 2 more 4K rounds in a row like he did against Penta, that's what they were missing, Paul. 8 more kills, he would have 36. You know, it would be above his average, and I think we should blame Cold Zero for this loss.
I love the reactions.
Why not, right?
I love the reactions of this team. It's just magical to watch them.
So also, I mean, you have to compliment, you know, because we always talk about, you know, the potential lack of firepower in this team. You know, there were so many moments where individuals bailed them out. Also, you know, we called out Gabi and Nax, and even Legia had his moments in Banana and B bomb side. So they really stepped up in a lot of really crucial situations that could have turned the economic game towards SK. And like Enko was saying, there's a 1 round as well, a 2-on-3 situation that SK was a little bit, you know, iffy maybe in. But it's also good stuff from Big to be able to come into those kind of situations and prevail in them.
We were talking off-screen throughout the day to various different people, and we've been having a discussion today about the fact, is this the major of surprises? Is this the one that we get a surprise winner or a surprise finalist or even 2 surprise finalists? Everything leads that way right now, but groups are very different from playoffs, aren't they?
I don't think we're going to get a lot of surprises when we get to the playoffs, because best of 3 is a whole different beast, right? From Big, we only saw 1 map so far, and they made the playoffs. It's very, very different when you have to play the likes of SK or Astralis over the course of a series, and you have to beat them on one of their best maps at least, and then on one of the maps which is like in the middle for both teams. That's much more difficult to do. Obviously, you're probably not going to win both pistols on every single map, and so on and so on. So I think when we actually get to the final stages of the tournament, we are going to see the usual suspects, well, besides FaZe.
Okay, checking in with the scoreboard right now. As you can see, another great game from Cold Zero. Just an incredible performance yet again, 28 for 20 and 104 ADR from him. But on the other side of it, Tabson 23-6-20 MVP performance from him. Next 21, 19 for Legia. Kiev stepping up with some really big kills in that game as well, 17, and Godby with 16. It's such a rounded performance, even on the frag board, isn't it?
Yeah, it's cool to see Kiev as well. You know, he had a lot of crucial frags, especially towards the arts, showcasing that he can definitely op as well, even under pressure, even though he's usually known as more of the guy that holds angles, but he was getting a lot of flick shots and connecting them too.
There's your MVP on screen. It is Tabson. Fantastic performance from him yet again. It's been one of those things, Janko, that we've pointed to at the start of the tournament, wasn't it? That they needed Tabson to carry on where he left off with pretty much everything he's done in the last couple of months.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the highest rated player in the world in 2017, and yes, not face the same level of position as some of the other players, but we can see that he can deliver even against the best, and he is the entry fragger of the team. I mean, that's the role we often say. He's not going to have the best stats. You could see even here he had 8 opening kills, so great performance for him. Have to point out my countryman as well. Legia very early on in the second half had that big round on B where he pushed through the smoke, took a gamble, shut down SK without allowing them a bomb plant either. That's what allowed Big to get rolling and get momentum early in the first half. But when you look at it, it really has been a team effort from Big, and it's how it has to be for them to keep on winning games.
So, what it leaves us with in the 2-1 area right now.
The hell of the 2-1 bracket.
The 2-1 bracket right now consists of G2 Esports, Immortals, North Astralis, Virtus Pro, and SK Gaming.
It's mad, isn't it?
That's insane.
It's mad. Like
that means 3 of those will go to the 2-2 bracket. We'll have to play another game to try and make the. But they could all still make the quarterfinals. That's the clear thing. We should point out to any of the fans that have fans of any of those teams. But that is such a competitive part of the bracket right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough for sure to see, especially if you think of that the VP situation we talked about before. You know, it's definitely not getting easier after the Gambit game now, with SK is going to be in the same pool as well.
There is one upside for SK. They can't play Astralis.
That's true.
That's a very good point.
That's beneficial.
Yes.
But there are still a lot of dangerous teams out there.
Are.
I mean, who they can play G2, and SK has struggled a lot against G2 in recent history, so that can be a potential problem for them.
Could end up playing Immortals?
Yeah.
That could be sticky, couldn't it?
Yeah, the problem Brazilian? Is Immortals pretty much never beat them until, I think, first one was DreamHack Open Summer. It was the first time Immortals got a win against SK, if I'm not mistaken. But, yeah, I would still be very, very surprised if SK doesn't make us. I still think they're the biggest favorite to make it out, as long as some of the other teams.
Okay, I'm hearing that the draw has been completed and that we can take a look at the matchups for day number 4, where we're going to decide all of the rest of our quarterfinals. We're going to kick off in round 4 with Mouse Sports versus Cloud9. Penta will take on Flipside. That's a repeat from the offline. Na'Vi will take on Fnatic. G2 will play Astralis. North versus Virtus Pro. And SK versus Immortals. All of those matches are insane.
The gods favour Flipside tactics. What can you say?
I will point out as well that Na'Vi, by the way, Na'Vi versus Fnatic is to stay in the tournament. Yep. One of those will be gone, and that means we lose one of those two big teams.
I mean, tomorrow is where the madness starts.
That's the
really.
first. That's the first half, by the way. We don't know what the last 3 are because they come from this bracket.
I say Flipside are blessed by the gods. I mean, they already had a tough draw in having to play FaZe. They managed to beat that, so now they get like the easiest possible, let's be fair, matchup with Penta. And listen, if you're any of these teams, yes, you hate, if you're G2, you hate the fact that you're facing Astralis. If you're Immortals, you hate the fact that you're facing SK. But you're definitely going to hate the fact if you're 2-2 and have to meet Flipside at the major, because
you know how good they're going to be.
There is an aura around them when it comes to the majors and just this whole cycle that they play on a much higher level. But yeah, Mouse Sports, Cloud9, both two teams that have been very, very much improved recently, and you would probably expect them both to be in the playoffs, but they will also play an elimination game
tomorrow.
And they
just played in Cologne as well.
Yeah.
A 22-20 game.
Yeah.
For Cloud9.
Final thoughts?
I just can't wait for tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be
all right, well,
explosive.
should we close the show? Because we're actually today still, and I can actually close the show and say see you tomorrow, and it will actually be true this time today.
You do look a little bit pale.
Do I look pale? Do I look dead?
Yeah,
exhausted. I should probably stop now.
Should take more cocaine in the green room.
Thanks for that. Good ending. PG-15 and all that. Yanko tends to break that kind of stuff. Thank you so much for tuning in today. It has been an absolute pleasure having you along and a pleasure watching some incredible Counter-Strike. The two teams celebrating tonight are not perhaps the teams you would expect. It's